He was supposed to be a genius with a unique, hidden class. Yet the skeleton he summoned was so weak it couldn't even defeat a rabbit. Half an hour before the opening of the beginner dungeon, at the entrance of the first beginner dungeon in Tianshui City of the Dragon Nation, over 2,000 students were lined up, waiting to enter. Bathed in the early morning sunlight at 8 a.m., the once glorious genius Yi Yang now looked particularly dejected. At that moment, Yi Yang suddenly jolted awake, realizing that he had actually transmigrated. Just hours ago, he had been staying up late reading a novel, only to die abruptly and wake up in this world where everyone could transition into a profession. 500 years ago, Blue Star underwent a great transformation, ushering in the era of universal profession awakening. Anyone who turned 18 could participate in the awakening ceremony and become a professional. Professionals ranged in rank from F to SSS, and unprecedented classes were categorized as hidden classes. When Yi Yang checked his attribute panel, he discovered that he had awakened the one and only hidden class, Necromancer. His base stats were all at 10 points, and his unique talent, Soul Symbiosis, allowed him to share the vision of all his summoned creatures. His skill, Summon Skeleton, consumed just 1 point of mental energy to summon a skeleton to fight for him. However, when he summoned his first skeleton, he was stunned to find its stats were pathetically low. All attributes were only 1 point. It was so weak that it couldn't even defeat a small demonized rabbit. Just as despair began to creep in, a system notification suddenly sounded, informing him that he had successfully bound to the Divine Skill system. His original Summon Skeleton skill had evolved into the Divine Summon Skeleton skill. To Yi Yang's astonishment, the Divine Summon Skeleton skill had an extraordinary effect. It automatically summoned 1 skeleton per second. In just a brief moment, his summoning space was already filled with over a dozen skeletons. At that moment, a familiar voice called out. A girl in a black and white Jake-style skirt approached him. It was his childhood friend, Hanishu. 10 years ago, Yi Yang's parents had sacrificed themselves during a demonic tide outbreak to save the Han family. Since then, Yi Yang had taken great care of Hanishu, helping her dominate both the academic and combat rankings at Tianshui High School for 2.5 years. During yesterday's awakening ceremony, Hanishu had awakened the Shrank class Origin Priest, the Daughter of Light, while her boyfriend, Ching Yao, had awakened the SS Shrank class Origin Mage, the Flamebringer. Although Hanishu looked down on Yi Yang's Necromancer class, she reluctantly agreed to have her boyfriend bring Yi Yang along for the dungeon run, out of gratitude for his parents' sacrifice. However, faced with Han Yishu's condescending gesture and Chen Yang's arrogance, Yi Yang decisively slapped away Chen Yang's outstretched hand. Seeing Yi Yang's uncharacteristic behavior, Han Yishu blurted out instinctively that something seemed off about him today. Normally, Yi Yang would obey her every word without question. Why did it feel like he had suddenly become a completely different person? Yi Yang sneered as he looked at Han Yishu. Why am I laughing? I'm laughing because you think I should protect you, and then hand over the final boss's rewards to you. What kind of ridiculous fantasy is that? Han Yishu stared back in disbelief, her tone dripping with arrogance. And what else would you do if not protect us? This is for your own good. Tag along with my boyfriend and gain some experience. Otherwise, who would even want you? Her words lit a fire in Yi Yang's chest. From his memories, he knew Han Yishu had always enjoyed manipulating the original Yi Yang, but he hadn't expected her to show her ugly side so blatantly. Protect Chen Yang with his summon skeletons? And let her hog the final rewards? Utterly absurd. Seeing Yi Yang unmoved, Han Yishu smirked coldly. You think I want to drag you along? If it weren't for the fact that your parents once saved the Han family, I wouldn't even bother with you. Spare me your so-called kindness. Yi Yang shot back without hesitation. I'd rather go solo than rely on you to carry me. His response made Han Yishu burst into laughter. Even Chen Yang, standing nearby, couldn't resist joining in with a mocking grin. Yishu, this guy probably awakened some trash class that can't even take down a rabbit. No wonder he's losing it. Falling from a top scholar to this? Who could handle that? The surrounding teammates chimed in, showering Chen Yang's SS class Flamebringer and Han Yishu's S-class Lightbringer with endless praise. Their sycophantic remarks only made Chen Yang's smug grin widen. Seizing the moment, Han Yishu pulled out a few bottles of mana potions. You hear that, Yi Yang? Just focus on summoning your skeletons to protect us. That's all you're good for. Without a word, Yi Yang took the potions and crushed them in his hand. A pack of bootlickers. If you want to grovel, that's your business. But don't dump your garbage on me. I don't need anyone's charity. Han Yishu's chest heaved with anger at his defiance. You're out of your mind. We're trying to help you, and you act like this? You'll be the first to die in the dungeon. My life or death is none of your concern, Yi Yang replied coldly. But you'd better pray I don't run into you in there. Otherwise, you won't even know how you met your end. The tension was palpable when Principal Zhao Guofeng arrived, just in time to announce the dungeon's opening. Without hesitation, Yi Yang stepped into the portal, leaving Han Yishu fuming in his wake. Her plan to exploit his skeleton summoning abilities had completely backfired. "I'll make sure to crush every single one of your pathetic skeletons right in front of you," she hissed, clenching her fists in frustration. Ching Yao placed a hand on her shoulder, his voice calm and condescending. "Don't waste your energy on someone like him." To Ching Yao, Yi Yang's future as a necromancer was already written off as a dead end. In this particular instance, Yi Yang's strength was so abysmal that even the weakest level 1 demon rabbit posed a significant challenge. Under such circumstances, it was likely he'd meet his demise the moment he stepped into the dungeon. As the system notification chimed, Yi Yang entered the Azure Forest dungeon. Surveying his surroundings, he found himself amidst towering, dense trees that blocked out the sky, allowing only a few stray beams of sunlight to filter through the gaps in the foliage. Suddenly, a wild rabbit darted out from the tangled roots of the trees, charging straight at Yi Yang. The system identified it as a level 1 demon rabbit, with the following attributes: Strength 4, Spirit 3, Constitution 4, Agility 6. Without hesitation, Yi Yang summoned every skeleton from his summoning space. Accompanied by the spine-chilling sound of bones grinding against each other, over 300 skeletons materialized around him, encircling the demon rabbit. A heavy, oppressive aura of death descended upon the area. The once ferocious demon rabbit froze in shock. It had assumed it had found an easy target, only to have the situation take a drastic turn. With a single thought, Yi Yang issued the attack command. The skeletons immediately raised their bone blades, slashing down mercilessly. After just a few strikes, the demon rabbit barely had time to struggle before it was completely annihilated. Though the skeleton's attributes were pitifully low, each with only 1 point in every stat and fragile enough to shatter with minor impact, this was of no concern to Yi Yang. Losing 2 or 3 skeletons merely meant spending a few seconds to summon replacements. In fact, during the process of defeating the demon rabbit, his summoning space had already gained 7 or 8 additional skeletons, making the encounter a net gain. Yi Yang promptly commanded his skeletal army to spread out and search for more prey. Before long, the system notifications began to chime continuously. Ding! You have killed a level 1 demon rabbit and gained 1 experience point. Ding! Within just a few minutes, as a multitude of monsters fell, a golden light enveloped Yi Yang had leveled up to level 2. The system rewarded him with 1 point in each core attribute and an additional 5 free attribute points. For a necromancer, spirit was everything. Without hesitation, Yi Yang allocated all his free points to spirit. Concerns about his safety? Laughable. With hundreds of skeletons guarding him, ordinary low-level monsters or even an entire group of rookie players would stand no chance of breaching his defenses. Yi Yang's updated attribute panel now displayed. Name: Yi Yang. Class: Necromancer Unique. Level 2. Strength: 11. Spirit: 16. Constitution: 11. Agility: 11. What delighted him even more was that his skeletal army had also leveled up to level 2. Yi Yang meticulously examined the stats panel of the summoned skeleton. With his mental attribute now raised to 16 points, the skeleton's base stats had doubled, and its overall stat amplification had increased to 0.16. This realization made him marvel at the potential of necromancers as a late-game class. At present, the 0.16 boost seemed negligible, only adding an almost imperceptible 0.0032 points to the skeleton's 2-point base stats. However, once his mental attribute reached hundreds of thousands or even millions, this enhancement would become unimaginably powerful. That said, reaching the late game as an ordinary necromancer was no easy feat. A starting skeleton had base stats of 1 across the board, and required the sacrifice of 2 or 3 skeletons to take down even a common monster. If one relied solely on meditation to restore mental energy, summoning a single skeleton would take an hour, making it a 2-hour ordeal just to hunt down a single rabbit. But things were different for Yi Yang. His God-ear skill granted him the ability to summon 1 skeleton per second. In just 2 hours, he could amass an army of nearly 8,000 skeletons. Meanwhile, Hanishu led her team into a dungeon. After ensuring the area was secure, they began searching for monsters. Suddenly, a lurking demon rabbit lunged at her. However, with near-perfect movement skills, she effortlessly dodged the attack. In this era where combat proficiency had replaced traditional academics as the dominant pursuit, practical fighting skills were paramount. As a top student, Hanishu found dealing with monsters of her level almost trivial. Seizing the opportunity to showcase his prowess, Ching Yao stepped forward, eager to demonstrate the might of his SS Steer class, the Flamebringer. Raising his staff, he began channeling a devastating elemental missile. Hanishu watched with quiet admiration as the spell took form. But before he could launch it, dozens of skeletons suddenly materialized, encircling the demon rabbit. Within moments, the rabbit was reduced to shreds by their ruthless strikes. The skeletons, as if operating with a hive mind, quickly dispersed to continue their hunt for other targets. This unexpected turn of events left everyone stunned. Someone recognized the skeletons as belonging to Yi Yang. Hanishu, her temper flaring, demanded that Chun Yang destroy the skeletons at once. Chan Yang, eager to oblige, unleashed his elemental missile, obliterating one of the skeletons in an instant. A system notification promptly appeared before Yi Yang. Ding! One of your skeletons has been attacked by a neutral party. Would you like to retaliate? Closing his eyes, Yi Yang shifted his consciousness to the skeleton's perspective. The corners of Yi Yang's lips curved into a slight smirk, a glimmer of amusement flashing in his eyes. Chun Yang? Hanishu? Finally, something interesting. It's been unbearably dull lately. He had already dispatched all the skeletons earlier and was now lounging leisurely under the shade of a tree. If any of the students currently battling monsters saw his relaxed demeanor, they might very well explode with frustration. Attack! Yi Yang commanded. Instantly, the skeletons within a kilometer radius locked onto their targets. With a synchronized clatter of bones, 3 to 4 dozen skeletons turned in unison and charged toward Hanishu. Faced with the oncoming swarm of skeletons, Chun Yang remained calm and composed. While retreating, he continuously fired elemental missiles, each one hitting its mark with pinpoint accuracy, shattering the advancing skeletons into pieces. The power was truly remarkable after all. The damage output of a Heavenfire envoy was already formidable. Coupled with the tenfold damage boost from his SSDR talent, Calamity Flame, it was downright terrifying. The elemental missiles consumed no mental energy and required only a 1-second casting interval. By the time the skeletons neared him, most had already been obliterated. Yet, the remaining skeletons charged forward relentlessly. These mindless undead warriors, incapable of feeling pain or fear, followed their orders mechanically, their sole goal being the destruction of their target. Damn it! Chun Yang finally showed a hint of panic as dozens of skeletons closed in on him. As a mage, his fragile physique left him particularly vulnerable. Even though the skeletons were relatively weak, being swarmed by them would spell certain death. Desperately, he rolled and dodged, narrowly avoiding their attacks. To make matters worse, new skeletons continued to appear from all directions. It wasn't just Chun Yang and Hanishu who were stunned. Everyone in their group was left in shock. What's with all these skeletons? Could it be that Yi Yang is holding a grudge against Ishu and sent every single skeleton after us? But he can only summon one skeleton per point of mental energy. Even if he's been summoning non-stop since his awakening, he could only have summoned 1 or 200 at most. How petty. The team quickly formed a defensive formation, bracing themselves for an all-out battle against the skeleton army. Meanwhile, Yi Yang remained as relaxed as ever, still lying under the shade of the tree. Through the perspective of the closest skeleton, he watched the unfolding chaos with great amusement, eager to see how the battle would play out. Chun Yang's combat instincts were indeed impressive, but the skeletons under his command were still relatively weak at this stage, relying on a slow war of attrition against their enemies. Yet, Yi Yang was utterly unfazed by the loss of dozens of skeletons. After all, in just half an hour since entering the dungeon, his skeleton army had swelled to nearly 2,000. Their levels had risen to 3, and their experience points had surpassed 70. With their recent upgrade, the skeleton's attributes had increased to 3 points across the board. Against creatures like the magic rabbits, they could now eliminate them without suffering any losses. Even against level 2 giant pythons, at most, he might lose a single skeleton, and occasionally, they could even emerge unscathed. Compared to their initial state, the strength of Yi Yang's skeletal legion had advanced by leaps and bounds. Hanishu and Ching Yao might be able to hold off several dozen skeletons, but how would they fare against an army of hundreds, or even thousands, of undead? Once Yi Yang's skeletal forces were fully assembled, their fate would be sealed. They would be utterly crushed. SS-ranked Flamebringer? S-ranked Lady of Holy Light? Against the tide of the undead scourge, even a deity would be reduced to nothing but bones. As a swarm of 100 or so skeletons closed in, Hanishu, surprisingly, chuckled. They were right. That petty Yi Yang must have sent every last skeleton he could muster to deal with me. Little did she know, this paltry number was but a fraction of Yi Yang's forces, a mere drop in the ocean. If not for his momentary whim, he could summon his entire undead army to launch a full-scale assault at any time. Chun Yang positioned a warrior at the forefront and reassured Hanishu with a grin. Don't worry. I'm here. A mere few dozen skeletons? Watch me show you the true power of an SS-ranked class. But before he could finish his boast, 300 or 400 skeletons suddenly emerged, surrounding them from all directions. Chun Yang's confidence evaporated in an instant as a chill ran down his spine. Where did all these come from? He exclaimed, his voice tinged with panic. Hanishu was equally stunned, her face pale with disbelief. Chun Yang, can we really handle this many skeletons? Chun Yang swallowed hard, his thoughts racing. This isn't a fight anymore, this is survival. Forget winning. Escaping would be a miracle. Distracted by his own thoughts, he failed to notice a skeleton creeping up behind him. Its bone blade gleamed as it was raised high, then came crashing down with a deadly swing. Arg! Chun Yang let out a pained scream as his health bar plummeted. Damn it! There are too many of them. Once surrounded, it's over. Desperation set in as Chen Yang realized the situation was beyond his control. Abandoning all pretense of heroism, he turned and bolted in the opposite direction, leaving Han Ishu behind. Han Ishu stared in stunned disbelief as Chen Yang fled, her mind unable to process the betrayal. Meanwhile, Yi Yang watched the scene unfold with a cold, mocking smile. Surround them, he commanded. Though the skeletons weren't fast enough to catch the fleeing Chen Yang, they swiftly encircled the dazed and immobile Han Ishu and her companions, sealing their fate. It's over. Han Ishu stared at the scene before her, completely dumbfounded. 400 or 500 skeletons had encircled her like an impenetrable iron wall, cutting off every possible escape route. What made her despair even more was that Chen Yang, in this critical moment, had abandoned her and fled. As an S-ranked origin priest, she was fully aware of her limited offensive capabilities. Faced with such a massive horde of skeletons, she was utterly at a loss for what to do. She had thought that with Chen Yang, an SS-ranked mage, by her side, they could easily crush Yi Yang. But to her shock, the exact opposite had happened. They were completely overpowered by him. Isn't Yi Yang's Necromancer supposed to be weak? How could my S-ranked priest and Chun Yang's SS-ranked mage not be a match for him? Han Ishu's mind was a storm of shock, fear, and disbelief. As she stood there in defeat, Yi Yang sneered at her with disdain. Struggle. Fight. Where's that so-called genius talent of yours now? He had been hoping for an exciting battle to pass the time while farming this dungeon, but Han Ishu had crumbled far too quickly. Even more laughable was that Chun Yang had fled in fear. Yi Yang! Han Ishu shouted furiously when one of the skeletons spoke in Yi Yang's voice. How shameless can you be? You summoned every skeleton here just to attack us. What a coward. What a scoundrel. Yi Yang nearly burst out laughing. Summon every skeleton to attack you? You really think too highly of yourself, Han Ishu. Do you even know why I'm wasting my time here with you? Why? She demanded. It's simple, Yi Yang replied casually. Because I still have over 2,000 other skeletons farming elsewhere. If I don't find some entertainment in the meantime, wouldn't I be bored out of my mind? Those words hit Han Ishu like a bolt of lightning, exploding in her mind. Only now did she realize that in Yi Yang's eyes, she was nothing more than a toy to kill time. What she considered a desperate fight for survival was, to Yi Yang, merely a trivial diversion. Seeing that she had lost all will to resist, Yi Yang's gaze turned cold with disdain. He uttered a single word. Kill. The skeletal army immediately tightened its encirclement, surging forward and overwhelming Han Ishu and her team. Within moments, her entire party had been eliminated from the dungeon. Outside the dungeon, several principals from Tianshui City schools were gathered, chatting casually. Li Yuntian, the principal of 3rd High School, turned to Zhao Guofeng and said, Old Zhao, I hear your first high has not only awakened an S-rank profession but is also guaranteed to claim the final boss of this newbie dungeon. You're too kind, Zhao Guofeng replied with a smile. Your 3rd high is the one to watch. UVE got an SS-ranked mage, the Celestial Flame Envoy. By the way, Li Yuntian said, I heard you have a student named Yi Yang who awakened not only a hidden profession but also the only unique trait? Zhao Guofeng shook his head with a sigh. Don't even mention it. That kid's hidden profession is called Necromancer. He can summon skeletons, but they're so fragile that I doubt he'll last even an hour in the dungeon. Really? Li Yuntian said in surprise. A hidden profession, and it's that weak? He can't even hold out for an hour? In a beginner's dungeon, even the weakest class professions can last for an hour, Zhao Guofeng remarked with a tone dripping in sarcasm, clearly implying that this profession was even inferior to the most basic roles like warriors or mages of the class. As a hidden profession, its true strength was entirely unknown since it had never appeared before. Only when a player grew into their profession, solidified its capabilities, and reported the data would the official organization evaluate it, assigning a rank from the lowest class to the highest SS class. Exactly. I thought there might be something great this time, but it turns out this Necromancer is so weak. What a disappointment, especially considering that student of mine has been a dual champion in both academics and combat for 3 years straight. Zhao Guofeng shook his head in disappointment. Li Yuntian chuckled inwardly, but kept a regretful expression on his face. Indeed, what a pity. Looks like your school's hope of standing out rests solely on Han Ishu. Speaking of Han Ishu, Zhao Guofeng's eyes lit up, but compared to your Ching Yao, she's still far behind. An SS class flame and void, that's what I call explosive power. Oh, you flatter me. Li Yuntian grinned smugly and was about to continue boasting when a group of figures suddenly emerged from the entrance of the beginner's dungeon. Huh, it's only been half an hour. How is someone already out? Li Yuntian blurted out in surprise. Ha, must be some overconfident fool who thought they were strong but got themselves in trouble. Before Zhao Guofeng could finish his sentence, both of them froze in place. Wait, isn't that Han Yishu's team? How did they get out so quickly? Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, other students were struggling as they faced an onslaught from an army of skeletons. A blonde-haired warrior was about to strike a magic rabbit when a dozen skeletal warriors suddenly charged in, swiftly cutting down the rabbit in a flurry of blows before vanishing into thin air, completely ignoring the towering 1.8-meter man. What the hell is going on? The blonde warrior was dumbfounded. Could these skeletons belong to Yi Yang? The thought sent a chill down his spine. Throughout the dungeon, cries of despair echoed from all directions. These skeletons are insane. I barely saw the monster before it got stolen, and when I found another, they wiped it out again. You can't even touch them. The moment you do, dozens of skeletons show up and hack everything to pieces. How is anyone supposed to play like this? Meanwhile, Yi Yang's system notifications kept popping up. Ding. You've slain an LV2 giant python. Gain 2 experience points. Ding. Level up to LV4. Ding. Level up reward. 1 to all 4 base attributes, 5 free attribute points. Without hesitation, Yi Yang allocated all 5 free points to spirit. He nodded in satisfaction as his spirit attribute climbed to 26, which in turn boosted all of his skeleton's stats to 4. Once I reach level 10 and complete my second-tier advancement, he'll unlock a new talent, Yi Yang mused to himself. The first talent, Soul Symbiosis, allows me to share the vision of all my summons. Not only is it great for observing fights, but it's also invaluable for exploring dangerous areas without risk. I wonder what the next talent will be. Every 10 levels brought a new talent. SS class professions would unlock SS class talents, while F class would gain F class talents. The higher the profession's rank, the more pronounced the gap became with each advancement. However, as the sole hidden profession, even Yi Yang had no idea how powerful his next talent would be. The effect of Soul Symbiosis left Yi Yang pleasantly surprised. Without hesitation, he mobilized the hundreds of newly summoned skeletons in his summoning space, commanding them to disperse and hunt down monsters. At this moment, this relatively small beginner dungeon was teeming with nearly 3,000 skeletons, creating a truly spectacular scene. The sheer size of this skeleton army brought an astonishing leveling speed. While ordinary players might take over a day to reach level 4, Yi Yang achieved this milestone in less than an horror pace that could only be described as extraordinary. What Yi Yang anticipated most was the reward for being the first to clear the dungeon. It was said that every first clear would grant a profession-specific skill scroll. He pondered the potential skills he might obtain. Would it be the ability to summon skeleton mages, or perhaps some other unique power? As a top scholar in both martial and literary fields, Yi Yang was well aware of the limitations of grinding monsters in the wild meager experience gains, and virtually no loot. Truly valuable equipment and skills could only be acquired by clearing dungeons. The higher the dungeon difficulty, the better the rewards. Ordinary level dungeons had only a 10 chance of dropping generic skill scrolls, whereas the highest level Asura dungeons guaranteed a 100 drop rate for profession-specific skill scrolls. This particular beginner dungeon had an added layer of significance. The first person to locate and defeat the final boss was guaranteed to receive a profession-specific skill scroll. For all new generation professionals, this was a rare opportunity. Afterward, the only way to reliably obtain such scrolls would be to take on the perilous Asura-level dungeons. Moreover, the first person to clear the dungeon would also earn a spot in the Dongshan Province Special Training Camp. The camp's greatest appeal lay in its comprehensive collection of dungeons from across the province, providing endless opportunities to grind and enhance one's power. Without access to the training camp, players would be left to struggle with low-reward wild monsters for the entire month. Trying to achieve a high ranking in the national exams through wild grinding alone would be an almost impossible feat. Just as Zhao Guofeng was about to question Han Yishu and the others about why they had been eliminated so quickly, a large group of students began pouring out of the dungeon one after another, leaving him momentarily stunned. What's going on here? How did everyone get eliminated so fast? Where's Ching Yao? Zhao Guofeng wasn't the only one confused. Li Yuntian, the principal of number 3 high school, also rushed over and pressed Han Yishu for answers. Han Yishu was initially reluctant to speak, but under the persistent questioning of the two principals, she finally said, it was Yi Yang. Yi Yang. The name left both principals dumbfounded. Li Yuntian suddenly remembered something and turned to Zhao Guofeng. Principal Zhao, could it be that Yi Yang, the one who awakened the only unique hidden class, Necromancer, was involved? Zhao Guofeng swallowed hard. Yes, that's him. Oh my god. Li Yuntian exclaimed. Didn't you say that class was weak? He took down an S-level class in less than half an hour. You call that weak? It is weak. Zhao Guofeng said helplessly. The skeletons he summons only have 1 point in all stats. They can't even beat a rabbit. Then how did Miss Han get eliminated? Zhao Guofeng turned to Han Yishu with a puzzled expression. Han Yishu gritted her teeth. With my support skills, dealing with those skeletons should have been easy. But Ching Yao, that coward, got so scared of the skeletons that he ran away. Without any damage output, how were we supposed to fight? Ching Yao. The two principals exclaimed in unison. Li Yuntian took a deep breath and said, Miss Han, I understand your frustration, but you can't slander Ching Yao like that. He's an SS-level combat class and a top contender for the national exam's top scorer. If your S-level support class couldn't handle it, that's one thing. But don't drag Ching Yao down with you. Han Yishu scoffed coldly. So Principal Li doesn't believe me? It's not that I don't believe you, Li Yuntian quickly denied. But I can vouch for Chen Yang's character. There's no way he'd lose to a class as useless as Necromancer, let alone run away in fear. Got it, Han Yishu said, unwilling to argue further. Let's just wait and see. Inside, however, Han Yishu was filled with regret. While she looked down on Yi Yang, she despised Chen Yang's cowardice even more. As an S-level support class, her combat ability was limited, but Chen Yang, an SS-level combat class, a celestial flame envoy, had fled without even trying to fight Yi Yang skeletons. I must have been blind to ever think highly of someone like him, Han Yishu thought bitterly. The ancient saying is true. There are no weak classes, only weak players. A person lacking in courage and resolve will fail, even with a godder class. All they'll do is wet their pants in fear. At the dungeon entrance, the power Yi Yang displayed as a necromancer was utterly terrifying. Every moment, students were being forced to teleport out of the dungeon, a rare occurrence in previous years. Typically, such chaos only erupted hours later, when most participants converged in the dungeon's core to fight over the final boss. Yet now, with the dungeon having been open for just over an hour, nearly half of the students had already been forced to exit. The number was staggering during this stage in previous years. Even a 10 elimination rate would have led the school administrators to suspect a malfunction in the dungeon. Han Yishu stood at the entrance, watching everything unfold, her emotions in turmoil. She regretted her past actions toward Yi Yang. Her constant demands for him to compromise and give more now felt like sharp blades cutting into her. No, Yi Yang must be mine, she screamed internally. I'm the one closest to him. He has no parents. I'm the one who understands him best. Han Yishu had already made up her mind to abandon Ching Yao and instead pursue her childhood friend. Meanwhile, within the dungeon, Yi Yang remained completely unaware of Han Yishu's inner turmoil. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. Where were you during my lowest moments? And now you show up at my peak? Who do you think you are? Yi Yang sneered at the memory of her and others mocking him for awakening as a necromancer. Now that I've risen, you want to come crawling back? What a joke. The system notifications continued to chime. Ding. You have slain LV6 Coyote. You gained 6 experience points. One kill after another, and finally, after over 3 hours in the dungeon, a familiar golden light enveloped Yi Yang. Ding. Your level has increased. Current level, 5. Ding. You have received a level up reward. 1 to all attributes, 5 free attribute points. Yi Yang casually allocated all 5 free attribute points to his spirit stat, then opened his status panel to take a closer look. Yi Yang's attribute panel showcased a striking figure: 40 points in mental power, nearly equivalent to the sum of his other 3 attributes. Upon reaching level 5, the skeleton warriors he summoned were no longer as fragile as before, with all their attributes now raised to 5 points. 3 hours passed, and Yi Yang's skeleton army had grown to an astonishing size of over 10,000. This number even surpassed the total participants from the 5 major schools in Tianshui City, with each school having just over 2,000 students, barely adding up to 10,000 in total. If Yi Yang wanted, he could easily use this massive skeleton force to sweep all the players out of the dungeon. However, he had no intention of attacking proactively, knowing that eventually, everyone would converge in the core area to challenge the final boss. As Yi Yang casually shifted his perspective to one of his skeletons, his eyes lit up. Had spotted Ching Yao again, the one who had escaped last time. Previously, Ching Yao had managed to flee due to the skeletons being too fragile and insufficient in number. This time, Yi Yang's lips curled into a cold smile as he commanded several thousand skeletons in the vicinity to encircle him. Though this was just a fraction of Yi Yang's army, it was more than enough to ensure that Ching Yao had no chance of escape. Meanwhile, in the waiting area outside the dungeon, the atmosphere was tense, like a drawn bowstring ready to snap. After another half hour without Ching Yao being eliminated, Li Yuntian couldn't help but mock Han Yishu. Miss Han, didn't you say Ching Yao was afraid of Yi Yang's skeletons? Why hasn't he been knocked out yet? Han Yishu scoffed coldly. He's just gotten lucky, that's all. Lucky? Li Yuntian's gaze swept disdainfully over Han Yishu and Zhao Guofeng. If you ask me, it's more likely your so-called support skills are lacking and Ching Yao ditched you. You were in the same team, weren't you? If he escaped, why didn't you? Maybe it's not just your S-grade support class that's weak, but your basic skills are shaky too. My basic skills are shaky? Hanishu flared up in anger. And yet you're saying Ching Yao, with his 3 failed graduation tests and movement techniques, is somehow strong? Li Yuntian smirked, continuing his taunts. I didn't say that, but the facts speak for themselves. Didn't you claim he ran away? If your movement skills are so great, why couldn't you keep up? Oh, wait, he feigned realization with a snap of his fingers. I remember now. Word has it you like Ching Yao from our school. Could it be you sacrificed yourself to protect him? These words left Han Ishu seething, her eyes blazing with fury. She was furious and deeply regretful. Back when she saw that Ching Yao had awakened as an SS-grade flame envoy, she had eagerly asked to team up with him, only to be abandoned by him in a moment of crisis. What stung even more was the thought that, had she chosen to team up with Yi Yang instead, his massive skeleton army would have made him an unstoppable force in the entire beginner dungeon. Seeing her reaction, Li Yuntian pretended to console her. Don't worry. Once Ching Yao takes down that Necromancer Yi Yang and claims first place in the dungeon, I won't tell him you badmouthed him. In fact, I'll even put in a good word for you. I'm sure he won't hold your desertion against you. These words completely shattered Hanishu's composure. She was on the verge of tears, overwhelmed by frustration and regret. Inwardly, she cursed herself, wondering what kind of misfortune had led her to this situation. Originally, Hanishu had planned to align herself with an SS-ranked combat class, believing that with her own top-tier S-rank support abilities, their future would undoubtedly be one of unstoppable success. But now, standing at the entrance of the dungeon, her eyes burned with fury. Never in her wildest dreams did she expect Ching Yao to not only abandon her as a human shield during the dungeon raid, but also leave her to bear the shameful label of a deserter. Yi Yang, you must make that trash Ching Yao suffer. Once you've dealt with him, I promise I'll stay by your side, she muttered, her gaze locked on the dungeon entrance. The moment Ching Yao appeared, she was ready to unleash every ounce of her anger and grievance. Inside the dungeon at that very moment, Ching Yao had just effortlessly taken down a small rabbit, leveling up to level 2. After escaping from Hanishu, he quickly joined forces with 9 other trainees to form a temporary team. Initially, he held nothing but disdain for his new teammates after all. Hanishu was an S-ranked support class with unparalleled healing, game-changing buffs, and protective abilities. She was practically the perfect partner tailored for him. In comparison, this ragtag group of 9 was laughably underwhelming. Not a single ranked class among them, and the strongest was merely an ranked guardian shield warrior, whose only redeeming quality was being able to soak up slightly more damage. Beyond that, they were utterly unimpressive. Even so, given the current circumstances, Ching Yao had no choice but to make do. As for the accusations of desertion in front of Hanishu, Ching Yao couldn't care less. In this world where strength reigns supreme, he had awakened an SS-ranked class, and his future was destined to shine brightly. Forget about the past. Once he gained a foothold and encountered Yi Yang's skeleton army again, he was confident he could crush them with ease. Meanwhile, Chun Yang's temporary teammates, awed by his astonishing damage output, began showering him with flattery and praise. Little did they realize a massive swarm of skeletons had silently closed in, surrounding them from all sides. Ching Yao effortlessly took down the level 2 giant snake, prompting cheers of excitement from his teammates. They immediately began showering him with praise, convinced that if Ching Yao were to face Yi Yang's skeleton army again, he would handle it with ease. Brother Chin only got caught off guard last time because he didn't expect Yi Yang to summon so many skeletons in advance. Exactly. Those flimsy skeletons are no match for us. With the 9 of us protecting Brother Chun, even a direct confrontation with those skeletons would be a piece of cake. The compliments lifted Ching Yang's spirits. He wasn't worried about not encountering Yi Yang again after all. Given Yi Yang's displayed strength, it was only a matter of time before they crossed paths in this dungeon, especially now that they had reached the core area of the dungeon. A showdown with Yi Yang seemed inevitable when they found the final boss. However, just as Ching Yao was basking in his confidence, an eerie, chilling wind swept through the air. He quickly surveyed his surroundings, only to be stunned by the sight before him: a massive army of skeletons surging toward them from all directions. Their numbers were overwhelming, easily in the thousands, far exceeding the few hundred skeletons he had previously encountered. Quick! Protect Brother Chen! One of his teammates shouted as they hastily formed a defensive formation. There's no need to panic, Ching Yao said with a cold smirk. Just hold your positions around me. No matter how many skeletons come, I'll crush them with ease. From a distance, Yi Yang observed the scene with a sneer. He had only sent a few thousand skeletons, yet Ching Yao and his team were already on high alert. Let me see how strong your SS-class profession really is, Yi Yang muttered before commanding the skeleton army to charge. Boom! The ground trembled as thousands of skeletons surged forward, covering hundreds of meters in an instant and completely surrounding Ching Yang's group. 2 A-class warriors led the charge to intercept them but were instantly overwhelmed by dozens of skeletons. System notifications echoed one after another. Ding. Your teammate Lu Yuan has been killed by Yi Yang. Ding. Your teammate Wang Yi has been killed by Yi Yang. Chun Yang was taken aback. These were a class tank warriors, yet they couldn't even hold their ground for a moment. What he didn't realize was that after Yi Yang had leveled up to 5, all the skeleton's 4 core attributes had increased to 5 points. While still weaker than regular novice combatants, their sheer overwhelming numbers more than made up for the gap. The remaining 6 teammates were visibly shaken. We're doomed. What do we do without tanks? There's no way we can kill this many skeletons. Brother Chun, should we retreat? Don't panic. Losing 2 tanks is nothing. Hold your ground. Chun Yang barked in a commanding tone. Seeing Chun Yang's calm and composed demeanor, the teammates felt slightly reassured and began reorganizing their formation. But before they could fully set up, the relentless wave of skeletons was already upon them. Protect Brother Chun. The desperate cries had barely left their lips when a tidal wave of skeletal soldiers surged forward. Thud. A muffled sound echoed as the person at the front collapsed instantly. Stay back. The remaining group stumbled backward in terror. Mercy. Skeleton brother, I was wrong. Piercing screams filled the air, one after another, as those foolish enough to resist were mercilessly consumed by the skeletal horde. In mere moments, they were no more. Only Ching Yao remained, frozen in place, unable to even summon a single elemental missile. Even if he had the strength to retaliate, what could a lone skill do against an army numbering in the thousands? No matter how powerful his elemental attacks were, they could only take out one skeleton at a time. How can they be this strong? Ching Yao muttered in despair, staring at the advancing wall of skeletons. This wasn't supposed to happen. Weren't necromancers supposed to be weak? How could they be so overpowered? He was an SS-class combatant, yet he couldn't muster even the slightest resistance. Was it possible there was a class stronger than SSS? Just then, one of the skeletons at the forefront spoke in a familiar voice. I thought SS class fighters were supposed to be impressive. Turns out you're just as pathetic as those class weaklings. Ching Yang's eyes widened in shock. That voice, it was Yi Yang. From a distance, Yi Yang watched with disinterest. He had expected someone chosen by Han Yishu to have at least some capability, but Chun Yang was utterly helpless, as insignificant as an ant before the skeletal legion. Yi Yang. Ching Yang's heart leapt at the recognition, a glimmer of relief breaking through his despair. Brother Yi, you're not planning to kill me, are you? You can have all the resources from this dungeon, including the final boss. It's all yours. Tisk, tisk. Yi Yang sneered coldly. If I kill you, won't all of that be mine anyway? If this is the level of an SS class fighter, you might as well stop embarrassing yourself. Without hesitation, he gave the command. Finish him. The skeletons swarmed over Ching Yao like a tidal wave, engulfing him completely. As the last sliver of light vanished beneath the sea of undead, Ching Yao closed his eyes in utter despair. Satisfied, Yi Yang turned his attention to the final objective. All that remained was to locate the dungeon's final boss and claim victory. The ultimate reward, a class-specific scroll with a guaranteed skill, was within his grasp. Unlike generic skill scrolls, which often required hundreds of attempts to find a suitable ability, this one was tailor-made for his class. The thought filled him with anticipation. Outside the dungeon, Li Yuntian observed the dwindling number of participants being eliminated. Not seeing Ching Yang's name among them, he grinned smugly at Zhao Guofeng. Well, Zhao, do you believe me now? Our Chun Yang isn't the useless coward Miss Han made him out to be. He's lasted this long without being eliminated. Zhao Guofeng couldn't resist retorting. Principally, let's not forget that Yi Yang is still in the dungeon as well. What's there to celebrate? Ha ha ha. Li Yuntian laughed heartily. You mean that necromancer who can't even take down a rabbit? Zhao, by now the survivors must have reached the dungeon's core. Your little necromancer is probably on the verge of being eliminated. Li Yunshin's confidence was palpable as he continued to boast. In his eyes, Ching Yao, an SS-class combatant, was destined for greatness. Not only would he secure a place in one of the 3 supreme academies, but even the prestigious Longwa Military Academy would be within his reach. Compared to the likes of a Necromancer or Han Yishu's S-class support abilities, Ching Yang's Heavenly Fire class was unparalleled. But before he could finish his gloating, a figure emerged from the dungeon's entrance. It was Chun Yao. Standing next to Ching Yao were several teammates he had temporarily grouped with during the dungeon run. This sight left Li Yuntian completely dumbfounded. Had just been bragging about how powerful Ching Yao, the SS-ranked Flamebringer, was. Yet, in less than a minute, Chun Yao had been eliminated. Li Yuntian had been counting on Ching Yao to defeat the final boss, claim the top spot in the beginner dungeon, and secure a spot in the Dongshan province special training camp. Han Yishu, witnessing the scene, couldn't help but burst into laughter. Principally, your student did pretty well. Being able to dodge around in a sea of skeletons for so long shows he's quite skilled at running away. Oomph. Li Yuntian's face flushed red. At least he lasted longer than you did. Besides, it's not certain that he was killed by your necromancer anyway. With that, he quickly strode over to Ching Yao and asked with concern, Ching Yao, what happened? Did you encounter some powerful monster? Or was it the final boss that you couldn't handle? Chun Yang's face was ashen. He wanted to explain himself, but seeing the group of equally defeated teammates around him, he found himself at a loss for words. After a long pause, he finally forced out, I was just caught off guard by Yi Yang's skeletons. Oh, caught off guard. Were you? Hanishu stepped closer, her eyes sweeping over the 8 or 9 teammates standing beside Ching Yao, all of whom were support or tank players. With a mocking tone, she said, could it be that your teammates abandoned you? And that's why you were caught off guard and eliminated? Hanishu, don't slander us. Lu Yuan, an ranked warrior, immediately stepped forward to refute. I was the first to charge in for Chen Yang's sake, and so was my brother Wang Yi. How dare you accuse us of running away? Lu Yuan's defense only made things worse, leaving Chun Yang even more speechless. His attempt to support Chun Yang inadvertently blocked any chance Chun Yang had to explain himself further. Seeing the tension escalating between the two groups of students, with a confrontation seemingly imminent, Zhao Guofeng, who had always been an advocate for peace, immediately stepped forward. All right, everyone. He raised a hand to signal for calm. No matter what, we're all eliminated participants now. There's no need for further arguments. Let's just see if Yi Yang can handle the final boss of this instance. Chun Yang couldn't help but let out a cold laugh upon hearing this. Having been rendered speechless earlier by Hanishu, he now regained his confidence. Principal Zhao, don't you think you're overestimating the necromancer from your school? What do you mean by that? Zhao Guofeng frowned, turning to Ching Yao. It's simple, Ching Yao sneered, though I did lose to Yi Yang, that doesn't mean he can take on the final boss Heaton. Even if he somehow manages to defeat the boss, how many skeletons will he lose in the process? As a summoner, how much combat strength will he have left without his skeletons? Hanishu instinctively retorted. And how can you be so certain? Zhao Guofeng sighed and interjected, Han, Ching Yao has a point. While Yi Yang's necromancer abilities have shown impressive combat potential, his summoned skeletons, no matter how many, can't compare to true professionals. Every professional has an innate talent, and even the weakest grade talent can prove invaluable in certain situations. His skeletons, on the other hand, are nothing but raw stats. Even a professional with equivalent stats could easily crush them. In past years, defeating the final boss required at least 1,000 professionals working together. If we were to translate that into skeletons, it would take thousands, if not tens of thousands, to stand a chance against the boss. Hanishu fell silent at this. Indeed, the strength of the final boss was well known. In previous years, it had taken hundreds of teams working in unison to bring it down. Could Yi Yang really handle it alone? What they didn't know, however, was that Yi Yang's skeleton army had already grown far beyond their imagination, not just a few thousand, but a staggering 20,000. Forget the final boss. Even if the King of the Heavens himself appeared, given enough time, Yi Yang could grind him down. At that moment, Yi Yang was navigating the core area of the instance, searching for any sign of the boss. He had been at it for nearly an hour with no success. Glancing at his status panel, he assessed his progress. Name, Yi Yang. Class, Necromancer Unique Tier. Level, 6. In just 6 or 7 hours, he had advanced from a novice to level 6, with his experience bar sitting at an impressive 94. This rate of progression would take most people at least 3 to 4 days to achieve. Another 10 minutes passed and suddenly, a golden light enveloped Yi Yang. Ding. You have slain LV8 Rift-Horned Boar and gained 8 experience points. Ding. Your level has increased. Current level, LV7. Ding. Level up rewards, 1 to all 4 base attributes, 5 free attribute points. Yi Yang smiled with satisfaction as he reviewed his updated stats. Strength, 17. Spirit, 52. Constitution, 17. Agility, 17. His spirit attribute now surpassed the combined total of the other 3, significantly boosting the stats of his summoned skeletons. Each now had 7 points across all attributes, along with a 0.52 increase to their overall stats. However, the novice instance had a 12-hour time limit. If he failed to locate the final boss before then, this instance, meant to be a generous opportunity, would end up being wasted. Just as Yi Yang was beginning to feel frustrated, he suddenly spotted a figure through the perspective of one of his skeletons. A skeleton? Is this one of Yi Yang's skeletons? The figure exclaimed nervously. I'm a Brank warrior class tracker. If you're willing to spare my life, I can lead you to the final boss of this instance. In Yi Yang's line of sight, a girl appeared. She was dressed in form-fitting leather armor, her hair tied back in a ponytail, and her eyes carried a mixture of admiration and fear, 3 parts reverence, 7 parts anxiety. It was Li Qing, one of his classmates. However, The original Yi Yang had been so fixated on Hanishu that he had always been indifferent to everyone else. What the original Yi Yang hadn't anticipated was that after he awakened a trash-tier class, Hanishu immediately abandoned him and turned her attention to Ching Yao, who had awakened an SS-tier class. Yi Yang inwardly shook his head. The original owner of this body had been utterly foolish, giving up an entire forest for a single withered tree. In terms of looks alone, Li Qing was in no way inferior to Hanishu. Yi Yang refrained from ordering his skeletons to kill Li Qing right away, not because of her appearance. Ever since the Great Cataclysm struck Blue Star 500 years ago, humanity had undergone dramatic changes due to absorbing yuan energy. Even the most ordinary, makeup-free girl could easily surpass the heavily made-up internet celebrities of his previous life. The real reason was her class attire, Chaser. This class's innate ability allowed her to track and permanently mark nearby monsters, granting her vision of the target and boosting damage for herself and her teammates. "Why are you here alone?" Yi Yang asked, his tone tinged with curiosity. After a brief exchange, the truth quickly became clear. Li Qing had entered the dungeon as part of a team, but once they located the final boss, her teammates deemed her no longer useful and ruthlessly kicked her out. So much for humanity, Yi Yang sighed. Still, he couldn't help but feel that her misfortune worked out in his favor. Thanks to her being cast aside, he could save himself 2 to 3 hours of searching. After all, Li Qing had already marked the final boss with her Chaser ability, granting them permanent visibility. "Let's go. Lead the way," Yi Yang commanded. "Yi Yang, sir. It'll take about half an hour to reach the final boss. Is that all right with you?" Li Qing asked cautiously. "That's fine," Yi Yang replied indifferently. He had already been in the dungeon for over 7 hours, and his skeleton army had grown to more than 27,000. The half-hour journey would give his skeletons more time to kill monsters, possibly even allowing him to level up once more. "By the way," Yi Yang asked casually, "you were just abandoned by your team. Aren't you worried I might do the same?" "I'm not afraid," Li Qing answered firmly. "Even if you do abandon me, I'll accept it. To be honest, I've always liked you. I just never dared to say it because I knew your heart was set on Hanishu. But today, you seem to be at odds with her, so I finally worked up the courage to speak my mind. Otherwise, I'd have run the moment I saw your skeletons." Yi Yang chuckled softly but said nothing more. Half an hour later, they arrived at their destination, a radiant, solar tiger. This level 10 boss was cloaked in a faint golden light, its fur shimmering with a soft glow. All of its stats exceeded 100, with even its lowest attribute, Spirit, reaching an impressive 110 points. Surrounding the tiger were countless level 8 and level 9 monsters, as well as a gathering of around 200 professional players. "Hey, isn't that Li Qing?" A boy with a spiky, gelled-up hairstyle exclaimed, immediately recognizing her. His teammates soon noticed her too, along with the massive horde of skeletons trailing behind her. "Wait, are those Yi Yang skeletons? The ones that couldn't even kill a rabbit? How did they make it all the way to the dungeon's core area?" The spiky-haired boy smirked maliciously. Having recently awakened as an attire flame mage, his class ability allowed his skills to deal double damage. It was this very talent that had enabled him to lead his team to the dungeon's core. Who cares? There are at least 200 people here, most of them top-tier attire professionals. If Yi Yang dares to make a move on this boss, we'll just take him out first. Several of his male teammates mirrored his expression, their faces twisted with cruelty, as if Yi Yang's skeletons were already at their mercy. However, a few of the female players in the group appeared uneasy, their expressions tinged with reluctance. The classroom erupted in a flurry of chatter as a group of girls excitedly discussed Yi Yang. "Take down Yi Yang? That doesn't sound right. I actually really like him," Lu Shualon said with a frown. "Me too. Yi Yang's been the top scorer in both academics and combat for 3 years straight, and he's so handsome. What girl wouldn't like him? I used to like him as well, but after yesterday's awakening ceremony, his chosen class turned out to be so weak." "Exactly. Otherwise, I'd definitely be chasing after him." "You? Chasing Yi Yang? Don't forget, he's practically Han Yishu's lapdog. Didn't he already have a falling out with Hanishu?" Standing off to the side, Wang Fei, a guy with spiked hair, rubbed his forehead in exasperation. This was the most critical moment in the beginner dungeon. Securing the exclusive skill scroll from the final boss would guarantee a spot in the Dongshan province special training camp. Yet here these girls were, refusing to attack Yi Yang's skeletons just because they used to have a crush on him. Zhao Wei, a brank warrior armed with a sword and shield, groaned in frustration. "Fij, forget about these girls. Yi Yang groveling after Hanishu was bad enough, but now these girls are even more ridiculous." At that moment, news arrived that 2 top-tier players, Ching Yao and Hanishu, had been eliminated from the dungeon. No one knew who had taken them out, but it meant that the remaining A and Shrankers were now the main contenders for the boss loot. After reviewing the boss stats, Yi Yang decided he had no time to waste on idle chatter. Commanding his army of skeletons to form ranks, he spoke coldly, You have 10 seconds. Leave or die here. Wang Fei and his teammates burst into laughter. As an rank flame mage specializing in area damage, Wang Fei thrived against large groups of enemies. His innate talent doubled the damage of every spell he cast, and a single flame elemental orb could wipe out a massive swath of skeletons. But just as Wang Fei began to channel his magic, the situation took a terrifying turn. From seemingly nowhere, thousands of skeletons surged into view, completely surrounding them. What had been a force of just 300 or 400 skeletons had suddenly ballooned to a staggering 5,000 or 6,000. Feej, what do we do now? Zhao Wei stammered in panic. Did this guy dig up every skeleton from his family's ancestral graves or something? Wang Fei forced himself to stay composed, quickly assessing the situation. Taking on a few hundred skeletons was manageable with his talent and the support of his team, but thousands? That was a death sentence. Scanning the battlefield, he noticed a weaker concentration of skeletons to their rear right and barked out an order. Everyone, follow me. Break through the encirclement. As a seasoned mage, Wang Fei knew his strength lay in his class abilities, years of training, and most importantly, human ingenuity. But even the most skilled fighter couldn't unleash their potential while surrounded by an overwhelming horde. It was like the legendary Xiang Yu, the overlord of Western Chu. No matter how powerful, even he fell to the infamous 10 encirclements. In an open field, no amount of numerical superiority could have defeated him. The other teams of adventurers quickly realized the gravity of the situation. While Wang Fei had provoked Yi Yang first, it was clear that Yi Yang's real objective was the final boss. If they didn't act now, the skeleton army would tear them all to shreds. Stick with Wang Fei. Break through together. Voices shouted in unison as the players rallied, charging toward their only chance of escape. Charge! A thunderous roar shattered the silence. In an instant, over 200 combatants erupted into action. Skills of every kind illuminated the battlefield like fireworks. Warriors brandished their swords, the blades gleaming with cold light. Mages unleashed elemental projectiles that streaked across the sky in dazzling arcs, and archers loosed volleys of arrows, raining down like a relentless storm upon the overwhelming skeletal horde. From a distance, Yi Yang watched with a faint, amused smile tugging at his lips. Compared to Chen Yang's feeble group, this crowd had a far stronger fighting spirit and a more formidable number. Now this was entertaining. With a mere thought, he commanded the entirety of his skeletal army to converge on this location. The smaller squads they had encountered earlier on the road hadn't even lasted a single round against the skeletons before being utterly annihilated. But this group of over 200 now, they warranted a bit more attention. Still, Yi Yang knew one thing for certain. In the end, only one person could claim the final boss. They would inevitably turn on each other. He had already given them 10 seconds to flee if they chose to stand and fight. That was their decision. End this quickly, Yi Yang murmured under his breath. With that, he mobilized the full force of his 30,000-strong skeleton army, sending them surging toward the final boss's location like an unstoppable tide. At the heart of the battlefield, the 200 combatants were locked in fierce combat with the vanguard of 5,000 or 6,000 skeletons. Yet after just one wave of attacks, their numbers were cut in half. Wang Fei noticed reinforcements arriving in the distance, other combatants drawn by the commotion. But whether they came to assist or to claim the boss for themselves, their arrival would only drag them deeper into this massacre. Feej, we can't hold out any longer. Zhao Wei, a brank shield warrior, shouted in desperation. As a frontline tank, he had been barely holding his ground thanks to the support of others nearby. Without them, he would have long since been overwhelmed by the sea of skeletons. Worse still, their initial plan to break through the encirclement had been utterly thwarted. The moment they attempted to charge, they were surrounded and pinned down by a force many times their size. Wang Fei's elemental projectiles tore through the skeletons with devastating precision, each blast annihilating dozens of them. But his stamina was rapidly depleting, and no matter how many gaps he created, more skeletons surged forward to fill them. These level 1 skeletons weren't individually strong, but their sheer numbers were enough to grind them down to exhaustion. When Wang Fei saw Zhao Wei dragged down and buried under a swarm of skeletons, despair finally consumed him. His knees buckled, and he collapsed to the ground, no longer resisting as countless skeletal blades tore into his body. Outside the dungeon, Zhao Guofeng and the other instructors watched with growing alarm as students were teleported out one after another, their expressions pale and shaken. What's going on? Zhao Guofeng stopped a student named Lu Chong to demand an explanation. There were too many, just too many. Lu Chong stammered, his voice trembling as he recalled the horrifying scene. Thousands of skeletons appeared out of nowhere. We didn't stand a chance. Thousands? Gasps rippled through the crowd. No one could fathom how Yi Yang had summoned such a massive army of the undead. Lu's words left everyone present in utter shock. The principals exchanged bewildered glances, struggling to believe what the students were describing. Principal, we're not lying, I swear. One student, who had just escaped from the dungeon, exclaimed excitedly. Yi Yang summoned at least 5 or 6,000 skeletons. There were endless waves of them covering the mountains. Other students chimed in, nodding fervently. Yeah, it was terrifying. We couldn't fight back at all. Hearing the unanimous testimonies, Zhao Guofeng and the other principals fell into a heavy silence. It was impossible for over 100 students to fabricate the same story. This meant that Yi Yang had indeed achieved something astonishing. Thousands of skeletons, and ones that could grow stronger over time. Such a force was enough to strike fear into anyone's heart. Hanishu stood to the side, overwhelmed by the revelation. She had originally thought her defeat was due to being outnumbered and Chen Yang's escape. But seeing how even this group of over 100 students had been utterly crushed forced her to re-evaluate Yi Yang's strength. Clenching her fists tightly, she made a silent vow to herself. When Yi Yang comes out, he'll make sure I become his girlfriend. Just then, a chilling laugh echoed from the corner. It came from Ching Yao. So what if he defeated 100 or so rookie combatants? What's there to be so proud of? His words left everyone stunned, including his own principal, Li Yuntian. Ching Yang, what do you mean by that? Zhao Guofeng asked, his brows furrowed. Chun Yang smirked. I admit Yi Yang's skeleton army is impressive both in strength and numbers, but that's only against newcomers. When it comes to the dungeon's final boss, he doesn't stand a chance. Zhao Guofeng's expression grew even more serious. Most of the students had either been defeated by Yi Yang's skeleton army or killed by monsters. It seemed that Yi Yang was the only one left with the ability to challenge the final boss. If he failed, not only would Tianshui First Hai lose face, but the entire city of Tianshui might forfeit its chance to secure a spot in Dongshan Province's special training camp. Chun Yang, however, simply shrugged with a dismissive smile. Why are you all so worried? Just ask the students who made it out alive. They must have gathered some intel on the final boss, right? Zhao Guofeng and Li Yuntian hurriedly approached a student who had just escaped from the dungeon, their expressions grave as they began questioning him. However, the answer they received was like a bolt from the blue. The final boss not only possessed terrifying stats with all 4 attributes exceeding 100, but also wielded a devastating area effect skill called Solar Flare. Once activated, this skill would instantly obliterate all targets within a 100-meter radius. Hearing this, Zhao Guofeng's face turned deathly pale. This final boss seemed tailor-made to counter Yi Yang. Yi Yang's dominance in the beginner dungeon stemmed from his endless army of skeletons. These skeletons, with power comparable to rookie professionals, numbered in the thousands and could strike fear into any novice. Even inexperienced soldiers would feel intimidated by such an overwhelming force. However, the Solar Tiger was the least threatened by sheer numbers. A single solar flare could annihilate all the skeletons in an instant, leaving them no chance to get close. Coupled with the boss attributes all exceeding 100, it was practically invincible. This realization caused Zhao Guofeng's legs to weaken, and he nearly collapsed, saved only by a few teachers who quickly supported him. He had pinned his hopes on Yi Yang performing a miracle, believing that his achievements could propel him, the principal, to political heights. Becoming the vice president of Tianshui City was already within reach, and even the position of president wasn't out of the question. But now, with Yi Yang completely countered by the final boss, even securing a spot in the special training camp seemed impossible. The heavens are set on ruining me, Zhao Guofeng, he thought, his heart burning with frustration and despair. One teacher attempted to console him. Principal, don't lose hope. Yi Yang is the top scholar in both academics and combat at Tianshui No. 1 High School, and even in all of Tianshui City, for 3 consecutive years. He might just have a solution. What solution could there be? Zhao Guofeng shook his head and sighed. Chen Yang was right. Being able to defeat rookie professionals is impressive, but if you can't beat the final boss, there's no room for advancement. I thought Wed found a talent beyond SSS rank, but it turns out he's just another victim of a trash-tier class. Standing nearby, Li Yuntian outwardly displayed a regretful expression, but inwardly, he was secretly elated. It was exactly as the saying went. You hate to see your friends suffer, but you also hate to see them driving a luxury car. After seeing even Chen Yang defeated, he had been worried that Tianshui No. 1 High School would soar to new heights thanks to Yi Yang. But now, it seemed Yi Yang was destined to be a failure. Meanwhile, on the other side of the dungeon, Yi Yang stood expressionless, watching a relentless series of kill notifications flash before him. Ding. You have killed Fire Mage Wang Fei. Ding. Ding. For Yi Yang, eliminating these adventurers wasn't the ultimate goal. It was merely a necessary step to ensure he could deal with the boss without interference. He didn't want anyone disrupting his plans when he led his skeleton army into battle. Surveying the now cleared battlefield, Yi Yang nodded in satisfaction. He didn't care about how the outside world viewed the Necromancer class. Whether it was hailed as a god-tier class or dismissed as worthless, only he truly understood its potential and value. At that moment, Yi Yang's gaze locked onto the sunlit tiger. Defeating it would reward him with a unique class skill scroll. The mere thought of this sent a surge of excitement through him. Suddenly, the girl who had previously accompanied him spoke up, offering a reminder. Yang, when my team and I fought this boss before, we noticed it has not only strong stats but also an area effect skill with an enormous range. This piece of intel was valuable for Yang, who was challenging the boss for the first time. He decided to test it out by sending in a lone skeleton. However, as soon as the skeleton approached, the boss swiped it into pieces with a single claw. He sent a second skeleton, then a third, but the results were the same. The boss area effect skill remained untriggered. Looks like I need to step it up, Yang mused. He promptly summoned 100 skeletons to launch a coordinated attack. For him, conjuring such numbers was a matter of mere minutes. As the 100 skeletons swarmed forward, the sunlit tiger finally reacted. Its body began to emit a faint golden glow. The girl immediately shouted in alarm. Watch out! That's the sign it's about to use its AoE skill. Roar! A deafening roar shook the battlefield as golden light erupted, engulfing everything in its path. The skill, Sunlit Radiance, obliterated all 100 skeletons, leaving nothing behind. Yang was secretly taken aback. If that attack had hit him, he would have been instantly killed. This was indeed a boss with over 100 points in every stat. Its power was terrifying. But Yang had planned accordingly. Without hesitation, he commanded an army of over 10,000 skeletons, which had been lying in wait, to launch a full-scale assault. The boss retaliated ferociously, shattering several skeletons with each swipe of its claws. But for every fallen skeleton, another quickly took its place. While the damage dealt by each individual skeleton was minimal, their overwhelming numbers pinned the boss in place, rendering it unable to move. Meanwhile, Yang sat comfortably in the shade of a distant tree, watching the battle unfold with a calm demeanor. After a minute of combat, he noticed the boss' health had only dropped by 1. He chuckled softly. This wasn't entirely due to the boss' strength. The real issue was that only 300 to 500 skeletons could attack the boss simultaneously, while the rest had to wait their turn in the outer ranks. Realizing this, Yang decided not to summon reinforcements from other areas. Instead, he let the skeletons there continue farming monsters. His experience bar had already risen to over 60, and this efficient combination of boss fighting and leveling up left him thoroughly satisfied. From afar, Li Qing watched in stunned silence. Who said the Necromancer class was the weakest? This was clearly the might of an unstoppable army. And the caster himself? He was completely at ease. Though she hadn't met Yang in person yet, being able to communicate with him through the skeletons was enough to fill her with admiration and joy. Based on his calculations, Yang estimated that it would take less than 2 hours to defeat this boss. During that time, he expected to reach level 9. Although sending half of his skeletons to attack the boss slowed his leveling speed from 1 level per hour, he could still summon 5,000 or 6,000 new skeletons in the process, more than enough to compensate for the losses. Li Qing, do you know the cooldown time for this boss's AoE skill? Yang suddenly asked, a thought crossing his mind. I think it's 5 minutes, Li Qing recalled. I got kicked out of my team because I couldn't contribute during both AoE attacks. Yang glanced at the boss's health bar, which had already dropped by 3.6. Earlier, it took less than a minute and a half to reduce the health by 1, but now nearly 5 minutes had passed. The time had come. He immediately issued the command. Retreat. Thousands of skeletons swiftly withdrew from the battlefield, leaving behind 1,000 or 2,000 to continue chipping away at the boss's health. The main goal was to bait the boss into using its AoE skill. Sure enough, within seconds, the solar tiger unleashed a terrifying burst of pale golden light, instantly reducing the remaining skeletons to ashes. Damn, this final boss is seriously tough, Yang exclaimed. After doing the math, he realized that as long as his skeletons retreated every 5 minutes, he could take down the boss in about 2.5 hours. This might be an unprecedented feat, soloing the final boss of a beginner dungeon without taking any damage. Even though the cataclysm on Blue Star occurred over 500 years ago, the era of relative stability had only lasted a little over 200 years, and the history of beginner dungeons was less than a century. No one had ever achieved such a thing. 2 hours later, the boss's health had dropped to less than 1, and Yi Yang had leveled up to 9 with 78 progress. Half a minute later, the solar tiger's last sliver of health was depleted, and its massive body collapsed to the ground. System notifications flooded in. Ding! You have slain the final boss, Solar Tiger. Gained 10,000 experience points. Ding! Dungeon cleared successfully. Rewards obtained, 10,000 experience points and a class-specific equipment chest. Ding! Level up. You have reached level 10. Ding! Level up rewards received. 1 to all attributes, 5 free attribute points. Ding! You have reached level 10. Advancement quest unlocked. Li Qing, watching from a distance, was utterly stunned. A boss that hundreds of players failed to defeat had been taken down so effortlessly by him. In truth, the battle was far from as easy as it seemed. Over the 2+ hours, Yi Yang had lost at least 6 or 7,000 skeletons. Fortunately, during that time, he managed to summon over 8,000 new ones, ensuring he could sustain the fight. Yi Yang carefully calculated his earnings and thought to himself, break even. He raised his head to look at the glowing orbs floating midair, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Among them, the most striking one was the exclusive class skill scroll he had been dreaming of. Recalling what he'd learned from his textbooks, he knew that the skill scrolls from beginner dungeons were different from those in regular dungeons. Once used, the scroll wouldn't disappear. Instead, its unique energy would be absorbed. After the skill was acquired and imprinted by the user, the scroll would only serve one purpose for others, as proof to gain admission to a special training camp. Understanding this, Yi Yang didn't hesitate and immediately used the exclusive class skill scroll. The system notification promptly chimed, "Ding! You have successfully used the exclusive class skill scroll and acquired the skill. Necromancer Summon Skeleton Mage. Consumes 10 spirit points to summon one skeleton mage to fight alongside you." Skeleton Mage? Yi Yang clenched his fists in excitement. Finally, a ranged undead summon. He quickly began analyzing the advantages of this new skill. If he had a skeleton mage earlier, defeating the final boss, the Solar Tiger, would have taken less than 10 minutes. Previously, limited to melee attacks, even summoning thousands of skeletons to swarm the boss only allowed a few hundred to actually be effective. This was only possible because of the boss' massive size. Otherwise, the battle would have taken much longer. The benefit of the skeleton mage's ranged attacks was crystal clear. It could deal effective damage to the boss even from the outer ranks. More importantly, the skeleton mage's stats were far superior to the basic skeletons, with its spirit attribute alone being overwhelmingly dominant. As Yi Yang integrated the skill into his attribute panel, another system notification sounded. Ding! The skill Summon Skeleton Mage has successfully evolved into a god-tier skill. Summon Skeleton Mage. The notification's divine skill, Summon Skeleton Mage, flashed before Yi Yang's eyes. This skill, consuming 10 points of mental energy, now allowed him to automatically summon a skeleton mage every 10 seconds to fight on his behalf. Compared to the original version, which required 10 points of mental energy for each summon, this evolution was nothing short of exhilarating. Without hesitation, Yi Yang activated the skill and patiently waited. 10 seconds later, a skeleton mage slowly emerged from the summoning space. He quickly examined the stats of his new summon. The skeleton mage's base attributes were impressive: level 10, with strength and agility at 100.64, constitution at 100.64, and mental energy at 200.64. The most remarkable feature, however, was its skill necrotic missile capable of inflicting damage equal to 10 times its mental energy within a range of 1 meter per mental energy point, with only a 5-second cooldown. In practical terms, this meant the skeleton mage could deal over 200 points of damage within a range of 20 meters, based on its current attributes, an astonishing 20 times the damage of the initial skeleton summons. Unlike the original skeletons, which relied on strength for basic attacks, this marked a significant breakthrough in Yi Yang's summoning capabilities. A quick calculation sent waves of excitement through him. At the rate of one summon every 10 seconds, he could summon 8,640 skeleton mages in a single day. By the time the Eastern Mountain Province Special Training Camp began in 3 days, he would command an army of over 24,000 skeleton mages. After dismissing the skeleton mage, Yi Yang turned his attention to the class-exclusive equipment chest he had earned by clearing the dungeon. A dim light flickered, and a Necronomicon floated before him. This level 10 Necronomicon boasted extraordinary attributes. Not only did it grant a 200-point boost to mental energy, but it also had a special effect that enhanced all summon creatures' attributes by 10. Equipping it, Yi Yang's stats transformed dramatically. His level remained at 10, but strength, constitution, and agility each rose to 19 points, while his mental energy skyrocketed to an astounding 264 points. As for the other items dropped by the dungeon boss, most were foundational rewards. For instance, an iron pair of boots added 12 points to agility. Though unremarkable, it held value due to its universal usability among foundational warriors. Yi Yang stowed these items in his inventory, shifting his focus to the final advancement quest. The system notification revealed that all professionals must complete an advancement quest upon reaching level 10. This quest not only advanced them from Tier 0 to Tier 1, but also enhanced attribute growth and unlocked a second talent. Eagerly, Yi Yang reviewed the difficulty options, 5 tiers ranging from 1-star to 5-star, with progressively better rewards. The 5-star difficulty was especially tempting, offering 5 points to all attributes and 50 free attribute points per level up, along with a guaranteed second exclusive talent. Yi Yang's heart raced. The path to power had never been clearer. After carefully studying the attributes templates of the 5-star levels, Yi Yang's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. These templates were essentially personal growth blueprints for professionals, determining how many attribute points they could gain with each level up. His gaze quickly swept over the data of each star level template. The 1-star template provided only 1 extra free attribute point per level compared to the initial template, while the 5-star template granted 5 points to all attributes plus an additional 50 free attribute points. The disparity was staggering. More importantly, only the 4-star and 5-star templates allowed for a second talent to be unlocked. This gap is just ridiculous, Yang muttered to himself. He had come to understand a harsh reality. Even if someone awakened an SS class profession, if they only completed a 1-star advancement task afterward, they would eventually be surpassed by others. Conversely, even if someone awakened an F class or E class profession, catching up to the power of an SS class through sheer effort was nearly impossible. Without any hesitation, Yang directly chose the 5-star advancement task. A system notification immediately sounded. Ding! You have chosen the 5-star advancement task. Requirement: successfully clear a level 10 or higher Asura level dungeon, solo, without forming a team. What the? Yang couldn't help but curse upon seeing the requirement. The difficulty was akin to single-handedly taking on every student, monster, and boss in a beginner dungeon combined. However, upon further reflection, it made sense. Only super geniuses were capable of completing 5-star tasks, so such a level of difficulty was to be expected. This also explained why SS-class professions were so rare. Throughout the Long Kingdom, awakening a top-tier profession was merely the first step toward becoming a supreme powerhouse. True strength was forged through countless battles of blood and fire. Yang quickly recognized a practical problem. If he couldn't gain access to a training camp, simply finding a dungeon would be extremely challenging. Wild dungeons appeared randomly, and even the most powerful families could only locate a handful of them. This was precisely why major families competed to send their talented descendants to training camps, universities, or military academies under official organizations. The dungeon hall in the Eastern Mountain Province training camp was equipped with a sky-eye observation device capable of monitoring the entire province. The legendary 3 Supreme Academies of the Long Kingdom, on the other hand, had equipment capable of overseeing the entire nation. This level of intelligence was far beyond the reach of any private organization. Yang decided that as soon as he left the dungeon, he would immediately seek out a teacher or Principal Zhao to inquire about dungeon locations. After collecting all the rewards, Yang prepared to leave the collapsing beginner dungeon. The final boss had been defeated, and the dungeon had at most 10 minutes left before it completely disintegrated. Meanwhile, the situation outside the dungeon was lively. Li Qing, having snapped out of her shock from witnessing Yang solo the Sunlit Tiger, had chosen to exit the dungeon early. The moment she appeared at the dungeon entrance, she immediately caught the attention of her former teammates. Whoa, isn't that Li Qing? A familiar voice exclaimed. It really is her. Didn't she team up with Yang? How did she come out so quickly? Another person chimed in. The surrounding crowd erupted in mocking laughter. Haha, Ching Yao was totally right. Even if Yang could beat all of us, there's no way he could take down the final boss. He must have been killed and booted out of the dungeon by now. Tisk, TSK, we can recover and re-enter the fight after getting killed, but that Necromancer Yang? He's in trouble. I bet his entire skeleton army was wiped out by the boss. Without his summons, how's he going to level up from now on? Taunts and jeers rippled through the crowd. Someone suddenly noticed a detail. Wait, why do we only see Li Qing? Where's Yang? Isn't it obvious? His skeleton army was annihilated, and he probably couldn't face the humiliation, so he ran off. Another voice speculated. The chatter grew louder. This is bad for him. Getting that exclusive skill scroll was just the first step to qualifying for the special training camp. Without his skeletons, forget passing the entry assessment, won't even be able to manage regular leveling. Serves him right. Who told him to act all high and mighty, clearing everyone else out of the dungeon like he could solo the boss? This outcome? Totally deserved. As Li Qing stood there, her former teammates and the other students who had been forced out of the dungeon began mocking her without restraint. We thought Li Qing had latched onto a big shot, but turns out it was just a ham sandwich. Laughter echoed around her. However, not everyone joined in the ridicule. A few calmer individuals noticed that Yi Yang was still nowhere to be seen. They approached Li Qing with puzzled expressions and asked, Li Qing, why are you the only one who came out? Where's Yi Yang? Huh. Li Qing snapped out of her daze, her mind still replaying that awe-inspiring scene Yi Yang commanding an army of thousands of skeletons, obliterating the Sunlit Tiger with unparalleled precision. What did you just say, Xiaoyun? She asked softly, her voice still tinged with distraction. I asked why you're here alone. Where's Yi Yang? Weren't you always with him? Xiaoyun pouted, repeating her question. Yi Yang? Li Qing paused for a moment, recollecting herself. Oh, he just finished off the boss. He's probably sorting through the loot right now. He'll be out soon. What? Finished off the boss? Xiaoyun's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you saying Yi Yang took down the final boss all by himself? Yeah, of course. What else? Li Qing shrugged, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Her nonchalant response hit like a thunderclap. leaving not just Xiao Yun but the surrounding students utterly stunned. No way, Li Qing, you're joking, right? That's the final boss. Are you serious? Yi Yang actually soloed the Sunlit Tiger? This has to be the most legendary feat in Tianshui's history. Forget Tianshui might be the only one in all of Dongshan province capable of such a thing. The buzz of shocked whispers quickly caught the attention of the school administrators. Zhao Guofeng, the principal, hurried over with an air of urgency, his excitement barely contained. Li Qing, is this true? He asked, his voice trembling. Did Yi Yang really take down the final boss alone? Yes, principal. Li Qing replied with a firm nod. I saw it happen with my own eyes. Excellent. Wonderful. Incredible. Zhao Guofeng's face lit up like a man who had just hit the jackpot. A once-in-a-century genius. He immediately turned to his secretary. Quick, inform President Lin at once. As the secretary prepared to leave, a scoffing laugh suddenly broke through the commotion. All eyes turned toward Ching Yao, who leaned back with a smug expression. What's so funny? Li Yuntian asked, frowning in confusion. I'm laughing at how naive Principal Zhao is. Ching Yao sneered. Even the prodigies of the three supreme cities Jingdu, Jinghai, and Jiangnan couldn't possibly solo the final boss. And Yi Yang? An orphan? You really think someone like him could achieve what they can't? His words cast a shadow of doubt over the room. Even Li Yuntian seemed lost in thought, the incredulity of the situation weighing heavily despite Li Qing's testimony. But Zhao Guofeng remained unfazed. With a confident smile, he stepped forward, addressing Chun Yang directly. If you're so skeptical, why don't we make a wager? When the final boss is defeated, the dungeon collapses within 10 minutes. If the dungeon disappears and Yi Yang emerges unharmed, you give him 1 million dragon coins. If not, he'll personally hand over 1 million. What do you say? Do you dare to bet? Faced with the ridicule from these people, Zhao Guofeng's patience had reached its limit. His expression turned terrifyingly dark, and his fists clenched involuntarily. How could the top student of a school allow outsiders to belittle him so casually? Especially since a female classmate, who had been in the same class as Yi Yang, had personally confirmed that Yi Yang had soloed the final boss of the dungeon. Yet these people still dared to speak nonsense. Li Yuntian noticed the sharp aura emanating from Zhao Guofeng and hesitated. Although 1 million dragon coins wasn't a significant amount for him, losing the bet would be a major blow to his pride. Besides, he wasn't entirely convinced by Chun Yang's assertions. At that moment, Chun Yang suddenly stepped forward. Principal Zhao, if Principal Li doesn't want to bet, then he'll take you on. You. Zhao Guofeng shot Chun Yang a cold glance, his voice dripping with disdain. Who do you think you are? Chin, don't assume that just because you're from some family, you can act arrogant in front of me. Even if you brought your father here, he wouldn't dare speak to me like that. These words rendered Chun Yang speechless. As the principal of Tianshui's top academy, Zhao Guofeng's position was only half a rank below the vice president of Tianshui's professional guild. Even private family forces had to tread carefully around ordinary guild members, let alone someone of Zhao Guofeng's stature. This was the intimidating power of official organizations, and the very reason so many people aspired to become civil servants. Seeing this path blocked, Chun Yang retreated to Li Yunshin's side and urged him anxiously, Principal Li, take the bet. If worst comes to worst, they'll cover the 1 million. Li Yuntian waved his hand dismissively and walked slowly toward Zhao Guofeng. Since you're so eager to gamble, Zhao, I'll entertain you this once. A mere million is well within my means. Good. Zhao Guofeng responded with a cold smirk. There are only 3 or 4 minutes left before the dungeon collapses. Let's see who wins. Li Yuntian shook his head with a bitter smile. Zhao, you're too confident. Do you really think a regular student like Yang, an orphan no less, can compare to the top talents of the 3 supreme cities? Before he could finish his sentence, a deafening explosion reverberated through the air. Thousands of students on the scene watched in shock as the novice dungeon completely vanished before their eyes. Moments later, a familiar figure emerged Yi Yang. The crowd erupted in chaos. Holy crap, the dungeon really disappeared. Did Yi Yang actually solo the final boss? That was the Sunlight Tiger with all 4 attributes over 100. But wasn't his skeleton summoned so weak it couldn't even beat a rabbit? This is insane. The girls' excited screams filled the air. Yi Yang is truly the god I've been secretly crushing on for 3 years. If it weren't for Han Ishu constantly flirting with him, I'd have confessed already. I'm going to confess. I can't graduate with regrets. Me too. Count me in. As Yi Yang's figure appeared before the crowd, the entire venue fell into a stunned silence. Thousands of students fixed their gazes on the young man, their eyes brimming with emotion, shock, admiration, curiosity, even fear spreading through the crowd like ripples in a still pond. No way. Am I dreaming? Someone murmured in disbelief. Yi Yang actually pulled it off? He single-handedly defeated the final boss of the beginner's dungeon. This has never been done before in the history of Dongshan province. Li Yuntian stood frozen in place, his expression shifting from mockery to utter disbelief in an instant. Just a second ago, he had been ridiculing Yi Yang for even attempting such a feat. Reality, however, had delivered him a brutal slap in the face. Zhao Guofeng, watching the beginner's dungeon vanish and Yi Yang's proud, solitary figure emerge, couldn't help but burst into laughter. He had been ready to defend Yi Yang, but now, the young man's sheer strength had spoken louder than any words ever could. This is impossible. Chun Yang's face contorted, his voice trembling with disbelief. I'm an SS-ranked flamebringer. If even I can't do it, how could some worthless necromancer who only summons skeletons pull this off? His composure shattered completely. The thought that someone had accomplished a feat even the top prodigies of the three supreme cities wouldn't dare guarantee was utterly devastating. Han Ishu, her bright eyes alight with admiration, thought to herself, this is exactly the man I set my sights on. In her eyes, neither Chen Yang nor any so-called SS-ranked genius could compare to Yi Yang in this moment. They were mere specks of dust in front of his brilliance. Without hesitation, she pushed through the crowd and approached Yi Yang. Yi Yang, congratulations. Taking down the final boss all by yourself. You're incredible, she exclaimed. Rising onto her tiptoes, she lifted her arms, aiming to wrap them around his neck and plant a kiss, ready to proudly declare to everyone that Yi Yang was hers. But just as Han Ishu's arms were about to reach him, Yi Yang instinctively took a step back. When Han Ishu approached, Yi Yang instinctively took half a step back and said expressionlessly, Han Ishu, haven't you ever heard of keeping a proper distance between men and women? Besides, don't you like Ching Yao? Please have some self-respect and stay away from me. Yi Yang knew very well that he was no longer the pushover he used to be. Even after 3 years of being at her beck and call, she had never shown him a shred of sincerity. Now that he had single-handedly defeated the final boss, her attitude had suddenly changed. That was all there was to it. Hearing this, a flicker of hurt appeared in Han Ishu's eyes. Yi Yang, you misunderstood me. How could I ever like someone as worthless as Chen Yang? Comparing him to you is like comparing a human to a dog. I've always liked you. Haven't you realized that? Ha ha ha. Yi Yang couldn't help but burst out laughing. Always liked me? Stop joking around. Back during the final exams in our first year, you forced me to fake an illness and drop out of the competition so you could take first place. If it weren't for the kind intervention of the grade director, I wouldn't have even gotten a chance to retake the test. During the second-year finals, when I accidentally scored first place, you berated me for an entire month and made me hand over all my rewards to you. And just today, after I awakened as a necromancer, you demanded that I use my skeletons to protect you and Chen Yang. And now you're telling me you've always liked me? What a pathetic lie. Han Ishu was left stunned by the barrage of accusations. It took her a while to regain her composure. Yi Yang, those were just tests. 3 years of tests, and now they're over. I know you're sincere about me. You've always liked me, haven't you? Give me a break. Yi Yang sneered coldly. Tests? The only entities qualified to test me are my country and its people. Who do you think you are? Right now, I have no interest in romance. But if I were to date someone, I'd rather choose Li Qing over you. I don't even want to waste another glance on you. These words shattered Han Ishu's illusions like a hammer striking glass. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Overnight, the Yi Yang who used to cater to her every whim seemed to have transformed into someone unrecognizable. Meanwhile, Chen Yang, who had been listening to the conversation nearby, felt his already fragile confidence completely collapse. He had thought that with his SS-class profession, he could easily secure the first kill, humiliate Yi Yang, a so-called nobody, and win Han Ishu's affection. But reality had dealt him a harsh blow. At that moment, Li Qing, who had quietly admired Chen Yang from a distance for a long time, seized the opportunity. She boldly stepped up to stand beside Yi Yang. Miss Han Ishu, as you can see, Yi Yang doesn't like you. Stop wasting your time. Han Ishu froze for a moment before exploding in anger. Who do you think you are, you little tramp? How dare you comment on my business? Even if Yi Yang doesn't like me, do you think he'd ever like someone like you? Li Qing took a deep breath and replied calmly, Miss Han, compared to you, I might not amount to much as someone from a humble background. But in Yi Yang's eyes, it seems my position is just a little higher than yours. This remark completely ignited Han Ishu's fury. She lost all composure and raised her hand to slap Li Qing. However, Yi Yang was quick to react. He grabbed her wrist and immediately responded with a sharp slap across her face. Han Ishu, I never thought you'd stoop so low as to hit someone in public. If I'd known 5 years ago that you were this kind of person, I would never have let my parents save you. Consider this slap a lesson on behalf of Uncle Han. His words caused an uproar among the nearby female students, who began whispering to one another. Look, Yi Yang and Han Ishu had a falling out. A group of girls chattered excitedly, their voices filled with gossip and intrigue. The atmosphere instantly turned electric. A dozen or so girls formed a circle, each taking turns criticizing Han Ishu. They accused her of ignoring Yi Yang's feelings in the past, only to shamelessly claim now that he's the only one I've ever liked. What made them even more disdainful was the stark contrast between her dismissive attitude when Chen Yang awakened his SS class profession and her over-the-top enthusiasm after Yi Yang single-handedly defeated the final dungeon boss. Under the relentless verbal onslaught, Han Yishu, who had just been publicly slapped by Yi Yang, finally broke down, tears streaming down her face. Yi Yang, how dare you humiliate me like this? Just wait, I'll tell my dad, and he'll make you pay. With that, she spun around and ran off toward home, sobbing uncontrollably. Watching the scene unfold, Chun Yang's emotions were in turmoil. He had already lost his chance to qualify for the Dongshan Province training camp selection. Losing Han Yishu as well would be too much of a blow. After a few seconds of hesitation, he hastily chased after her. Yishu, don't be mad. That guy doesn't appreciate how good you've been to him. Don't worry, he'll treat you well for the rest of my life. I promise. Han Yishu stopped in her tracks and turned to glare at Chen Yang, her anger intensifying. You? Chen Yang, you worthless piece of trash. Do you even realize that everything I'm going through right now is because of you? Your so-called SS class profession is nothing compared to my Yi Yang's unique, one-fakened hidden profession. You're a nobody. You're not even worthy to carry Yi Yang's shoes. Stay away from me. My heart belongs to him and him alone. Her words struck Ching Yao like a bolt of lightning, leaving him frozen in place. The whispers and mocking glances from their classmates around him made him wish the ground would swallow him whole. Meanwhile, a completely different scene was unfolding on Yi Yang's side. Dozens of girls surrounded him, vying for his attention and boldly confessing their love. Yi Yang, I've liked you for 3 years. Please be my boyfriend. Honey, you know I've always loved you. Yi Yang, you're amazing. Should we just skip the formalities and start a family tonight? Yi Yang sighed helplessly. I'm not thinking about relationships right now. Let's talk about it in the future. Taking advantage of the momentary disappointment on their faces, he quickly slipped out of the crowd. At that moment, Principal Zhao Guofeng approached. As an observer, he had witnessed Yi Yang's unwavering dedication to Han Yishu over the past 3 years, as well as the way she had humiliated him today. Seeing Yi Yang finally rise above it all, Zhao Guofeng couldn't help but feel proud of this top student, both academically and physically, at Tianshui No. 1 High School. Yi Yang, did you really take down the final boss on your own? Zhao Guofeng asked, his expression one of amazement. Yi Yang nodded and pulled out a used exclusive profession skill scroll from his inventory. Excellent. Excellent. Zhao Guofeng nodded repeatedly, his excitement evident. In that case, come with me for a moment. This isn't the right place to talk. Without hesitation, Yi Yang followed the principal. But before long, he realized that the path they were taking didn't seem to lead anywhere within the school. Isn't this the Tianshui City Adventurers Guild? Why did Principal Zhao bring me here? Standing in front of the grand and imposing entrance to the guild, Yi Yang couldn't help but voice his curiosity. Zhao Guofeng answered directly, it's quite simple. You've earned a spot in the selection trials for the Dongshan Province training camp. When it comes time to enter the special training camp, you'll need to be personally escorted by Guild Master Lin Chongfeng. That's not something I have the authority to handle. Yi Yang suddenly understood. He followed Zhao Guofeng into Lin Chongfeng's office. The moment Lin Chongfeng saw Yi Yang, he immediately stood up from his chair. Principal Zhao, is this the student you mentioned earlier, the one who managed to solo the final boss of the beginner dungeon? That's correct, Zhao Guofeng confirmed with a serious nod, stepping aside to let Yi Yang take the spotlight. Good day, Guildmaster Lin. Yi Yang greeted respectfully with a bow. No need for such formalities, Lin Chongfeng said warmly as he stepped forward to help Yi Yang up. It's clear this young man has good manners, but there's no need to be so reserved here. Please, take a seat. He gestured toward the sofa nearby. Once Yi Yang was seated, Lin Chongfeng got straight to the point. Did Principal Zhao explain the rules of the Dongshan Province special training camp to you? No, he hasn't, Yi Yang replied, shaking his head. Then allow me to fill you in, Lin Chongfeng said with a smile. The selection trials for the special training camp will begin in 3 days. All candidates from across Dongshan Province will gather in Ching Yao City for the assessment. I can tell you now, although you've reached level 10, you'll need to be at least level 15 to pass the selection. Moreover, your first-tier attribute template must be 3-star or higher. Level 15? A 3-star template? Yi Yang frowned, clearly startled. The difficulty of this assessment is that high? Even at his current level 10, this seemed like a daunting challenge. Yi Yang had reached his level only because he monopolized all the resources in the beginner dungeon. Under normal circumstances, an average person would be lucky to reach level 5 in 3 days. Even for a prodigy within a rank profession, the cap might be level 12 or 13 at best. Reaching level 15 would require an strength talent or higher. What was even more concerning was the requirement for a 3-star first-tier attribute template. Yi Yang was well aware of the vast gulf between star levels when it came to advancement tasks. A low-star template would leave someone at a severe disadvantage even at level 20. They wouldn't match the strength of someone with a 3-star template at level 15. For most people, this kind of gap was insurmountable. Don't be too alarmed, Lin Changfeng reassured him. This is the Dongshan Province Genius Special Training Camp. After all, if someone isn't a true genius, they won't even qualify to enter. Soloing the final boss of the beginner dungeon was just the initial screening. The special training camp is where the real, grueling tests begin. Ordinary people wouldn't last a day. I understand, Yi Yang said, nodding earnestly. Lin Changfeng then took out a scroll and handed it to Yi Yang. Hey, race your reward of first-tier exclusive profession skill scroll. Using it will grant you a specialized skill for your profession. Yi Yang's eyes lit up. A scroll like this was priceless in the outside world, something money couldn't buy even for millions. But it quickly reminded him of his chosen 5-star advancement task, clearing a dungeon at asura level difficulty. Guildmaster Lin, Yi Yang asked directly, do you happen to have the coordinates for the entrance to a first-tier dungeon? You can check the guild's mission hall, Lin Changfeng replied. There should be related commission tasks available. If not, reach out to me, and I'll help you find one. Understood. Thank you, Guildmaster Lin, Yi Yang said with gratitude. No need to thank me. Just come back here at 7 a.m. 3 days from now. Oh, and one more thing, Lin Changfeng said, pulling out a palm-sized, blood-red crystal. This is a warning source stone. Crush it, and you'll receive both your location and an alert. Stay safe out there. Zhao Guofeng's eyes widened as he saw the crystal. Is that the highest-tier red warning source stone? Warning source stone? Yi Yang asked, puzzled. Zhao Guofeng took a deep breath before explaining. Warning source stones come in 5 tiers: white, green, blue, yellow, and red, each with increasing effectiveness. The lowest tier white stones only give the gifter a vague sense of danger. Blue stones provide the recipient's information and location. But this red warning source stone? Once activated, Guild Master Lin can use a spatial tunnel to appear at your side instantly. Yi Yang was stunned. With this stone, the level 60, 5th-tier Guildmaster of the Tinshui City Adventurers Guild could arrive directly next to him in an instant? That was incredible. Zhao Guofeng turned to Lin Changfeng, his tone filled with guilt. Guildmaster Lin, don't these red warning source stones only come as an annual reward for you? Giving one to Yi Yang isn't that too valuable? There's nothing too valuable about this. Lin Changfeng kept his signature gentle smile, though a spark of anticipation gleamed in his eyes. As long as Yi Yang can level up steadily over the next 3 days, I wouldn't mind giving up my entire year-end bonus for him. A prodigy who single-handedly defeated the final boss of a beginner dungeon when the selection trials for the special training camp begin. I'd like to see if Ouyang Long and Zhang Yuntian still dare to look down on us from Tinshui City. Hearing this, Zhao Guofeng let out a heavy sigh. Among the cities of Dongshan Province, Tinshui City was far from the bottom, but it could only manage a middling position at best. He couldn't help but recall the past Ouyang Long, the president of Ching Yao City, and Zhang Yuntian, the president of Nanjing City, had once been Lin Changfeng's peers, all part of the same generation of prodigies. Yet, due to a battlefield defeat that tarnished his merits, Lin Changfeng had been demoted to Tinshui City. Over the years, limited resources and mediocre student performances had only fueled the disdain from his old classmates. The irony was that Ching Yao and Nanjing were 2 of the most prestigious cities in Dongshan Province. Now that Lin Changfeng had finally discovered the raw talent in Yi Yang, it was no surprise he was willing to invest so heavily. Since President Lin has made his decision, I have no objections. Yi Yang, come with me to the mission hall to check for dungeon-related tasks. With that, Zhao Guofeng led Yi Yang toward the mission hall of the Adventurers Guild. The Adventurers Guild was divided into 3 main sections: the Administration Hall, the Mission Hall, and the Trading Hall. The Administration Hall, where Yi Yang had been earlier, served as Lin Changfeng's office, while the Trading Hall was a marketplace for adventurers to exchange goods. Under Zhao Guofeng's guidance, Yi Yang quickly obtained a list of commission tasks suitable for first-tier adventurers. The list was packed with options everything from hunting wild bosses to gathering materials. It was almost overwhelming. However, Yi Yang had a clear goal: dungeon-related missions. Filtering with this criterion immediately eliminated over 90% of the tasks, as dungeon missions typically required a stable team to complete. Attempting even the simplest dungeon solo was nearly impossible. While Yi Yang focused on selecting a mission, elsewhere, Han Yishu had just stormed home. Without hesitation, she began venting her frustrations to her father, Han Jiqiang, embellishing every detail of Yi Yang's supposed offenses. Father, Yi Yang is insufferable. I offered to help him level up out of kindness, and not only did he reject me, but he actually slapped me. Han Yishu clutched her left cheek, tears streaming down her face, though a hint of smug satisfaction flickered in her eyes. As the beloved daughter of the Han family, she was confident her father would stand up for her. But just as she was scheming how to make her father punish Yi Yang, a sharp slap landed on her right cheek. The force sent her spinning before she fell to the ground. Before she could even process what had happened, Han Jiqiang's thunderous voice roared through the room. Han Ishu, how dare you behave so shamelessly? Seeing his daughter's stunned expression only fueled Han Jiqiang's fury. I've known about your dealings with that Qin family brat for a long time. Yi Yang slapping you is letting you off easy. Today, I'll make sure you learn your lesson. He continued, his voice trembling with anger. 5 years ago, during the Great Demon Tide, if it weren't for Yi Chuan and his family risking their lives to save us, you wouldn't even be here today. Not only are you ungrateful, but you also humiliate Yi Yang in front of others, forcing him to use all his summoned creatures to protect you. How could the Han family produce someone so dishonorable and ungrateful? If Yi Chuan knew about this from the afterlife, I would never be able to face him. At this moment, Han Jiqiang's wife, Tian Shui, hurried forward to intervene. Jiqiang, let's not blow this out of proportion. Ishu only got involved with the Chen family boy because she wanted a better life. He's an SS-tier professional, after all. Foolish woman. Utterly foolish. Han Jiqiang shot up, his finger trembling as he pointed at Tian Shui. It's because of your indulgence that Ishu has become like this. If we don't discipline her now, it'll lead to disaster sooner or later. With that, Han Jiqiang stormed into the family's private shrine, falling to his knees before Yi Chuan's memorial tablet. Tears streaming down his face, he cried out, Brother Yi Chuan, it's my failure as a father that has caused your nephew such pain. As he prayed, he began slapping his own face repeatedly. The sight left Han Ishu utterly terrified. She had never seen her father in such a state. Rushing forward, she grabbed his arm and sobbed, Father, I was wrong. I'll go apologize to Yi Yang right away. Please, stop this. Apologize. Han Jiqiang's eyes burned with anger as he glared at Han Ishu. Do you think you're even worthy of apologizing to Yi Yang? Just look at yourself right now. Han Ishu was completely stunned. She knew she was wrong, but she hadn't expected to be denied even the chance to make amends. Han Jiqiang let out a cold snort before turning to his wife, Tian Shui. Today, you're bringing gifts, and we're going together to Yi Daya's house to personally apologize to Yi Yang, our nephew. Right now? Tian Shui froze in shock. Of course right now. What do you think? We wait until next year. But what if Yi Yang isn't home? Tian Shui asked, frowning. Then we'll wait at his door until he returns. Han Jiqiang said decisively. He then turned back to Han Ishu. And you, from this moment on, will kneel in front of Uncle Yes Memorial. If Yi Yang doesn't forgive you, don't even think about standing up. Tian Shui's heart ached for her daughter. Ishu had just been slapped earlier, and now she was being ordered to kneel at a memorial. She tried to reason with her husband. Jiqiang, aren't you taking this too far? It was just a moment of foolishness on her part. Does it really warrant the head of the Han family personally going to apologize? Those words nearly made Han Jiqiang explode with fury. Fine. If you want go, I'll go myself. He stormed out, slamming the door behind him. 5 years ago, Yi Chuan and his wife had sacrificed their lives to save him. That debt of gratitude could only be repaid by treating Yi Yang with kindness. But with these two in the household who didn't understand the gravity of the situation, he had no choice but to handle it himself. When he arrived at Yi Yang's house, Tian Shui's prediction proved correct. Yi Yang wasn't home. At that moment, Yi Yang was at the Adventurers Guild, excitedly accepting a dungeon quest to locate black soul stones. For every black soul stone you find, you'll earn 10,000 dragon coins. You need to collect at least 10, Zhao Guofeng explained. These stones can drop from low-level mobs in first-tier dungeons. A young woman from the guild staff approached to confirm the details. You'll need to pay a 100,000 dragon coin deposit. Once the quest is completed, the deposit will be refunded along with your reward. Although Zhao Guofeng offered to cover the deposit, Yi Yang politely declined. Over the past 5 years, Han Jiqiang had been supporting him financially, and his account still had a balance of 1.13 million dragon coins. A mere 100,000 was no issue for him. After receiving the dungeon coordinates, Yi Yang decided to delay the quest until the next day. A full day of commanding his skeletal army had left him drained, and he wanted to rest before tackling the challenge with Zhao Guofeng. However, when Yi Yang returned home, he was met with an unexpected sight. Uncle Han, what brings you here? As soon as Han Jiqiang saw Yi Yang, his eyes lit up. Yi Yang, my boy, you're back. Yi Yang nodded in acknowledgement, wasting no time. Uncle Han, what's the matter? Why did you call me here? What else could it be? Han Jiqiang let out a heavy sigh. The mistakes my daughter made toward you in the past, it's all my fault for finding out too late. You suffered because of it. I came here today specifically to apologize. Hey, race a card with 1 million in it, please take it. It's just a small token of my regret. I hope you can forgive Ishu. Uncle Han, there's really no need for this, Yi Yang said softly, shaking his head with a faint smile. No, I must do this. Han Jiqiang insisted firmly. If I don't come to you personally, how could your father, Yi Chuan, ever forgive me in the afterlife? Today, you must come back to my house. Ishu will apologize to you herself. Under Han Jiqiang's persistent urging, Yi Yang eventually agreed and followed him to the Han family villa. Ishu, get out here. Han Jiqiang bellowed the moment they stepped inside. Han Ishu appeared, her expression freezing the instant she saw Yi Yang. Dad. Yi Yang? Why is he here? Kneel. Han Jiqiang commanded in a thunderous voice. What? Dad? You're asking me to kneel to Yi Yang? Han Yishu's eyes widened in disbelief. Stop talking nonsense. Kneel and apologize to your brother Yi Yang. I won't. Han Ishu shouted, her voice trembling with anger. Why should I kneel to him? He humiliated me. I confessed to him in front of everyone, and he slapped me. Now you want me to kneel? Over my dead body. Over your dead body? That's letting you off easy. Han Jiqiang's face darkened with rage. If it weren't for Yi Yang and his father, Yi Chuan, would you even have the life you enjoy today? And yet, for 3 whole years, you've been taking advantage of him. If you don't kneel today, I, as your father, will do it for you. The tension in the room was palpable. Just as it seemed the argument might escalate further, Han Jiqiang suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood and collapsed backward. Tian Shui, his wife, rushed to his side, catching him before he hit the ground, but he had already lost consciousness. Yi Yang, Tian Shui said hurriedly, while trying to help her husband breathe. You see how angry your Uncle Han is. Let's just put an end to this matter, please. Yi Yang hesitated, tempted to let it go. After all, he had already awakened his system and gained the unique hidden class of Necromancer, making him far stronger than before. To him, even Han Yishu's S-tier support class or Chen Yang's SS-tier combat class were laughable in comparison. But then Han Ishu, instead of showing concern for her father, lashed out even more hysterically. Yi Yang, this is all your fault. You're a curse. Why didn't you die with your parents during the demon tide outbreak? Her words struck a nerve, igniting a fury deep within Yi Yang. For a moment, he nearly lost control, his fingers twitching as he considered summoning thousands of skeletons to tear her apart. Before he could act, however, a sharp slap echoed through the room. Tian Shui had struck Han Ishu across the face. Ishu. Tian Shui's voice was cold and stern. How dare you say something so vile? Yi Yang's parents were the ones who saved our family's lives. Without them, we wouldn't even be here. Turning to Yi Yang, she bowed her head deeply. Yi Yang, I'm so sorry. This is my failure as a mother. Please, for my sake, forgive her this once. Yi Yang let out a bitter laugh. Fine. They'll give Uncle Han one last bit of respect. From now on, though, the Yi and Han families are finished. We'll go our separate ways. If I ever hear her insult me or my family again, I won't be so forgiving. With that, Yi Yang tossed the bank card with the 1,000,000 dragon coins onto the ground and walked out of the Han family villa without looking back. To him, the only person in the Han family who deserved his respect was Han Jiqiang. But even then, no matter how furious Han Jiqiang might get, he would never truly punish his daughter. If that was the case, Yi Yang saw no point in maintaining this relationship. This time, he spared Han Yishu's life out of respect for Han Jiqiang's years of kindness. From now on, they owed each other nothing. Sigh, Xiaoshu, just look at the mess you've made. Tian Shui slumped to the floor, helplessly watching Yi Yang's resolute silhouette disappear into the distance, her sighs carrying the weight of her frustration. Han Ishu, however, scoffed coldly. Mom, you underestimate me. I'm an S-class support-type professional. I am in high demand wherever I go. Tonight, I'll team up with others, head to the wilderness, and grind a level up. By tomorrow, I'll surpass that Yi Yang guy with ease. With that, she stormed off, slamming the door behind her in anger. Tian Shui's heart grew even heavier. Her daughter was just too headstrong. A simple apology could have resolved everything, but she had to escalate the situation. To make matters worse, her husband was still in a coma, leaving her to manage this chaos alone. Old Wang. Yes, madam. What are your orders? A middle-aged man appeared at her side immediately. Miss Ishu just left. Assign a few people to follow her discreetly and ensure she stays safe. Understood. Butler Wang nodded and promptly arranged for a group of over 10 second-tier professionals to tail Han Ishu. With Butler Wang's own formidable level 43rd peak strength, coupled with the second-tier professionals at level 20 and above, they were more than capable of protecting her in the first-tier wilderness. The next morning, at the Yi family villa, Yi Yang had just finished freshening up and was about to head out when he noticed Principal Zhao Guofeng waiting at the door. Principal Zhao? What brings you here? Here, take this. Zhao Guofeng smiled as he handed over a bank card. This is from that old scoundrel Li Yuntian. He lost a bet to me yesterday and tried to dodge payment, so I went to his house first thing this morning to collect. There's $1 million on the card. Consider it your initial growth fund. Well, I won't say no, then, Yi Yang said with a polite smile, accepting the card. After bidding farewell to Zhao Guofeng, Yi Yang departed from the northern city gate, heading straight for the coordinates of the Black Spirit Forest dungeon. A few hours later, he arrived at a floating, dark, oval-shaped dungeon entrance suspended in midair. Along the way, he had summoned thousands of skeletons to hunt for monsters, though the scattered wilderness creatures provided minimal experience, barely enough to fill 30 of his experience bar. A crowd of professionals had gathered near the dungeon entrance, each preparing to take on the challenge. Yang recalled the lessons he'd learned in class. Ever since the Great Mutation on Blue Star 500 years ago, dungeon and extra-dimensional rift entrances had been appearing randomly across the globe. If these dungeons weren't cleared within a set time frame, the monsters inside would invade the real world. The catastrophic demon tide 5 years ago costing his parents their lives was the result of a fifth-tier rift that hadn't been closed in time. As soon as Yang stepped into the dungeon area, he felt countless detection spells lock onto him. Another reckless kid trying to take on the Black Spirit Forest? Level 10? That SS class, Heavenly Flame Envoy, earlier was also level 10, and even he couldn't last an hour in the dungeon on normal difficulty before being forced out. Hey there, handsome. Need a team? Our group is top tier. A sultry woman in a tight skirt and black stockings sauntered over, her long legs drawing attention. Thanks, but I prefer to go solo, Yang replied calmly, declining her offer before heading straight for the dungeon entrance. Yi Yang's bold declaration, "I'm going to solo Black Spirit Forest," caused an uproar at the dungeon entrance. The gathered adventurers exchanged bewildered looks, some unable to suppress their laughter. Is this kid out of his mind? The last guy who tried soloing it couldn't last 10 minutes on normal difficulty before getting kicked out. He's only level 10 and dares to say something so outrageous. Does he even know his limits? I bet he won't last more than 3 minutes. Among the crowd, a poised woman in black stockings refrained from mocking him. Instead, she approached Yang with genuine concern. Hey, handsome. The monsters in this dungeon are nothing like the ones in beginner zones. Not only are they densely packed, but their stats are significantly higher. Going in alone is extremely dangerous. Yang, however, declined her advice without hesitation. Thanks for the concern, but I really want to give it a shot solo. With that, he stepped directly into the dungeon entrance. The system notification immediately popped up. Ding! You have activated Tier 1 dungeon entrance, Black Spirit Forest. Please select difficulty: normal, hard, nightmare, hell, or asura. Black Spirit Forest spatial dungeon collapse countdown, 27 days. The countdown signified a looming catastrophe if the dungeon wasn't cleared within the time limit. The monsters inside would spill into the real world. Only clearing it on nightmare difficulty or higher could prevent this. Clearing hell difficulty would cut the timer in half, while asura difficulty would cause the dungeon to disappear entirely. Yi Yang glanced at the dungeon's progress records. Normal, 8 hours, 35 minutes, 47 seconds. Hard, 21 hours, 17 minutes, 26 seconds. Nightmare, first phase 31. Hell, no record. Asura, no record. Given that his advanced quest required him to solo an asura-level dungeon, and considering the 24-hour cooldown for each attempt, Yi Yang didn't hesitate. Without a second thought, he selected asura difficulty. Just then, a party emerged from the dungeon. The leader, a young man, immediately recognized him. Yi Yang. You're here for this dungeon too? Yi Yang responded calmly. Oh, it's you, Ching Yao. Why? Am I not allowed to enter this dungeon? Ching Yao had just stepped out of the dungeon portal when he noticed Yi Yang's surprised expression. Clearly, Yi Yang hadn't expected Ching Yao to reach level 10 so quickly. It was likely the result of an all-night grind. However, Yi Yang didn't bother to say much. With a casual response, he stepped directly into the dungeon without looking back. What the hell? Is he seriously going in alone? Does he have a death wish? Watching Yi Yang's figure disappear into the portal, Ching Yao felt his eyelid twitch involuntarily. Ching Yao, in fact, was no stranger to this dungeon. He was the very rookie that others had mocked for attempting to solo the dungeon only to be forced out after barely 10 minutes on normal difficulty. Having personally experienced the overwhelming strength of the dungeon's monsters, Ching Yao had come to terms with reality. This place was no playground for lone adventurers. Even with a full party of 9 level 20, first-tier elite players, they had only barely managed to reach the final boss on normal difficulty. Unfortunately, the healer had run out of mana, leaving the team no choice but to retreat before finishing the fight. For Ching Yao and his party, there were still 9 more attempts left for the day, so failure wasn't a big deal. But now, seeing Yi Yang stride into the dungeon alone, Ching Yao couldn't help but smirk. That guy must be out of his mind. Let's see how long he lasts. With that thought, Ching Yao found a spot to sit, waiting for his guild's guards to recover while preparing to enjoy the show. Around him, other adventurers began to notice the commotion and exchanged amused glances. Look at that. He actually went in. These idiots think they can solo a dungeon? Hilarious. Wait till he encounters the first wave of monster shell. Regret it. The crowd quickly turned the situation into a game, placing bets on how long Yi Yang would survive inside. I give him 3 minutes, tops. 2 minutes, and that's being generous. 30 seconds. Look at him, one gust of wind and head blow over. Hearing their jeers, Ching Yao couldn't help but laugh harder. At least he had endured for a full 10 minutes during his attempt. But to these seasoned players, Yi Yang didn't even stand a chance of lasting a single minute. The outcome, in their eyes, was already set in stone. Outside the dungeon entrance, Chun Shiyu watched as Yi Yang's figure gradually disappeared from view, a wave of unease welling up in her heart. Such a handsome young man, it would be a shame if he were to perish inside the dungeon. She scolded herself for forgetting to ask about his class. As Yi Yang stepped into the dungeon, a translucent light screen materialized above the entrance, displaying Yi Yang's Party Black Spirit Forest Dungeon Progress, Phase 10. So his name is Yi Yang, Chun Shiyu murmured softly. I hope he makes it out safely. She was well aware of how perilous dungeons could be, no less dangerous than the wilderness. Death at the hands of a monster meant true death. For this reason, most adventurers prepared life-saving items and would retreat from a dungeon without hesitation if things turned dire. Meanwhile, Yi Yang, now inside the dungeon, focused intently on his surroundings. The name, Black Spirit Forest, was fitting. Under the dim, oppressive sky, the dense canopy of tangled branches resembled the shadowy depths of a tropical rainforest at night. He had barely taken a few steps when the sudden rustle of movement broke the silence around him. Without hesitation, Yi Yang sprang into action, summoning an army of 10,000 skeletons and over 2,000 skeletal mages from his summoning space, encircling himself in a protective formation. After 15 hours of relentless accumulation, his forces now numbered over 90,000 ordinary skeletons and more than 5,400 skeletal mages, each a formidable combatant. A single skeletal mage had the firepower equivalent to dozens, if not hundreds, of ordinary skeletons and possessed the advantage of ranged attacks. Yi Yang swiftly issued his commands. The ordinary skeletons were to shield the skeletal mages, killing any enemy that approached. The previously aimless skeletal army instantly fell into formation, their ranks forming an impenetrable wall of bone that safeguarded each skeletal mage with precision. It didn't take long for them to identify the source of the noisy pack of shadowy nightshade panthers, classified as suretier monsters. These level 11 creatures boasted extraordinary stats: Strength 46, Spirit 30, Constitution 38, and Agility 55, along with a deadly skill called Swift Kill. Even a fully equipped team of 10 level 20 adventurers would struggle to last a minute against them. The Nightshade Panthers, initially poised to ambush, froze in surprise at the sight of the massive skeletal army. Yi Yang wasted no time and issued his battle orders decisively. Ordinary skeletons, pin them down. Skeletal mages, focus fire and eliminate them. Hundreds of ordinary skeletons surged like a tide toward the Shadow Nightcats. Though these Shadow Nightcats were formidable fighters, capable of instantly obliterating skeletons with mere 10-point attributes, they were soon overwhelmed by sheer numbers. The dense swarm of skeletons encircled them completely, leaving no room for escape. No matter how fiercely they resisted, an endless army of skeletons loomed before them. To make matters worse, these ordinary skeletons were not just mindless targets waiting to be destroyed. They wielded sharp bone blades, relentlessly launching attacks. While each strike inflicted minimal damage, the continuous assault left the agile Shadow Nightcats struggling to maintain their advantage. In the cramped space, their renowned mobility was rendered useless. The situation took a drastic turn when the skeleton mages joined the fray. Hundreds of them on the outskirts raised their staffs in unison, causing ripples to spread through the air. At the tip of each staff, a dark gray elemental orb, about the size of a fist and brimming with necrotic energy, began to form. Necrotic missiles. 700 to 800 dark gray orbs rained down like a hailstorm, bombarding the trapped Shadow Nightcats. Amid the deafening explosions, terrifying damage numbers continuously appeared above the Nightcats. A single necrotic missile was enough to significantly drain their health, while 4 or 5 were fatal. Under the relentless barrage of spells, all the Shadow Nightcats were obliterated in an instant, dissolving into a mist of blood. A system notification immediately chimed in. Ding! You have slain LV-11 Shadow Nightcat and earned 110 experience points. Current dungeon progress. Phase 1, 1.3. Yi Yang quickly checked his experience bar and was astonished by the rewards of this sure-level dungeon. Each Shadow Nightcat provided roughly 2 experience, and this wave of kills had boosted his experience from 22 to 55 in one go. He approached the battlefield to collect the loot. From the 13 Shadow Nightcats, a total of 26 Black Spirit Stones had dropped at a drop rate far exceeding the 1 or 2 stones typically found in lower difficulty dungeons. As Yi Yang calculated his earnings, he realized he had just made the equivalent of 260,000 dragon coins in mere minutes. He couldn't help but marvel at how lucrative the life of a professional adventurer could be. Seeing the 20-plus black spirit stones newly acquired in his backpack, a satisfied smile appeared on Yi Yang's face. However, he was well aware that if those professional teams outside heard him casually remark that making money as a professional was easy, they'd probably curse him to no end. Making a living as a professional? Easy? Not at all. It's blood, sweat, and tears earned by risking their lives. Ordinary professionals couldn't possibly lie back and effortlessly clear an Asura-level dungeon like he did. Even the strongest team at the entrance, led by Brother Wong, was still struggling at nightmare-level difficulty. They couldn't even handle hell-level, let alone Asura-level. After collecting his rewards, Yi Yang began organizing his skeleton army. Over 80,000 ordinary skeletons and more than 4,000 skeleton mages were deployed. He assigned an average of 20 ordinary skeletons to guard each skeleton mage, creating a setup that maximized his safety. System notifications kept popping up. Ding! You have killed LV-11 Shadow Nightcat, earning 110 experience points. Ding! The deployment of nearly 100,000 skeletons was nothing short of catastrophic for this dungeon. Every second, a large number of Shadow Nightcats fell to Yi Yang's relentless skeleton army. Outside the dungeon, the onlooking professionals grew intrigued as Yi Yang remained inside for 2 or 3 minutes without coming out. This guy's got some serious endurance. He's lasted this long? I thought he'd be out in a minute or two at most. Maybe he's just hiding somewhere safe. Give it a few more minutes, and he'll definitely be forced out. Meanwhile, Ching Yao, watching from the sidelines, grew increasingly anxious as Yi Yang remained inside. However, remembering that Yi Yang was a necromancer, he quickly calmed down. He speculated to himself, this guy must have secretly summoned a ton of skeletons last night. That's the only reason he's lasting this long. Once those skeletons are gone, he'll have no choice but to come out. A smirk crept across Chun Yang's lips. Even as an SS-class professional, he struggled against the Shadow Nightcats. How could a necromancer, who only knows how to summon skeletons, possibly stand a chance? Sure, he might last a bit longer in the dungeon, but once his skeletons are depleted, he'll be defenseless. Ching Yao, confident in his ability to recover and fight again at any time, was already planning how to deal with Yi Yang when he inevitably got kicked out of the dungeon. Little did Ching Yao know, if Yi Yang could hear his thoughts, he'd probably laugh until his sides hurt. The couple of hundred skeletons Yi Yang lost in earlier battles had already been replenished during the fight. More importantly, Yi Yang wasn't just tackling an ordinary difficulty dungeon, was clearing it at Asura level. Meanwhile, Qin Shiyu, the elegant woman watching from a distance, grew worried as Yi Yang still hadn't emerged. Her companions reassured her, don't worry. If he hasn't come out yet, it means he's still alive. If Head died, his body would have been teleported out already. Unbeknownst to them, Yi Yang was currently lying leisurely on a small hill inside the dungeon, watching his skeleton army grind monsters. If Qin Shiyu and her friends could see this scene, their reactions would undoubtedly be priceless. At the entrance of the dungeon, a sudden exclamation shattered the silence. Holy crap! Look, that guy's dungeon progress just changed. All eyes immediately turned to the glowing screen displaying the data. Yi Yang's Team Black Spirit Forest Dungeon Progress, Phase 1 1.3. The number left everyone present momentarily stunned. After a few seconds of silence, the crowd erupted into murmurs. Is this guy seriously taking on those Shadow Knight cats solo? That's insane. 1.3, doesn't that mean he's already taken down 13 Shadow Knight cats? How is that even possible? Those cats always attack in packs. Even Brother Wong's team struggles to kill just one. And he's taken out so many on his own? The spectators, who had initially gathered to watch him fail, now found themselves re-evaluating this unexpected newcomer. To kill over a dozen Shadow Knight cats solo in just 2 or 3 minutes, such a feat was undeniably impressive. Among the crowd stood Ching Yao, his previously smug expression frozen in disbelief. He had been plotting how to humiliate Yi Yang once the dungeon spat him back out, but now he was utterly dumbfounded. He vividly remembered his own first solo dungeon attempt, where he couldn't even handle a single Shadow Knight cat. Yet Yi Yang had managed to kill 13 alone. This level of disparity was almost incomprehensible. Nearby, the poised and confident Qin Shiyu was equally stunned, her gaze fixed on the glowing screen in disbelief. As a seasoned professional with years of experience, she was all too familiar with the difficulty of first-tier dungeons. Even she, as an rank professional, had been stuck on her second-tier advancement task for 2 or 3 years. In her world, someone who could solo multiple monsters on their first dungeon attempt was unheard of, not just in Tianshui City, but in the entire first-tier professional community. Could it be he really has the ability to solo this dungeon? Qin Shiyu murmured to herself, a chill running down her spine. However, as the words left her mouth, a few nearby professionals couldn't help but burst into laughter. As soon as Qin Shiyu finished speaking, the crowd of seasoned professionals around her erupted into chaos. Shiyu, are you serious? One of them asked, his expression filled with disbelief. This kid just killed a few Shadow Knight cats, and you think he can solo an entire dungeon? Chun Shiyu's gaze turned icy as she swept her eyes over the group. I only said he's impressive. I never claimed he could solo a dungeon. Wang Shun, keep your people in line. Don't try to act tough in front of me. In Tianxue City's Tier 1 circle, I'm not afraid of you or your crew. Sensing her rising anger, Wang Shun quickly stepped in, holding back his subordinates. What are you guys doing? Have you forgotten she's got the fiercest temper among all Tier 1 professionals in Tianxue? Heh, we were just teasing her. One of them replied with a mischievous grin. But come on, isn't this a bit too far-fetched? A rookie at level 10, thinking he can solo a dungeon? Yeah, another chimed in, smirking. If he were level 11, maybe it'd make some sense at least he could grind monsters and level up along the way. But at level 10? He hasn't even completed his advancement quest. All his experience is just sitting there, completely useless. The group exchanged knowing chuckles, already imagining the look of disappointment on Chan Shiyu's face when Yang got booted out of the dungeon. To them, the idea of soloing the Black Spirit Forest was pure fantasy. Even their captain, Wang Shun, had tried 3 or 4 times and could only take down about 30 Shadow Knight cats per run, and that was with a healer backing him up. Without support, even 20 would have been a stretch. But just then, something caught their attention. The dungeon progress meter on the display panel shifted again 4.1. The crowd fell silent, their eyes widening in disbelief. In just a couple of minutes, Yi Yang had taken out another 2 or 3 dozen Shadow Knight cats. And then, as if the meter had gone haywire, the progress began to skyrocket. Within minutes, it hit 5. Less than half an hour later, it surged to 15. This is insane. What the hell is that guy doing in there? Half an hour to hit 5? At this rate, he could clear 30 in an hour and finish the dungeon in 10. Is he even human? Could he be an SS class professional? No way. Didn't that SS class guy earlier get kicked out in under 10 minutes? Hundreds of professionals stood frozen, their chatter a mix of awe and confusion. Among them, Chun Yang's face darkened, his expression stormy enough to cast a shadow over the entire room. As an SS class professional himself, every update to Yi Yang's progress felt like another jab, another comparison he couldn't escape. It was worse than humiliation. It was like being dragged through the mud over and over again. After all, most of the professionals here were seasoned veterans at level 20. Yet both he and Yi Yang were mere level 10 rookies. But what truly defied belief was, Chun Yang was forced out of the dungeon less than 10 minutes after entering, having been defeated. This result was hard for him to accept. Meanwhile, another participant, Yi Yang, managed to last over 30 minutes in the same dungeon. Not only that, but he also successfully defeated a large number of monsters. The stark difference in their abilities left Chun Yang utterly baffled. The dungeon progress showed 20, meaning Yi Yang had already taken down over 200 Shadow Knight cats. These creatures were on par with Chen Yang's skeletons in terms of strength, yet Yi Yang seemed to dispatch them with ease. Standing there, Chun Yang was at a loss, unable to comprehend how Yi Yang had achieved such an incredible feat in such a short time. No wonder he's the man I have my eyes on, Chun Shiyu exclaimed, watching Yi Yang's dungeon progress steadily climb. Her initial anxiety gradually subsided. The friends standing around her were equally astonished. Shiyu, this Yi Yang guy is incredible. Yeah, less than an hour in and his progress is already at 28.4. That's insane. I wonder how long it'll take him to clear the Shadow Knight cat stage. When he comes out, we have to recruit him into our team. With him leading us, we could totally clear the hard-level dungeons. Absolutely. Not only is he good-looking, but he's also insanely strong. I wonder if he has a girlfriend? Marrying a guy like that would be the ultimate sense of security. In just 1 hour, Yi Yang's dungeon progress had reached nearly 33, leaving Chun Shiyu's friend swooning. In this era of great upheaval, strength naturally commanded admiration. For this group of girls, who had been stuck at the first-tier level for ages, having such a powerful and handsome man leading them would undoubtedly make completing their second-tier advancement tasks far easier. Unbeknownst to Yi Yang, who was still intensely focused on battling within the dungeon, his feat of slaying hundreds of Shadow Knight cats had already sparked a wave of admiration and discussion among those outside. Ding! The system notification chimed incessantly as Yi Yang took down an LV-11 Shadow Knight cat, earning 110 experience points. The dungeon progress bar indicated that the first phase was now at 46.1. Watching the kill notifications flash before his eyes, Yi Yang's excitement surged. The rewards from this Asura-level difficulty dungeon had far exceeded his expectations. In just 1 hour, his experience points had skyrocketed to 851. Although he hadn't yet completed the advancement quest required to level up, all the accumulated experience points would remain stored in his XP bar. Once the advancement quest was completed, it would undoubtedly result in a massive power boost. Of course, there was a cap to the experience storage. The level 10 XP bar could hold a maximum of 10,000 experience points. Nearly 100,000 skeleton soldiers had combed through the dense forest, leaving no corner unexplored. Yet, oddly enough, in over an hour, the only creatures encountered were shadow night cats. According to what had learned in class, dungeon monsters appeared in phases, requiring the current wave to be cleared before the next one would spawn. At the current pace, it would take no more than 3 hours to wrap up the first phase. What thrilled Yi Yang even more was the loot. Hundreds of shadow night cats had dropped over 900 black spirit stones. Each stone was worth 10,000 dragon coins, meaning he had amassed nearly 10 million in wealth in just 1 hour. 3 hours later, the system finally announced that the first phase had reached 100 completion. Yi Yang held his breath, ready to face the challenges of the second phase. Moments later, several grotesque humanoid creatures with gaunt, ash-gray bodies emerged into view. Crawling on all fours, they lunged at the skeletal army with alarming speed. Using his detection skill, Yi Yang identified the creatures as LV-15 dark crawlers. Their stats were staggering: strength 86, spirit 50, constitution 90, agility 75. Even more troubling was their unique ability, bloodthirsty devour, which allowed them to recover 10 of their health with every kill. For the skeletons, each with only 10 base stats across the board, these creatures were the ultimate nemesis, capable of killing them in one strike and regenerating in the process. The situation was dire, and Yi Yang wasted no time adjusting his strategy. He commanded the regular skeletons to encircle and pin down the dark crawlers, while focusing the firepower of all skeleton mages on a single target. Under his precise direction, the skeleton army used their bodies to block the relentless charge of the dark crawlers, sacrificing themselves to buy time for the mages to unleash their attacks. The dark crawler was enraged. Its massive, tumtor-long arms suddenly swung upward and slammed down fiercely onto the skeleton in front of it. With a crisp crack, the skeleton shattered into pieces. However, this devastating blow failed to activate the dark crawler's bloodthirsty devour skill, leaving its health bar completely untouched. At that very moment, not far away, thousands of skeletal mages had finished preparing their spells. At the tip of each of their staffs, a dim, necrotic energy orb was forming. With a unified command, all the skeletal mages launched their attacks simultaneously. Thousands of necrotic orbs rained down like a torrential storm, hurtling straight toward the dark crawler. Boom, boom, boom. Amid the continuous explosions, the dark crawler didn't even have time to launch a second attack before it was utterly obliterated. The system notification immediately popped up. Ding! You have killed a level 15 dark crawler, earning 150 experience points. Current dungeon progress. Stage 2-1. Yi Yang nodded in satisfaction. As long as the dark crawlers could be instantly killed, their bloodthirsty devour skill was rendered completely useless. Judging by this, aside from their slightly higher base stats, these creatures were even less threatening than the shadow night cats. After all, shadow night cats, with their swift assassinate skill, could reach a movement speed of 165 points in an instant, equivalent to a triple agility boost. In comparison, the dark crawlers were far inferior. In just 2 minutes, all 10 freshly spawned dark crawlers were wiped out. System notifications kept appearing, and the dungeon progress had already reached 12 for Stage 2. At this pace, taking down just 10 more waves of dark crawlers would be enough to clear the second stage. Yi Yang quickly commanded his skeletal army to search the dungeon for the next batch of targets. If other players witnessed this strategy, they would probably be stunned. Most players cautiously lured one monster at a time, but Yi Yang did the opposite, actively hunting down and attacking the creatures hidden. The loot from this wave wasn't bad. The 10 dark crawlers dropped over 60 black spirit stones, averaging 56 stones per crawler, significantly more than what shadow night cats would drop. The experience points gained were also decent, though still slightly underwhelming given the relative difficulty. Outside the dungeon, Chen Shiyu, who had been waiting for 2 or 3 hours, grew increasingly tense as she saw Yi Yang clear the first stage. She turned to her companion, Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun, Yi Yang's already finished the first stage. Do you think he can handle the dark crawlers in the second stage? Before Xiao Yun could respond, Wang Shun, standing nearby, sneered and interrupted. Shiyu, are you overestimating this, Yi Yang? Even if the dark crawler's bloodthirsty devour skill is useless when soloing, their base stats are more than double those of the shadow night cats. Forget about taking on 10 at once, handling even one would be. He didn't get to finish his sentence. A professional player guarding the dungeon entrance suddenly shouted, "Holy crap! Look, Yi Yang's second stage progress is already changing." Everyone's attention immediately turned toward the screen displaying the dungeon progress. The progress bar for Yi Yang's team in the Black Spirit Forest dungeon had already reached the second stage at 3. This number alone left the onlookers utterly speechless. In just a matter of seconds, he had effortlessly slain 3 dark crawlers. Even Brother Wang's full squad couldn't come close to such efficiency. Could this guy be an SS-class hidden profession? Someone in the crowd exclaimed in awe. The progress bar continued to climb rapidly. 5, 7, 10. In under a minute, Yi Yang had completely cleared the first wave of dark crawlers. To put it into perspective, even Brother Wang's elite team had taken a full 30 minutes to accomplish the same task. The spectators felt a chill run down their spines, and even the usually confident Wang Shun was left utterly dumbfounded. He had assumed that with the dark crawler's terrifying stats, taking down a level 10 player would be a walk in the park. Yet reality had slapped him hard, and the faced-in dark crawlers couldn't even last a single minute against Yi Yang. Chen Yang stood to the side, his mind racing back to when it had taken him and a team of 9 level 20 players nearly an hour to deal with just one wave of dark crawlers. And Yi Yang had done it in a minute? The disparity was suffocating. 10 minutes later, the progress bar for the second stage had soared to 100. Gasps and murmurs rippled through the crowd as the third stage prepared to begin. The Ghost Swordmasters were about to make their entrance. Can this guy really handle it? Someone questioned skeptically. Wang Xin's teammate couldn't hold back any longer and turned to him. Brother Wang, do you think he can actually solo this dungeon? After a moment of contemplation, Wang Shun shook his head. Highly unlikely. Sure, the kid's been full of surprises so far, but the Ghost Swordmasters are on another level. Their stats all exceed 100, and 5 of them appear at once. A full squad can spread out the damage, but he's alone. Surviving without getting one shot would already be impressive. Even a peak second-tier player would struggle to solo this, let alone someone who isn't even first-tier yet. What Wang Shun and the others didn't realize, however, was that the dark crawlers Yi Yang had just effortlessly defeated were Shura-class equivalent in strength to standard Ghost Swordmasters. When Yi Yang finally got a look at the attribute panel of the Shura-class Ghost Swordmaster, even he couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. Shura-class Ghost Swordmaster, level 18. Strength, 230. Spirit, 160. Constitution, 280. Agility, 250. Skills, Mastery, Spectral Sword Aura, Spectral Assassination, Spectral Form. 3 skills? That's definitely a bit overpowered, Yi Yang muttered to himself. After carefully analyzing the stats, a flicker of excitement sparked in his eyes. Faced with the overwhelming power of these spectral swordsmen, Yi Yang had only one thought at this moment: run immediately. This was truly a Shura-level dungeon, its difficulty comparable to a Hedon clash with the Grim Reaper himself. What made it even more terrifying was that it wasn't just one spectral swordsman before him, but 5 of them appearing at the same time. The sheer oppressive aura emanating from these spectral swordsmen was enough to make anyone feel suffocated. Their first skill was especially horrifying. With every normal attack, they unleashed ghostly sword energy, sweeping across a 230-meter radius and dealing damage equivalent to 10 times their strength. This meant that any first-tier adventurer hit by it would be instantly Kaledno. One could withstand such immense damage. It was a true one-hit kill ability. The only way to survive was to push one's movement techniques to the absolute limit and flawlessly dodge every single attack. Only then would there be a sliver of hope to clear the dungeon. However, the spectral swordsman's ghostly body ability unexpectedly presented an opportunity for Yi Yang. While they could reduce 50 of physical damage, they would take an additional 10 magic damage. This was precisely where Yi Yang's skeleton army had the upper hand. Though the sheer number of ordinary skeletons was impressive, the real game-changers were the skeletal mages. The spectral swordsman's vulnerability to magic damage meant they would suffer 10 more damage. This was their fatal weakness. Fortunately, my skeleton army is large enough. Let's see who lasts longer in this war of attrition. Yi Yang commanded with determination. Ordinary skeletons, hold the line. Skeletal mages, unleash your deathly missiles with full force. As Yi Yang waved his arm, the first wave of tens of thousands of skeletons surged forward like a tidal wave toward the 5 spectral swordsmen. Surrounded on all sides by the encroaching skeleton army, the spectral swordsmen didn't sit idly by. They quickly spread out, each taking a direction, and unleashed their chilling, ethereal sword energy. Swish, crack crack crack. In the blink of an eye, accompanied by the crisp sound of bones shattering, countless ordinary skeletons were instantly cleaved in half, reduced to piles of broken fragments scattered across the ground. The prowess of the spectral swordsmen forced Yi Yang to take the battle seriously. In a flash of icy brilliance, hundreds of skeletons crumbled to the ground. As an elite-level monster, the spectral swordsman indeed demonstrated a power that commanded respect. However, to Yi Yang, these skeletons were nothing more than expendable pawns. With nearly 100,000 ordinary skeletons under his command, even if the enemy could eliminate 1,000 per second, it would still take over a minute to wipe them all out. While the spectral swordsman was preoccupied with cutting down the ordinary skeletons, 5,000 to 6,000 skeleton mages unleashed a simultaneous assault. Deathly missiles. A web of ghostly light streaked across the sky, converging in a barrage aimed directly at the spectral swordsman. Boom, boom, boom. Deafening explosions echoed as the spectral swordsman's health bars drained in an instant. System notifications began flooding in. You have slain LV-18 spectral swordsman. earning 18,000 experience points. Current dungeon progress, stage 320. Current dungeon progress, stage 3100. In mere seconds, 5 spectral swordsmen were obliterated into dust by the overwhelming bombardment of thousands of skeleton mages. The outcome was hardly surprising. Deathly missiles packed a terrifying punch. Each missile inflicted damage equivalent to 10 times the caster's mental power. Despite the 5-second cooldown, the sheer burst damage was devastating. Although the skeleton mages themselves didn't level up, their base mental power was already 20 points. With skill bonuses and the 10 spell vulnerability effect granted by their ethereal forms, each attack effectively carried 220 points of mental power. The spectral swordsmen, with their weak mental power attributes, stood no chance against the concentrated firepower of thousands of skeleton mages. The rewards were equally staggering. Each spectral swordsman provided 180 experience, and the total haul from the 5 brought Yi Yang's experience bar up by a massive 900. Combined with his prior accumulated experience, his progress now neared 2,000. Thankfully, the experience pool had ample capacity. Otherwise, the massive gains from this Shura-level dungeon might have gone to waste. As Yi Yang pondered how many levels he might gain after advancing, he directed his skeletons to gather the spoils of battle. Another system notification chimed. You have obtained Black Spirit Stones X210. The loot left Yi Yang astonished. A mere handful of spectral swordsmen had dropped over 1,000 Black Spirit Stones, far exceeding the yield from hundreds of dark crawlers earlier. This translated to a staggering profit of over 10 million. In the world of professionals, such wealth carried immense significance. Whether it was acquiring skill scrolls or rare equipment, these items required vast sums of money to secure at auctions. Even the most basic first-tier profession-specific skill scrolls started at 7 figures during the monthly auctions in Tianxue City, while higher-tier scrolls were virtually priceless. In the history of Tianxue City, the appearance of a Tier 3 exclusive class skill scroll is nothing short of legendary. Over the past 5 years, it has only appeared once, fetching an astronomical auction price of over 1 billion dragon coins. Even Tier 2 scrolls are enough to drive major families into a frenzy. As for general skill scrolls, the highest tier ever seen is Tier 5. For ordinary professionals, acquiring skill slots is an enduring challenge. Aside from Tier 0 professionals, who only have 1 skill slot, each tier is allocated 5 slots. However, professionals below Tier 3 might spend their entire lives unable to fill all their slots. These challenges, however, are not an issue for Yi Yang. As long as he clears an Asura-level dungeon, he is guaranteed to obtain an exclusive class skill scroll. However, such difficulty remains an unattainable goal for most. Take Wang Shan and Chen Shiyu, for instance. They haven't even cleared the first stage of the nightmare level difficulty, despite the dungeon being open for 3 days. The Black Spirit Forest dungeon consists of 4 stages, and Yi Yang has already reached the final boss stage. After collecting the rewards from earlier stages, he remains vigilant. After all, even the ghostly swordsman from before was a tough opponent, so the final boss is bound to be even more terrifying. Just as the ghostly swordsman's corpse faded away, eerie laughter echoed around him. Hee hee. Humans, your souls are the finest nourishment for me. Yi Yang suddenly felt an overwhelming pressure from above. Instinctively stepping back a few paces, he looked Yupan. The terrifying figure of the final boss came into view. Asura level, Black Spirit King LV20. Category, Boss Class Monster. Attributes, Strength, 420. Spirit, 1,230. Constitution, 380. Agility, 350. Skills, Mastery of Black Spirit Summoning, Black Spirit Impact, Black Spirit Will. Seeing these stats, Yi Yang was initially worried about the staggering spirit attribute, but quickly felt a sense of relief. This wasn't a mage-type boss but a summoner type, which posed much less of a threat to him. Given his current strategy of using ordinary skeletons as damage sponges and skeleton mages for offense, a war of attrition would actually play to his strengths. At that moment, countless dark magic circles appeared on the ground surrounding the Black Spirit King, and a horde of monsters began crawling out of them. The battle was about to begin. The summoning by the Dark Spirit King made Yi Yang's eyes light up. Shadow Knight Cats, Dark Crawlers, and Phantom Swordmasters. All the monsters from the first 3 stages were summoned at once. What was even more shocking was that these summoned creatures were much stronger than the ones encountered before. Take the Phantom Swordmaster as an example. Its Constitution attribute had skyrocketed from the original 280 to over 400. The detailed stats of the summoned Phantom Swordmaster were as follows. Level, 18. Strength, 230-50. Spirit, 160-50. Constitution, 280-50. Agility, 250-50. Skills, Mastery Phantom Sword Aura, Phantom Assassination, Phantom Body. This incredible boost in attributes was due to the Dark Spirit Will enhancement effect of the Dark Spirit King. Not only the Phantom Swordmasters but even the Shadow Knight Cats and Dark Crawlers had their strength amplified to rival the level of the final boss of the rookie dungeon, the Solar Tiger. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, the spectators were utterly dumbfounded. Wang Xun, in particular, wore an expression of disbelief. Those were Phantom Swordmasters with attributes exceeding hundreds, and yet they had all been defeated in under a minute. This is insane, other players exclaimed. Back then, when Brother Wang led a full 10-man team with years of coordination, they nearly got wiped out by just one Phantom Swordmaster. They barely managed to escape alive. And this guy just soloed 5 enhanced versions in a minute? Chen Shiyu was equally stunned. She was well aware of how terrifying the Phantom Swordmaster could be, equally adept at melee and ranged combat. With a phantom body that reduced 50 of physical damage, it was the epitome of a perfect all-around fighter. Yet even such a formidable opponent couldn't last a minute against Yi Yang. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Chen Shiyu's mind. Yi Yang's name sounded oddly familiar. She recalled her cousin, Li Qing, who had recently graduated from Tianshui No. 1 high school, mentioning that she had a crush on a top student named Yi Yang. Could this terrifyingly powerful young man before her be the same genius who had been the top scholar in both academics and martial arts for 3 consecutive years? Chen Shiyu's opinion of Yi Yang underwent a dramatic transformation. While she had long been aware of Yi Yang's outstanding academic achievements, in this unique era, it was the strength of one's awakened profession during the graduation awakening ceremony that truly determined their future. And now, Yi Yang had proven his extraordinary abilities. Not only had he held the title of both academic and combat champion for 3 consecutive years, but he had also single-handedly completed the challenge of the Black Spirit Forest dungeon. Most impressively, he obtained a rare exclusive profession skill scroll in the Novice Dungeon, which earned him eligibility for the prestigious Dongshan Province Special Training Camp. This revelation sparked a bold idea in Chen Shiyu's mind. She couldn't wait to share the news with her cousin. If her cousin could win Yi Yang's heart, it could be a life-changing opportunity. Deep down, she even began to consider, if her cousin wasn't willing to act, perhaps she would take matters into her own hands. The thought of potentially forming a connection with such a genius made Chen Shiyu's heart race. No matter who ultimately succeeded, it would undoubtedly be a shortcut to a brilliant future. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, Yi Yang remained completely unaware of these external schemes. He was fully focused on the imposing Black Spirit King boss in front of him. This boss, known for its mastery of summoning, also possessed a powerful skill called Black Spirit Impact. Yi Yang decided to test the strength of this formidable ability. At his mental command, an army of over 1,000 ordinary skeletons surged forward, charging at the Black Spirit King. Seeing this undead army, the boss sneered disdainfully. Undead creatures? Ha! I never expected a human profession holder to control the undead race. In that case, let me show you the true power of the Black Spirit. Black Spirit Impact. The Black Spirit King raised its ethereal arm gracefully, extending its slender fingers to point at the skeleton army. In an instant, a massive jet black beam as thick as a thigh erupted forth, exuding a sinister and ominous aura. The beam swept across the battlefield, obliterating hundreds of skeletons within a kilometer's range in mere moments. Yet, witnessing this devastating display, Yi Yang showed no trace of fear. Instead, the corner of his mouth curled into a faint, enigmatic smile, as if he had anticipated this all along. So, it's just a simple area effect skill? Yi Yang smirked inwardly, his earlier concerns vanishing in an instant. If that's all it is, this will be easy. Without hesitation, he commanded, skeletons, surround the Dark Spirit King. Skeleton mages, spread out, don't line up. At his order, nearly 100,000 skeletons surged forward like a tidal wave, quickly encircling the Dark Spirit King and the monsters he had summoned. Meanwhile, the skeleton mages positioned themselves strategically, forming a loose perimeter within a 100-meter radius. The Dark Spirit King chuckled coldly at the sight. Impressive. You can command such a vast number of undead creatures. Very well, my minions, let's put on a show. With a wave of his arm, hundreds of summoning circles appeared on the ground. In an instant, shadowy night specter cats, dark crawlers, and ghostly phantom sword fighters emerged from the formations, numbering in the hundreds. Minions, annihilate these insignificant, undead creatures, the Dark Spirit King roared. On his command, the monstrous horde charged at the skeleton army. The phantom sword fighters struck first, their spectral blades slicing through the air, releasing dozens of phantom sword waves that obliterated hundreds of ordinary skeletons in an instant. Following close behind, the night specter cats leapt into the air, their massive forms blotting out the battlefield's light. With razor-sharp claws, they tore through the skeleton ranks, reducing hundreds more to shattered fragments. Not to be outdone, the dark crawlers scrambled over the skeletons, disassembling them with a single swipe, leaving nothing but piles of broken bones in their wake. The Dark Spirit King himself joined the fray, his fingers unleashing streaks of dark energy. Each beam struck with deadly precision, disintegrating thousands of skeletons in mere moments. But just then, hidden among the skeleton horde, 5,000 to 6,000 skeleton mages completed their preparation. They raised their bone-crafted staves in unison, chanting together, "Necrotic Missile." A deafening roar filled the air as countless necrotic missiles surged forth, blotting out the sky. The barrage struck with devastating force, obliterating hundreds of the summoned monsters in an instant. System notifications flooded in. Defeated LV-11 Night Spectre Cat. Gained 110 experience points. Defeated LV-18 Phantom Swordfighter. Gained 18,000 experience points. Defeated LV-15 Dark Crawler. Gained 150 experience points. So killing these summoned creatures gives experience too? Yi Yang's eyes lit up as he watched his experience points skyrocket from 1863 to 2545. Elated, he mused, in that case, I can't let this fight end too quickly. He swiftly adjusted his strategy, commanding the skeletons to focus on eliminating the summoned creatures while avoiding direct attacks on the Dark Spirit King himself. 5 seconds later, as the skeleton mage's skills came off cooldown, another relentless wave of necrotic missiles was unleashed, annihilating the next batch of summoned monsters. A flood of kill notifications flashed continuously before Yi Yang's eyes, and his experience points skyrocketed to over 3,400. Seeing this, Yi Yang exhaled deeply, silently vowing to squeeze every ounce of value out of the Dark Spirit King. The Dark Spirit King watched in panic as the minions he had painstakingly summoned were effortlessly annihilated by the skeleton army. Damn it! Why are these undead creatures so troublesome? Minions, come forth and fight for me, he shouted. In response to his command, massive magical arrays appeared on the ground, and within moments, hundreds more summoned creatures emerged. However, just as they materialized, a rain of dark gray elemental missiles descended from the sky, obliterating them instantly. Boom, boom, boom. The system notifications came in rapid succession. You have slain LV-15 Dark Crawler, earning 150 experience points. You have slain LV-11 Shadow Nightcat, earning 110 experience points. Yi Yang quickly glanced at his experience bar. It had surged to an astonishing 103886. Holy crap, this is insane. In just a short span of time, his experience had increased by nearly 500, leaving him thoroughly satisfied with the results. He shifted his focus to the skeletons closest to the Dark Spirit King's summoned creatures. His strategy was simple. Let the summoned creatures be wiped out, then command the skeleton mages to cease fire, allowing the skeleton army to close in step by step. This would apply mounting pressure on the Dark Spirit King, forcing him to summon more minions. Impossible. This can't be happening. The Dark Spirit King screamed hysterically. How are my minions losing to these weak, undead creatures? Initially, he had been calmly casting spells with one arm raised, but now he was flailing both arms in desperation, frantically activating summoning arrays. What made the situation even more hopeless for him was that his summoned creatures were being obliterated before they could even fully emerge from the magical arrays. Meanwhile, Yi Yang found a comfortable spot to sit down, leisurely watching his experience bar climb at a breakneck pace. 104461, 105233, 105,918. Ah, this feels amazing. Absolutely amazing. Yi Yang grinned from ear to ear. With this kind of experience gain, you'd never get this much grinding mobs for a whole year. The Dark Spirit King is hands down the ultimate experience farming tool. Outside the dungeon, Wang Shen finally snapped out of his state of shock. One of his underlings couldn't help but ask, Brother Wang, now that it's just the final boss left, do you think Yi Yang might actually solo the dungeon? Are you kidding me? Wang Shen roared in disbelief. That's the Dark Spirit King. Even on the weakest normal difficulty, it has over 400 spirit power. One Dark Spirit Blast is enough to wipe out our entire team. Not to mention it can endlessly summon creatures from the first 3 stages. If Yi Yang actually manages to beat it, I'll eat dirt standing on my head. Wang Shen fell silent after speaking, his gaze fixed on Yi Yang alongside his teammates as they anxiously observed his final stage. Time ticked by 5 minutes, 10 minutes, then a full half hour. Yet, Yi Yang remained stuck in the 3rd phase, showing no sign of progress. Huh, did you all see that? Wang Shen finally burst out laughing. I knew it. This guy's totally done for. Inside the dungeon, Yi Yang waited a few more moments before reluctantly admitting that the Black Spirit King had indeed reached its limit. Glancing at his experience bar, which stood at an impressive 108,557, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of disappointment. Just 1,400 more and he would have maxed out his experience. But now, at this critical juncture, the Black Spirit King had failed him. In truth, the signs of the Black Spirit King's exhaustion had been evident for some time. Its once massive horde of summoned minions had dwindled from hundreds to mere dozens, and now it could barely summon a handful at a time. Each time it unleashed a black spirit surge, its once stark, radiant face turned an unsettling shade of ashen white. Enough. If you're no longer of use, they'll send you on your way, Yi Yang declared coldly. Skeleton mages, attack? At his command, thousands of skeleton mages, who had been waiting for their moment, unleashed a torrent of deathly missiles. A barrage of necrotic energy engulfed the Black Spirit King, the deafening explosions reducing its health bar drastically. Yet, to Yi Yang's mild surprise, a sliver of lifeless than tin still clung to the boss. He frowned slightly but quickly understood. The Black Spirit King's immense spirit attribute had granted it formidable magical resistance. Again, he ordered with a wave of his hand. For the first time, the Black Spirit King's expression twisted into one of genuine fear. No, no, please, Necromancer. Its plea was cut short as the second wave of deathly missiles screamed through the air. This time, the Black Spirit King didn't even have a chance to let out a final cry. Its enormous form collapsed to the ground with a resounding thud, lifeless. System notifications flooded Yi Yang's vision. Ding. You have slain the final boss, Black Spirit King. Gained 100,000 experience points. Ding. Dungeon cleared. Rewards obtained, 200,000 experience points. Exclusive class equipment chest X1. Exclusive class skill chest X1. The rapid series of notifications marked Yi Yang's meteoric rise in level. From level 10, he soared all the way to level 18. His attribute panel transformed dramatically. Name, Yi Yang. Class, Tier 1 Necromancer Unique. Level, 18. Strength, 59. Spirit, 704. Constitution, 59. Agility, 59. The level up not only granted Yi Yang a substantial 40-point boost to all basic stats, but also caused his spirit attribute to skyrocket from just over 260 to an incredible 704. Most importantly, his class officially advanced to Tier 1 Necromancer. This wasn't just a victory, it was a turning point. Yi Yang's power had reached an entirely new level, and the possibilities ahead seemed limitless. When Yi Yang reached level 18, his summoned creatures experienced a significant boost in attributes. On the system interface, the base attributes of his little skeleton increased to 18 points. With Yi Yang's 7.04 spiritual power enhancement, the final value reached 19 points. While this improvement wasn't staggering, it marked a clear step forward. The enhancement for the skeleton mage, however, was far more remarkable. Its base spiritual attribute reached 36 points, which, after the amplification, climbed to 38.5 points. Yi Yang mused to himself that when attributes in the late game reach tens, or even hundreds of thousands, this 7.04 boost would yield terrifying results. While Yi Yang was organizing his spoils within the dungeon, the world outside was already in an uproar. When the notification, Yi Yang's Party Black Spirit Forest Dungeon Progress, Final Stage 100, cleared, appeared before everyone, it caused a wave of astonishment. That's impossible. Did he just solo the entire Black Spirit Forest? And in just over 4 hours? That's half the time of Brother Wong's fixed team's fastest record. The onlookers were in disbelief, their discussions filled with shock. A newly level 10 professional not only managed to solo a dungeon, but did so with efficiency far surpassing even experienced fixed teams. This completely shattered their understanding of what was possible. Looking back at Yi Yang's dungeon run, he effortlessly defeated the first phase boss, Shadow Nightcat, in over 3 hours, crushed the second phase boss, Dark Crawler, in mere minutes, and eliminated the 5 ghostly swordmasters of the third phase in under a minute. Though the final boss, the Black Spirit King, took half an hour to defeat, this performance still far surpassed the 3-hour record set by Wang Shun's fixed team on their first clear. What they didn't know, however, was that if Yi Yang hadn't been focused on maximizing the loot from the Black Spirit King, the final boss wouldn't have lasted even 10 seconds. Unaware of the commotion outside, Yi Yang remained fully absorbed in organizing the spoils dropped by the Black Spirit King. Yi Yang had just completed the advanced level 5-star mission and eagerly checked the first-tier talent skill he had unlocked. When he read the description of Tier 1 talent, Soul Spirit Transfer, his eyes lit up with excitement. It allowed him to swap positions with any summoned creature for the mere cost of 1 point of mental energy. Unable to contain his curiosity, he immediately decided to test it out. Locking his thoughts onto an ordinary skeleton a few kilometers away, he softly uttered, Soul Spirit Transfer. Before the words had even fully escaped his mouth, Yi Yang's figure vanished silently from his original position and instantaneously swapped places with the skeleton. What thrilled him even more was the discovery that this skill had no cooldown period. This meant that as long as he had enough mental energy, he could shift positions without restriction. The realization sent a shiver down his spine, filling him with exhilaration. Previously, he had always worried about his lack of survival skills. Other than using his skeleton army to gain long-range vision, he had almost no means of self-protection. Every time he entered a dungeon, he was forced to keep hundreds or even thousands of skeletons nearby to guard against sudden attacks from enemies. Yet even with such precautions, he remained helpless against the direct assaults of flying monsters. But now, with the vast range of vision provided by soul bonding combined with the incredible mobility of soul-spirit transfer, his safety was all but guaranteed. He no longer needed to reserve troops for defense and could deploy all his summoned creatures without hesitation. In fact, the farther away his skeleton army roamed, the safer he would be. After calming himself from the rush of excitement, Yang turned his attention to another reward, a specialized class skill chest. Without hesitation, he opened the chest and obtained the skill Necromancer. Summon Invisible Skeleton. This skill allowed him to summon an invisible skeleton at the cost of 10 points of mental energy, making his heart skip a beat. Wasn't this the assassin archetype of the skeleton army? Just as he was about to examine the specific attributes of the invisible skeleton, a system notification abruptly popped up. The skill had successfully evolved into God tier. Summon Invisible Skeleton, allowing him to summon one invisible skeleton every 10 seconds. Seeing this notification, Yang couldn't help but shake his head with a wry smiley, had almost forgotten about this possibility. Yang activated the skill without hesitation. Within just 10 seconds, an invisible skeleton materialized in his summoning space. He immediately summoned the skeleton before him and examined its attributes in detail. Invisible Skeleton Level 18. Strength, 36.7.04. Spirit, 18.7.04. Constitution, 18.7.04. Agility, 36.7.04. Special Skill, Necrostealth, Permanent Invisibility Effect. Attacking breaks invisibility, but it reactivates after 10 seconds. The first strike after breaking invisibility deals damage equal to strength 10. This is absolutely insane, Yi Yang exclaimed in amazement. This invisible skeleton not only possessed a permanent stealth ability, but could also return to invisibility shortly after attacking. Although the 10-second cooldown seemed a bit long, it served as a fair trade-off for its incredible attributes. The most astonishing feature was its stealth-breaking strike, which delivered damage 10 times its strength. Combined with its naturally doubled strength stat, the damage output was nothing short of terrifying. Compared to the skeletal mage he had summoned earlier, this invisible skeleton was a far superior combatant. Against foes that even the skeletal mage struggled to approach, the invisible skeleton could slip through undetected and deliver a lethal blow. Next, Yi Yang opened the exclusive class equipment chest. For someone like Hema Woneo-Faken Necromancer, while any discarded equipment couldn't be sold to others, the attributes of class-exclusive gear made it more than worthwhile. The system notification chimed. You have obtained the class-exclusive weapon, Necromancer's Resurrection Pendant. Resurrection Pendant Level 11. Spirit, 300. Constitution, 100. Set effect. Summoned undead have a 30 chance to revive instantly upon death. 12. Reviving summoned creatures directly? This is practically a divine ability. Yi Yang was stunned. Though the revival chance was only 30, it was a game-changer in large-scale battles where tens of thousands of skeletons could be lost. Take the recent half-hour battle with the Black Spirit King. For instance, he had lost around 30 to 40,000 ordinary skeletons and hundreds of skeletal mages. With this pendant, the losses could have been reduced by nearly a third. Without hesitation, Yi Yang equipped the Resurrection Pendant. Instantly, his spirit surged past 1,000 points, and his constitution increased to 159. Just as he was about to sort through the Black Spirit King's loot, a peculiar item caught his eye. Wait a second. What is this Black Spirit Orb? As Yi Yang scanned the thousands of Black Spirit stones dropped by the Black Spirit King, something unexpected caught his attention. A mysterious item named the Black Spirit Orb had appeared in his inventory. This was the first time he had encountered such an object, and he had no idea what it was for. He decided to ask President Lin or Principal Zhao about the origin of this artifact later. After carefully storing the Black Spirit Orb, Yi Yang took stock of his gains. The loot from defeating the Black Spirit King had skyrocketed his Black Spirit stone count to over 14,000. This dungeon run alone had earned him the equivalent of more than 100 million. Feeling satisfied, he let out a deep breath. It was time to leave the dungeon. Yi Yang took a deep breath, waved his arm, and summoned all tens of thousands of skeleton troops back into the summoning space. Then, he selected the option to exit. Outside the dungeon, a large crowd of professionals had been eagerly waiting. To them, Yi Yang was a legenda solo dungeon runner whose efficiency was unmatched, even doubling the best record set by Wang Shan's fixed team. I'm telling you, when Brother Yi Yang comes out, no one better fight me for him. I have to get him to join me for a hard mode dungeon, an excited mage shouted. Keep dreaming. Do you think a mage like you is even worthy of his attention? I'm an rank healer. There's no way he can clear a hard mode dungeon without me. Give me a break. You're boasting about a 2-star attribute template? As the crowd argued heatedly, Wang Shan and his team pushed their way to the front. This blatant move infuriated Qin Shiyu, who immediately led her group of friends to shove their way into the center as well. Wang Shan, you have no shame. Weren't you the one looking down on Yi Yang before? Do you really think an rank warrior like you is good enough for him? Chen Shiyu snapped, her tone biting. Exactly. Our group has a much better chance. Her friends chimed in. Wang Shan sneered. Chen Shiyu, don't blame me for being blunt. If you really want to compete with me, we'll have to settle this with a fight. Bring it on. Chen Shiyu and her friends immediately prepared for battle. Just as tensions were about to erupt, a surprised shout broke the standoff. Look, Yi Yang is coming out. All eyes turned to the dungeon entrance, where a slim figure gradually emerged. It was Yi Yang. The crowd erupted instantly, surging forward in a frenzy as everyone tried to promote themselves. Brother Yi Yang, take me to the next dungeon. I'm a rank warrior with top-tier defense. Yi Yang, I'm a 4-star rank shield of light. Way better than him. Yi Yang, pick me. I'm an rank healer. Yi Yang, I've had a crush on you forever. Faced with the chaotic scene, Yi Yang was momentarily stunned. What are you all doing? He asked, bewildered. Wang Shan quickly pushed his way to the front, eager to flatter him. Brother Yi Yang, I had no idea you were this incredible, soloing a dungeon like that. You must be planning to challenge hard mode next, right? Our team still has attempts left, and we're the strongest in Tianjue City. Join us. Yi Yang raised an eyebrow, quickly realizing what was going on. He thought he had just completed the dungeon on normal difficulty. No need. You don't have to run this dungeon again, Yi Yang said bluntly. What do you mean? Wang Shan asked, stunned. Suddenly, a professional standing near the dungeon entrance let out a shocked cry. What the hell? Look, the dungeon entrance is disappearing. All eyes were instantly drawn to the strange phenomenon occurring at the entrance of the dungeon. The once pitch-black, deep portal was visibly distorting, gradually fading as if it were about to vanish completely. Wang Shan's eyes widened in disbelief, and a chill ran down his spine. What the hell? Could it be that Yi Yang is actually running a Shura-level dungeon solo? The thought struck his mind like a bolt of lightning, leaving him utterly stunned. The surrounding professionals, overhearing his words, were equally shocked into silence. No way. A Shura-level dungeon? Are you kidding? Someone blurted out, unable to contain themselves. Even a full team would be wiped out instantly in there. How on earth did he manage it? This is unbelievable. Someone actually managed to solo a Shura-level dungeon. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. I never thought I'd witness something like this in my lifetime. Even the usually composed Qin Shiyu was left dumbfounded as she watched the entrance to the Black Spirit Forest dungeon completely disappear. Is this really a Shura-level dungeon? How is this even possible? She murmured to herself, her eyes filled with disbelief. Yi Yang paid no attention to the flurry of discussions behind him and calmly left the scene. Over 2 hours later, he arrived at the Adventurers Guild Task Hall and approached the same beautiful receptionist he had met earlier. Hello, I'm here to submit the Black Spirit Forest Dungeon Commission, Yi Yang said, his tone steady and composed. Understood, the receptionist replied with a slight nod. For the Black Spirit Forest Commission, you need to submit at least 10 Black Spirit Stones. Otherwise, the deposit will not be refunded. I know, Yi Yang responded with a faint nod. I brought over 14,000. All right, you brought, wait, how many did you say? The receptionist's voice suddenly shot up as she stared at him in utter shock. When Yi Yang took out the Black Spirit Stones from his backpack, the entire trading hall fell into a sudden silence. The pile of Black Spirit Stones on the ground looked like a small mountain, numbering over 10,000. The beautiful attendant stood frozen in place, utterly stunned, and even the passing players stopped in their tracks, staring in shock at the scene. How many dungeon runs did it take to gather that many? Did he single-handedly clear out the entire Black Spirit Forest? Exclamations of disbelief echoed throughout the hall. As first-tier professionals at levels 10 to 20, they all understood how low the drop rate for Black Spirit Stones was. On a good day, a single dungeon run on normal difficulty might yield over 1,000 stones. This meant that the young man before them must have completed at least a dozen dungeon runs. What was even more astonishing was that the Black Spirit Forest dungeon had only been open for 3 days. Completing more than 10 runs in such a short time, especially at this level of intensity, demonstrated not only extraordinary strength but also exceptional stamina. No one dared to act recklessly. Not only did Yi Yang's feat prove his terrifying capabilities, but also, this was an official trading hall. Anyone causing trouble here would essentially be declaring war on the authorities. The beautiful attendant finally snapped out of her daze and hurriedly said to Yi Yang, Sir, the quantity is overwhelming. You'll need to count them. Please don't worry. I'll only take a few minutes. All right, Yi Yang replied casually, finding a seat to wait while she conducted the count. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Black Spirit Forest dungeon, Chan Yang, who had witnessed Yi Yang clearing the dungeon on sure level difficulty, was utterly defeated. As an SS-class awakened professional, Ching Yao had always believed he was destined to stand at the pinnacle of all beings. This sense of superiority was a common trait among SS-class awakened individuals. They often let their innate talent inflate their egos. But the harsh reality was that 8 out of 10 SS-class professionals would eventually get stuck on the first tier, 5-star advancement quest, unable to surpass the level 10 cap. Those who failed would either fade into mediocrity or succumb to despair and end their lives. Without completing the advancement quest, further leveling was impossible. A mere level 10 professional stood no chance against the A or class professionals who could reach levels 40 or 50 in the later stages. Watching Yi Yang's performance, Ching Yao finally came to terms with reality. He couldn't even last 10 minutes in the dungeon on normal difficulty, while Yi Yang had cleared it on Shura level. The gap between them was insurmountable. Forget it. This is what a true genius looks like, Ching Yao muttered with a bitter smile, shaking his head. With the help of his family's guards, he prepared to leave. But after just a few steps, he came across a familiar figure. Hanishu? What are you doing here? Ching Yao? What about you? Why are you here? It turned out that Hanishu had spent the entire night grinding monsters in this area with her family guards, finally reaching level 10. As an S-class support professional, her leveling efficiency naturally couldn't compare to Ching Yang's SS-class combat profession. Hanishu gave Ching Yao a once-over and sneered. Ching Yao, don't tell me you're here to try the Black Spirit Forest dungeon too? Let me tell you, I've already done my research. The nightmare level first clear for the Black Spirit Forest dungeon hasn't been claimed yet. This time, it's going to be mine. You, and that Yi Yang. They'll make sure to crush all of you beneath me. Heh, haha, Ching Yao could only respond with a bitter laugh. Hearing Hanishu's arrogant tone, Ching Yao let out a mocking laugh, his eyes glinting with a hint of amusement. Hanishu, why don't you take a look and see if the entrance to the Black Spirit Forest dungeon is still there? Hanishu froze for a moment before quickly turning to look past Ching Yao. The spot where the dungeon entrance was supposed to be now had only a few scattered level 21st tier players wandering around. The familiar entrance had vanished without a trace. What's going on? Hanishu's eyes widened in disbelief. The mission commissioner at the trading hall clearly said the entrance would be here. You're confused? So am I. Ching Yao snorted, brushing past Hanishu. As he walked behind her, his voice turned cold. What I can't figure out is how Yi Yang managed to solo clear the Black Spirit Forest dungeon on Shura level difficulty. With that, he walked away without looking back. Hanishu stood frozen as if struck by lightning. Her mind reeled. What? Someone actually soloed the Shura level difficulty? She murmured in disbelief. When did Tianshui City produce such a genius? Suddenly, as if realizing something, she spun around and shouted in the direction Ching Yao had left. Ching Yao, did you just say it was Yi Yang who cleared the Black Spirit Forest dungeon on Shura level difficulty? But Ching Yao was already too far away to hear her. Hanishu felt a chill run down her spine, her thoughts in turmoil. Meanwhile, in the guildmaster's office of the professional guild, Lin Chongfeng was lounging comfortably in his chair, gesturing for the middle-aged man across from him to take a seat. The man was Wu Ning, the guildmaster of the Silverlight City Professional Guild. The two were old comrades, having graduated in the same year and fought side by side on the battlefield against magical beasts. Old Wu, it's been years. What brings you here today? Lin Chongfeng motioned to the cabinet beside him. Help yourself, there's a variety of spirit teas in there. Wu Ning didn't stand on ceremony. He grabbed a pack of spirit tea and brewed himself a cup. After a moment, he swirled the tea in his cup and asked with a curious smile, Old Lin, you seem to be in a good mood today. Something good happen? Nothing much. Lin Chongfeng waved his hand dismissively, though his eyes betrayed a hint of pride. We just happened to come across some promising talents this year. Finally, Tianshui City will be able to send a few more people to the Dongshan Province Special Training Camp. Oh. Wu Ning crossed one leg over the other. Tell me, what's the story with these promising talents of yours? Lin Changfeng's lips curled into a slight smile. Nothing too extraordinary. Just one with an SS rank combat profession, another with an S rank support profession, and the most remarkable Oni unique hidden profession. That one hit level 10 straight out of the rookie dungeon yesterday, and will probably complete their first tier advancement quest today. That's it. Wu Ning chuckled, shaking his head. An SS rank profession and some hidden profession, that's what passes for promising talent in Tianshui City? Lin Chongfeng froze, momentarily at a loss. He couldn't fathom what Wu Ning, who shared the dubious honor of leading one of the 3 most struggling cities in Dongshan Province, could possibly be so smug about. Years ago, Lin Chongfeng, Wu Ning, and Li Feng were reassigned to the weakest cities in Dongshan Province after a crushing defeat on the battlefield. Now, only Lin Chongfeng and Wu Ning remained in their respective cities, with Li Feng stationed in Jiangyan City. Wu Ning and Li Feng had always been relentless workaholics. Over the years, they poured their energy and creativity into nurturing promising young talents. Their goal was simple: to one day escape these remote and marginalized postings. Lin Changfeng eyed Wu Ning, who sat before him with a peculiar grin, his suspicions growing stronger. It was unusual for his old friend, typically consumed by work, to take the time to visit him. As the saying went, one fears seeing a brother in hardship, but fears even more seeing him succeed and leave you behind. If Wu Ning truly soared to new heights and left him stranded here, Lin Changfeng's life would only become more unbearable. Wu Ning sipped from his cup of premium spiritual tea, his tone nonchalant. They're not exactly extraordinary talents. Just 3 SS-tier combat professions, plus 1 S-tier combat and 1 S-tier support profession. He sighed theatrically and continued. The 3 SS-tier ones just cleared a hell-level dungeon last night, completing a 4-star advancement quest. They're only around level 15 now, the lowest is at level 14. As for the 2 S-tier ones, they're even worse off. They barely managed to finish a 3-star advancement quest this morning and are sitting at level 13. He shook his head in mock exasperation. I really don't know if the SS-tier professions in our city can even measure up to that hidden profession from your Tianshui city. The sarcastic undertone in Wu Ning's words made Lin Changfeng's chest tighten with anger. He was on the verge of exploding. Ever since being assigned to Tianshui City over a decade ago, and especially after the crushing disappointment 5 or 6 years ago when a few profession holders barely made it into the training camp's entry exams only to fail miserably, had fallen into complete disillusionment. In the years since, Tianshui City hadn't produced a single individual capable of even entering the training camp selection process. He had long since lost interest in cultivating the next generation of profession holders. He didn't even bother keeping track of promising talents from local academies, delegating those responsibilities to the school principals. If it weren't for the sudden emergence of Yang, a dark horse, he probably wouldn't even know how many profession holders the academies had awakened. And Yang? He had only just reached level 10 yesterday. Whether he could even complete an advancement quest was still up in the air. Meanwhile, in Yinzhou City, they had 3 SS-tier combat professions, 2 S-tier support professions, and countless tier high-level professions. To top it off, the 3 SS-tier combat professionals had already cleared a 1-star advancement quest last night, hitting level 15. Even the 2 S-tier ones had completed 3-star quests. By the end of tomorrow, it was almost guaranteed that these 5, supported by S-tier auxiliary professions, would reach level 15, the minimum requirement for the training camp's entry exams. And when that happened, Wu Ning would undoubtedly be promoted out of Dongshan province. That would leave Lin Changfeng and the unremarkable Li Feng as the last 2 failures, stuck in their stagnant postings. Haha, don't look so upset, old Lin, Wu Ning said, struggling to keep a straight face as he observed Lin Changfeng's frustration. Who knows? Maybe next year, Tianshui City will make a breakthrough. As for poor Yinzhou City, suddenly producing so many top-tier professionals this year might mean I've used up all my luck in this lifetime. His words, which sounded like consolation but were laced with mockery, nearly made Lin Changfeng cough up blood. Just then, a knock on the office door broke the tension. Come in, Lin Changfeng said, setting his teacup down with a resigned sigh. A young woman in a black and white skirted business suit stepped in. President Lin, there's a young man named Yi Yang here to see you, she announced. Yi Yang? Lin Changfeng raised an eyebrow, a flicker of curiosity in his expression. He waved her in. Let him in. Yes, sir. The secretary stepped back, holding the door open to make way for Yi Yang. Moments later, Yi Yang stepped into the room, his figure coming into view before Lin Changfeng. When Yi Yang stepped into the office, he noticed that Chairman Lin Changfeng was not alone. A middle-aged man, unfamiliar to Yi Yang, was seated comfortably in the room. Judging by the casual atmosphere, it was clear that this man shared a close relationship with Chairman Lin. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so at ease in his office. Lin Changfeng gestured for Yi Yang to take a seat before introducing them without delay. Old Wu, this is the person I mentioned to you, the one who awakened the only S-tier hidden class. Yi Yang. Yi Yang, this is Wu Ning, chairman of Yinzhou City. Nice to meet you, Chairman Wu, Yi Yang greeted politely. Wu Ning gave Yi Yang a once-over, a faint trace of disdain curling the corners of his mouth. Lin, this young man is quite good-looking. 500 years ago, in the peaceful era, he probably would have charmed quite a few young ladies. But alas, this is the age of cataclysm. Good looks won't get you far. What matters now is power. Lin Changfeng immediately caught the veiled jab in Wu Ning's words. It was a not-so-subtle comparison to the 3 prodigies in Yinzhou City who had managed to break through the first tier and reach level 15 in just a day or 2. By contrast, a hidden class user from Tianshui City who had only reached level 10 in a single day didn't seem nearly as impressive. Old Wu, why don't you shut that mouth of yours? Lin Changfeng snapped before turning to Yi Yang. Yi Yang, what brings you here today? There is something I need help with, Yi Yang replied, pulling a small black orb from his backpack and handing it to Lin Changfeng through his secretary. I just got this black spirit orb from the Black Spirit Forest dungeon. I wanted to ask you, Chairman Lin, if you know what it's for. Black spirit orb? Lin Changfeng's eyes lit up as he examined the palm-sized, jet-black, translucent sphere. This must have come from at least a nightmare-level dungeon, right? Seems like it, Yang said with a casual shrug, deliberately omitting the fact that he had obtained it from the final boss of a Shura-level dungeon. Wu Ning, intrigued, took the orb and inspected it closely. The faint condescension on his face gave way to astonishment. This so-called steer hidden class user might actually be the real deal. Clearing a nightmare-level dungeon required strength comparable to that of an S-tier class. In Yingzhou City, even their two S-tier class users had only managed to clear nightmare difficulty with the help of an SS-tier expert. This is indeed a black spirit orb, Wu Ning finally said, handing it back to Lin Changfeng. It has the ability to fuse several general origin class equipment pieces into a single piece of exclusive class equipment. However, since the Black Spirit King is only a Tier 1 monster, the resulting equipment would also be limited to Tier 1. Lin Changfeng's excitement was palpable as he asked, Yang, this is a treasure for Tier 1 class users. How did you and your team decide to divide it? Did you give up all the other dungeon rewards just to secure this? Team? Yang looked genuinely baffled. Chairman Lin, what team? I soloed the dungeon and got this myself. Spit take. Wu Ning sprayed his tea everywhere, his eyes widening in disbelief as he stared at Yang. What did you just say? Solo a nightmare-level dungeon? Are you kidding me? Wu Ning wasn't the only one shocked. Even Lin Changfeng looked utterly taken aback. His expression turned serious as he said, Yang, this isn't something you should joke about with the guild president. I'm not joking, Yang replied with a shrug, his tone as casual as if he were discussing the weather. I really did it by myself. Wu Ning immediately shot to his feet, unable to contain his excitement. No way, absolutely no way. Soloing a dungeon is already insane, but a nightmare-level dungeon? Kid, no offense, but I doubt you've even stepped foot near the entrance of one. Watching Wu Ning's animated reaction, Yang silently shook his head. It all made sense now why Lin Changfeng had looked so exasperated when they first met. Clearly, this guild president had been driven to his limit by Wu Ning. President Wu, Yang began, attempting to explain, but Wu Ning cut him off. Ha, ha, ha. Wu Ning burst into laughter, slapping his thigh. I knew it. Even a level 20 SS rank professional with a 5-star template wouldn't be able to solo a first-tier nightmare-level dungeon. Old Wu. Lin Changfeng shot him a sharp look. Let Yi Yang finish what he was saying. Go ahead, Yi Yang. Yi Yang remained unfazed. I was just about to say, he said calmly, the dungeon I soloed wasn't nightmare level, it was asura level. What? Lin Changfeng and Wu Ning shouted in unison, their voices so loud it seemed like the roof might come off. Before the shock could fully settle, the door swung open, and Wang Kai, the vice president of the Tianshui City Pro Guild and manager of the trading hall, stepped in. He greeted Wu Ning briefly before turning to Lin Changfeng with a report in hand. President Lin, the Black Spirit Forest dungeon has been cleared. A lot of people who took the commission tasks are now requesting refunds on their deposits. We'll need your approval for a 10 billion Dragon Coin fund release. Here are the deposit slips for your review. Lin Changfeng froze, his mind racing. You're saying the Black Spirit Forest dungeon has been cleared? On Asura difficulty? That's right. Wang Kai confirmed with a puzzled expression. According to Wang Shun, it was someone named Yi Yang who completed it. Wang Shun wanted to meet with you, but I held him back for now. Bring Wang Shun here immediately. Lin Changfeng ordered, his tone sharp. It wasn't long before Wang Shun was ushered into the office. He was just about to report on the extraordinary talent head discovered when his eyes landed on Yi Yang, standing calmly in the room. His words caught in his throat, and he froze, utterly stunned. This rewrite retains the original plot but enhances the flow with more vivid descriptions, sharper dialogue, and a tighter narrative. The characters' emotions and reactions are more pronounced, making the scene more engaging and immersive. Wang Shun's towering 1.9-meter frame suddenly went limp, and he dropped heavily to his knees. His eyes were filled with disbelief, and his voice trembled. Brother Yi Yang, what are you doing here? He hurriedly explained. I just looted a black spirit orb in the Black Spirit Forest, and wanted to ask President Lin what it is. Yi Yang simply shrugged nonchalantly, responding with a perfunctory hum. However, Lin Changfeng's expression darkened, his sharp gaze fixed on Wang Shun. What were you about to say? Finish your sentence. Instinctively, Wang Shun glanced at Yi Yang, then at the unfamiliar middle-aged man with a grim expression standing nearby. Though unsure of the situation, he dared not ignore Lin Changfeng's questioning. I was going to tell you that I discovered an extraordinary genius in the Northern District. He solo cleared the Black Spirit Forest dungeon on Asura difficulty. Didn't you say there would be rewards for recommending talented individuals to you? So I thought I'd Boom. The revelation hit Lin Changfeng like a thunderclap, leaving him completely stunned. The truth was now undeniable. Yi Yang hadn't been exaggerating. He had indeed cleared the Asura difficulty dungeon all by himself. Lin Changfeng wasn't the only one left speechless. Wu Ning, standing nearby, was equally dumbfounded. Solo clearing, Asura difficulty, Tier 1 dungeon understood each term individually, but putting them together seemed utterly incomprehensible. Could an ordinary human even achieve such a feat? Ironically, just moments ago, he had been boasting to Lin Changfeng about an SS grade genius from Yinjiao City who broke through Tier 1 in a single day and reached level 15 by the next. But now, Tianjue City had produced someone capable of solo clearing an Asura difficulty dungeon. This level of skill wasn't just rare in Dongshan province. It was a once-in-a-lifetime talent, even across the entirety of Longhua. Lin Changfeng's laughter carried a hint of smugness. Ha ha ha, old Wu, don't pull that face. Sure, Yinjiao City has churned out quite a few SS grade geniuses this year, but how do they compare to our lucky hidden class player who solo cleared an Asura difficulty dungeon? Indeed, laughter is contagious. A moment ago, Wu Ning had been brimming with pride, but now his face was a picture of despair. Meanwhile, Lin Changfeng, who had been simmering with frustration earlier, seemed rejuvenated, as if he had found a new lease on life. After bidding farewell to Wu Ning, Lin Changfeng casually handed Wang Shan 1 million dragon coins as a reward to send him off. Without wasting any time, he eagerly invited Yi Yang back into the house, his eyes brimming with curiosity. Quick, quick, quick. Tell me in detail, how did you manage to solo a Shura-level dungeon? As someone with decades of experience as a professional, Lin Changfeng had encountered countless geniuses, but none quite like Yi Yang. He had seen people solo normal-level dungeons, and he had even heard of prodigies capable of soloing hard or nightmare-level dungeons. In the 3 supreme cities of the Dragon Kingdom, Kyoto, Jinghai, and Jiangnan, there were always a few exceptional talents each year who could solo dungeons of their tier. But someone who could directly solo a Shura-level dungeon? This was the first time he had ever heard of such a feat. Yi Yang calmly recounted his dungeon experience. Although his tone was unremarkable, Lin Changfeng listened as if spellbound. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. The Black Spirit King actually ended up working for you in the end. His eyes sparkled with astonishment. Most people can't wait to take down the boss as quickly as possible, but you managed to tame the final boss into submission. President Lin, Yi Yang cut straight to the point. How do I use the Black Spirit Orb? Can I directly commission someone to craft exclusive class equipment now? He was indifferent to Lin Changfeng's excitement. His sole purpose for coming here was to figure out the orb's function. Lin Changfeng pondered for a moment. Erase what will do. Hand over the Black Spirit Orb to me, and provide a drop of your blood essence. By tonight, I can have exclusive Necromancer class equipment ready for you. Oh, by the way, which equipment slot do you want to prioritize? I can choose the slot? Yi Yang was slightly surprised. Of course, Lin Changfeng chuckled. Since it's custom-made, the choice is yours. It'll cover the cost of the initial universal core materials and the crafting fees. Thank you, President Lin. ID like a ring. You sly kid, going straight for the most expensive one. Lin Changfeng laughed heartily but didn't seem to mind. Rings and necklaces were indeed the priciest slots for crafting equipment, but for him, the cost of a Tier 1 piece of equipment was negligible. Suddenly recalling something, Lin Changfeng retrieved over 100 bottles of bright red potions from his back. Considering your solo Shura dungeon feat, I should show my appreciation. Here, this is 100 bottles of Tier 1 Beast Blood Potion, which increases monster killing experience by 100 for an hour. And here are 10 bottles of Tier 2 Beast Blood Potion, which boosts it by 200 for the same duration. Use these in the next few days to level up as much as you can, aiming for an ideal level before the special training camp begins. Yi Yang stared at the potions, astonished. Beast Blood Potions were rare commodities in Tianjue City's trading hall, and even at the monthly auctions, they were extremely scarce, with no more than 10 bottles available at a time. A single bottle of Tier 1 Beast Blood Potion was worth over 1 million dragon coins, while Tier 2 potions were practically priceless. Tens of millions might not even secure one. Yi Yang stared at the Beast Blood Potions in his hand, deeply shaken. Even though he had just earned over 1 billion dragon coins by completing a dungeon, the value of these over 100 bottles of Beast Blood Potions gifted by Lin Changfeng was incomparable. These potions were priceless, no amount of money could buy them. Any rational person would unhesitatingly choose the 100 first-tier Beast Blood Potions over 1 billion dragon coins. President Lin, isn't this reward a bit too extravagant? Yi Yang asked in disbelief. Could completing a single Asura-level dungeon really bring such a generous reward? Lin Changfeng shook his head lightly, his expression calm. For an ordinary first-tier team, this reward would indeed be excessive. But you're different. These are just a portion of my year-end bonuses. Consider it a personal investment in you. Thank you, President Lin. Yi Yang said solemnly, nodding. He thought to himself that with these Beast Blood Potions, his leveling speed would skyrocket. No need to thank me, Lin Changfeng sighed. The truth is, I didn't expect you to be able to solo an Asura-level dungeon. That was my oversight. If I had given you these potions earlier, you might already be ready to start your second-tier advancement quest. As Lin Changfeng lamented that Yi Yang had already used up his dungeon attempts for the day, something suddenly occurred to him. Wait, Yi Yang, did you say you soloed an Asura-level dungeon? Yeah, why? Yi Yang replied. Lin Changfeng burst into laughter. That's perfect. You can join a team and use their dungeon attempts. The experience you gain from killing monsters in the dungeon isn't shared with your teammates. This revelation was a game-changer for Yi Yang. Following the Great Cataclysm over 500 years ago, traditional subjects like math, language, and foreign studies had been replaced by practical courses such as combat techniques, monster identification, survival tactics, and wilderness geography. While dungeon-related knowledge was covered, it was of little use to ordinary people. Lin Changfeng explained further, that's why many players prefer to form full 10-member teams for dungeons. Even if they fail, they can pass the team leader role to someone else and try again. Yi Yang suddenly understood. This was a perfect strategy for him, could join a team without requiring their help, as long as they provided him with dungeon attempts. With this approach and the beast blood potions in hand, his leveling efficiency would soar. It also explained why, back in the Black Spirit Forest, Ching Yao and his group managed to enter the dungeon multiple times, while Yi Yang could only enter once. Now, everything made sense. Auntie, is my cousin home? Chun Shiyu asked eagerly as soon as she stepped into the Li family's house. Her purpose for visiting was clear. She wanted to play matchmaker between Li Qing and Yi Yang. In her eyes, Yi Yang was incredibly capable, and if he could become part of their family, she might benefit as well. To be honest, she had feelings for Yi Yang herself. Unfortunately, during their time in the Black Spirit Forest dungeon, Yi Yang showed no interest in her whatsoever, not even agreeing to team up with her to grind mobs. Left with no other choice, she decided to settle for the next best thing, bringing her cousin and Yi Yang together. Your cousin's in her room, Wang Shuiying replied. She was up all night grinding mobs and is still sleeping. Still sleeping? At this rate, she's going to miss out on a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Chen Shiyu exclaimed as she marched straight to Li Qing's room and pushed the door open. Li Qing, rubbing the sleep from her eyes, recognized her cousin and asked groggily, Shiyu, what's going on? How's your relationship with Yi Yang? Chen Shiyu asked bluntly. Not bad, Li Qing replied, a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks as she thought about the day before. Yesterday, he even helped me clear the beginner dungeon. He chose me over Hanishu right in front of her. Isn't that like giving me a chance? What? He helped you with a dungeon? Chen Shiyu's excitement was palpable. She quickly recounted everything that had happened earlier that morning. This is your golden opportunity. If you can become Yi Yang's girlfriend, your future happiness is practically guaranteed. If I still had a shot with him, there's no way I'd let you have him. But since I don't, this is your chance. Don't let it slip away. But I can't just force it, can I? Li Qing stammered, her shy nature making her hesitant. Stop overthinking it. Someone just told me Yi Yang is at the quest hall. He's probably about to head into another dungeon. The opportunity is right in front of you. Whether you seize it is up to you. Chen Shiyu said with a sly grin. When it comes to guys, you've got to take the initiative. They say it's easy for a girl to win a guy over if she just tries. Under Chen Shiyu's relentless encouragement, Li Qing quickly freshened up, and the two headed to the quest hall. Meanwhile, Yi Yang was browsing through the first-tier dungeon quests. He was looking for a quiet teammate to grind with, as he simply wanted to use up a dungeon entry without much hassle. A quest titled Venomous Swamp caught his eye. It had 12 days left on the timer, and the objective was to collect phantom venom herbs, each valued at 1 million dragon coins. After paying the 2 million dragon coin deposit, he accepted the quest and received the coordinates to the dungeon entrance. Just as he was about to leave, he ran into Li Qing. Why, Yi Yang? Fancy seeing you here. Li Qing stammered nervously, struggling to find her words. What a coincidence. What are you up to? I'm heading into a dungeon, Yi Yang replied casually. Then, as if remembering something, he asked, have you done a dungeon run today? If not, we could team up. Looking at the timid girl in front of him, Yi Yang thought she seemed like the perfect quiet teammate had been hoping to find. Yi Yang was contemplating in his heart this was the perfect opportunity to repay Li Qing for her help. Back in the beginner dungeon, she had provided him with considerable assistance, but at that time, he had no means to return the favor. When Li Qing heard Yi Yang's invitation, her face instantly turned bright red. Her heart raced, and her mind uncontrollably painted a series of delightful scenarios. All the flirting tips Chen Shiyu had painstakingly taught her evaporated in an instant. The surprise came too suddenly after all. Even when Chen Shiyu herself had invited him, Yi Yang had flatly refused without hesitation. Can I? Li Qing asked timidly. I haven't run a dungeon today, but am worried it'll drag you down. I'm really not very strong. It's fine, Yi Yang said with a light laugh, shaking his head. Once we're inside, you can just relax. He'll handle everything. These words made Li Qing's face flush even deeper. Yi Yang didn't say anything more and directly pulled her into his party, heading toward the entrance of the venomous swamp dungeon in the eastern district of Tianjue City. Along the way, Li Qing followed behind him like an obedient girlfriend, staying close every step of the way. Over 2 hours later, nearing 6 p.m., they finally arrived at their destination. Yi Yang hadn't been idle during the journey, had summoned all his skeletons to hunt monsters in the wild, raising his experience points from 58 at level 18 to 74. The dungeon entrance was bustling with people, with at least 1,000 professionals gathered there, far more lively than the Black Spirit Forest dungeon. This wasn't surprising, considering the Black Spirit Forest had only been open for a few days, and many were still waiting to purchase guides. Meanwhile, the nightmare difficulty of the venomous swamp had long been cleared, making it a prime spot for farming rare materials. Yi Yang, the Great One, Li Qing whispered, do we need to find more teammates? Can the two of us really manage this on our own? No need, Yi Yang replied as he pushed through the crowd toward the entrance. Suddenly, a man in his 30s stopped him. Young man, are you here to run the dungeon too? Yi Yang glanced at him. What is it? If you're inviting me to join your team, sorry, I already have a teammate. The man gave Li Qing a quick look and shook his head. No, that's not it. I just wanted to warn you it's better not to enter this dungeon right now. And why is that? Yi Yang stood in front of the dungeon entrance, staring at the middle-aged man before him with a puzzled expression. You can't run the dungeon right now, the middle-aged man explained with a sigh. The Inzhou Chu family has taken over this area. They're searching for a material called Phantom Poison Grass in the Hell or Asura difficulty dungeons. Phantom Poison Grass? Yi Yang found the name somewhat familiar. Isn't there a mission for that in Tianjue City's quest hall? That's right. It was issued by the Liu family of Tianjue. The middle-aged man continued. Both families are fighting over this material. However, the Liu family is no match for the Chu family. After a conflict here 2 days ago, the Liu family was driven away. Now, only the Chu family remains. Yi Yang had no interest in these disputes. His goal was straightforward. Enter the dungeon to grind monsters. Taking on the Phantom Poison Grass mission was merely a means to obtain the dungeon entrance coordinates. The material's value was irrelevant to him. Spending 2 million for the coordinates wouldn't even be considered a loss. Yi Yang, maybe we should try a different dungeon? Li Qing, who was always timid, whispered hesitantly. No need. Yi Yang chuckled softly, taking Li Qing's hand and heading straight for the dungeon entrance, completely ignoring the middle-aged man's warning. Hey, why won't you listen to reason, young man? The middle-aged man stomped his foot anxiously. The Chu family members guarding the entrance are second-tier professionals they really won't hesitate to kill. The wilderness had always been a lawless zone. Either you had enough strength to protect yourself, or you accepted the constant risk of death. Even if someone were killed, the perpetrators could easily blame it on wild monsters. For ordinary people, tracking down the culprits was nearly impossible unless they belonged to a powerful family. As a result, family members often acted with impunity in the wild. Not long ago, a group of first-tier professionals who refused to back down tried to force their way through, only to be killed on the spot by the Chu family. But Yi Yang was unfazed. While his ordinary skeletons weren't particularly strong, with the help of his skeleton mage and stealth skeletons, second-tier professionals posed no threat to him. How could these people compare to the likes of the ghostly swordmasters or black spirit kings in Asura-level dungeons, whose stats soared to 400 or 500 points? Even top-tier second-tier professionals had average stats of only 200 to 300 points. As Yi Yang approached the dungeon entrance, a group of over 10 level 30 professionals blocked his path. A bald warrior, standing nearly 2 meters tall, stepped forward and looked down at Yi Yang. Kid, this place has been claimed by the Chu family. If you don't want to die, get lost. Before he even finished speaking, the others closed in around them. Move, Yi Yang said coldly, his sharp gaze cutting through the crowd like a blade. Huh, a little brat who doesn't even have a full beard yet, trying to act tough in front of me? The bald warrior sneered as he cast a detection spell on Yi Yang. A necromancer? Never seen that class before. Come on, kid. Let me see what this necromancer of yours is made of. The bald warrior swung his blade down fiercely, the long sword slicing straight toward Yi Yang's head. As the blade struck, Yi Yang's figure was instantly cleaved in two. The bald warrior was just about to let out a triumphant laugh when his gaze froze on the shattered skeletal remains lying on the ground. What the hell is this trickery? The bald warrior's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the skeleton. Just moments ago, there had been a living, breathing young man standing before him. How could one strike reduce him to a pile of dry bones? Still looking for me? Yi Yang's icy voice suddenly echoed from behind, sending a shiver down the bald warrior's spine. He whipped around, stumbling backward in terror. You? When did you? He stammered, pointing at Yi Yang, unable to form a coherent sentence. Yi Yang showed no interest in further conversation. He simply said in a low voice, "Invisible skeletons, make your move." Before the words had fully left his mouth, hundreds of skeletons materialized out of thin air, instantly surrounding the bald warrior. Their bone-crafted blades gleamed with a chilling light, and the onslaught of attacks rained down like a relentless storm. The sound of slicing and tearing echoed in the air as the second-tier peak-level warrior had no time to react. In mere moments, he was subjected to a gruesome execution, leaving behind nothing but a skeletal frame draped in tatters of flesh. What kind of ability is this? Where did those skeletons come from? An 18th level, first-tier fighterable to instantly kill a second-tier powerhouse? The onlookers were dumbfounded, their gazes filled with fear as they looked at Yi Yang. The bald warrior's teammates were even more terrified by the eerie scene that had just unfolded. After all, their leader had been an S-class defensive warrior with over 300 points in physical attributes. If even he couldn't withstand the skeleton's assault, they fragile by comparison had no chance of survival. Retreat. Go to the Chu family for help, someone shouted in panic. The group of second-tier professionals immediately turned and fled. However, they hadn't gotten far before they were met with a sight that plunged them into despair. An endless army of skeletons was closing in from all directions. What the hell is this madness? Seeing the army of skeletons before them, the dozen or so professionals were immediately struck with panic. However, the leader quickly regained his composure and shouted, "Stay calm, everyone. These skeletons are weak. Their stats are only around 20 or 30 points, each, nothing to fear for second-tier professionals like us. As long as we find a breakthrough point and work together, we can fight our way out easily." His words quickly steadied the group. Indeed, skeletons with such low stats were barely equivalent to mid-level first-tier professionals. What was there to fear? The group of second-tier professionals swiftly formed a battle formation and launched an assault in one direction. Thunderstrike, Shield Bash, Arrow Rain. A barrage of skills erupted, blasting a massive gap in the skeleton horde. Seeing the opening, the professionals were elated. These skeletons are way too weak. If it weren't for that sneak attack on Brother Kai earlier, we would have turned the tables already. Come on, everyone, charge. But their confidence was short-lived. Before long, they realized something was wrong. The gap they had just blown open was quickly filled with even more skeletons. Any hope of retreat was rapidly disappearing. How many of these skeletons are there? They just keep coming. There's no way that kid summoned all of these, right? How could he possibly have that much mental energy? One of the mages froze after unleashing an area effect spell. Everywhere he looked, thousands of meters in every direction was a sea of pale skeletons, packed so densely that the horizon seemed endless. Worse still, as a mage, he could sense an overwhelming surge of death energy gathering. Looking up, his face turned pale. In the sky above, tens of thousands of dark gray necromantic missiles loomed like a storm cloud about to descend. "Oh, crap!" he managed to cry out before the barrage rained down, obliterating the dozen second-tier professionals into nothing but dust. Yi Yang exhaled slowly, his expression calm as he willed the skeletons to vanish. In an instant, the countless undead within thousands of meters disappeared as if they had never been there. If not for the shattered bones and scattered remains littering the ground, no one would have believed a battle had just taken place. The onlookers were utterly stunned. That was brutal. A dozen second-tier professionals, gone just like that? Isn't he only first-tier? How is he this powerful? A necromancer? I've never seen a profession like that before. Could it be some kind of hidden class? Yi Yang ignored the murmurs around him. If they hadn't struck first with lethal intent, he wouldn't have retaliated so mercilessly. Turning to Li Qing, he said calmly, "Let's go, Li Qing. You'll be the party leader. Set the dungeon to Shura level difficulty." Li Qing, just beginning to recover from her shock, was once again taken aback. "Yi Yang, are you serious? Just the two of us tackling a Shura level dungeon?" The surrounding professionals, overhearing this, couldn't help but erupt in astonished chatter. The surrounding players whispered among themselves, their voices filled with disbelief. Did that guy seriously say he's going to take on the Ashura level dungeon? Just because he took down a few tier 2 professionals, he thinks he can handle Ashura level? That's insane. And the craziest part? It's a 2-person team. That girl is a tracker, and all she's good for is finding monsters. She's basically useless in a fight. So, it's basically a solo run on Ashura level? Has he lost his mind? Yi Yang ignored the chatter entirely. He calmly turned to Li Qing and said, "That's right, go ahead and set it to Ashura difficulty." While operating the dungeon portal, Li Qing hesitated and cautiously reminded him, "I need to say this upfront, there's not much I can do to help in an Ashura level dungeon." "I don't need your help," Yi Yang replied casually. "Like I said before, just sit back and relax. I'll handle everything." Li Qing nodded obediently and proceeded to activate the dungeon portal. The system notification sounded immediately. "Ding. You have unlocked a Tier 1 dungeon portal, Toxic Swamp. Please select the difficulty. Normal, Hard, Nightmare, Hell, or Azura." Toxic Swamp Dungeon Collapse Countdown. 12 days. Taking a deep breath, Li Qing selected Azura difficulty, silently praying for their safety. If Yi Yang knew she was praying, he would probably laugh. To him, this wasn't his first time challenging an Asura-level dungeon. Compared to when he cleared the Black Forest Labyrinth, his strength had increased several times over. At that moment, Yi Yang's attribute panel displayed the following stats. Name, Yi Yang. Class, Tier 1 Necromancer Unique Class. Level, 18. Strength, 59. Spirit, 1004. Constitution, 159. Agility, 59. With over 1,000 spirit points, he gained a 10 attribute boost for all his summoned skeletons. The base attributes of ordinary skeletons increased from 18 to 20, while skeleton mages saw their spirit rise from 36 to 40. Under the tenfold spirit multiplier, his deathly missiles dealt a staggering 400 spirit-based damage per attack. The scale of his skeleton army was equally astonishing. Ordinary skeletons, over 87,000. Skeleton mages, nearly 9,000. Stealth skeletons, approximately 1,500. The stealth skeletons, in particular, were terrifying. With their unlimited invisibility, a coordinated assassination strike from them could unleash devastating power that sent chills down anyone's spine. Yi Yang quickly skimmed through the strategy records for the Venomous Swamp Dungeon. The data showed the following completion times. Normal mode 15 hours, 53 minutes, and 18 seconds. Hard mode 42 hours, 16 minutes, and 47 seconds. Nightmare mode 105 hours, 22 minutes, and 8 seconds. As for Hell mode, only 56 of the second phase had been cleared, while no record existed for Asura mode. Compared to the Black Spirit Forest, this dungeon clearly required significantly more time to conquer. As Yi Yang and Li Qing stepped into the dungeon, the area outside erupted into a buzz. Hundreds of players gathered around the entrance, discussing fervently. Are they seriously attempting Asura mode? I struggled just with the first boss, the Venomous Orb Spider, in Nightmare mode. Probably just the guy trying to show off for the girl. But this is risking his life for a performance. I bet they'll get wiped out within the first hour. Inside the dungeon, a dim, murky green haze enveloped the surroundings. Dead trees and jagged branches jutted out from the ground in chaotic disarray, as if on the verge of collapse. A system notification promptly appeared. Under the influence of the venomous miasma, attack power is reduced by 10, and defense is reduced by 30. Li Qing glanced nervously at the eerie environment, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Yi Yang, are we really capable of clearing Asura mode? Yi Yang gave a calm smile and immediately summoned his skeletal army. In an instant, tens of thousands of skeletons filled the view. With a single command of attack, they dispersed, scouring the area. Before long, the first wave of enemies appeared in their sights, 2 to 3 dozen spider-like creatures, each half a meter long, crawling along the branches. Their glowing green eyes locked onto Yi Yang and his team. The system identified them as venomous demon spiders, level 11, with the following attributes. Strength, 55. Spirit, 60. Constitution, 50. Agility, 40. Skill, Demon Spider Web can cast a web within a range of Spirit 1 meter, dealing Spirit 5 damage and applying a 1-second immobilization effect. Yi Yang carefully observed the venomous demon spider before him, feeling a chill run down his spine. Though its base stats were comparable to the Shadow Knight Cat, its skill, Spider's Web, was particularly troublesome. Each basic attack released a web, which, while dealing minimal damage, inflicted a 1-second root effect that could prove fatal. For an average player, getting hit once could mean being trapped in an endless chain of control with no chance to retaliate. Without exceptional agility and movement skills, surviving even the first stage of this dungeon would be nearly impossible. This was the brutal standard of the Asura-level difficulty dungeon. Just as Yi Yang was about to command his skeleton army to attack, Li Qing suddenly spoke. Her timing surprised him, especially since the venomous demon spiders were still a kilometer away, their view obscured by a dense forest of withered trees. Li Qing, you can see those venomous demon spiders too? Yi Yang asked in astonishment. Of course, she replied without hesitation. When we first entered the wilderness and you summoned your skeletons, I got a notification that I could switch to the skeleton's perspective. This revelation left Yi Yang stunned. As a solo player, he had never considered that innate skills could be shared with teammates. This discovery seemed to open up entirely new possibilities. Curious to test it out, Yi Yang immediately summoned an ordinary skeleton from his summoning space and positioned it a few meters away. Locking onto both Li Qing and the skeleton, he activated his innate skill, Soul Transfer. In an instant, Li Qing and the skeleton swapped positions. The sudden shift startled her, and she let out a small scream. The experiment's outcome further shocked Yi Yang, as innate skills could indeed be shared with teammates. However, Soul Symbiosis allowed teammates to use the skill freely, while Soul Transfer remained under his soul control. With this newfound understanding, Yi Yang turned his attention back to the venomous demon spiders and launched his assault. He commanded thousands of ordinary skeletons to form a defensive line at the front, shielding the skeletal mages in the rear. At his command, the skeleton army surged forward, encircling the spiders perched on the tree branches. Sensing danger, the spiders unleashed a barrage of webs. Yet the webs proved ineffective against the relentless advance of the skeleton army. When the frontline skeletons were immobilized, those in the rear simply trampled over their trapped comrades, creating a grotesque and unnerving sight. Meanwhile, the skeletal mages in the back unleashed a barrage of death missiles. Hundreds of dark projectiles streaked through the air, obliterating the venomous demon spiders and shattering the brittle branches they clung to. The system notification chimed. Ding! You have slain LV-11 venomous demon spider. Gained 110-200 experience points. Current dungeon progress. Stage 1, 0.23. What? A single venomous demon spider only accounts for 0.01 progress. Yiyang exclaimed in disbelief. Yiyang glanced at the dungeon progress panel, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. The difficulty of the venomous swamp dungeon truly lived up to its reputation. Clearing just the first stage required a significant investment of time. However, for him, this was actually an advantage. With his vast army of skeletons, he could handle it with ease. The system notification chimed repeatedly. Ding! You have slain LV-11 venomous spider, gaining 110-200 experience points. The continuous stream of kill notifications put Yiyang in an excellent mood. In just half an hour, his level 18 experience bar was completely filled. Ding! Your level has increased to LV-19. Ding! You have received level up rewards. 5 to all attributes, 50 free attribute points. The double experience boost from the Tier 2 Beast Blood Potion was nothing short of remarkable. Though its effect lasted only an hour, the 26 experience bar growth speed was exhilarating. Without hesitation, Yiyang allocated all 50 free attribute points to his spirit stat. Thanks to the 5-star attribute growth template, his other stats also saw significant improvement. His character panel updated as follows. Name, Yiyang. Level, LV-19. Class, Tier 1 Necromancer Unique. Strength, 64. Spirit, 1059. Constitution, 164. Agility, 64. Beside him, Li Qing watched in awe as Yiyang commanded his skeletal army with precision and ease, systematically clearing out the dungeon's monsters. Her heart was filled with admiration and disbelief. This was the strength of the top scholar in both academics and combat at Tianshui High for 3 consecutive years. The massive army of 100,000 skeletons moved as if they were an extension of his will, operating as effortlessly as breathing. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, the gathered professionals stared at the rapidly updating progress panel in stunned silence. 0.23, 0.56, 1.21. He's only been in there for 2 minutes, and he's already killed over 100 venomous spiders. Are those spiders' control skills completely ineffective against him? At that moment, several figures emerged from the dungeon entrance. Among them was a young man Chu Ran, the SS class prodigy of the Chu family from Yingzhou City. He had brought along 9 Tier 1 peak guards for training, yet they had suffered repeated setbacks in the Hell difficulty dungeon. This time, we couldn't even reach 10 progress. Looks like we'll need to be more cautious with our skill usage, Chu Ran remarked, preparing to regroup and re-enter the dungeon. However, something unusual caught his attention. Chu Ran stood at the entrance of the dungeon, his brows furrowed. The bald warrior and his team, who were supposed to be guarding this area, were nowhere to be found. The entire place felt eerily empty. He immediately summoned a first-tier professional for a thorough interrogation, and the truth quickly surfaced. Yiyang. Chu Ran muttered the unfamiliar name, his tone heavy. This guy suddenly shows up out of nowhere, kills all the Chu family members stationed here, and dares to enter a Shura-level dungeon? As he pondered, the information displayed on the dungeon's entrance screen caught his eye. When he saw the progress shown on it, he froze in disbelief. Li Qing's Party Venomous Swamp Forest Dungeon Progress, Phase 1 8.36. How is that possible? Chu Ran stared at the number, shaken. They had only been in the dungeon for a little over 10 minutes and had already reached 8 progress? The last time he attempted a Hell-level dungeon, it had taken him 2 or 3 grueling hours to barely break the 10 mark. Against monsters like the venomous demon spider, how could anyone achieve such progress so quickly? Just then, a guard approached him and lowered his voice. Young master, there's been talk of a prodigy named Yiyang appearing recently in Tianshui City. Could it be him? A prodigy? Just how exceptional are we talking? Well, they say he can clear a Shura-level dungeon solo. And he did it today. Ridiculous. Chu Ran roared, his voice filled with fury. Even with me and those SS-level geniuses from the Jiang family working together, we couldn't conquer a Shura-level dungeon. What makes him think he can do it alone? The guard, startled by Chu Ran's outburst, bowed repeatedly in apology. Please calm down, young master. It's just a rumor. Chu Ran cut him off, his eyes gleaming with a cold determination. Fine. Then I'll see for myself what kind of skills this Yang has to solo the venomous swamp at Shura level. Standing to the side, the guard couldn't help but feel a growing unease as he thought of the rumors about the prodigy who could single-handedly clear such a dungeon. In a hushed voice, he reminded, "Young master, if he really manages to clear this dungeon alone, what about the phantom venom grass task the master entrusted to you?" Hearing the guard's words, Chu Ran's expression of anticipation instantly vanished. He quickly composed himself, flashing a dismissive smile. After all, the main task assigned by his family was to collect the phantom poison grass, while gaining experience was secondary. This was, after all, a crucial resource in their rivalry with the Liu family of Tianshui. "You don't seriously think that guy can solo a Shura-level dungeon, do you?" Chu Ran chuckled lightly. The guard's face was filled with worry. "Young master, if he really clears it, the dungeon will disappear." "No need to worry," Chu Ran said with a faint smirk. "Even if he does clear it, we'll still get our hands on the phantom poison grass when he comes out." "How?" The guard's eyes lit up. Chu Ran spoke with emphasis. "It's simple, well, just ask him to hand it over." The guard immediately caught on, making a throat-slitting gesture. "Got it. Once that guy comes out, well, it's the wilderness. No one will even notice if a body goes missing." "Don't be hasty," Chu Ran said with a cunning expression. "Diplomacy comes first. If he really can solo a Shura-level dungeon, he's got talent. If he's willing to join the Chu family, it'll be to our benefit. If not, well, the Chu family knows how to negotiate." The guard nodded repeatedly. "Understood, young master. We'll go fetch Captain Chu Fei right away." Chu Ran nodded in approval. "Leave the details to me. For now, I want to see how long that guy can last in the dungeon." Chu Fei, the captain of the Chu family's guards, was a level 40, third-year peak strength professional. Although Yi Yang had previously taken down over a dozen second-tier members of the Chu family, it wouldn't matter if he agreed to join them. Once they returned home, Chu Ran could simply report to his father, the clan leader, that those members had sacrificed themselves protecting him. If Yi Yang refused to join, then Chu Fei would teach him a lesson and take the phantom poison grass head obtained in the dungeon. Inside the dungeon, Yi Yang's summoned army of tens of thousands of skeletons was busy clearing monsters. He glanced at the progress panel. The first phase was only 26.36 complete. "This is way too slow, just 26 in an hour?" Yi Yang sighed. "Looks like the first phase alone will take 4 or 5 hours. He finally understood why even on normal difficulty, the venomous swamp dungeon took over 10 hours. However, after this hour of grinding, his level had already reached 19 at 73, and he was on the verge of hitting level 20. "Yi Yang, do you need me to do anything?" Li Qing, who had been resting nearby, asked hesitantly. Yi Yang glanced at her and half-jokingly said, "If you're feeling up to it, you can go practice with those venomous demon spiders. I can send you over with my skill right now." No, I wouldn't dare." Li Qing quickly waved her hands. "Those are Shura-level monsters. I wouldn't stand a chance." As a Brank hunter, she was well aware of her own limitations. "By the way, these tree roots are pretty uncomfortable. How about I make a temporary sofa for you?" "Yi Yang," Li Qing suggested. Yi Yang nodded in agreement. Soon enough, Li Qing had used nearby dead branches to build 2 makeshift beds. "Here, Yi Yang, you can lie on this one," she said. Yi Yang lay down and exclaimed, "Wow, this is actually pretty comfy." Li Qing lay on the other bed and sighed. "This feels unreal. It's more like a vacation than running a dungeon." In her heart, she thought, Hanishu is such a fool. A genius like Yi Yang pursued her for 3 years, and she still sneaked around with Ching Yao. She probably doesn't even realize that Yi Yang had plenty of admirers back in school. Now, here I am, lying next to him, not on the same bed, but close enough to feel content. I wonder what Hanishu would think if she saw this. Hanishu left the entrance of the Black Spirit Forest dungeon and returned to Tianshui City with an unusually heavy heart. She had been brimming with confidence, believing that with her S-class powerful profession, a single night of effort would be enough for her to surpass Yi Yang effortlessly. However, reality had dealt her a harsh blow. Yi Yang had single-handedly cleared a Shura-level difficulty dungeon overnight. This revelation left Hanishu filled with regret. Within the entirety of Longhua, those capable of soloing a Shura-level dungeon were as rare as a phoenix feather or a unicorn's horn. Such a genius should have been someone she could firmly control, but her impulsive actions in provoking Chen Yang had completely altered Yi Yang's attitude toward her. "It's all because of Chen Yang," Hanishu calculated in her mind. "As long as I cut ties with him in the future, he'll definitely win Yi Yang back. Just like how I tested Yi Yang's sincerity years ago. The things he said to me yesterday must have been his way of testing me, too." With that thought, her eyes lit up with determination. At that moment, a familiar voice interrupted her thoughts. "Ishu, what are you doing here?" Turning around, she saw it was her school friend, Xiaoya. "What's up?" Hanishu asked. Xiaoya shrugged. "I'm just here to shop." but I saw Yi Yang earlier seem to be heading out with Li Qing. Weren't you planning to reconcile with Yi Yang yesterday? If you're just standing around here, aren't you worried Li Qing might steal him away? Yi Yang. Hanishu froze. Do you know where they went? I heard something about the venomous swamp, Xiaoya replied. The venomous swamp? The dungeon in East District where the Liu family and the Yinjiao Chu family are fighting for control. That, I'm not sure about. I just happened to see them passing by, Xiaoya said before waving goodbye and leaving. Without hesitation, Han Ishu headed straight toward the venomous swamp dungeon in the East District. Her family had considered taking on this dungeon before, but with so many factions vying for it, especially their rival, the Liu family, they had ultimately decided to give up. Yi Yang, you belong to me. Han Ishu muttered to herself as she ran. How could someone like Li Qing ever deserve you? You should only ever stay by my side. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, Li Qing was about to lie down on a small bed to rest, just as Yi Yang was doing, when she suddenly sneezed. What's wrong? Yi Yang opened his eyes and asked. Maybe it's the toxic miasma in the dungeon, it's a bit suffocating. Li Qing shrugged. Just as Yi Yang was about to continue resting, a golden light suddenly enveloped him. System notifications began to chime in rapid succession. Ding! You have killed LV-11 venomous spider, gaining 110, 200 experience points. Current dungeon progress. Phase 1, 34.55. Ding! Your level has increased. Current level, LV-20. Ding! You have received a level up reward, 5 points to all attributes and 50 free attribute points. Ding! Reaching level 20 has triggered your Tier 2 advancement quest. Yi Yang allocated all 50 free attribute points to his spirit stat and then carefully reviewed the options for his advancement quest. The rewards ranged from 1-star to 5-star levels, with significant differences between each level. He recalled his teacher's advice: becoming the strongest required not only awakening an SS class profession, but also consistently selecting the highest star growth templates for attributes. Without hesitation, Yi Yang chose the 5-star advancement quest. Ding! You have selected the 5-star advancement quest. Quest requirements. Successfully clear a Asura level dungeon of level 20 or higher, solo, and obtain a Starshine Essence Stone. Yi Yang frowned as he stared at the words Starshine Source Stone on the Tier 2 advancement quest, feeling a wave of confusion. The requirement to clear a level 20 Azure difficulty dungeon was straightforward enough. It was just a matter of running a Tier 2 dungeon. But this Starshine Source Stone? He had never even heard of it. It wasn't surprising, though. The professional courses at school only covered knowledge up to Tier 1 professions. To learn anything beyond that, you either had to pursue higher education at an advanced academy, figure it out on your own, or seek guidance from senior experts. Clearly, once this dungeon was over, he'd need to pay President Lin another visit. President Lin, being a seasoned professional at level 60 and at the peak of Tier 5 for many years, would undoubtedly know all about the Starshine Source Stone. However, for now, completing the advancement quest was out of the question. After all, the task required soloing the dungeon, and he currently had Li Qing in the party. But there wasn't much he could do about the was, after all, tagging along to use her dungeon attempts. As Yi Yang pondered over the situation, a flash of familiar green suddenly caught his eye. Huh, isn't that phantom poison grass? He exclaimed in surprise. What shocked him even more was that it wasn't dropped by a monster, but was growing naturally in the dungeon environment. Switching his perspective to a skeleton summon that was scouting for prey, Yi Yang quickly recognized the plant as the phantom poison grass depicted in the quest compendium. The moment he locked onto the herb, the system notification chimed. Ding! Your summon creature has discovered a rare treasure in the venomous swamp dungeon. Phantom poison grass. Would you like to harvest it? Without hesitation, Yi Yang commanded his nearby skeleton summons to collect all the phantom poison grass in the area. A series of notifications followed, and in the end, he had gathered over a dozen stalks. A single phantom poison grass is worth 1 million? That's over 10 million in one go. Yi Yang calculated with excitement, marveling at the lucrative rewards of the venomous swamp dungeon. It far exceeded the previous quest where a single black spirit stone was only worth 10,000. Out of curiosity, he casually checked the item's details. It was a rare herb and an essential ingredient for alchemists crafting anti-poison potions. No wonder the Tianshui and Yinjiao families were so eager to get their hands on it. Without this material, even basic anti-poison potions couldn't be made. Still, as someone who wasn't an alchemist, Yi Yang's curiosity about it didn't go much further than that. Yi Yang examined the freshly collected phantom poison grass in his hand, a trace of doubt crossing his mind. To gather more than a dozen of these in such a short time, was this plant truly worth the fierce competition between the two great families? Little did he know, if the Yinjiao Chu family and the Tianshui Lu family heard his thoughts, they'd likely be fuming with rage. In hell-level dungeons, finding even 1 or 2 phantom poison grass plants was considered an extraordinary stroke of luck. While the drop rate was slightly higher in Asura-level dungeons, the danger within was exponentially greater for ordinary adventurers. The Tianxue Lu family had once attempted to challenge an Asura-level dungeon, only to suffer a complete team wipe in under 2 hours. Since then, neither family dared to step foot into such perilous territory again. The Chu family's decision to bring Chu Ran this time seemed, on the surface, to be about honing the young prodigy's skills. In truth, their primary goal was to temper his combat resolve while also collecting as much phantom poison grass as possible. They weren't particularly concerned with how far Chu Ran could progress in a hell-level dungeon, but these rivalries had nothing to do with Yi Yang. He remained focused solely on his own mission. In just 2 short hours, his dungeon progress had reached an impressive 48.66, and his summoned army of skeletons had grown to over 8,000, comprising roughly 6,700 ordinary skeletons, and around 1,300 specialized units, including skeleton mages and stealth skeletons. Without hesitation, Yi Yang summoned all his skeletons and issued a clear directive: search for and collect every phantom poison grass plant. Previously, his skeletons had been singularly focused on eliminating monsters, entirely overlooking these valuable materials. If not for Yi Yang's chance discovery of a cluster of phantom poison grass while switching his perspective, this task might have turned out to be a financial loss. At the same time, Yi Yang didn't forget to command his massive army of 100,000 skeletons. Although their primary mission was to slay monsters, they were also instructed to gather any phantom poison grass they encountered along the way. One by one, system notifications began to chime. Ding! You've collected phantom poison grass 1. In just over an hour, Yi Yang's inventory had swelled with nearly 500 phantom poison grass plants, valued at a staggering 5 billion dragon coins. No wonder this mission required a 2 million deposit. The profits dwarfed the 1 billion income had earned from clearing the Black Spirit Forest. As time went on, the collection notifications became noticeably less frequent, signaling that the remaining phantom poison grass in the dungeon was dwindling. Yi Yang, however, wasn't concerned. His attention was fixed on the system interface, where the progress bar for the first phase now read 87.95. Just 30 more minutes, and he'd be entering the second phase. Staring at the number, Yi Yang exhaled deeply, a glimmer of hope lighting up his eyes. The monotony of waiting in the dungeon was beginning to lull Yi Yang into a near slumber. But just as his eyelids grew heavy, a sudden wave of danger snapped him to attention. His gaze darted upward, and there, on the gnarled branches of a withered tree barely 10 meters away, dozens of venomous demon spiders were scuttling toward them with terrifying speed. Oh no! Li Qing's face turned pale as the scene unfolded before her. Even a single one of these venomous demon spiders could easily overwhelm a first-tier fighter, let alone an entire swarm charging at them like this. Her instinctive reaction was to run, but a glance at Yi Yang made her pause. Determination replaced fear in her eyes. Without hesitation, she leapt up from the makeshift wooden cot and positioned herself in front of Yi Yang, her grip tightening around a pair of dimly glowing daggers, her class hunter's signature weapons, the twin blades. Yi Yang, get out of here. I'll hold them off. There was unwavering resolve in her voice. But Yi Yang simply shook his head, calm and composed. No need to panic. Since I brought you into this dungeon, I won't let anything happen to you. Watching Li Qing stand guard before him, her stance protective and unyielding, a flicker of warmth stirred in his chest. No danger? Li Qing looked at him incredulously. These spiders can kill us both in an instant. And your skeleton army is still out hunting monsters. What do you even have left to fight with? Before Yi Yang could respond, the venomous demon spiders closed the distance, their grotesque forms now mere feet away. Gritting her teeth, Li Qing raised her twin blades and prepared to charge. Yi Yang, take care of yourself. But just as she lunged forward, Yi Yang's hand rested lightly on her shoulder. Soul shift, he called out softly. The air around them shimmered faintly, and in an instant, their positions were reversed. Li Qing stumbled, her blades plunging harmlessly into the brittle bark of the dead tree in front of her. Disoriented, she scanned her surroundings, realizing they were now far from the battlefield. This is my innate skill, Yi Yang explained, his tone casual. It lets me switch places with any of my skeletons or, as you just saw, with an ally. I showed you this before, remember? Already forgotten? Before she could reply, a sharp cry escaped her lips. Wait, there are spiders here too. Yi Yang followed her gaze and let out a wry chuckle. Their teleportation had landed them directly in another nest of venomous demon spiders. On reflection, it wasn't entirely unexpected. Outside the dungeon's starting zone, nearly every corner was a danger zone. And with his skeleton army scattered across the dungeon hunting monsters, landing in the midst of a spider-infested area was just another calculated risk. Yi Yang once again rested his arm on Li Qing's shoulder, activating the soul spirit transfer. In an instant, their figures flickered in the space around them. Scanning their surroundings, they found no trace of any monsters. It seemed the group of summoned skeletons that had been teleported away hadn't encountered any new enemies yet. Yi Yang, are you feeling tired? Li Qing asked cautiously, noticing the faint weariness on his face. She had only relaxed a little herself after confirming the area was safe. Without waiting for his response, she efficiently gathered some nearby dry branches and leaves, quickly assembling 2 simple wooden beds. Lying on the makeshift bed thoughtfully prepared by Li Qing, Yang couldn't help but appreciate how nice it felt to be taken care of. This was miles better than the usual scenario of leaning against a tree during dungeon runs. A sudden idea popped into his mind: should he keep a portable bed, or even a sofa in his inventory? That way, he could enjoy a proper rest during dungeon crawls. If others found out about this, they'd probably roast him alive after all. Most people treated normal difficulty dungeons like life and death battles, while he was entertaining the thought of bringing furniture into a Shura-level dungeon. It was the ultimate display of nonchalance. Just then, the system notification rang out. Ding! You have slain LV-11 Venomous Demon Spider, earning 110,200 experience points. Current dungeon progress. Stage 100. Moments later, as the last venomous demon spider was overwhelmed and torn apart by the stealthy group of skeletons that had suddenly appeared, a pack of massive wolves emerged silently behind the skeletons. These creatures were covered in jet black fur and exuded an ominous presence. Yi Yang immediately switched his perspective and used his detection skill on the new enemies. Shura-level Black Demon Wolves LV-16. Strength, 11,820. Spirit, 80. Constitution, 100. Agility, 13,020. Skills, Pack Tactics, Demon Wolf Rend. The stats of these Black Demon Wolves were intimidating. With a base strength of 118 and agility of 130, they were already formidable. However, their passive skill, Pack Tactics, further boosted their strength and agility by 20, raising their maximum stats to 141 and 156 respectively. Their combat potential was no joke. Meanwhile, Hanishu was finally arriving at the dungeon entrance, pushing his steed to its limits. At the entrance to the dungeon, Chu Ran's gaze was suddenly drawn to a familiar figure. Well, isn't this Hanishu, the eldest daughter of the Han family? What brings you here? Chu Ran's eyes lit up. As a prodigy who had awakened an S-class profession, Hanishu was a top-tier figure in Yingzhou City. Not to mention, the influence of the Han family in Tianshui was even greater than that of the Chu family. However, faced with Chu Ran's enthusiastic attempt at conversation, Hanishu seemed uninterested. What? Does this young lady need to report her whereabouts to you? Don't think that just because you've awakened an SS-class profession, you're all that. Do you really think Tianshui City doesn't have anyone who's awakened an SS-class profession? Of course not, Chu Ran replied with a polite smile. I was just curious. Didn't the Han family announce earlier that they wouldn't be competing for the Phantom Poison Herb? I was wondering if Miss Han had perhaps changed her mind about that. Hanishu let out a cold laugh. Don't overthink it. I'm not here to compete with your Chu family for resources. The Han family said we wouldn't participate in this dungeon, and I, Hanishu, won't break that rule. Then may I ask why Miss Han is here? I'm here to find my husband. Your husband? Who's your husband? Chu Ran was utterly shocked. After all, Han Yisha's beauty was undoubtedly a solid 9 out of 10. Whoever she called her husband had to be someone extraordinary. Han Yisha's gaze shifted toward the screen above the dungeon entrance, which displayed the current teams attempting the dungeon. When her eyes landed on the name of the team leader, her expression instantly darkened. Following her gaze, Chu Ran glanced at the screen and couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Miss Han, I didn't expect you to be into women. What do you mean, into women? Hanishu shot him a glare. I'm talking about the man who went in with that woman. His name is Yi Yang. Yi Yang. The name struck Chu Ran like a bolt of lightning. Just earlier, one of his guards had mentioned this exceptional genius, who had reportedly solo-cleared a Shura-level dungeon today. The revelation left Chu Ran completely stunned. After all, just yesterday, the 3 SS-class profession geniuses, 2 S-class geniuses, and several S-class talents of Yingzhou City had spent an entire day trying to conquer the Shura-level dungeon without success. Even the Hell-level difficulty was only barely cleared after countless attempts. Miss Han, Chu Ran couldn't care less about maintaining his pride anymore. Are you saying that Yi Yang really solo-cleared a Shura-level dungeon? How do you know about that? Hanishu frowned in response. Her reaction left Chu Ran utterly dumbfounded. If it was true, then how were they supposed to deal with this during the upcoming Dongshan Province training camp selection exam? Facing someone of this caliber, was there even a chance of winning? But another thought quickly took over his mind. Wait a second. If Yi Yang is your husband, why is he entering a dungeon with another woman? Chu Ran's curiosity was now burning like wildfire. There's definitely something going on here, he thought to himself. Either Hanishu is lying, or the story about Yi Yang clearing the Shura-level dungeon is fake. After hearing Hanishu's words, Chu Ran's face revealed a hint of a mocking smile. He stared directly into Han Ishu's eyes, his tone filled with unmistakable skepticism. Miss Han, can you at least make your claim sound believable? Yi Yang is your husband? Then why does he take other women into dungeons, but not you? And claiming he can solo a Shura-level Dungeondo, you even understand the kind of strength that requires? Have you ever seen the monsters inside? Caught off guard by the questioning, Hanishu was momentarily at a loss for words, but she quickly regained her haughty demeanor. Believe it or not, I can't be bothered to argue with you. Fine, then let's wait and see. Chu Ran sneered coldly. If he can really solo a Shura-level dungeon, starting today, the Chu family will stop entering the venomous swamp to search for phantom poison grass. And what does that have to do with me? Hanishu shot him a disdainful glance, as if he were an idiot. Whether your family farms phantom poison grass or not has nothing to do with the Han family. Her words left Chu Ran speechless. He had heard rumors about Hanishu's arrogance, but experiencing it firsthand was worse than he imagined. Internally, he scoffed. No wonder she got dumped by a man. With a personality like this, even a dog would spit twice before walking away. Say that again? Hanishu snapped sharply. Already in a foul mood from being humiliated by Yi Yang the day before, she was now barely holding herself together after being insulted by an outsider. Chu Ran, unwilling to waste more energy on this kind of woman, shifted his focus to the dungeon progress displayed on the screen. Li Qing's Party Venomous Swamp Dungeon Progress, Phase 2-0. Seeing the progress move to the second phase, Chu Ran's heart began to race. After all, his personal best in this dungeon was only 56 completion on Hell difficulty. But Yi Yang was now attempting an even more challenging Shura-level difficulty. The stats of the Black Demon Direwolf flashed through his mind. Its group charge ability boosted strength and agility attributes by 20, and its Direwolf Rend allowed it to instantly close the distance, dealing 5 times its strength attribute in damage to enemies in a straight line. A single touch spelled certain death. Absolutely impossible. Chu Ran took a deep breath, his eyes fixed on the record display above the dungeon entrance. But in less than 10 seconds, the record suddenly updated. Li Qing's Party Venomous Swamp Dungeon Progress, Phase 2 2.6. How is this even possible? Chu Ran stared at the dungeon progress panel, his pupils shrinking sharply. In less than a minute, Yi Yang had pushed the progress up by 2.6. This meant he had already taken down over 20 Black Demon Direwolves at the Asura level difficulty. Recalling his own miserable first attempt at Hell level difficulty, Chu Ran felt a chill run down his spine. Back then, his entire team had struggled for over an hour just to barely defeat the first wave of Black Demon Direwolves. The second wave came immediately after, forcing them into a humiliating retreat. Even now, they had only managed to push the progress to 56 in the second phase. No, this guy is way too strong. If we face him in the selection trials for the special training camp in 2 days, Silver Zhao City's so-called geniuses will be completely wiped out. Chu Ran clenched his fists tightly. Although he had awakened an SS class profession and a second talent, his attribute template was only 4-star, a notch below the 5-star growth attributes. Judging by Yi Yang's performance, he most likely had the coveted 5-star growth template. When will Chu Feng get here? Chu Ran turned and asked the guard standing behind him. The guard flinched and quickly replied, "Young master, I've already informed Captain Chu Feng. He should arrive in about 2 hours. 2 hours, huh? That should be enough." Chu Ran narrowed his eyes, his gaze toward the dungeon entrance growing colder. A threat like this couldn't be allowed to leave alive. Although Chu Ran had never personally killed anyone during his wilderness training, any reckless bandits they encountered had always been dealt with by his guards. If Yi Yang wasn't eliminated this time, Chu Ran could kiss his chances in the training camp goodbye. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, Yi Yang had already cleared the entire area. After 2 to 3 hours of gathering, his skeleton army had collected a total of 1,256 phantom poison herbs. At a price of 1 million each, this haul was worth a staggering 1.2 billion. The profit was 10 times higher than what the Black Spirit Forest dungeon offered. Yi Yang lounged leisurely on a small custom-made bed crafted by Li Qing, watching his system notifications continuously refreshed before his eyes. Ding! You have killed LV-16 Black Demon Direwolf, earning 16200 experience points. Current dungeon progress, Phase 2, 6.5. After some quick calculations, he realized that each Black Demon Direwolf contributed approximately 0.1 progress. This meant that clearing 1,000 of them would complete Phase 2. With his army of 120,000 skeletons, the moment a Black Demon Direwolf respawned, it would be swarmed by thousands of regular skeletons and blasted by hundreds of skeleton mages. Survival was simply impossible. At this pace, I'll be able to clear this phase in just 1 or 2 hours, Yi Yang thought contentedly, nodding to himself. Yi Yang was thrilled to discover that completing just the first stage of the dungeon had already brought his experience bar to 73 of level 20. Compared to level 10, the experience bar for level 20 was significantly larger, capable of holding up to 20,000 of the base experience equivalent to 200 times the base amount. This meant he no longer had to worry about running out of experience. After all, The last time he faced the Black Spirit King boss, he had only gained 70 or 80 times the base experience. Let's keep hunting, Yi Yang thought to himself, eagerly anticipating what kind of exclusive class skill he might unlock upon clearing the dungeon. Every Shura-level dungeon guaranteed an exclusive class skill scroll as a reward, and this poisonous swamp was no exception. Over an hour later, a system notification suddenly popped up in front of Yi Yang. Ding! You have slain LV-16 Black Magic Wolf, gaining 160,200 experience points. Current dungeon progress. Stage 2 100. Lying beside him, Li Qing was astonished. In just 6 hours, the dungeon progress had been pushed to the 3rd stage. The ease with which they advanced was almost surreal, and she couldn't help but marvel at how effortlessly things were going. However, Yang found it all rather dull. While others had to carefully scout the terrain, study monster traits, and fight tooth and nail to clear waves of monsters, he only needed to sit back and watch as poisonous demon spiders and black magic wolves were instantly obliterated upon appearing. There was hardly any challenge to it. As the last black magic wolf fell, the elite monsters of the 3rd stage finally emerged. From the muddy depths of the swamp, several massive crocodiles, each over 10 meters long, began crawling forward. Their black-gray, armored skin exuded a menacing aura that sent chills down the spine. Outside the dungeon, the onlookers' professional adventurers were stunned. Cleared all the black magic wolves of the 2nd stage in under 2 hours? This is a Shura-level dungeon we're talking about. I can't even do that on normal difficulty. Where did this prodigy come from? Judging by his age, he must have just finished his high school awakening ceremony. To think he's only been awakened for 2 or 3 days and can already solo a Shura-level dungeon, this is insane. Not far away, Chu Ran listened to the chatter with growing unease, as if a thorn had lodged in his heart. He had originally planned to recruit Yi Yang into the Chu family, but with the strength and potential Yi Yang had displayed, recruiting him seemed out of the question. In fact, if Yi Yang were to join, it wouldn't be long before the entire Chu family would have to bow to him. Just then, a familiar voice suddenly sounded in Chu Ran's ear. Young master, Chu Feng has arrived. The captain of the Chu family guard, Chu Feng, stood beside Chu Ran, his expression solemn. Seeing Chu Feng's arrival, Chu Ran visibly heaved a sigh of relief. You're finally here. My request is simple. As soon as this person finishes the dungeon, if he makes it out alive, deal with him immediately. Hearing this, Chu Feng instinctively glanced at the progress screen above the dungeon entrance. Li Qing? A woman? Chu Feng blinked in disbelief. How could a girl cause such pressure for the ever-confident young master? What kind of astonishing class had this woman awakened? After all, Chu Ran was a genius who had awakened an SS class profession. It's not her. Chu Ran shook his head and quickly clarified. It's the man who went in with her. His name is Yi Yang. What about him? Chu Feng asked directly. This Yi Yang is currently soloing this dungeon at Shura level difficulty. Chu Ran's tone was grave. Shura level? Soloing? Chu Feng finally understood the young master's concern. Soloing a Shura level dungeon and already clearing the 2nd phase it was simply beyond reason. Are you saying you want me to eliminate him as soon as he's out? Exactly. Chu Ran nodded. The selection trials for the special training camp are about to begin. I can accept someone being stronger than me, but I absolutely cannot allow someone of this monstrous level to participate in the trials. If we don't act now, we might not get another chance. As the Chu family's most formidable force available, Chu Feng possessed an S-class profession, 3rd-year peak strength, and was at level 40. Anyone stronger would either be family elders or branch family heads, whom Chu Ran did not have the authority to mobilize. But for someone like Chu Feng, dealing with a 2nd-tier profession holder was a trivial task. Not only had Chu Feng come in person, but he had also brought along a dozen highly skilled guards, all at 3rd-year strength. Such a lineup could even make a 4th-tier professional think twice. Understood, young master, Chu Feng replied solemnly. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, Yi Yang remained unaware that his progress had caused such a stir among the Chu family's elites. He switched his perspective to one of his skeletons and finally got a clear view of the Death Crocodile's attributes. Shura level Death Crocodile LV-19. Type, Elite Monster. Strength, 430. Spirit, 300. Constitution, 500. Agility, 400. Skills, Mastery Death Roll, Venomous Fangs, Hardened Skin. So this is the elite monster of the 3rd phase? Judging by the pattern, it should be the only wave, just like in the Black Spirit Forest, right? Yi Yang's tone remained calm as he examined the Death Crocodile's stats. Yi Yang calculated silently in his mind. These monsters were undeniably formidable in terms of attributes, but as long as they didn't spawn right next to him, they posed no real threat. Even if danger did approach, he could rely on his soul transfer ability to escape swiftly. Although he had never formally studied dungeon mechanics in school, he had gained considerable knowledge about high-level dungeons from the discussions of his late parents. First-tier dungeons were relatively low in difficulty, with simple terrain and straightforward monster mechanics. The true challenges began at the second tier, where global debuffs, special attack formations, and intricate monster mechanisms came into play. Researching the mechanics of high-level dungeons often required a significant investment of time and effort, and some even paid the ultimate price for it. However, if these dungeons were not conquered in time, the consequences of monsters spilling over into the real world would be far worse. Just like what happened 5 years ago in Tianxue City with a 5th-tier dungeon. No one could clear the nightmare difficulty, leading to a catastrophic monster surge. Tianxue City suffered heavy losses, and neighboring cities like Yinzhou and Ninghai were also devastated. Let's take action. The next phase is the final boss stage. Yi Yang commanded, and an army of tens of thousands of skeletons charged at the 10 death crocodiles. The ground trembled under the weight of countless skeletons in motion. Sensing the killing intent, the death crocodiles retaliated without hesitation. Their charge was unstoppable, instantly shattering large swaths of skeletons into fragments. Seeing this, Yi Yang frowned slightly. These ordinary skeletons were indeed no match for death crocodiles, each boasting 400 agility points. Without restricting their movements, the skeleton mages wouldn't even have the 1 second needed to channel their spells. Acting decisively, Yi Yang recalled all his skeletons into the summoning space. He then deployed hundreds of thousands of skeletons around the death crocodiles, forming an impenetrable encirclement. This time, the death crocodiles' charge was significantly hindered. They managed to push forward less than 100 meters before being stopped. Although nearly 1,000 skeletons were lost, this was inconsequential for Yi Yang, who could summon new skeletons every second. Skeleton mages, it's your turn now. Over 10,000 skeleton mages raised their staffs. After a 1-second channeling time, a storm of necrotic missiles rained down like a torrential downpour. The death crocodiles didn't even have time to react before they were obliterated under the relentless magical assault. System notifications chimed continuously. Ding! You have slain LV-19 death crocodile. Gained 18,200 experience points. Current dungeon progress. Phase 310. Current dungeon progress. Phase 3100. The entire battle lasted less than a minute, with Yi Yang annihilating all the death crocodiles in a thunderous display of power. This scene left the audience outside the dungeon in awe, and the crowd erupted into a frenzy. What? A collective gasp rippled through the crowd of seasoned adventurers. The third phase death crocodiles creatures infamous for their sheer lethality had been utterly annihilated in just 2 or 3 minutes by that young man. Even on nightmare difficulty, these monsters boasted attributes exceeding 300 points each. And this was the Asura level version. This is nothing short of a prodigy. Awed murmurs and astonished exclamations erupted among the onlookers. With the final boss phase looming, everyone held their breath. Could it be? Was this venom-filled swamp of an Asura level dungeon about to be conquered by a single player? Though hours had passed since the challenge began, not a single adventurer was willing to leave. Witnessing a genius solo in a Asura-level dungeon was a once-in-a-lifetime spectacle. Yet Chu Rant's expression grew darker with each passing moment. He had attempted hell-level dungeons 4 or 5 times himself, barely scraping through the second phase and never even glimpsing the third. And now, this Yi Yang had effortlessly obliterated the death crocodiles in mere minutes. Such overwhelming strength sent a chill down his spine. Let's hope you fall to the final boss, the Death Raven, Chu Ran muttered to himself, silently wishing for Yi Yang's demise. That way, he wouldn't need to confront the young man directly. The progress bar for the third phase hit 100, and Chu Ran's heart pounded in his chest. With the power Yi Yang had displayed, Chu Ran doubted his ability to survive a direct confrontation, let alone secure a victory. Thankfully, reinforcements arrived just in time. Chu Feng, the captain of the Chu family guard, flanked by over a dozen third-tier warriors. Their presence reignited Chu Ran's confidence. If they could eliminate Yi Yang, not only would they secure a trove of phantom poison grass, but Chu Ran would also earn significant merit within the family. Suddenly, a piercing screech shattered the tense silence. From the sky descended a shadowy figure, black as ink, streaking toward Yi Yang like a thunderbolt. In the blink of an eye, Yi Yang activated his innate skill, Soul Shift, swapping places with a nearby skeleton. The skeleton was instantly skewered, splintering into fragments of bone. Through the skeleton's perspective, Yi Yang finally got a clear view of the final boss's stats. Asura level Death Raven LV-20. Strength, 860. Spirit, 820. Constitution, 750. Agility, 1230. Skills, Mastery of Death Force, Shadow Ambush, Death Dive. No wonder it's so fast, over 1200 agility points. Yi Yang's pulse quickened. If I hadn't dodged that strike, its 800 strength alone would have been enough to pierce right through me. Upon seeing the status panel of the Death Herald Blood Raven, Yi Yang shuddered as a chill ran down his spine, and cold sweat soaked his back in an instant. This creature was not only terrifyingly fast but also a flying unit, making conventional tactics utterly ineffective. However, during its last attack, Yi Yang had keenly identified its fatal flaw. After every strike, it would enter a rigid state lasting 3 to 5 seconds. With his extraordinary mental acuity, this seemingly minor weakness became glaringly obvious to him. I've got it. A glimmer of determination flashed in Yi Yang's eyes as he swiftly formulated a strategy in his mind. He planned to retract his skeleton mages when the Blood Raven took flight and unleash a full-force assault the moment it landed. Yet, he was fully aware that even though the skeleton summons would deal the damage, the aggro would remain focused on him. As the final flying boss, the Blood Raven would undoubtedly prioritize him as its target. With that thought in mind, Yi Yang decisively waved his hand, recalling all the skeleton mages into the summoning space. He then slipped into the entrance of a cave nestled in a nearby hillside. This wasn't a retreat, but a carefully laid trap. Sure enough, within seconds, an overwhelming sense of danger descended from above. Looking up, Yi Yang saw the Death Herald Blood Raven diving straight toward him at an alarming speed. Heh, I've been waiting for you. Last time, I underestimated you, but this time, you've walked right into my trap. Yi Yang's gaze locked onto the rapidly approaching Blood Raven. As it closed within a dozen meters, he decisively activated his second innate ability Soul Shift. With a ripple in the air, Yi Yang's figure vanished, replaced by a small skeleton. With a deafening crash, the Blood Raven pierced through the skeleton but, due to its momentum, plunged deep into the cave within the hillside. Seal the entrance. Skeleton mages, unleash everything you've got, Yi Yang commanded sharply. The skeleton mages raised their staves in unison, and a barrage of necrotic missiles rained down like a storm. Before the Blood Raven could even attempt to escape, it was engulfed in a relentless bombardment. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions roared in succession, and the health bar of the final boss began to plummet at an alarming rate. 90, 72, 55. Outside the dungeon, the onlookers watched the progress bar intently, their eyes glued to the screen. The astonishing speed at which it surged upward left everyone gasping in disbelief. The final boss health was plummeting at a terrifying rate of over 10 per second, and within just a few breaths, it had already dropped by more than 60. What is this guy doing inside the dungeon? How is the final boss losing health so quickly? This is insane. Among the crowd, Chu Ran's expression grew increasingly grim. He had originally planned to use the final boss to punish Yi Yang, but he hadn't anticipated that his opponent would display such overwhelming power, cutting down the boss as effortlessly as if it were a mere minion. In truth, the reality was even more shocking than it appeared. If not for the Death Crow being trapped inside a cave, surrounded by tens of thousands of skeletal mages, only a couple hundred of which could attack effectively at any given moment, the situation would have been far more dire. If all the skeletal mages had been able to simultaneously unleash their Necromancer missiles, the final boss would have been obliterated in an instant. A few breaths later, Yi Yang had successfully carved his way through the final stage of the venomous swamp dungeon. The scene ignited an uproar among the spectators. My god, someone actually solo cleared a Shura-level dungeon. This guy is unreal, takes down bosses easier than I handle regular mobs. I've been stuck at tier 1 for 4 or 5 years. If I had this kind of strength, I'd already be standing toe-to-toe with the strongest elites. Just being carried through a dungeon by someone like him would be worth it. As Yi Yang approached the dungeon's completion, Chu Ran's tension visibly mounted. He turned to Chu Feng, who was already prepared for action. Get ready. The moment he exits the dungeon, strike immediately. Don't give him any chance to fight back. Chu Ran took a deep breath, his thoughts racing. A genius capable of solo clearing a Shura-level dungeon was far too dangerous to leave alive. If Yi Yang were allowed to walk away, the entire Eastern Mountain Province training camp and even the elites of Yinzhou City would lose their standing. Understood. Chu Feng responded without hesitation, his focus razor sharp. He wasn't the only one. The others around him were equally poised, ready to spring into action at a moment's notice. The Chu family's dozen or so third-tier guards stood solemnly in the background, their expressions exuding a chilling intent to kill. Meanwhile, Yi Yang, still immersed in the dungeon, remained oblivious to the fact that danger was closing in from all sides outside. Just moments ago, Yi Yang had successfully slain the final boss, the Deathbringer Blood Raven, at the entrance of a hillside cave. A system notification promptly appeared. Ding! You have defeated the final boss, Deathbringer Blood Raven. You've earned 300,000 experience points. Ding! You have cleared the dungeon, a Shura-level toxic swamp. Rewards: 1 million experience points, 1 exclusive class equipment chest, and 1 exclusive class skill chest. A flood of rewards spilled out from the boss' lifeless body. The dungeon's rewards alone caused Yi Yang's experience bar to skyrocket from early level 20 to an astonishing 586. Such a leap was nothing short of miraculous. To put this in perspective, a single venomous spider from earlier in the dungeon only granted 110 experience points, and the entire first phase of the dungeon barely totaled over 1,000,000 points. Yet now, the dungeon completion reward alone provided 1,000,000 points, with an additional 300,000 from the boss kill, far exceeding the cumulative experience from all the minor enemies in the first phase. But the experience rewards were just the beginning. Eagerly, Yi Yang opened the exclusive class equipment chest. Ding! You have successfully used the exclusive class equipment chest. Reward: Necromancer Exclusive Equipment Resurrection Ring. Resurrection Ring? Isn't this the second piece of the Resurrection accessory set? Yi Yang's eyes lit up with excitement. He never expected to complete the set so quickly. Resurrection Ring LV 15. Attributes: Spirit 300, Agility 100. Set bonus: if all summoned undead minions are slain, there is a 30% chance they will immediately resurrect. Set effect activated, 22. Equipping the ring, Yi Yang's stats surged, and the resurrection set effect activated instantly. This was the true essence of an undead army, not merely overwhelming numbers, but the core trait of the Necromancer's power: undying resilience, death, and rebirth. As long as the Necromancer lived, his undead army would fight on endlessly. Yi Yang's current stats. Name: Yi Yang LV 19. Class: First Tier Necromancer Unique. Strength: 69. Spirit: 1,414. Constitution: 169. Agility: 169. With over 1,400 spirit points, the attributes of his undead army surged by more than 14. Without wasting time, Yi Yang proceeded to open the exclusive class skill chest. Ding! You have successfully used the exclusive class skill chest. Reward: Necromancer Skill Fusion Scroll. Skill Fusion Scroll? This unprecedented reward left Yi Yang both puzzled and intrigued. Driven by curiosity, he immediately examined the details of this mysterious scroll. Yi Yang stared intently at the Necromancer Skill Fusion Scroll in his hand. This extraordinary item had the power to merge two Tier 1 exclusive skills into a single, more powerful ability. Taking a deep breath to steady his excitement, he decisively activated the scroll. A system prompt immediately appeared before his eyes. Do you wish to fuse Summon, Skeleton Mage and Summon, Invisible Skeleton? Yes. Yi Yang confirmed without hesitation, anticipation coursing through him as he wondered what kind of surprise the fusion would bring. As soon as he made his choice, the icons for the two skills on his skill panel began to blur, gradually moving closer together until they merged into one. A new skill icon slowly emerged, accompanied by the system's notification. You have successfully fused Summon, Skeleton Mage and Summon, Invisible Skeleton to obtain a new skill. Summon, Invisible Skeleton Archmage. Consumes 10 points of spiritual energy to summon a single Invisible Skeleton Archmage to fight by your side. Before Yi Yang could fully process this upgrade, another system notification appeared out of nowhere. Summon, Invisible Skeleton Archmage has evolved into the Divine Tier skill. Summon, Invisible Skeleton Archmage. Consumes 10 points of spiritual energy to summon one Invisible Skeleton Archmage every 10 seconds to fight by your side. Without delay, Yi Yang channeled 10 points of spiritual energy to activate the new skill. 10 seconds later, a brand new skeletal warrior materialized before him. The attributes of this Invisible Skeleton Archmage were nothing short of astounding. Level: 20. Strength: 2014.14. Spirit: 114.14. Constitution: 4014.14. Agility: 6014.14. The Archmage possessed two formidable abilities. Necromantic Missile. Launches a concentrated necromantic projectile, dealing massive Spirit X10 damage to any enemy within a Spirit X10 meter range. Cooldown: 1 second. Necromantic Invisibility. Grants permanent invisibility. The invisibility breaks upon attacking but reactivates after 10 seconds. The first attack from invisibility deals devastating damage equal to all attributes X10. Yi Yang was left in awe of the incredible power boost from this fusion. Not only had his spiritual attribute increased fivefold, but his agility had tripled, and even his constitution was now double that of a standard skeleton. The skill enhancements were equally staggering. The range of Necromantic Missile had expanded from Spirit X 1 meter to Spirit X 10 meters, while its cooldown had been slashed from 5 seconds to just 1 second. Meanwhile, the damage from the first strike of Necromantic Invisibility had evolved from Strength X10 to all attributes X10. This was not just an upgrade, it was a monumental leap in power. Yi Yang quickly calculated the skill damage. A simple strength boost of 10 points only results in 200 damage, but a 10-point boost to all attributes deals an astounding 2,200 damage and 11-fold increase. The sheer disparity left him in awe. What excited him even more was that when these two skills fused, his 12,000 skeletal mages and over 3,000 invisible skeletons underwent a transformation, evolving into a brand new unit, Invisible Skeleton Archmages. Wait a minute. Yi Yang suddenly thought, If the invisible skeleton archmages cast necromantic shadow bolts while in the necromantic cloak state, wouldn't that result in dual amplification? The idea filled him with exhilaration. Unfortunately, the monsters in the poison swamp dungeon had already been wiped out, leaving him unable to test his theory immediately. No matter, he'll just find a random monster outside the dungeon to experiment with, Yang thought to himself. After collecting all the rewards, he prepared to leave the dungeon and begin his Tier 2 advancement quest. A quick glance at the advancement quest panel was all it took before he waved his hand, recalling all the skeletons into his summoning space. With Li Qing by his side, he headed toward the dungeon exit. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon entrance, tensions were brewing. There's movement at the entrancethere coming out. Chu Feng, get ready to act. Chu Ran said anxiously. Before Chu Feng could respond, Hani Shu suddenly stepped forward and shouted sternly, Chu Ran, you're planning to attack my husband? Over my dead body. Chu Ran sneered as he sized up Hani Shu. And what can you, a mere Tier 1 novicito, to stop us? You'll have to step over my dead body first. Hani Shu declared firmly, standing her ground. Her courage wasn't born from strength after all. As a newly awakened Tier 1 combatant, she was no match for a group of Tier 3 elites. Instead, she relied on the influence of her family, the Han clan of Tianxue, a powerhouse rivaling the Chu clan of Yinzhao. More importantly, she hoped Yang would witness her unwavering devotion and willingness to risk everything for him. Damn it! Chu Ran cursed internally, frustrated by this unexpected turn of events. Young master, what do we do? With Miss Han blocking us, we can't make a move. Chu Feng was equally troubled. After a moment of deliberation, Chu Ran scoffed coldly. I have a plan. Once they come out, they'll distract Hani Shu. You focus on taking down Yang. Brilliant. Young master, you're truly wise. Chu Feng praised eagerly. At that moment, two figures began to emerge from the eerie green entrance of the dungeon. Without hesitation, Chu Ran summoned his staff and shouted furiously at Hani Shu. Hani Shu, you brought this upon yourself. The chilling frost of frozen breath swept through the air in an instant. Hani Shu immediately realized that this was the secondary talent effect of the SS class profession, Master of Frost. If she were caught in this icy aura, she would undoubtedly be frozen solid in mere moments. In this life-threatening moment, Hani Shu relied on the movement techniques she had learned over 3 years at Tianxue First High under Yi Yang's guidance. With a swift roll to the side, she evaded the incoming danger. As a second-place scholar renowned for her prowess in both academics and combat, her mastery of movement techniques was second only to Yi Yang, allowing her to dodge the deadly strike with ease. Chu Ran, how dare you attack me? Hani Shu gritted her teeth, refusing to back down as she unleashed the secondary talent of her S-class profession, Daughter of Holy Light. Holy Light's blessing. In an instant, her stats surged, and her entire body was enveloped in a sacred, silvery white radiance. Without hesitation, she charged directly toward Chu Ran. Chu Ran sneered inwardly, big chest, no brain. What a foolish woman, falling for such an obvious trap. As an SS-class professional, he had no fear of Hani Shu, whose S-class profession was primarily support-based. His attack was far from impulsive, it was calculated. He had two objectives in mind. First, he wanted to test if any members of the Han family were lying in ambush to protect Hani Shu. If there were an ambush, he could feign a brief struggle with her, then pretend to be defeated and retreat. What he truly feared was not Hani Shu herself, but the immense power of the Han family backing her. If there were no ambush, however, he could cripple this troublesome woman without hesitation. Second, his true motive was to draw Hani Shu out. After all, his ultimate target was Yi Yang. As long as he could eliminate that man, Hani Shu's fate was of no consequence to him. At the entrance of the dungeon, Yi Yang slowly emerged, holding Li Qing's hand. However, danger struck without warning. A sharp killing intent surged toward them. Without hesitation, Yi Yang activated Soul Spirit Transfer, summoning a horde of skeletons while teleporting with Li Qing 100 meters away. Chu Feng, a third-tier professional, swung his long sword through the air, managing to slice only 2 skeletons, scattering bone fragments everywhere. He surveyed the surroundings and quickly locked onto Yi Yang's position, a cruel smile curling at his lips. Not bad, kid. No wonder the young master values you so highly. If it were too easy to take you down, it wouldn't be any fun. Yi Yang's expression remained cold and emotionless as he asked, Why are you attacking me? You don't have the right to ask. Chu Feng roared, stomping the ground with incredible force. He burst forward with astonishing speed, closing the distance in an instant. This was power far beyond what a first or second-tier professional could exhibit, at least third-tier, possibly even fourth-tier. Against such strength, ordinary skeletons and the invisible skeleton archmage were utterly ineffective. Yi Yang once again utilized Soul Spirit Transfer to evade. Chu Feng remained calm and unhurried. Your escape skills are decent. Fine, I'll play along for a bit. On the sidelines, Chu Ran shouted, Chu Feng, stop wasting time. If you're going to fight, finish him off already. Understood. Chu Feng didn't dare delay. He unleashed the fourth ability of his S-tier class, Radiant Swordmaster Brilliant Light. A terrifying burst of sword energy erupted, tearing a massive gap through the skeleton army in an instant. Within seconds, thousands of skeletons disintegrated into nothing. Seeing that his strategy of using ordinary skeletons to stall the enemy had failed, Yang decisively recalled all of his summoned skeletons. Just as Chu Feng was about to mock him, he froze in place. A deep crimson, 2-meter-wide spatial rift suddenly appeared near Yi Yang. From it emerged a middle-aged man with an intimidating presence. Chu Ran and Chu Feng were instantly struck with terror. Thighs, isn't that the president of Tianshui City? Why is he here? We're doomed. A tall and imposing middle-aged man suddenly emerged before the crowd. It was none other than Lin Chongfeng, the president of the Tianshui City Guild of Professional Practitioners. Known for his formidable strength, Lin was a peak Tier 5 powerhouse, standing at level 60. Yi Yang had anticipated this moment. He knew his own strength alone would not suffice to face this group of Tier 3 practitioners, especially the peak Tier 3 practitioner, Chu Feng, whose power ranked at an intimidating SS level. Since his adversaries had already decided to call in reinforcements, Yi Yang had no intention of sitting idly by. Just moments earlier, he had decisively activated the red alert source stone that Lin Chongfeng had gifted him. At the time, Lin Chongfeng had been in his office, immersed in paperwork, when a swirling red spatial tunnel abruptly appeared before him. This unique artifact had entrusted it to only one person, Yi Yang. Without hesitation, Lin stepped through the portal and arrived at the scene. Scanning his surroundings, Lin quickly grasped the situation. Surrounding Yi Yang were over a dozen Tier 3 practitioners, their eyes filled with hostility. Standing not far away was Chu Ran, the eldest son of the prestigious Yinzhou Chu family. Well, isn't this Yinzhou Chu family's little heir? Lin sneered, his voice dripping with disdain. What's the matter? Are the dungeons in Yinzhou not enough to keep you busy? Or have you decided to come to Tianshui City to throw your weight around? Or worse, are you intending harm against one of Tianshui's rising talents? Chu Ran had not expected Lin Chongfeng to be secretly protecting Yi Yang. Though he tried to maintain a composed demeanor, his body betrayed him, trembling under the suffocating presence of a peak Tier 5 powerhouse. President Lin, what do you intend to do? What do I intend to do? Lin's voice turned icy, his eyes narrowing. The real question is, what have you already done? As Lin prepared to take action, Chu Ran hastily interjected, his voice tinged with desperation. President Lin, we haven't done anything. We merely wanted to spar with Tianshui's talent, that's all. Spar? Lin's tone was laced with mockery. Sending a peak Tier 3 to bully someone who's just stepped into Tier 1, that's what you call sparring? At that moment, Chu Feng, who had been paralyzed with fear, scrambled to Chu Ran's side. Chu Ran knew full well that even if he called upon the entire Chu family, they would be no match for Lin Chongfeng. Making a swift decision, he ordered an immediate retreat. But Lin was faster. In a blink, Lin appeared behind Chu Feng, his hand gripping the practitioner's head with an ironclad hold. A blood-curdling scream pierced the air as Chu Feng collapsed to the ground, utterly incapacitated. Under Lin's relentless pressure, Chu Feng broke down, confessing everything. It was all Chu Ran's idea. He sent us to kill Yi Yang. You dare to plot against Tianshui's brightest talent? Lin's fury erupted like a storm. His grip tightened, and with a horrifying crack, Chu Feng's skull was crushed. Blood and fragments splattered in all directions. Yet Lin's expression remained cold and unmoving, his gaze now fixed on Chu Ran, signaling that his retribution was far from over. Lin Chongfeng watched as Chu Ran and over a dozen thirder practitioners fled in the distance, but he had no intention of giving chase. It wasn't because he couldn't catch up, but rather out of concern that this might be a diversionary tactic. If he left and they circled back to target Yi Yang, that would be a real misstep. Yi Yang, are you okay? Lin Chongfeng quickly approached Yi Yang, carefully examining his condition. President Lin, I'm already surprised you came at all. Please don't say you're late. Yi Yang replied with a calm smile. Lin Chongfeng waved his hand dismissively. They'll have a word with the president of Yinzhou City about this. These private families are getting way too bold, daring to come here and cause trouble across city lines. I really wonder who can rein them in. As he spoke, he took out a red warning source stone from his pocket and handed it to Yi Yang. Take this. Although the Chu family likely won't dare to stir up trouble again anytime soon, it's better to be safe than sorry. Another one? Yi Yang was a little surprised. President Lin, do you have an endless supply of these? After nearly a decade as the president of Tianshui City, I've managed to collect 5 or 6, Lin Chongfeng replied with a chuckle. Yi Yang accepted it with gratitude. After this incident, had come to truly understand the power of the warning source stone. Lin Chongfeng exchanged a few more pleasantries before departing, his figure vanishing in an instant. Just as Yi Yang was about to leave, Han Yishu, who had been quietly standing nearby, suddenly stepped closer. To be honest, it wasn't until now that Yi Yang even noticed her presence. Yi Yang, I'm so glad you're okay. Han Yishu ignored Li Qing, who was standing off to the side, and reached out to grab Yi Yang's arm. Come back with me. Yi Yang quickly dodged her hand. Sorry, Miss Han, but I don't think there's anything between us. Shouldn't you be looking for that Qin family genius of yours? You've got it all wrong. There's nothing between me and Chun Yang. Han Yishu was so anxious she was nearly in tears. Whether there is or isn't, what does it have to do with me? Yi Yang sighed, wondering why she was so persistent. At this moment, Li Qing spoke up. Miss Han, please step aside. We're leaving. Han Yishu's face instantly darkened with anger. Li Qing, do you really think Yi Yang likes you? He's just using you to get back at me. Who do you think you are? She then turned back to Yi Yang, her tone suddenly softening. Yi Yang, I know you're testing me, right? I've always liked you. Stop wasting your time with someone like her and let's make up, okay? Ugh, Yi Yang felt a wave of nausea as soon as he heard Han Yishu's words, almost losing his breakfast. Han Yishu, can you stop being so disgusting? Someone like you know one would want you even if you begged for it. Yi Yang shot back with a tone full of disdain. Without hesitation, he shoved Han Yishu aside and grabbed Li Qing's hand, quickly striding away. I'm disgusting? No one would want me. Han Yishu stood frozen in place, her voice trembling. The blow was too much. She could hardly believe that Yi Yang, who used to hang on her every word, could now say something so cruel. Of course, Yi Yang had no interest in her feelings at this point. Upon arriving at the Tianshui City Adventurers Guild, Yi Yang wasted no time. Although he'd called Lin Chongfeng for help during an earlier crisis, there was still one important matter. He hadn't had the chance to address the Star Radiance Core required for his advancement quest. Star Radiance Core? Lin Chongfeng, sitting in his office, perked up at the mention of the term. Why are you asking about that all of a sudden? It's for my second-tier advancement quest, Yi Yang explained. I don't know where to find it, so I thought I'd ask you for guidance. Guild Master Lin. Lin Chongfeng abruptly stood from his chair, his expression shifting. Advancement quest? You're already advancing to the second tier? Yeah, Yi Yang replied with a casual shrug, as though it were no big deal. Unbelievable. That's an insane leveling speed. Lin Chongfeng exclaimed, still trying to process the information. The first time I saw you, you weren't even level 10 and hadn't completed your first-tier advancement quest. And now, in just over a day, you're already tackling the second-tier advancement. Leveling from scratch to level 10 in such a short span was unheard of. Even the Eastern Mountain Province Special Training Camp only required a level 15 qualification, and that didn't start for another 2 days. Lin Chongfeng couldn't help but wonder where Yi Yang would be if given just one more day. Yi Yang, since your advancement quest requires a Star Radiance Core, don't tell me you picked the 5-star difficulty version of the quest? How'd you know that, Guild Master? Yi Yang asked, genuinely curious. It's simple, Lin Chongfeng explained, shaking his head. After the second tier, most advancement quests require a Star Radiance Core. However, only the 5-star difficulty quests demand it at such an early stage. Yi Yang nodded in realization. That explained how Lin Chongfeng had guessed his choice so quickly. So, where can I get one of these cores? Yi Yang pressed on. That's straightforward, Lin Chongfeng replied, his tone firm. In second-tier or higher Asura-level dungeons, you'll earn one if you can defeat the final boss without taking any damage. Defeating a boss without taking damage, coupled with the fundamental requirements of a 5-star advancement quest, this essentially meant the challenge had to be done solo. Yi Yang frowned slightly. For most adventurers, no damage simply meant avoiding all hits with sufficient agility. But as a necromancer, if his summoned skeletons took damage while his main body remained unharmed, would that still count as a flawless victory? Regardless, at least he now knew how to obtain the Star Radiance Core. Thanks, Guild Master Lin. I'll head to a second-tier dungeon right away, Yi Yang said, standing up to leave. Right now? Lin Chongfeng asked, surprised. It's already past 1 a.m., aren't you going to rest? Why would an adventurer need rest? Yi Yang replied nonchalantly. Aren't you tired? Lin Changfeng's concern was evident in his voice. Huh, it's just soloing in a Shura-level dungeon. How tiring could that be? Yi Yang responded, his face showing genuine confusion. It's just a solo run of a Shura-level dungeon, Yi Yang said casually, his tone as light as a feather. Lin Chongfeng was utterly speechless. The Shura-level dungeon was the pinnacle of difficulty, a challenge so daunting that even full teams hesitated to attempt it. Yet, in Yi Yang's words, it sounded as trivial as swatting a fly. In truth, Yi Yang had his own motives. He wanted to test a theory whether he could rely solely on his summoned skeletons to absorb all the damage while emerging unscathed himself. If successful, it would mean achieving a flawless, damage-free solo clear of the dungeon. Oh, by the way, President Lin, Yi Yang suddenly remembered something before setting off. Do you happen to know the coordinates for a Tier 2 dungeon entrance? Tier 2 dungeon? Lin Chongfeng frowned slightly, pondering the question. Why do you need that? The mission hall should be closed by now, so I can't get a commission for a Tier 2 dungeon, Yang explained. The Tianshui City Professionals Guild operated under a strict 9-6 schedule. It was already well past midnight, and all services had ceased hours ago. This was part of the perks of working within the system: fixed working hours, generous salaries, and access to valuable resources like beast blood potions, universal equipment chests, and skill scrolls. Most importantly, there was the safety net. Take Lin Chongfeng, for example. His annual bonuses included a Red Alert Origin Stone, which could summon elite reinforcements from the provincial guild with a single use. Such a robust protective system was far beyond the reach of private family factions. People like Chu Ran, a scion of one such family, had never even laid eyes on a Red Alert Origin Stone. Because of these benefits, countless individuals aspired to join official organizations like the Professionals Guild. Even private families sought to curry favor with the guild, though the Longwa Central Guild strictly prohibited its members from associating with private factions. Beyond talent recruitment, private families were outmatched in nearly every aspect by official organizations, particularly in provinces like Dongshan. At this late hour, without access to the guild's mission hall, obtaining dungeon coordinates seemed nearly impossible. While theoretically, Yang could scour the wilderness with his vast army of skeletons, the sheer expanse of the untamed lands made such a search impractical in the short term. That's an easy fix, Lin Chongfeng said with a faint smile. As the president of Tianshui City's guild, I can just call someone to open the doors for you. Yi Yang was momentarily taken aback by the sheer convenience of authority. Then again, in a world where power reigned supreme, Lin Chongfeng was practically the overlord of Tianshui City. As long as he didn't push the boundaries too far, higher authorities wouldn't interfere. Besides, bending the rules a little to nurture talent was hardly unusual. True to his word, Lin Chongfeng made a few calls, and the previously dark and silent mission hall sprang back to life. Even Wang Kai, the vice president of Tianshui City's guild and the manager of the mission hall, personally arrived to greet them. So, this is Yi Yang, the one looking for a Tier 2 dungeon mission? Wang Kai said with a broad smile. Follow me. You can pick any mission you like. Yi Yang couldn't help but marvel at the influence wielded by someone like Lin Chongfeng. Seeing that Wang Kai would be guiding Yi Yang personally, Lin Chongfeng excused himself to attend to other matters. Under Wang Kai's direction, Yi Yang quickly found a suitable Tier 2 dungeon mission. While reviewing the task list, Yi Yang suddenly frowned. He noticed that the seemingly ideal second-tier dungeon quest was marked as unavailable. It had seemed like a perfect fit only a little over 2 hours away by travel, but now, it couldn't be accepted. President Wang, why has this quest become unavailable? Yi Yang asked, pointing at the task list. Wang Kai glanced at the quest description and explained, in cases like this, either the dungeon's Shura-level difficulty has already been cleared, or the dungeon itself has collapsed. However, since some participants' deposits haven't been refunded yet, the task remains listed temporarily, but it's no longer available to take. Yi Yang fell silent. On the entire task list, there was only one second-tier dungeon quest. The rest were either first-tier or above third-tier, none of which suited him. President Wang, are there no other second-tier dungeon quests in Tianshui City? Yi Yang handed the list back to Wang Kai, unable to hide his disappointment. Second-tier dungeon quests, huh? Wang Kai pondered for a moment before realization struck. Oh right. Tianshui City's second-tier dungeons have been in a drought for over a month now. The only one we had was cleared by the Han family. We'll have to wait for a new exploration team to discover another dungeon entrance before any new quests can be issued. Noticing Yi Yang's troubled expression, Wang Kai offered a suggestion. If you're looking for second-tier dungeons right now, Yinzhao City is a good option. Yinzhao City? Yi Yang asked in surprise. That's right. Wang Kai nodded and elaborated. In recent years, Yinzhao City has been overrun with second-tier dungeons, so much so that even the local professionals can't keep up. Their President Wu often has to recruit second-tier professionals from other regions to help out. After all, second-tier dungeons limit entry to those below level 30. While we fifth-tier professionals are strong, we can't even set foot in them. Wang Kai continued. To be honest, Yinzhao City's dungeon overload has caused multiple monster-tide outbreaks. High-tier professionals can easily wipe out these creatures, but if they breach the city, the damage to civilians and lower-tier professionals can still be devastating. What's more, Yinzhao City's professional association is now directly issuing dungeon extermination quests, with generous rewards for clearing Shura-level difficulties. Yi Yang's eyes lit up. The situation in Yinzhao City was a golden opportunity for him at this moment. Thank you, President Wang. Yi Yang quickly made up his mind. Tomorrow marked the start of the selection trials for the Dongshan Province Special Training Camp, leaving him with only today to strengthen himself. The abundance of second-tier dungeons in Yinzhao City was the perfect chance to rapidly enhance his abilities. After leaving the task hall, Yi Yang headed straight for Tianshui City's rail station. Along the way, he calmly assessed his current strength. Against ordinary second or third-tier professionals, his skeleton army was overwhelming. However, when facing peak 3rd-tier or 4th-tier professionals, he stood no chance of resistance. Despite possessing the divine skill system, Yang maintained a cautious attitude, refraining from recklessly engaging in battles with opponents whose strength greatly surpassed his own. This vigilance stemmed from the profound lesson he learned during his fight with Chu Feng. Although he could summon a massive army of skeletons, sheer numbers were meaningless in the face of overwhelming power. Against someone like Chu Feng, who could annihilate a swath of skeletons with a single strike, there wasn't even a chance to get close. Through rational analysis, Yang clearly understood the limits of his own strength. He could handle opponents at the peak of Tier 3 and below with relative ease. However, against those above Tier 3, especially Tier 4 professionals, he was almost powerless. This vast gap in power was not something that could be bridged by numbers alone. Upon arriving in Yinzhou City, Yi Yang headed straight for the mission hall. In stark contrast to Tianshui City, Yinzhou was bustling with activity even in the dead of night. At 3 or 4 in the morning, the lights were still bright, the mission hall was buzzing with voices, and the trading hall was equally lively. This situation highlighted a reality. Even professionals working within the system couldn't escape overtime when faced with crises. The distribution of missions in Yinzhou City was vastly different from that in Tianshui City. Tier 1 dungeons were almost non-existent here, while Tier 2 dungeon commission tasks were overwhelmingly abundant. Yi Yang quickly locked onto a mission involving the Desert Ruins dungeon, which was set to collapse in 2 days. Compared to Tianshui City, the process for Tier 2 dungeon commissions in Yinzhou City was far more convenient. No deposit was required, and accepting the mission immediately granted the dungeon's coordinates. This was because most of these missions were directly issued by the Yinzhou City Professionals Guild, aimed at clearing dungeons on the verge of collapse. When Yi Yang arrived at the entrance to the Desert Ruins dungeon, hundreds of professionals had already gathered. However, a heavy gloom seemed to hang over the faces of these Tier 2 professionals. As Yi Yang made his way through the crowd and examined the dungeon's completion records, he finally understood why. The Desert Ruins dungeon had only 1 day and 21 hours left before its collapse, and the current completion records were as follows. Normal level, 13 hours, 16 minutes, 22 seconds. Hard level, 42 hours, 27 minutes, 38 seconds. Nightmare level, only 38 completed. Hell level and Asura level, no records. If the Nightmare level couldn't be completed before the dungeon collapsed, it would inevitably trigger a Tier 2 monster tide. While not as catastrophic as the Tier 5 monster tide 5 years ago, a monster tide spreading into Yinzhou City would still result in significant civilian casualties. In this world, transformed by 500 years of great upheaval, only 10 of the population could awaken as professionals. However, those who failed to awaken weren't entirely powerless. After undergoing the awakening ceremony, they acquired life-oriented talents. Though these talents couldn't compare to the combat capabilities of professionals, they played an indispensable role in the progress of society. In this world, life-related talents exhibit unique and powerful value. Take chef-related talents as an example. The dishes they create not only provide special effects but can even grant attribute boosts to those who consume them. Similarly, those with medical talents can offer enhanced effects when treating illnesses. Pharmacists and craftsmen are equally indispensable. For instance, the beast blood potion Yi Yang once used was crafted by a skilled pharmacist. According to legend, equipment forged by a top-tier master craftsman can be as valuable as the economic output of a small city. Because of this, even ordinary individuals who do not pursue combat-oriented professions can still achieve a bright future if they possess exceptional life-related talents and dedicate themselves to their craft. Nations prioritize the cultivation of top-tier life professionals, often treating them as national treasures. Interestingly, some timid individuals actually hope to awaken life-related talents, as this allows them to avoid the dangers of battling magical beasts. However, when a magic tide invades a city, whether it's a Tier 1 or Tier 2 tide, it poses a significant threat to both ordinary people and life professionals alike. Reflecting on this, Yi Yang's mood suddenly brightened. He had been worried that the Tier 2 dungeon bottleneck in Tianshui City might hinder his advancement quest, but unexpectedly, an excellent opportunity had presented itself. Without hesitation, he activated the dungeon entrance. The system immediately displayed a prompt. You have unlocked the Tier 2 dungeon entrance, Desert Ruins. Please select the dungeon difficulty. Normal, Hard, Nightmare, Hell, Asura. Note: Tier 2 dungeons at Nightmare difficulty and above will trigger special mechanisms, including but not limited to global dungeon states and monster enhancements, which are distinctly different from Tier 1 dungeons. This notification confirmed that Tier 2 dungeons were indeed far more challenging than Tier 1. Even the notoriously difficult Venomous Swamp only activated global dungeon states at the Asura difficulty. Yet, for Desert Ruins, this mechanism was triggered as early as the Nightmare level. Yi Yang let out a soft sigh and was about to step into the dungeon when a young female adventurer called out to him, "Hey, handsome, don't go in." Yi Yang paused mid-step. "Why not? What's stopping me from entering now?" The young girl walked up to Yi Yang, giving him a look of surprise and curiosity. Her eyes were filled with evident confusion and concern. There's a Tier 2 dungeon nearby that's going to collapse in 10 hours. If you enter the dungeon now, won't you run straight into the magic tide riot when you come out? Yi Yang suddenly realized, oh, I see. So that's how it is. In other words, as long as I clear the dungeon within 10 hours, I'll be fine, right? The girl froze at his response, staring at the handsome young man before her in disbelief. What? What kind of logic is that? Even the record for clearing it on normal difficulty takes over 13 hours. What can you possibly do in 10 hours? Forget it. If you're so determined to throw your life away, I won't bother trying to stop you. Honestly, fools like you who court death aren't exactly rare. She gave Yi Yang one last lingering glance before turning to leave, a sigh escaping her heart. This boy could easily rely on his looks to get by. Why is he so determined to risk his life? Are good-looking people just naturally bad at thinking things through? She knew she had to hurry back to the city and report this to the guild leader in Silverlight City. In 10 hours, the entire area would be completely overrun by the magic tide riot. To make matters worse, the dungeon in question, Desert Ruins, was known to be the most challenging Tier 2 dungeon to conquer. Her guards began urging her anxiously, "Miss, the magic tide riot is imminent. We need to leave immediately." "I understand," she replied with a nod, quickly departing under the protection of several powerful professionals. In her heart, she silently wished, "Good luck, handsome. I hope you make it out of this magic tide riot alive." After watching the girl disappear into the distance, Yi Yang wasted no time and decisively selected the Asura level difficulty for the dungeon. A familiar wave of dizziness washed over him as he was transported into the dungeon space. The system notifications popped up before him. Ding. You have entered the Tier 2 dungeon. Desert Ruins. Ding. You are affected by the Asura level debuff, Sandstorm Fog. Defense reduced by 30, visibility reduced by 50, movement speed reduced by 50. The global debuffs were indeed not something the average person could handle. For Yi Yang, the reduction in defense and visibility wasn't a major concern, but the halved movement speed would definitely impact his efficiency in exploring the dungeon. Without hesitation, Yi Yang summoned his skeleton army 110,000 ordinary skeletons and over 16,000 invisible skeleton archmages. In an instant, the vast skeleton army filled his entire field of vision, stretching out as far as the eye could see in a sea of pale white. Only 10 hours until the magic tide riot begins? I'd better pick up the pace. Yi Yang made a swift decision and issued a command to his army. Find the monsters immediately. The tens of thousands of skeletons quickly dispersed, spreading out across the desert. It wasn't long before the first batch of skeletons discovered hidden monsters in the sands. Yi Yang focused his gaze intently. Several massive yellow scorpions, each over a meter long, suddenly emerged from the desert, appearing right in front of Yi Yang. Their exoskeletons glinted with a cold metallic sheen under the sunlight, while their razor-sharp pincers and venomous stingers exuded an unmistakable aura of deadly menace. The system immediately displayed detailed information about these creatures. Shura-class Desert Scorpion LV-21. Strength, 125. Spirit, 110. Constitution, 150. Agility, 120. Special skill. Venomous Scorpion Tail inflicts a poison that deals damage equal to 10 of the target's spirit continuously until death if it hits. Yi Yang carefully analyzed the data. To a typical team of adventurers, these creatures were nothing short of a nightmare. A single hit from their venomous stingers could spell certain death without a powerful cleric to cleanse the poison in time. Even in lower difficulty dungeons like Hell or Nightmare level, the mechanics of this ability remained lethal, with only slightly reduced poison damage. He recalled what he had learned in school. Cleanse the poison immediately after being hit or rely on exceptional movement skills to dodge every attack. Although encounters with these scorpions were rarely overwhelming in number, even the smallest mistake could cripple a team's effectiveness. The sheer psychological pressure alone was enough to push anyone to their limits. However, for Yi Yang, such threats were insignificant. His massive skeleton army was more than capable of handling a few hundred desert scorpions. Losing a handful of skeleton soldiers was a trivial matter to him. Time was of the essence, with only 10 hours allotted to clear the dungeon. There was no room for hesitation. Yi Yang promptly issued the command to attack. Thousands of skeletal soldiers surged forward like a tidal wave, surrounding the scorpion horde completely. At the same time, hundreds of skeletal archmages, previously hidden in the air, revealed themselves. They wielded finely crafted dark gray bone staves, a stark contrast to the rough bone staves of ordinary skeletal mages. In perfect unison, the skeletal archmages raised their staves, channeling necrotic energy into the tips. In the next instant, countless deathly magic projectiles rained down upon the encircled desert scorpions like a relentless storm. In an instant, Hundreds of dark necromantic projectiles were unleashed into the air simultaneously. These projectiles, no longer the oppressive dark gray they once were, now radiated a sinister, inky black hue. Amid the deafening explosions, the desert scorpions that had been leisurely slaughtering the small skeletons didn't even have time to sense the incoming danger. They were blown to pieces by the relentless magic bombardment. System notifications flashed before Yi Yang's eyes. Ding! You have slain LV-21 Desert Scorpion, gaining 210-100 experience points. Current dungeon progress, 0.05. Seeing this progress, Yi Yang frowned. A single desert scorpion contributing only 0.05 meant he needed to kill 2,000 of them to complete the first stage. What made matters worse was the painfully slow pace of clearing the monsters. After half an hour, the progress had barely reached 13. A quick calculation revealed that the first stage alone would take 7 to 8 hours. If the subsequent stages couldn't be completed within 2 hours, he might find himself caught in the chaos of a magic tide outbreak. Although for now, he could simply sit back and watch as his skeletal army automatically cleared the monsters, the pressing sense of time made him grow increasingly anxious. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a young female adventurer had safely reached the north gate of Silverlight City under the escort of a dozen guards. While the area was temporarily safe and unlikely to be affected by the initial stages of the magic tide, the girl stood still, her gaze repeatedly turning toward the direction they had come from. "Miss, why have you stopped?" the head guard asked curiously. "It's nothing," the girl replied with a shake of her head. This young woman was none other than Shan Mengyu, the eldest daughter of the Shin family in Silverlight City. The guard, however, expressed his concern. The north gate may be safer than the wilderness, but once the magic tide erupts, it will quickly spread here. Those second-tier adventurers out there won't stand a chance against it. Shin Mengyu responded calmly. Hasn't someone already gone to notify President Wu? He should send reinforcements to defend this area soon. That's true, but the city's defensive forces are limited. They're effective against human riots, but when it comes to a magic tide outbreak, reinforcements have to be called from other cities. And even if President Wu manages to summon enough reinforcements, they'll only focus on protecting the city itself, not the wilderness, the guard explained with a sigh. Shin Mengyu, however, remained firm. If you're scared, you can leave first. I'm staying here to wait for someone to return. This is already within the city, so there won't be any danger. You're waiting for someone? The guard looked puzzled. Weren't we just out here for training? Neither the young master of the Chu family, nor the young lady of the Chen family came along this time. Don't mention Chu Ran, that spoiled brat, Shin Mengyu said with disdain. There's no way I'd ever be with someone like him. Who I like is my decision to make. Miss, are you saying you have someone in mind? The guard's curiosity was piqued. Shin Mengyu chuckled softly. Not exactly. I'm just a bit curious. If he survives today, I might want to learn more about him. Her mind wandered to the image of the boy standing alone at the entrance of the Desert Ruins dungeon. Even knowing that the magic tide outbreak was imminent, he had resolutely chosen to enter the dungeon. This either meant he was extremely confident in his abilities or completely oblivious to the dangers ahead. In this era of great upheaval, humans were still very much visual creatures. Someone with both an exceptional appearance and formidable strength would naturally attract countless admirers. That boy's appearance was already impressive. If he managed to survive the perilous magic tide outbreak, it would prove that his strength matched his looks. Shin Mengyu was overwhelmed by her family's constant pressure to settle down. Her father had issued an ultimatum: if she couldn't find a suitable partner, she would have to accept an arranged marriage with the Chu family. She refused to become a pawn in her family's pursuit of power. Yet as she looked around Yinzhou City, she couldn't find a single man who truly captured her heart. Then today, an unexpected encounter with a man gave her a glimmer of hope. Even though more than 3 hours had passed, Shin Mengyu was still waiting in the same spot. Her gaze frequently wandered into the distance, her mind replaying the image of Yi Yang. The Desert Ruins dungeon was known as the toughest second-tier instance, and she couldn't help but worry about his safety. To be honest, it wasn't love at first sight for her with Yi Yang. At first, it was his striking appearance that caught her attention, but there was also an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Yet no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't recall where she had seen him before. Just then, her phone rang, interrupting her thoughts. The caller ID showed it was her best friend, Hanishu. Ishu, what's up? Shin Mengyu answered the call. I heard there might be a magic tide outbreak in Yinzhou City. I saw your guild deploying professionals to Tianshui City. Is everything okay on your side? If you need help, the Han family can send people over, Hanishu said with concern. As a member of a prominent family in Tianshui City, she was always among the first to hear about such events. Don't worry, the magic tide hasn't started yet. Besides, it's only a second tier one, nothing too dangerous, Shin Mengyu reassured her. Send my regards to Uncle Han. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, they ended the call. In that moment, A sudden realization struck Shun Minjiish, finally remembered where she had seen Yi Yang before. Over a year ago, Hanishu had casually mentioned a persistent admirer who was always around her. Although he was good-looking, his status as an orphan made him seem unremarkable in Yishu's eyes. At the time, Yishu had even shown her a casual photo, and Yi Yang had been in the corner of the picture. Back then, Shun Mengyu hadn't paid much attention, and the memory had faded over time. At that time, she was entirely focused on devising strategies for Hanishu, determined to help her shake off that so-called clingy admirer. She barely gave Yi Yang's appearance more than a fleeting glance. Her advice to Hanishu was straightforward. Keep this high-achieving suitor hanging for a while, wait until the graduation awakening ceremony was over, then find someone of comparable strength. Once she had someone new, she could flaunt their relationship in front of the clingy admirer, and he would naturally back off. If he awakened a decent profession, she might consider giving him a chance. If not, she could simply reject him outright. Hanishu clung to this plan for over a year. When the graduation awakening ceremony concluded, she decisively chose Ching Yao as her partner and plunged into the series of events within the beginner's dungeon. Yet, it was precisely those events that led Hanishu to deeply regret her choices. What she didn't know was that, on the very day of the graduation ceremony, when she walked past Yi Yang hand-in-hand with Ching Yao, Yi Yang's former self was so enraged that he practically died of fury that very night. What she would never have anticipated was that the Yi Yang standing before her now was an entirely different person. Shin Mengyu found herself puzzled. If Yi Yang was this powerful, why hadn't Hanishu chosen him? But she was unaware of everything that had transpired since the beginner's dungeon. She hadn't witnessed Hanishu smugly parading Ching Yao past Yi Yang on that fateful day. Nor did she see the public humiliation Hanishu inflicted upon Yi Yang at the entrance to the dungeon in Tinshui City. She certainly didn't know about the moment Hanishu went as far as forcing Yi Yang's summoned skeletons to shield Ching Yao from harm. From that moment on, it was clear neither the old Yi Yang nor the man he had become could ever have anything to do with Hanishu again. The only reason he refrained from punishing her outright at the entrance to the venomous swamp dungeon was out of respect for Han Jichang, the head of the Han family, who had helped him many times in the past. Shin Mingyu couldn't help but wonder. She needed to uncover the truth behind all of this. If her memory served her correctly, this man had already reached level 20, while Hanishu had only just completed her first-tier advancement and was stuck at level 11. If they truly had a history, why wouldn't Yi Yang have taken her along to level up? Could it be that their relationship had completely fallen apart? Shin Mingyu still had no idea about the past between Hanishu and Ching Yao. After all, that brief encounter lasted only 2 or 3 days, and considering the disgraceful events that followed, Hanishu naturally avoided mentioning it to Shen Mengyu. Yet, this only fueled Shan Minji's curiosity even more. If this man was truly the simp Hanishu claimed him to be, he should also be a recent high school graduate, just like herself. However, what was astonishing was that while she had struggled for 2 days post-graduation to reach level 16, this man had already achieved level 20. A 4-level gap was no trivial matter. Even if she trained tirelessly for 2 or 3 days, the chances of catching up were slim to none. For someone starting from the same point to reach such heights, it was clear his abilities were extraordinary. A sudden thought flashed through her mind. If she could make such a powerful man her own, wouldn't she be able to free herself from the entanglements with the Chu family? With that idea taking root, Shin Mingyu couldn't hold back any longer and took off running in the direction she had come from. Nearly 4 hours had passed. By now, that man must have realized the difficulty of the Desert Ruins dungeon and might have already given up. Perhaps she could run into him on the way back. Glancing at the time, Shin Mengyu wasted no moment and sprinted toward the dungeon entrance. The guards were alarmed and called out, "Miss, the magic tide is about to erupt. It's far too dangerous outside." But Shin Mingyu ignored their warnings and continued running. Along the way, retreating adventurers began to whisper among themselves. Isn't that the eldest daughter of the Shin family? Heading into the wilderness at a time like this is pure recklessness. Although the guards followed her to provide protection, they also sent someone back to the Shun family to report the situation. After all, with their third-year peak strength, they could barely ensure their own safety during a magic tide, let alone protect Shun Mengyu. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, Yi Yang remained completely unaware of what was happening outside. After waking up from a short rest, he checked his dungeon progress. The first phase was 97.68 complete. Perfect timing to wake up. Yi Yang yawned. He had entered the dungeon at around 3 or 4 in the morning after staying up late and eventually collapsed from exhaustion, finding a spot to rest. Amidst the endless desert sands, he had commanded hundreds of skeletons to burrow beneath the sand and support his body, using the soft sand to fashion a makeshift bed. After a solid 7 or 8 hours of sleep, Yi Yang's summoning space had accumulated a significant number of new skeletons. Over 28,000 ordinary skeletons, and more than 2,800 invisible skeleton archmages. Without hesitation, Yi Yang sent these newly summoned skeletons into battle. Soon, the system notifications began flooding in. You have slain LV-21 Desert Scorpion, gaining 210 points 100 experience. When the final Desert Scorpion was taken down by a death magic missile from an invisible skeleton archmage, the first phase was finally complete. However, after waiting for several minutes, the second phase monsters were nowhere to be found. Even with the vision provided by his 160,000 skeletons, there was no trace of any enemies. Instead, a dilapidated palace ruin came into view. Could this be the true meaning of the desert ruins? Are the second phase monsters inside the palace? Yi Yang immediately commanded all of his skeletons to attack the palace. Within minutes, tens of thousands of skeletons surged through the main gate and scaled the walls. The later waves of skeletons even climbed over the bodies of their comrades to ascend. Amid this spectacular scene, the second phase monsters finally revealed themselves. As Yi Yang scanned the horizon, her vision was suddenly filled with the sight of over a dozen strange creature shalfhuman, half snake merging in the distance, roughly a few hundred meters away. Instantly, the attributes of these serpentine beings appeared before her. Shura-class serpent witches LV-26. Strength, 100. Spirit, 210. Constitution, 120. Agility, 110. Special abilities. Bewitching Gaze. Releases a charm effect in a forward direction, with a range equal to Spirit x 1 meter. Enchanted State. Attacks indiscriminately, ignoring friend or foe. Yi Yang narrowed her eyes as she analyzed the stats. While most of their attributes were unremarkable, the staggering 210 points in spirit was undeniably intimidating. As she observed, the serpent witches also noticed the skeletal army charging toward them. Surprisingly, instead of showing any fear, they responded with wicked, sinister smiles. "Oh my, undead creatures!" One of the serpent witches chuckled softly. "Wouldn't these skeletons make such amusing consorts? No muscles, sure, but those bones must be quite sturdy. Sisters, let's get to work." Before the words had fully left her lips, eerie green light shot out from a dozen pairs of serpent eyes, directly targeting the leading skeletal warriors. The skeletons struck by the beams immediately turned around, raising their bone swords against their own comrades. However, before they could land a single strike, they were crushed underfoot by the overwhelming tide of skeletons surging from behind. After all, under Yi Yang's command, her skeletal warriors followed only one directive charge forward. Any sign of retreat was treated as desertion, and deserters were mercilessly trampled into dust. The effect of the bewitching eye did not work as the Naga Siren had hoped. Although the enchanted skeleton turned to attack its comrades, it was swiftly reduced to a pile of shattered bones under the relentless assault of the advancing horde. More skeleton warriors trampled over the remains of their fallen comrades, surging forward like an unstoppable tide. Watching the scene unfold, Yi Yang's lips curled into a cold smirk. The effectiveness of mental-type skills indeed depended on the mental strength of the target. These low-tier skeletons were easily bewitched, but the loss of a mere few hundred skeletons was nothing more than a drop in the ocean for his vast army. The skeleton horde quickly closed in on the Naga Sirens. These creatures, though possessing primitive intelligence, were overwhelmed with panic. The oppressive presence of the massive army left them frozen in place, unable to act. "Surround them completely. Invisible skeleton archmages, take action," Yi Yang commanded sharply. In an instant, tens of thousands of skeletons encircled the dozen Naga Sirens, trapping them in the center. These spellcasting creatures lost the space required to unleash their magic once surrounded. Immediately after, thousands of skeleton archmages, who had been hiding in the shadows, revealed themselves. Death energy coalesced at the tips of their staffs. Necrotic magic missiles. With a deafening roar, a barrage of dense magical projectiles engulfed the Naga Sirens. System notifications began to chime in rapid succession. Ding! You have slain LV-26 Naga Siren, gaining 260 points, 200 experience. Ding! Current dungeon progress. Stage 20.1. Yi Yang furrowed his brow as he did the calculations. Each Naga Siren contributed only 0.1 progress. To clear the second stage, he would need to kill 1,000 of them. With only 2 hours left before the magic tide eruption, this pace would require 3 to 4 hours. However, he soon noticed that the respawn rate of these Naga Sirens far exceeded that of the desert scorpions from earlier. This was likely due to the smaller area of the palace ruins and the widespread assistance of the invisible skeleton archmages, greatly enhancing the efficiency of the purge. Without wasting any more time, Yi Yang issued new combat orders to his entire skeleton army. Yi Yang focused his thoughts and issued the command to attack. Instantly, the scattered skeleton army shifted direction like a surging tide, converging toward the ruins of the imperial palace. Within just half an hour, the massive structure was completely overtaken by the overwhelming force of 140,000 ordinary skeletons and over 20,000 invisible skeleton archmages. The once golden, sandy ground was now entirely blanketed by the ghastly white of the skeletal legion. Combat notifications continuously flashed before Yi Yang's eyes. Ding! You have slain a LV-26 Naga Siren, gaining 260 points, 200 experience. Ding! Current dungeon progress. Phase 2, 2.6. The skeleton army's assault was relentless. In just 10 minutes, the dungeon progress surged to 13. Within half an hour, it skyrocketed to 42. Yi Yang calculated with satisfaction. At this pace, the second phase should be complete in just over an hour. He exhaled deeply. Although he wasn't eager to face the chaos of a magic tide outbreak, his current strength gave him immense confidence. With this massive skeleton army alone, he was more than capable of handling a second-tier magic tide. And with his unparalleled soul transfer talent, even if things went south, escaping would be effortless. An hour and a half later, the progress reached 99.95. When the final Naga Siren fell under the combined assault of dozens of invisible skeleton archmages, the system notification echoed once again. Ding! You have slain a LV-26 Naga Siren, gaining 260 points, 200 experience. Ding! Current dungeon progress. Phase 2, 100. Finally, onto the third phase. Yi Yang thought with excitement. Completing this dungeon wouldn't just allow him to ascend to the second tier and gain a new talent, but also reward him with a second-tier exclusive skill scroll. Ever since he obtained a fusion skill scroll last time, he had been eagerly anticipating what surprises the next scroll might hold. However, the magic tide outbreak in the outside world had likely already begun. While a trace of nervousness lingered in his heart, it was overshadowed by his eagerness to test his strength as a second-tier professional. He could hardly wait to confront the challenges of the magic tide Hedon. The magic tide uprising had begun, and Yi Yang could only accept this harsh reality. His vision now revealed third-stage monsters, and his mental energy immediately locked onto these creatures. Before him appeared a group of snake women monsters, their human torsos blending into serpent tails. At first glance, they looked almost identical to the second-stage creatures. However, as Yi Yang examined their attributes, he uncovered the true extent of their power. Each snake woman matriarch had a unique distribution of attributes. Solia LV-28, Strength 850, Spirit 600, Constitution 920, Agility 800, skilled in the Death Constriction ability. Ellie LV-29, Strength 420, Spirit 1500, Constitution 600, Agility 530, proficient in Spirit Annihilation. Alexia LV-28, and 7 other Snakewoman matriarchs, each boasting an equally astonishing combination of attributes. These 10 Snakewoman matriarchs formed a fearsome combat unit. Some were powerhouses in strength, others had overwhelming spirit attributes, while others moved with wind-like agility. Each one was unique, with a distinctive fighting style. Yi Yang quickly issued battle commands. Stealth skeleton mages, look for an opportunity to ambush. Small skeletons, move in and tie them down. He knew that while the ordinary skeletons had low attributes, as long as they could hold the enemy in place, the stealthy skeleton archmages could seize the chance to deliver fatal strikes. From previous battles, Yi Yang had discovered that the stealth skeleton archmages were far more agile than regular skeleton mages and cast spells much faster. If given the right opportunity, they could instantly eliminate their targets. Following his orders, tens of thousands of ordinary skeletons fearlessly charged at the 10 Snakewoman matriarchs, ready to engage them. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, Shun Mingyu had just arrived at the entrance of the Desert Ruins dungeon. Her guards, noticing the time, urged her anxiously, "Miss, the magic tide uprising has already started. We need to leave immediately any later, and it will be too dangerous." But Shun Mingyu was too stunned to respond. Her gaze was fixed on the progress screen above the dungeon entrance. She was utterly speechless as she registered the shocking progress, clearing 2 stages in just 10 hours. Such a speed was simply beyond belief. Upon seeing the data displayed on the dungeon progress screen, Shun Mingyu's body suddenly went weak. If not for the quick reflexes of her personal female guard, who swiftly caught her, she would have collapsed to the ground. This is simply unbelievable. Her eyes widened as she stared intently at the progress display. A single person had cleared 2 major stages of the Desert Ruins dungeon in less than 10 hours. To put this into perspective, an average team of professional adventurers typically required over 10 hours just to get through the second stage alone. "Miss, what's the matter? Why are you so shocked?" the guard asked with concern, noticing her reaction. Taking a deep breath, Shun Mingyu spoke, her voice still tinged with disbelief. "That person went into the dungeon alone and cleared 2 major stages in under 10 hours. Such strength. It's beyond comprehension." Her words caused the second-tier guards around her to collectively gasp. As seasoned professionals, they understood exactly what this meant. Desert Ruins was known to be the most challenging second-tier dungeon in all of Yingzhou City. Just then, The ground beneath them began to shake violently. Everyone turned toward the source of the tremors and saw, on the distant horizon, a massive army of monsters sweeping toward them like a tidal wave. Miss, this is bad. The monster tide has reached us. We must evacuate immediately, the guards urged anxiously. No. Shin Mingyu stood her ground resolutely. If we leave, what will happen to the person inside the dungeon? They'll be caught in the monster tide too. Miss, no matter how strong they are, their safety cannot take precedence over yours, one of the guards pleaded. But Shin Mingyu remained silent, her gaze firmly fixed on the dungeon progress display, unmoving. Seeing her determination, the captain of the guards quickly issued an order. All troops, form up. Defensive perimeter on the outer circle. Third-tier professionals, secure the inner ring. Protect the miss at all costs. Over 100 guards swiftly moved into formation. Despite their fear, they had no other choice. Abandoning Shan Mingyu to save themselves would either mean execution by the Shin family patriarch or being hunted as rogue adventurers. If death was inevitable, they would rather fight here and now. Boom. The monster tide arrived in an instant. Without hesitation, the guards charged forward, throwing themselves into a desperate battle against the seemingly endless horde of creatures. Shin Mingyu suddenly noticed a change on the dungeon progress panel. Yi Yang's team had astonishingly reached 100 completion in the third stage of the Desert Ruins dungeon. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she recalled the few brief moments she had been distracted by the onslaught of the demon tide. In that short span of time, the dungeon's progress had leapt from 0 straight to 100. How is this even possible? She murmured to herself. The third stage is guarded by the 10 serpent matriarchs. How did he manage to take them all down in the blink of an eye? In that moment, Shin Mingyu's opinion of Yi Yang underwent a complete transformation. As a fellow high school graduate from the same year, his strength was nothing short of astonishing. While she, as an SS-class professional, couldn't even solo a first-tier dungeon, he had already managed to clear a second-tier dungeon all by himself. The sheer gap in power left her both stunned and awestruck. Looking at Yi Yang's handsome face and the incredible strength he displayed, Shin Mingyu couldn't help but think of Han Yishu. What was Yishu even thinking? How could she let such an extraordinary man slip away? The thought stirred her emotions. If you don't know how to treasure him, then don't blame me for stepping in. She quickly solidified her resolve. On one hand, it was to address the pressure from her family. On the other, it was for her own future. She absolutely refused to end up with someone like Chu Ran, a spoiled and entitled playboy. She would rather die than accept such a fate. Now that she had finally found someone who met her ideal, she wasn't going to give up easily. Up next is the final boss. Shin Mingyu bit her lip, anxiety creeping into her heart. If I remember correctly, it should be a Hydra. Can you really defeat it? She truly didn't want to see her newfound ideal partner fall in the dungeon. However, the fact that Yi Yang had managed to fight his way to the final stage alone left no doubt about his strength. Part of her even wished he would exit the dungeon immediately and join her in escaping the chaos of the demon tide. Meanwhile, the system notifications within the dungeon continued to chime relentlessly. Ding! You have slain LV-28 Serpent Matriarch Solia, gaining 28,000 points, 200 experience. Ding! Current dungeon progress. Third stage 10. Ding! Current dungeon progress. Third stage 100. Seeing the rapid sequence of kill notifications and the final 100 progress display, Yi Yang finally let out a sigh of relief. Yi Yang stared ahead, his brows furrowed in deep concentration. The situation outside was growing increasingly dire, and they had reached the critical final stage. A flicker of unease crossed his eyes as his fingers lightly drummed against the table, his thoughts circling the precarious state of affairs around them. It had been nearly an hour since the young professional warned of the rampaging magic tide. By now, the vast expanse of the wilderness was likely overrun by an army of magical creatures. Whether the tide would extend into the city remained uncertain. After all, Yi Yang had only experienced one magic tide before, and that was back when he was a naive boy of 12 or 13. Not long after the last serpent matriarch was surrounded and slain by the invisible skeletal archmages, a colossal figure slowly emerged from the central structure of the Palacia nine-headed Lamia. While the creature retained the basic form of a snake-tailed humanoid, 9 heads sprouted from its neck, each with an enchanting yet terrifying visage. Its massive body, stretching hundreds of meters long, exuded an overwhelming sense of oppression. If Yi Yang were present, the sheer pressure alone would have left him gasping for breath. Fortunately, he was resting in a distant desert area, temporarily safe. The moment the 9-headed Lamia appeared, Yi Yang immediately accessed its attributes. Asura class, 9-headed Lamia Ishelia, LV-30. Type, boss class monster. Strength, 3,200. Spirit, 4,500. Constitution, 3,600. Agility, 4,000. Skills, Death Lash, Enchanting Gaze, Prism Serpent, Soul impact. These overwhelming stats far exceeded the capabilities of a second-tier professional. With strength and constitution surpassing 3,000 and spirit and agility over 4,000, this was nothing like an ordinary second-tier boss. Yi Yang frowned deeply, pondering whether even his invisible skeletal archmages could deal effective damage against such an intimidating constitution. What was even more terrifying was that the boss's greatest strength lay not in its stats, but in the fact that each of its heads wielded a powerful skill. Despite this, Yi Yang had no plans to retreat after all. This was his second-tier advancement mission. No matter how insurmountable it seemed, he had to face it head-on. He was even prepared to sacrifice his entire skeleton army if it meant defeating this boss. Skeletons could always be resummoned, but failing to take down this boss would leave him with only two choices: abandon the dungeon or be killed by the nine-headed lamia. Yi Yang quickly devised a strategy. Have the small skeletons charge head-on to draw its attention, while the invisible skeletal archmages waited for the right moment to strike from the rear. Without hesitation, tens of thousands of ordinary skeletons fearlessly rushed toward the nine-headed lamia. The lamia's eyes flashed with disdain as she watched the swarm of undead creatures charging at her. Hiss. You dare challenge me with these pitiful skeletons? Very well. Let me show you the power of the serpentkin. Soul impact. Before her words had fully faded, her eyes emitted an eerie, transparent glow. The air rippled faintly, and in an instant, nearly 5,000 charging skeletons disintegrated into nothingness, leaving no trace behind. The devastating display of power jolted Yi Yang from his relaxed position on his desert cove. Had anticipated the boss would be strong, but not this strong. Invisible skeletal archmages, hold your positions for now. Ordinary skeletons, spread out to avoid being wiped out in mass. Yi Yang quickly issued new commands. Losing a few ordinary skeletons was no big deal, but the invisible skeletal archmages were his strongest offensive force and couldn't be carelessly exposed. Fortunately, thanks to the revival effect of his resurrection accessory set, over 1,000 skeletons were instantly brought back to life, saving him nearly half an hour of summoning time. However, the crisis was far from over, as the lamia's second head began casting a spell. Pathetic undead creatures, let's see how you handle this. Behold the allure of Aishelia. Enchanting gaze. As the eyes of her second head turned blood red, a crimson beam shot forth, instantly charming tens of thousands of skeletons. The charm effect was far more potent than that of the serpent enchantresses Yi Yang had encountered before. Fortunately, the subsequent waves of skeleton reinforcements immediately perceived their charmed allies as enemies and launched an all-out purge. After 1 or 2 minutes of intense fighting, and at the cost of nearly 20,000 skeletons, the charmed ones were finally eliminated. Damn! Yi Yang gasped sharply as he took in the scene before him. The battlefield was a chaotic mess, and the skeletal army under his command had already lost close to 30,000 troops before even reaching the boss. This second-tier dungeon on Shura-level difficulty lived up to its fearsome reputation. The nine-headed serpent queen was every bit as terrifying as the legends claimed. But not all hope was lost. Amid the wreckage littering the battlefield, something extraordinary happened. Around 8,000 to 9,000 shattered skeletons began to glow with an eerie green light. Moments later, they reassembled themselves, rising from the ground fully intact and charging once more at the serpent queen. Yi Yang couldn't help but smile in satisfaction. The effects of his resurrection accessory set were simply overpowered. These 8,000 skeletons alone represented over 2.5 hours of his summoning efforts. Without this god or artifact, his losses would have been catastrophic. At present, his skeletal army still boasted a force of 120,000 strong, not including the 30,000-member stealth skeleton mage battalion waiting in the wings. As the effects of the Serpent Queen's charm ability began to wear off, his relentless skeletal warriors finally closed the distance and reached her. The sound of clashing metal filled the air as the skeletons struck with their bone blades, but their attacks barely made a dent in the Serpent Queen's defenses. With over 3,000 points of constitution, her resilience was astounding. Frustrated but undeterred, the frontline skeletons began climbing her massive body, targeting her upper torso where her defenses were weaker. Her snake-like lower body, covered in impenetrable scales, offered no vulnerabilities to exploit. Yi Yang didn't expect his skeletal minions to inflict significant damage. They were there to serve as distractions and draw her ire. And sure enough, as the swarming skeletons clung to her prized form, the Serpent Queen erupted in fury. How dare you filthy undead insects defile my body? Deathlash. With a deafening roar, she swung her massive tail, smashing dozens of skeletons with each blow. Hundreds were obliterated in mere moments, yet more poured in to take their place. Some even wriggled into her nostrils, ears, and mouth, driving her into a maddened frenzy. The time was now. Yi Yang's eyes gleamed with determination. All stealth skeleton mages, move out. Focus fire. Ripples spread through the air as the hidden skeleton mages revealed themselves, clutching their bone-crafted staffs. Without hesitation, they unleashed a torrent of necromantic energy, hurling waves of deathly magic missiles at the Serpent Queen. The relentless bombardment drove her final phase progress bar up by more than 20 in an instant. Something felt off. Yi Yang glanced up and noticed the Serpent Queen's health bars. There were 9 of them stacked atop one another, and one had already been depleted while another was nearly gone. Realization dawned on him: this boss had the combined health of 9 separate entities. No wonder the guild receptionist in Yinzhou City had tried so hard to talk him out of taking this quest. But to Yi Yang, even a boss with 9 lives was just a hulking, damage-soaking target. Under his command, the thousands of stealth skeleton mages launched another devastating barrage of magic missiles, obliterating 2 more health bars and pushing her final phase progress well past the halfway mark. The sheer firepower of this 30,000 strong stealth skeleton mage army was staggering. Each necromantic missile carried a 10x mental power boost, and when combined with the 10x all-attribute bonus from their stealth-breaking strike, the damage output was apocalyptic. For an ordinary second-tier adventurer, a single volley would be annihilating. Even a final phase boss with 9 health bars couldn't endure more than a few rounds of this assault. As the third wave of attacks loomed, the mages encircling the Serpent Queen were already itching to fire. Their synchronized barrage brought her health crashing down to just above 20. Just one more push. Yi Yang took a deep breath, watching as the stealth skeleton mages prepared their final volley of necromantic missiles. Once we take her down, they'll finally break through to become a second-tier adventurer. Without hesitation, Yi Yang launched his final assault. Necromantic missiles. Necromantic missiles. Necromantic missiles, he roared. Accompanying his battle cry, tens of thousands of necromantic missiles rained down like a storm, crashing into the Hydra Queen. Amid the deafening explosions, the ultimate boss, Aishilia, who boasted 9 health bars, had her HP wiped out in an instant. The system notification popped up right after. Ding! You have slain the ultimate boss, Hydra Queen Aishilia, earning 2.3 million experience points. Ding! Successfully cleared the Asura-level Desert Ruins dungeon. Rewards: 5 million experience points, Tier 2 exclusive class equipment chest X1, Tier 2 exclusive class skill chest X1. Yi Yang quickly collected all the loot scattered on the ground into his inventory. The system notifications continued to chime. Ding! Acquired Tier 2 warrior class universal equipment, radiant armor. Even more exciting was a special reward. Ding! Acquired Starlight Source Stone. Not bad. Yi Yang thought to himself with satisfaction. The losses of the skeleton army really don't count toward my damage stats. This will make the subsequent advancement quests much easier. He recalled the intel provided by Lin Chongfeng. Starting from Tier 2, advancement quests almost always required a Starlight Source Stone, and obtaining one meant clearing the Asura-level dungeon's ultimate boss without taking any damage. The moment he obtained the Starlight Source Stone, a cascade of system notifications followed. Ding! Successfully solo cleared an Asura-level Tier 2 dungeon and fused with the Starlight Source Stone, completing the Tier 2 advancement quest. Ding! Acquired a 5-star attribute growth template, level cap increased to level 30. Ding! Gained Tier 2 talent skill, Soul of Conviction. Then came a series of level-up notifications. Yi Yang's level skyrocketed from 20 to 25, with each level granting 50 points to all attributes and 500 free attribute points. His stats underwent a dramatic transformation. Name: Yi Yang LV25. Class: Tier 2 Necromancer Unique Class. Strength: 324. Spirit: 4,219. Constitution: 424. Agility: 424. Talents: Soul Symbiosis, Soul Transfer, Soul of Conviction. Skills: Summon Skeleton, Summon Stealth Skeleton Archmage. The boost from this breakthrough was astonishing. His strength surged from a few dozen points to over 300, while his constitution and agility soared from 169 to over 400. Most impressive of all was his spirit, which leapt from just over 1,400 to a staggering 4,200 points. Eager to see the results, Yi Yang checked the stats of the Stealth Skeleton Archmage. Level: 25. Strength: 2542.19. Spirit: 12542.19. Constitution: 5042.19. Agility: 7542.19. Looking at these numbers, Yi Yang couldn't help but feel amazed. Yi Yang stared at the data displayed on the attribute panel, a gleam of excitement flashing in his eyes. His base mental attribute had skyrocketed from 100 points to 125 points. Coupled with the amplification effect of his own mental strength, his maximum mental attribute reached an astonishing 177 points. And this was just the attribute of a single stealth skeleton archmage. The power of the necromantic magic bullet was truly terrifying. It boasted a 10x mental power boost, while necromantic concealment provided an additional 10x boost to all attributes. As a result, A single magic bullet could deal damage exceeding the 6,000 point mark. This number was enough to strike fear into the hearts of ordinary Tier 2 professionals, and even those above this rank. What was even more shocking was that Yi Yang now commanded over 30,000 of these stealth skeleton archmages. In other words, he wielded the equivalent combat strength of 30,000 powerful professionals. Such overwhelming power was enough to send shivers down anyone's spine. As for the regular small skeletons, the changes were relatively minor. Their base attributes increased from 20 points to 25 points, and they benefited from a 42.19 mental power boost. However, their sheer numbers still made them a force to be reckoned with. After tallying up the rewards from this dungeon run, Yi Yang's attention was drawn to a newly unlocked third talent in the talent panel, Soul of Faith. The effect of this Tier 2 talent was nothing short of game-breaking. Whenever Yi Yang took damage, his summoned creatures would automatically absorb all of it, and the effect would only cease if every single summoned creature was destroyed. This is basically the ultimate life-saving ability, Yi Yang thought to himself with delight. Considering his endless army of small skeletons, which he could summon one of every second, this talent essentially made him nearly immortal. Such a capability was entirely beyond the realm of conventional imagination. For an ordinary necromancer, gaining such abilities was akin to sprouting wings. Coupled with the transformative enhancements of the Godder skill system, Yi Yang's power had ascended to an unimaginable level. From the moment he acquired this talent, he was virtually unbeatable. Of course, this did not mean he was entirely invincible. High-ranking professionals of the 7th, 8th, or even higher tiers possessed combat techniques far more intricate and powerful than most could fathom. However, among the opponents Yi Yang had encountered thus far, he had already become an unstoppable force. With the dual blessings of the faithful soul and soul transfer talents, surviving even the deadliest of threats seemed effortless for him. Taking a deep breath, Yi Yang was exceptionally pleased with the effects of this second-tier talent. Eager to capitalize on his newfound power, he quickly retrieved a second-tier exclusive class skill scroll from his inventory and activated it immediately. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, Shun Mengyu, who had been anxiously waiting, suddenly received a notification that left her utterly stunned. Yi Yang's Team Desert Ruins dungeon progress cleared. For a moment, Shun Mengyu was completely dumbfounded. One person had actually managed to complete a solo run of the Desert Ruins, and in just 30 minutes, he had defeated the Hydra Queen, renowned as the strongest second-tier boss. This was nothing short of shattering her understanding of what was possible. To awaken 3 days ago, reach level 20 at breakneck speed, and then solo a second-tier dungeon. Each of these accomplishments alone would have been enough to shock the entire professional world. Yet today, Shun Mengyu had witnessed all of this firsthand. Her astonishment was so profound that she even momentarily forgot about the swarming second-tier magical beasts surrounding her. It was only when her guard, Shun Wang, shouted urgently that she snapped back to reality. "Miss, there are too many second-tier beasts here. We must retreat immediately." Shun Mengyu hesitated, her thoughts still on Yi Yang, who had yet to emerge from the dungeon. If we leave now, what will happen to him? This is a second-tier magic beast tide. There's no way he can handle this alone. Miss, we don't have the luxury of worrying about him right now. Your safety takes priority. Shun Wang's tone was filled with urgency. As rare as a genius capable of soloing a second-tier dungeon might be, their current situation left no room for divided attention. But Shun Mengyu remained firm. "Shun Wang, just a little longer. He's already cleared the dungeon. He'll be out any minute now." Shun Wang hesitated only briefly before steeling his resolve. "Men, hold the line for another 10 minutes. Inside the dungeon, Yi Yang was completely unaware of the crisis brewing outside. Ever since the Great Cataclysm 500 years ago, when Blue Star entered the Age of Mutation, the world had undergone dramatic transformations. The surge of elemental energy had caused Blue Star to expand exponentially, its surface area increasing by 10,000 times in just a century. The once narrow gaps between cities had become untamed wildernesses overrun by magical beasts. Even with Silverlight City rallying a significant force of professionals, their efforts were barely enough to defend the city gates, let alone suppress the rampant magic beast tides in the wild. Yet Yi Yang, still immersed in the dungeon, remained oblivious to the chaos outside. His focus was entirely on the system notification before him. "Ding. You have successfully used the second-tier exclusive class skill scroll. Reward unlocked. Necromancer, Summon Tyrant Skeleton." Yi Yang unlocked a new skill, Summon Skeleton Tyrant. This ability consumes 100 points of mental energy to summon a shield-bearing skeleton mage to fight alongside him. Skeleton Tyrant? Yi Yang furrowed his brow, intrigued by this unfamiliar type of skeleton. Judging by the name, it seemed to be a defensive frontline unit, which perfectly aligned with his current tactical needs. His thoughts drifted to his existing skeleton army. While the ordinary skeletons were easy to summon, taking only a second to call forth, they were severely lacking in attributes. Even as cannon fodder, they barely managed to distract enemies. Fortunately, their loss didn't bother Yi Yang too much. On the other hand, losing an invisible skeleton archmage was far more painful, as he could only summon a little over 8,000 of them daily, rather inefficient process. Just as Yi Yang integrated the new skill into his skill panel, a sudden system notification flashed before him. Ding! Skill Summon Skeleton Tyrant has successfully evolved into God-Ear Summon Skeleton Tyrant. The updated skill description revealed. Upon activation, consuming 100 points of mental energy, the skill would automatically summon one skeleton tyrant every 100 seconds to fight for him. Not bad. Let's see what makes this skeleton tyrant, which takes 100 seconds to summon, so special. Yi Yang nodded in satisfaction, waiting patiently. Nearly 2 minutes later, a figure materialized in his summoning space, a hulking skeletal warrior. Though it was nothing but bones, its massive frame exuded an overwhelming sense of power and intimidation. Without overthinking it, Yi Yang observed the creature with growing interest. Yi Yang acted decisively, summoning a brand new unit from his summoning space. When the stats of the skeleton tyrant appeared before him, the astonishing numbers made him gasp in disbelief. Level 25. Base attributes: Strength 12542.19, Spirit 2542.19, Constitution 25042.19, Agility 7542.19. This towering skeletal warrior, standing at an imposing 3 meters tall, also possessed 2 devastating skills. Savage Devour allows the skeleton tyrant to consume any allied unit, gaining 1 stack of rage for each devoured ally. Each stack increases all attributes by 10 for 10 seconds. Rage can stack up to 100 layers. Frenzied Rampage. When rage reaches its maximum stacks and the tyrant enters combat, its attack and defense are amplified tenfold. This is just insane. Yi Yang murmured in shock. The power of this second-tier unit completely overshadowed the stealth skeleton archmage. While those mages were capable of dishing out significant damage, their frailty in close combat left them vulnerable. But the skeleton tyrant was a completely different story. If it devoured 100 allied units, its attributes would skyrocket tenfold. Based on its current level, that would mean over 1,200 points in strength and 2,500 in constitution. Even more terrifying, once Frenzied Rampage was triggered, those stats would multiply by another tenfold. Yi Yang quickly performed the calculations. With my spiritual power bonuses factored in, at its peak, it could unleash 17,000 strength and over 35,000 constitution. This truly lives up to the name Tyrant. A grin spread across his face. Before any battle, I just need to let the skeleton tyrant devour 100 ordinary skeletons. With that, it could dominate the battlefield. But as the thought settled, Yi Yang restrained his excitement. The stealth skeleton archmages, while fragile, were invaluable for providing long-range magical support. Their ability to suppress enemies from a distance and create opportunities for the skeleton tyrant to charge in would be crucial for optimal strategy. With the ability to summon one every 100 seconds, that's over 800 tyrants in a single day. The sheer potential of such an army eased Yi Yang's mind. Even just 1 or 2 fully powered skeleton tyrants would be enough to take down second-tier magical beasts with ease. After recalling the skeleton tyrant back into the summoning space, Yi Yang turned his attention to the second-tier exclusive profession equipment chest he had obtained. Without hesitation, he opened it. A system notification chimed. You have acquired the Necromancer's Dark Robe. Second tier, Dark Robe level 21. Attributes: Spirit, 3,200. Constitution, 1,800. Special effect: all summoned units under your command gain 10 damage reduction. The stats left Yi Yang stunned yet again. He couldn't help but rub his eyes and double-check the details. A single piece of equipment providing such incredible bonuses was almost unbelievable. For comparison, he casually pulled out a generic second-tier piece of Gear Radiant Armor level 27, which only offered a paltry 580 constitution. The difference was staggering. This was the true power of exclusive profession equipment. Yi Yang stared at the equipment's attribute panel in front of him, his brows furrowing in dissatisfaction. A mere 580 points in constitution for a level 27 tier 2 radiant armor was downright pathetic. After all, this was a warrior-exclusive piece of gear 6 levels higher than the Dark Robe, yet its attributes were barely a third of the latter's. The Dark Robe not only boasted 2 powerful attribute boosts, but also came with an astonishing special effect granting all summoned creatures a 10 damage reduction. This glaring disparity underscored the vast chasm in quality between different profession tiers. Equipment designed for an SS Steer profession naturally outclassed those for Steer, or even the Trash Tier F professions. For this very reason, whenever someone awakened an unknown hidden profession, people would eagerly analyze its grade through its equipment, skills, and talents. While many individuals across the nation awakened hidden professions every year, a unique grade hidden profession like Yi Yang's was as rare as a phoenix feather. To date, he had yet to encounter another. Without further hesitation, Yi Yang donned the dark robe. Instantly, his attribute panel underwent a dramatic transformation. Name, Yi Yang, LV25. Profession, Tier 2 Necromancer Unique Grade. Strength, 324. Spirit, 7,419. Constitution, 2,224. Agility, 424. His spirit attribute, originally just over 4,000, skyrocketed to more than 7,400. This wasn't merely a numbers game. The boost directly amplified the effects on all skeletons within his summoning space. The enhancement leaped from 42.19 to an impressive 74.19, nearly doubling their power. Now this feels like a proper necromancer, Young muttered to himself, but deep down, he knew this was only the beginning. A true necromancer should command an army of undying, ever-evolving undead. He envisioned a future where he led an endless tide of skeletal warriors, ghostly legions, nightmare phantoms, death knights, shadow warriors, and abominations creatures like flesh golems, scourge tyrants, abyssal reflections, and dark assassins. A necromancer wasn't just a summoner of frail skeletons, but a master who transformed, evolved, and elevated his army to unimaginable heights. Inspecting his summoning space, Yi Yang found that after the grueling battle with the Hydra Queen, the number of ordinary skeletons had dwindled to just over 120,000. He still had more than 34,000 stealth skeleton archmages, and he had also gained 3 skeleton tyrants. However, the skeleton tyrants required a constant supply of skeletons to maintain their berserk state. Otherwise, they would regress after 10 seconds. Even so, the remaining ordinary skeletons could still serve their purpose at this stage, ensuring they retained some value. With a thought, Yi Yang exited the dungeon. Outside, he found Shen Mengyu and her group of over 100 guards embroiled in a desperate battle. "Miss, we can't hold on any longer," the guard captain, Shun Wang, exclaimed urgently. "Shen Qing and the others are gravely injured and out of commission. We don't have enough Tier 3 professionals to hold the line. We must retreat immediately." Shun Wang had followed Shen Mengyu for years and was well aware of her headstrong personality. Yet he hadn't expected her to put herself and her team in such danger for the sake of a complete stranger. Glancing at the dozen gravely injured guards and the 50 or so others with lighter wounds, Shen Mengyu finally felt a pang of guilt. Just as she was about to offer some words of reassurance to her weary guards, a figure suddenly emerged from the dungeon entrance. "It's him!" Shen Mengyu cried out, unable to contain her excitement. "Who?" The guards turned to follow her gaze, only to see a young man in a casual white shirt stepping out of the dungeon. In that split second of distraction, a Tier 2 magical Biasta red-armored scorpion silently crept up behind one of the Tier 2 guards. Its half-meter-long venomous stinger was poised to strike, aiming straight for the back of the guard's head. "Danger!" The sharp cry of the young man in white pierced through the air. In the blink of an eye, he summoned hundreds of ordinary skeletons from his summoning space, crowding them tightly behind the Tier 2 warrior acting as a guard. Amidst the clattering sound of bones colliding, a dozen skeletons were shattered into fragments under the ferocious assault of the red-armored giant scorpion. However, their sacrifice bought the guard precious time to catch his breath. Only then did the Tier 2 warrior realize how close he had been to death's door. As he stared at the red-armored giant scorpion, now held back by the skeletal army, cold sweat drenched his back. Had the venomous stinger struck him, not even the priest in their party would have been able to save him in time. He would have died on the spot. The prolonged battle had pushed the guard to his limits, leaving his health critically low. Less than a third remained. Yet the young man in white showed no hesitation. He immediately summoned dozens of invisible skeletal archmages from his summoning space. Wielding bone staffs, they launched a fierce assault on the red-armored giant scorpion. Necromantic death bolts. Dark orbs of energy rained down like a torrential storm, filling the air with an aura of death. The red-armored giant scorpion had no time to evade and was reduced to dust under the relentless barrage. A system notification flashed before him. "Ding! You have slain LV-28 red-armored giant scorpion. You gained 280 points, 200 experience." Ignoring the kill notification, Yi Yang swiftly unleashed his skeletal army of over 100,000 from the summoning space. In an instant, the landscape turned into a sea of grayish-white skeletal creatures, launching a fierce assault against the hordes of Tier 2 magical beasts. "Annihilate every hostile creature," Yi Yang commanded. At his order, the skeletal army seemed to surge with newfound energy, exploding into action. Ordinary skeletons charged forward with bone blades in hand, clashing with the magical beasts. Tens of thousands of invisible skeletal archmages emerged from the void, their bone staffs casting dark necromantic death bolts in rapid succession. Even the 4 mighty skeletal tyrants, Yi Yang's most formidable summons, were called into battle. Skeletal tyrants, devour the ordinary skeletons. Reach your peak state. Yi Yang's command echoed through the battlefield as his intent surged. The skeletal overlords seemed to suddenly break free from their invisible chains. They swiftly grabbed nearby ordinary skeletons, absorbing them into their own forms. In an instant, an eerie pale light began surging from within their bodies, accompanied by a rapid surge in their attributes. Within just a minute or two, the skeletal overlords, who originally had only a couple hundred points in their stats, skyrocketed to over 1,000 points in strength and more than 2,000 in constitution. Their size expanded from 3 meters to an imposing 5 meters, radiating an overwhelming sense of pressure. Just as one skeletal overlord entered a berserk state, an arrogant blood demon tiger charged toward it. Without hesitation, the skeletal overlord raised its right arm, and its massive bone fist punched straight through the tiger's abdomen, leaving a gaping hole as wide as a barrel. The other 3 skeletal overlords also entered a berserk state, swinging their fists and annihilating hundreds of Tier 2 demonic beasts in an instant. The air grew thick with a dense, bloody mist spreading in all directions. The sight left the guard squad stunned. Their initial despair was swept away in an instant. The group erupted in astonished murmurs. What are these creatures? They can obliterate Tier 2 beasts with a single punch. This is insane. We need at least 2 or 3 strikes to take down these beasts, but these skeletal giants can punch through several of them at once. With these skeletal giants on our side, we can just sit back and relax. Even more astonishing was the strength of the young man leading them. He looks about the same age as the young lady, yet he can solo a Tier 2 dungeon. No wonder his power is so outrageous. Xinwang and the guard squad stared at Yi Yang's skeletal army, their scalps tingling with unease. The demonic tide, which had pushed them to their limits after hours of grueling battle, was effortlessly repelled by this skeletal force. The disparity in power was staggering. Even if their squad of over 100 guards was in perfect condition, they doubted they could match the skeletal giants. Xinwang even suspected that one casual punch from these skeletal overlords could instantly kill him, a peak Tier 3 S-rank professional. As the skeletal overlords held the horde of demonic beasts at bay, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, Xinmengyu, who had been watching Yi Yang intently, walked up to him and said bluntly, "Hey, handsome, are you Yi Yang?" Yi Yang froze for a moment. "I don't think we've met before. How do you know my name?" Xinmengyu ignored his question and cut straight to the point. "I want to ask you something. Will you be my boyfriend? I really like you." Yi Yang was momentarily at a loss, glancing around before replying, "Miss, I'm not sure what you're trying to do here, but for now, the priority is dealing with this demonic tide. Let's talk about anything else later, all right?" Before Xinmengyu could speak, Xinwang interjected, "This young man is right. The priority now is to get out of the area affected by the demonic tide." The other guards immediately chimed in, urging Xinmengyu to leave this perilous place without delay. "Miss, the young man you've been so worried about is safe and sound. We should leave now while we still have the strength to fight. The demonic tide has been raging for 2 or 3 hours already. If we retreat now, it's not too late." Faced with their collective persuasion, Xinmengyu glanced at Yi Yang, her resolve wavering. She had risked her life to come here solely to confirm whether Yi Yang was still alive. Now that she had seen him safe and well, leaving this dangerous place was indeed the most pressing matter. "All right, let's leave here together," Xinmengyu said, stepping toward Yi Yang and instinctively reaching for his hand. But Yi Yang gently pulled his hand away. "No, you all go ahead. I need to stay." "You're staying?" Xinmengyu was taken aback, and so were Xinwang and the others. "Young man, why? This place is far too dangerous. No matter how important it is, you must prioritize staying alive. Come with us. While we may not match the strength of your summoned skeletal giant, as third-tier fighters, we can easily break through a second-tier demonic tide together." Yi Yang met their astonished gazes with a calm smile and turned to look at the rampaging second-tier beasts in the distance. "It's simple. I'm staying to suppress this demonic tide." His words left everyone stunned. Xinwang's disbelief was evident as he exclaimed, "Young man, are you saying you are going to suppress the demonic tide alone? That's impossible. A second-tier demonic tide is more terrifying than solo clearing a second-tier nightmare-level dungeon. You'd need the strength to solo a second-tier hell-level dungeon to even consider it." Yi Yang shrugged nonchalantly. "I can. I just solo cleared the asura-level difficulty of the second-tier Desert Ruins dungeon." Xinwang instinctively glanced toward the dungeon entrance behind them. When he saw the entrance had already vanished, his face turned ashen, as if he had seen a ghost. The other guards audibly gasped in shock. This was the infamous Asura-level Desert Ruins dungeon, reputed to be the hardest among second-tier challenges, and Yi Yang had actually cleared it solo. It took Xinwang a moment to regain his composure. Turning to Xinmengyu, he said, "Miss, since this young man possesses such incredible strength, we needn't worry about his safety. Let's leave quickly." As they prepared to leave, Xinmengyu looked at Yi Yang with reluctance. "Please, be careful. Watching Shin Mengyu and her group depart, Yi Yang thought to himself, what a peculiar woman. But I have to admit, her presence at the dungeon exit at that critical moment did help me avoid being cornered by the demonic tide. Otherwise, things could have gone south. Now then, it's time to go all out. Yi Yang's thoughts sharpened as he issued a mental command to his skeletal army. Begin the counteroffensive against the demonic tide. In an instant, tens of thousands of skeletons converged into an impenetrable white wall, standing firm before the encroaching beast horde. Countless ordinary skeletons charged headlong into the tide, their resilience unwavering. Hidden skeletal archmages unleashed relentless volleys of necromantic missiles. At the forefront, over a dozen peak-level skeletal overlords roared into the fray, wreaking havoc like unstoppable war machines, shredding any beast foolish enough to approach. As the monstrous army launched an assault on the skeleton Great Wall, countless independent adventurers who had been leveling up in the wilderness found themselves fleeing in panic. These lone practitioners, lacking the connections and intelligence networks of major families, only realized the danger when the demonic tide was already upon them. Some didn't even have time to escape and could only hide in secluded spots, waiting for an opportunity. When these hidden adventurers finally thought the time had come to make their escape, a towering white skeleton Great Wall suddenly appeared before their eyes, leaving them utterly stunned. What's going on? Are these skeletons here to hunt us down? Before long, someone noticed the truth. Look, these skeletons are blocking the demonic tide. Realizing that this skeletal army was an ally, everyone excitedly drew closer to the wall. Sure enough, the skeletons showed no hostility toward them. As they approached, they spotted a young figure Yi Yang continuously summoning various types of skeletons. Wait, all these skeletons were summoned by him? How does someone so young have such power? He looks unfamiliar, probably from another city? People from other cities are risking their lives to protect Yingzhou City, and here we are. A heavy silence fell over the group, broken only by a sudden voice. Brothers, if outsiders are fighting so hard to save us, what are we afraid of? For Yingzhou City, for our home, we have to stand and fight even if it costs us our lives. These words sparked a fiery determination in everyone's hearts. For my wife and kids back in the city, I'm going in too. Tell my mom I'm no coward. For Yingzhou City charge. The thousands of adventurers who had been fleeing just moments ago now raised their weapons and charged into the demonic tide. Those who arrived later, inspired by the scene, joined the battle as well. Together with the skeleton army, they managed to push the tide back. Watching this unfold, Yi Yang felt a pang of sorrow in his heart. If only I had this strength 5 years ago, maybe my parents wouldn't have. He silently vowed to grow even stronger. The current battle was only against a second-tier demonic tide. 5 years ago, the tide that destroyed Tianshui City had been a fifth-tier catastrophe, one so powerful that even the provincial reinforcements summoned by Lin Chongfeng couldn't stop it. In the end, it had also devastated Yingzhou City and Wanfeng City. Meanwhile, at the Adventurers Guild in Yingzhou City, guild leader Wu Ning anxiously questioned his secretary. What's the situation with the demonic tide? Has it breached the city? Can the reinforcements hold them off? The secretary quickly replied, Guild leader, the demonic tide hasn't reached the city, and strangely enough, there hasn't been any sign of monsters attacking within a 100-kilometer radius of the city. How could this happen? Wu Ning's emotions grew even more tangled after hearing his secretary's report. The unease he already felt from the rampaging magic tide now surged into outright turmoil. This was no ordinary disturbance. This was a Tier 2 magic tide. Even a peak Tier 4 professional would struggle to suppress such a massive horde of beasts alone. Let's go and see for ourselves, Wu Ning commanded, striding quickly toward the northern city gate with his secretary in tow. The scene that greeted him was nothing short of astonishing. Calm and tranquility stretched across the landscape. Aside from the reinforcements from other cities standing alert, not a single magical beast was in sight. Wu Ning immediately approached a guard to inquire about the situation. The guard responded respectfully, President Wu, about half an hour ago, a small wave of magical beasts did reach this area, around 1 to 2,000 of them, but they were swiftly dealt with by the defense forces. Since then, no other beasts have appeared. This response only deepened Wu Ning's confusion. The presence of magical beasts confirmed that the magic tide had indeed spread to the city's borders. But why had it vanished so suddenly? Though he was tempted to venture outside the city to investigate, Wu Ning knew his duty as the city's leader. In such perilous times, he had to remain within the walls, standing with the citizens to maintain morale. He understood all too well that leaving the city now could sow panic among the troops. It must be the work of a powerful individual suppressing the tide, Wu Ning speculated silently. There's no other explanation for why the beasts would retreat so abruptly. Despite the temporary calm, he dared not let his guard down. Not far from the northern gate, Shen Mengyu stood anxiously, her eyes fixed on the distant horizon. Although Xin Wang and the others had repeatedly assured her that Yi Yang was more than capable of handling himself, She knew the grim reality. For a Tier 2 professional, surviving amidst a Tier 2 magic tide was an unimaginable challenge. Stay alive. You have to stay alive, she silently pleaded, her heart heavy with worry as she longed for Yi Yang's return. Meanwhile, in the wildlands beyond the city, Yi Yang and his skeletal army of over 100,000 had been locked in battle for 4 to 5 relentless hours, holding an unyielding defensive line. The prolonged combat had pushed Yi Yang's abilities to new heights. His hidden skeletal grand mages had grown in number from 34,000 to over 36,000, while his skeletal overlords had surged from a mere handful to nearly 200, all in peak condition. The sheer power of the skeletal army was nothing short of awe-inspiring. Hundreds of skeletal overlords, with their immense strength and endurance, had completely suppressed the magical beasts within a radius of tens of thousands of meters. Each devastating punch obliterated swarms of Tier 2 beasts, and each thunderous step crushed scores of creatures into the ground. Yet, the ordinary skeletal minions were not faring as well. Despite Yi Yang's continuous efforts to summon reinforcements, the relentless onslaught of the magic tide, coupled with the voracious consumption by the skeletal overlords, had reduced their numbers from over 100,000 to fewer than 10,000. Without the support of the resurrection set's effects, even this diminished force would have been impossible to sustain. Yi Yang gazed at the battlefield before him, quickly calculating the gains and losses in his mind. If not for the effects of the revival set, this prolonged battle would have already cost him nearly 50 to 60,000 skeletons. However, he had managed to preserve an army of 70,000 skeletons, a truly impressive number. Still, the losses he sustained were well worth it for the rewards he gained, which left Yi Yang secretly delighted. His decision to stay and resist the demon horde wasn't just out of a sense of duty to protect the young female player guarding the dungeon entrance with her life. The primary reason was the massive amount of experience points these monsters offered. In just 4 to 5 hours of fierce combat, Yi Yang's level had skyrocketed from 25 at 91 to 29 at 32, a leap of 3.5 levels. Such a rapid increase in experience was unheard of in regular wild zones, and even within dungeons, it was nearly impossible to gain this much experience in such a short time. Yi Yang had previously calculated that even if he relentlessly farmed dungeons after reaching Tier 2, achieving levels 28 or 29 in a single day would already be considered incredibly fortunate. Crossing into Tier 3 before the training camp in Dongshan Province opened seemed like an insurmountable task. After all, merely hitting level 30 with max experience in a day was already a monumental challenge, not to mention completing the time-consuming 5-star Tier 3 advancement quest. Now, however, this demon horde outbreak had presented him with a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If he could withstand this wave of attacks, not only could he easily reach level 30 with max experience, but he would also have more than enough time to complete the Tier 3 advancement quest. Yi Yang opened his status panel. Name: Yi Yang LV29. Class: Tier 2 Necromancer Unique. Strength: 524. Spirit: 9,619. Constitution: 2,424. Agility: 624. The 4-level increase had brought astonishing growth to his stats. His spirit attribute alone had surged from over 7,400 to beyond 9,600, a breathtaking rate of improvement. However, when the other players fighting on the front lines against the demon horde saw the staggering number of skeletons Yi Yang had lost, they couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for him. "Young man, your losses are staggering," one of the seasoned professionals exclaimed, his voice tinged with sympathy as he looked at the young summoner, Yi Yang. "In just a few hours, you've lost tens of thousands of skeletons. Those weren't easy to summon, they required painstaking effort and mental energy." The other professionals nearby, though unsure of Yi Yang's exact class, were well aware of the immense effort it took to summon creatures. Even losing a few hundred would be heartbreaking for a summoner, let alone tens of thousands. Watching this outsider fight so selflessly to defend Yinzhou City filled the locals with a growing sense of guilt. Just hours ago, these professionals had been solely focused on saving themselves. Yet, Yi Yang had stayed behind without hesitation, standing firm against the oncoming tide of demonic beasts. His selflessness and resolve left them deeply ashamed. As they tried to persuade him to retreat, Yi Yang simply gave a faint smile. "It's fine. At this point, we can't afford to think about the cost. If we let the demonic tide breach the city, countless lives will be lost. Since I have the ability to buy more time for the people of Yinzhou City, how could I possibly back down? Don't worry about these jars and bones. As long as I'm alive, I can summon them again." Yi Yang's words sparked a fire in the hearts of everyone present. "All right then, if you're willing to go all in, so are we," one of the professionals shouted. "Brothers, we're not taking a single step back until we send these monsters straight to hell." With the addition of 2,000 or 3,000 second-tier professionals to the fight, the pressure on Yi Yang's skeletal army was significantly reduced. While their involvement meant Yi Yang gained less experience, Their support saved him from losing twice as many summoned skeletons as he already had. 2 hours later, the familiar sound of a system notification rang in his mind. Ding. Your level has increased. Current level, LV30. Ding. You have earned an upgrade reward, 50 to all attributes, 500 free attribute points. Yi Yang opened his status panel with satisfaction. Name, Yi Yang. Level, 30. Class, second tier Necromancer unique. Strength, 574. Spirit, 10,169. Constitution, 2,474. Agility, 674. Finally, my spirit attribute has surpassed 10,000. Yi Yang thought, his heart brimming with excitement. This milestone meant that every one of his summoned skeletons would now receive a doubled boost to all their attributes. While Yi Yang himself lacked considerable offensive abilities, his overwhelming spirit stat alone was enough to crush opponents of the same level. And with an army of tens of thousands of skeletons at his command, there was rarely a need for him to get his hands dirty. His survival was further ensured by his 3 unique talents: Soul Coalescence, Soul Transfer, and Faith of the Soul. After 3 grueling hours of combat, Yi Yang's experience bar finally reached 100 at level 30. A new system notification appeared before him. Ding. You have reached level 30 with 100 experience. Advanced to 3rd tier progression quest unlocked. Since the demonic tide began at 3 o'clock the previous afternoon, Yi Yang hadn't rested for a single moment. Now, at 4 in the morning, he immediately opened the progression quest menu to explore his options. The quests ranged in difficulty from 1-star to 5-star, with rewards increasing proportionally. The 5-star reward was particularly tempting. Each level up would grant a bonus of 500 to all attributes, 5,000 to spirit, 3,000 free attribute points, and a guaranteed 3rd unique talent. Given that Yi Yang had chosen the 5-star template for both his 1st and 2nd tiers, even the baseline 1-star reward promised a significant boost. But the 5-star option was extraordinary. Just 1 level up under this template would grant the same attribute growth as 10 levels under a 1-star template. Yi Yang's eyes gleamed with determination. A new challenge awaited, and he was ready to rise to it. Yi Yang faced the challenges of the road to the pinnacle without a hint of hesitation. He was well aware that he was in a critical phase of growth, and if he chose to slack off now, his chances of reaching the ultimate peak in the future would become even slimmer. Without a second thought, he opted for the 5-star intensity attribute growth template. Immediately, a brand new tier 3 5-star advancement quest appeared before him. Successfully complete a solo run of a level 30 or higher asura grade dungeon and obtain a tier 3 extraordinary special weapon of at least perfect quality. An extraordinary special weapon? What kind of thing is that? Yi Yang fell into deep thought. Ever since breaking through to tier 1, unfamiliar items like the Black Spirit Pearl and Starshine Source Stone had been appearing one after another. Now, a perfect quality extraordinary special weapon was added to the list, and the quest didn't even mention the Starshine Source Stone that Chairman Lin had previously emphasized. It seemed that once the magic tide settled, he would need to seek out Chairman Lin for clarification. At this moment, after over 10 hours of fierce resistance by Yi Yang's skeleton army, the onslaught of the magic tide had noticeably weakened. The nearly 50,000 tier 2 professionals gathered on the battlefield were even able to gradually suppress the magic tide forces with their own strength. A few more hours passed, and with the combined efforts of Yi Yang and tens of thousands of tier 2 professionals, this wave of the magic tide was finally subdued. When the last demonic creature was cleaved in two by a level 27 warrior, cheers erupted across the battlefield. This is unbelievable. We actually withstood this wave of the magic tide. If it hadn't been for that young summoner who built the skeleton wall first, even with our numbers, we wouldn't have stood a chance against the magic tide army. We need to inform Chairman Wu to properly reward this young man. However, when the crowd turned to look for Yi Yang, he had already slipped away quietly. By now, it was 5 a.m., and the first light of dawn was breaking in the east. Yi Yang remembered that Chairman Lin had mentioned the special training camp in Dongshan Province would commence at noon today, and he needed to meet Chairman Lin at the Tianshui City Professionals Guild by 9 a.m. These few hours were just enough for him to return home and pack his belongings. Meanwhile, at the northern gate of Yinzhou City, injured professionals were trickling back from the battlefield. These were warriors who had fought alongside Yi Yang's skeleton army but had been forced to retreat due to severe injuries. They were now preparing to report the battle's outcome to Wu Ning. When a group of weary professionals returned from the wilderness, Wu Ning's eyes lit up instantly. He almost darted toward the battered and wounded group, bombarding them with a barrage of urgent questions. Wasn't there a magic tide outbreak in this area? How did you manage to break through and return? What's the current status of the magic tide? How many casualties are there? How far has it spread? How close is it to our city, Yinzhou? Faced with Wu Ning's relentless questioning, the already exhausted and heavily injured professionals appeared even more unsettled. They took several deep breaths, needing nearly 5 minutes to calm themselves before responding one by one. Chairman Wu, there was indeed a magic tide outbreak. one of them rasped, his voice hoarse. But an incredibly powerful young man managed to single-handedly hold back the second-tier magic tide over 300 li away from Yingzhou City's gates. The tide's intensity has weakened significantly now. The rest of us had to retreat only because we were too badly injured to continue fighting. Another professional chimed in, adding, "There's one more thing we must report. Despite the severity of the magic tide, which left many of us with serious and minor injuries, not a single death occurred, a miracle. This is entirely thanks to that young man who can summon skeletons. Whenever someone was too gravely injured to fight, he would immediately arrange for us to retreat back to the city, ensuring every life was preserved. It was his actions that saved Yingzhou City from this catastrophic second-tier magic tide." As Wu Ning listened, his mind felt as though it had been struck by lightning. A second-tier magic tide, completely halted in the wilderness, without a single magical beast breaching the defensive line? And even more astonishing, such a large-scale tide resulted in 0 fatalities, aside from injuries? It was utterly beyond his comprehension. Suddenly, a critical detail flashed in Wu Ning's mind. He quickly pressed further. "Wait, did you just say the one who stopped the magic tide is a young man who can summon skeletons?" The professional's explanation left Wu Ning deep in thought. A professional who can summon skeletons? This description sparked a sense of familiarity in his mind. Although he had encountered many summoners before, someone who specialized in summoning skeletons gave him an impression he couldn't quite place. At that moment, his secretary, standing beside him, suddenly spoke up. "President Wu, could this skeleton summoning professional be the same necromancer you encountered in Tianshui City last time? The one who soloed the Asura-level dungeon?" Necromancer? Soloed an Asura-level dungeon? These keywords instantly triggered Wu Ning's realization. "Are you talking about that young man named Yang?" "Exactly." The secretary nodded in confirmation. "After you returned from Tianshui City, you were so upset about that necromancer and complained to me for quite a while." Wu Ning slapped his forehead, and the image of that slender young man in white robes immediately came to mind. Yet, he was puzzled why would Yi Yang suddenly appear in Yingzhou City? The returning professionals from the wilderness all unanimously praised this young man's strength, describing how he commanded an army of skeletons to suppress the demonic tide. This revelation left Wu Ning both astonished and grateful. But at that moment, Wu Ning suddenly remembered something, and his face flushed with embarrassment. He recalled how Lin Chongfeng had questioned him just yesterday about why the private family forces of Yingzhou City had been bullying the prodigy from Tianshui City. What shocked him even more was that not only had Yi Yang chosen not to take revenge, but he also stepped forward in Yingzhou City's time of crisis. In just a few hours, Yi Yang's skeletal army of over 100,000 had been reduced by more than half, all to protect Yingzhou City. As Wu Ning was lost in his thoughts, a group of battered, wounded professionals appeared in the distance. Watching these brave warriors, who had fought fiercely for Yingzhou City, slowly make their way back, Wu Ning felt a mix of excitement and guilt. He knew very well that it was thanks to Yi Yang's skeletal army that these professionals had survived. Faced with this young man who bore no grudge and gave everything for Yingzhou City, Wu Ning was overwhelmed with shame. Yet, driven by his curiosity, he chose to stay where he was. At the same time, he had already made an important decision in his heart. After seeing off Yi Yang, Wu Ning furrowed his brows deeply. As the mayor of Yingzhou City, he felt compelled to have a serious conversation with the Chu family and other influential local clans. These families not only abused their power within the city, but even dared to cross city lines to bully young talents from elsewhere, something Wu Ning could never tolerate. As a fifth-tier peak-rank professional, Wu Ning was well aware that his strength alone was enough to crush the entire Chu family in Yingzhou with ease. His power far surpassed that of Chu Tianxiong and other fourth-tier peak professionals. If he didn't step in to restore order, these family factions might truly forget who the real master of Yingzhou City was. In the distance, a crowd gradually approached. Among the thousands of people, Wu Ning immediately spotted the white-robed young man leading the group. It was none other than Yi Yang from Tianshui City. Without hesitation, he strode quickly to the northern city gate and approached Yi Yang. "Yi Yang, I never expected that in Yingzhou City's moment of crisis, you would step forward to help us," Wu Ning said sincerely. Caught off guard by Wu Ning's sudden appearance, Yi Yang was momentarily stunned but soon responded respectfully, "President Wu, you're too kind." "Ha ha ha, a young hero indeed." Wu Ning laughed heartily, grabbing Yi Yang's hand firmly. "If it weren't for you holding back the demon horde, who knows how many lives in Yingzhou City would have been lost. Come, follow me back to the guild. I must reward you properly this time." Before Yi Yang could refuse, Wu Ning had already pulled him along, heading straight for the Yingzhou City Guild. "Yi Yang, you've done a great service for Yingzhou City this time. Tell me, what do you want? As long as it's within my power, I'll make it happen." Hearing this, Yi Yang fell into deep thought. He understood that declining Wu Ning's goodwill might leave the latter feeling offended. Just as he was contemplating how to respond, an idea suddenly flashed through his mind, something he currently needed. President Wu, since you're asking, I won't refuse. Yi Yang met Wu Ning's gaze directly, his tone steady as he voiced his request. I need a third-ear extraordinary exclusive weapon of perfect quality or higher. It's essential for my third-ear advancement quest. Wu Ning frowned at his words, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. As a fifth-year professional, such a request wasn't particularly outrageous, but he couldn't help but probe further. A third-tier extraordinary exclusive weapon? Of perfect quality? What do you need something like that for? It's required for my third-year advancement quest, Yang replied calmly. Third-tier advancement quest? Wu Ning's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the young man in front of him. Wasn't this kid just promoted to the first tier a couple of days ago? Almost instinctively, Wu Ning cast a detection spell on Yi Yang. The moment the results appeared, he nearly choked. This can't be real. In just a day or two, you've jumped from the teens straight to level 30? What on earth have you been doing? Yi Yang shrugged nonchalantly. Nothing too special, really. Just cleared a few Asura-level dungeons. That single statement shattered Wu Ning's composure. Asura-level dungeons? Even the most talented newly awakened individuals in Inzhou City 3 SS-rank prodigies and 2 S-rank geniuses would struggle to conquer such challenges together. Yet this young man spoke as if it were a trivial feat, like running an errand. What stunned Wu Ning even more was the sheer disparity in levels. Inzhou City's brightest star, the youngest daughter of the Shin family, was currently only at level 16. Meanwhile, Yi Yang had already reached level 30A level so high it could completely dominate her. Even an S-ranked professional could overwhelm an SS-ranked genius with such a gap, and Yi Yang's class strength was no less formidable than any of those SS-ranked prodigies. This year's Dongshan province training camp is going to be turned upside down by this kid, Wu Ning thought, letting out a silent sigh. Then, adopting a more serious tone, he said, Yi Yang, it's not that I don't want to help you, but this is something you'll have to achieve on your own. Do you even realize what a third-tier extraordinary exclusive weapon entails? Honestly, I don't. Yi Yang admitted with a straightforward shake of his head. If you're willing to enlighten me, President Wu, I'd greatly appreciate it. No problem, Wu Ning replied with a nod. Wu Ning, with a serious expression, looked straight at Yi Yang and got straight to the point. Extraordinary exclusive weapons, simply put, are unique weapons that surpass the quality of ordinary gear. Their strength far exceeds the exclusive class weapons you've obtained in the dungeons. He raised his fingers and listed them one by one. Extraordinary exclusive weapons are divided into 5 quality tiers: common, excellent, perfect, divine, and demonic. Acquiring them is exceptionally challenging. Wu Ning then elaborated on the crafting requirements. Take the most basic common tier, for example. It requires a complete set of same-tier exclusive class equipment, plus a starlight core stone and a drop of perfect essence blood. As for the demonic tier, it demands 5 sets of exclusive class equipment, 5 starlight core stones, though still just 1 drop of perfect essence blood. After a brief pause, he added, I can help you with the starlight core stones. They're rare, but you can still get them through regional auctions. At this point, Yi Yang suddenly realized the difficulty he was facing. As the sole Necromancer, a 1EO vacant hidden class, there was no way to find pre-existing exclusive equipment on the market. This meant he would have to collect 5 full sets of exclusive gear entirely on his own. Thinking about it, Yi Yang couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. While the Tier 3 5-star growth template was undeniably powerful, the difficulty of this advancement task far exceeded his expectations. Just collecting 5 sets of exclusive class equipment would take an enormous amount of time. Each Shura-level dungeon only dropped 1 equipment chest, and a full set required 5 pieces. Even with incredible luck, it would still take 25 runs of Tier 3 Shura-level dungeons. What made matters worse was that today marked the start of the Dongshan province special training camp, leaving him with no time to spare. As Yi Yang found himself in a bind, a sudden thought flashed through his Minda shortcut to quickly gather 5 full sets of exclusive class equipment. Yi Yang recalled the information Wu Ning had mentioned earlier. The Black Spirit Orb indeed had the ability to fuse Tier 1 origin class equipment into exclusive class equipment. Although this orb was of a lower grade, obtaining a higher grade orb would eliminate the need to farm exclusive class equipment from Asura-level dungeons. As a Necromancer, a profession from the Origin Summoner class, he could achieve his goal as long as he had enough Tier 3 orbs and origin equipment. With this in mind, Yang took out the Black Spirit Orb and asked, President Wu, I heard this thing can fuse origin class equipment into exclusive class equipment. How exactly does it work? Isn't this the Black Spirit Orb you got earlier? Why haven't you used it yet? Wu Ning was surprised at the sight of the orb. I've been leveling up too quickly and didn't have the chance to use it, Yang replied candidly. Didn't you mention that this can only be used to fuse Tier 1 exclusive class equipment? Wu Ning nearly spat blood upon hearing this. Typically, a Tier 1 professional takes 3 to 5 days to level up once, and even an SS-level genius wouldn't level up more than 2 or 3 times a day. But Yeong managed to leap from Tier 1 to Tier 3 in a single day. His leveling speed was faster than others could even imagine. After calming himself, Wu Ning explained, "So, you're planning to use Origin Soul Orbs to fuse exclusive class equipment and eventually forge Tier 3 transcendent exclusive weapons, right?" "Exactly. But I'm not entirely sure how to do it." "It's actually quite simple," Wu Ning explained in detail. "You can fuse 10 pieces of Origin class equipment into one piece of exclusive class equipment with a 10 success rate. For every additional 10 pieces, the success rate increases by 10. If you use 100 pieces, success is guaranteed." Yeong nodded thoughtfully. "Where can I get Origin Soul Orbs?" "For you, that's pretty easy," Wu Ning said with a wry smile. "They're everywhere in Tier 3 dungeons. In normal difficulty dungeons, bosses have a 10 drop rate. In Asura difficulty, they almost always drop. Of course, you can also buy them at auctions or the official trading hall, where they usually go for about 10 million each." Yeong silently calculated the cost of fusing 25 pieces of exclusive class equipment. Yi Yang quickly calculated the material cost needed to forge a Ghost God level Tier 3 transcendent exclusive weapon. According to the 100 success rate fusion method, it would require 2,500 pieces of Origin class profession equipment and 25 Origin life beads. He recalled the prices he had seen in the trading hall. Tier 3 Origin summoner equipment typically cost around 3 million dragon coins, while weapons were priced at approximately 5 million. 8.75 billion dragon coins? Yi Yang muttered to himself, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The cost of a single weapon nearing 10 billion was an astronomical figure that made him feel dizzy. He had earned less than 2 billion from completing 2 dungeon commission tasks, so gathering this amount would require running dungeons at least a dozen more times. He had considered settling for a lower tier option and creating a perfect grade weapon instead, which would cost 5.25 billion. However, after some thought, he decided that if he was going to craft a transcendent exclusive weapon, it shouldn't just be a compromise to complete the advancement task. "If I'm doing it, I'm going for the best," Yi Yang resolved firmly in his heart. Just as he was worrying about how to raise the money, Wu Ning, perceptive as ever, noticed his distress. Before Yi Yang could say a word, Wu Ning had already pulled a bank card out of her pocket and handed it to him. "Yi Yang, hey, race a little something from my personal savings, around 20 billion or so. Consider it a token of my appreciation for the huge help you've given Yinzhou City this time," Wu Ning said in a lighthearted tone. "Over 20 billion? Just personal savings?" Yi Yang was stunned. The perks of being a city-level guild president far exceeded his imagination. He didn't decline the offer and accepted the card. He knew very well that, given his rapport with Lin Chongfeng, even if he asked Wu Ning to cover the entire material cost, she wouldn't refuse. But accepting this gesture of goodwill was more than enough for him. Yi Yang thought to himself, if Lin Chongfeng found out that he had made such a significant contribution to Yinzhou City without earning a single cent, it wouldn't just be about this small amount of private money anymore. If he didn't completely drain Wu Ning, it would be purely out of courtesy. "Thank you, President Wu," Yi Yang said calmly. "No need, no need. You're being too polite." Wu Ning quickly waved his hands. "This little money is just a bonus. What's in front of you is what you truly deserve for resisting the magical tide riots." Before his voice faded, Wu Ning waved his arm, and suddenly, 100 bottles of beast blood potions appeared neatly in front of Yi Yang. "What is this?" Yi Yang was momentarily stunned. "This is 100 bottles of third-tier beast blood potions, which can amplify your monster-killing rewards by 500, Wu Ning explained with a faint smile. "I know you level up quickly, so these will definitely be of even greater help to you." Third-tier beast blood potions. Yi Yang was utterly shocked. Ordinary people rarely even saw first-tier potions, while second-tier ones only occasionally appeared in city-level public auctions. He recalled that the most he had ever obtained were 100 bottles of first-tier and 10 bottles of second-tier potions. Third-tier potions? He had never even heard of them. For Wu Ning to acquire so many third-tier potions, how much effort must he have put in? Seeing Yi Yang hesitate, Wu Ning urged, "Take them. They're rightfully yours." "All right." Yi Yang nodded solemnly and collected all 100 bottles of the third-tier beast blood potions. Wu Ning nodded in satisfaction. Then his expression turned serious as he finally voiced a question that had been weighing on his mind. "Yi Yang, aside from giving you these rewards, there's something important I'd like to ask you." "Please go ahead, President Wu." "It's like this," Wu Ning said with a sigh. "I heard that a family in Yinzhou City had ill intentions toward you a few days ago, even going so far as to threaten your life. Given that the people of Yinzhou City treated you poorly, why did you still help us suppress the magical tide riot? You could have just stood by and let the tide spread into the city. Those who wanted to harm you might have ended up perishing in it." Yi Yang sighed softly at these words. "President Wu, if I may speak frankly, have even public officials like yourself started thinking this way? As a citizen of Longhua, how could I ignore a magical tide riot when I have the ability to stop it? Yes, the Chu family in Yinzhou City has treated me poorly, But that has nothing to do with the innocent civilians. How could I use such a dangerous riot as a means of revenge and drag innocent lives into it? Aren't the people of Yinzhou City also citizens of Longhua? Hearing this, Wu Ning couldn't help but feel a deep sense of respect. Such vision and moral conviction at such a young age he himself might not have been able to achieve it. Thinking about the opportunistic family factions in Yinzhou City, they seemed no better than rats hiding in dark corners. I understand, Wu Ning said, exhaling a heavy breath and suppressing the anger brewing inside him. For a moment, he remained silent. Wu Ning fixed his gaze on his secretary, his voice low and commanding. Go. Bring Chu Tianxiang and his son here right now. The secretary immediately obeyed and left the office. Not long after, he returned with Chu Tianxiang and Chu Ran, standing them before Wu Ning. Witnessing this scene, Yi Yang couldn't help but show a hint of surprise. Chairman Wu, what is the meaning of this? Yi Yang, there's no need to overthink it, Wu Ning said with a dismissive wave of his hand, his eyes turning sharply to the Chu father and son. His tone carried an undeniable authority. I just want them to kneel and apologize to you. The words struck like a thunderclap, causing Chu Ran to shudder as soon as he stepped into the room. He had already heard about the extraordinary event that occurred earlier in Yinzhou City, a young man in white single-handedly suppressing a second-tier monster tide. It was only now that he realized that genius was none other than Yi Yang. Recalling his failed attempt to deal with Yi Yang at the entrance of the venomous swamp dungeon, Chu Ran's resentment instantly turned to fear. If Lin Chongfeng hadn't intervened back then, they could have easily dealt with Yi Yang. But now, the boy he once thought of as prey had indirectly saved all of Yinzhou City and his life as well. As a mere level 15 first-tier professional, Chu Ran knew full well that he would have been utterly powerless against the endless horde of second-tier beasts. This harsh truth extinguished his arrogance completely. With a loud thud, he dropped to his knees. Big brother Yi Yang, I was blind to your greatness. Chu Ran's voice trembled as he spoke. It's all thanks to you that we were saved. Without your intervention, not only would Yinzhou City have suffered immensely, but I would have lost my life as well. Even Chu Tianxiang, the head of the Chu family and a peak fourth-tier professional, looked deeply ashamed. He recalled how his son had returned from Tianshui City, complaining about the injustices he faced, and how he had been intent on seeking revenge on Yi Yang. But now, his pride was gone, leaving only humility. Chairman Wu, Yi Yang, I have nothing to say in my defense. This is my failure in raising my son properly. From now on, I, Chu Tianxiang, and the entire Chu family are willing to make amends. Facing the father and son's admission of guilt, Yi Yang merely gave a faint smile. He understood Wu Ning's intention to ensure that Yi Yang harbored no resentment toward Yinzhou City because of the Chu family. However, as someone on the verge of advancing to the third tier, Yi Yang couldn't even be bothered to hold a grudge against a mere level 15 first-tier professional. To him, Chu Ran wasn't even worth considering. As Yi Yang thought to himself, how could a person ever be angered by an ant? When Yi Yang turned and left Wu Ning's office, his expression remained calm and unchanging. The turmoil of the demon tide had subsided. He had already received his rewards, and staying any longer served no purpose. Besides, in just a few hours, he would need to head to the selection assessment for the special training camp in Dongshan province, leaving him no time to waste entangling with these people. Watching Yi Yang's retreating figure, Wu Ning's heart twisted in anguish. Clenching his fists tightly, his eyes burned with fury. The Chu family and these other civilian clans have utterly disgraced Yinzhou City. Chu Tianxiang, look at what your son has done. At a time when humanity's survival hangs in the balance, those who truly shoulder responsibility are fighting on the front lines against the demon tide, while you people are engaging in petty family feuds. The valiant heroes who gave their last breath for humanity's survival have all been shamed by parasites like you. Wu Ning's anger simmered for nearly half an hour, only interrupted when his secretary entered the room. President, today marks the start of the Dongshan province special training camp. The talents from the Shin family and 3 other clans have all arrived. When shall we depart? This reminder snapped Wu Ning out of his rage. Casting a glance at the gloating Chu father and son, he coldly instructed the secretary, gather everyone. We're leaving immediately. As soon as the secretary left, Wu Ning turned to the Chu father and son, his gaze icy. Don't think that just because Chu Ran is Yinzhou City's strongest talent, you can act so smug. This time, your Chu family will not be going to the training camp. I won't let you disgrace us any further. Before they could react, Wu Ning delivered a swift kick, knocking both Chu Tianxiang and Chu Ran unconscious. By the time Yi Yang returned home, it was almost 6 in the morning. After a quick breakfast and a brief freshening up, the clock struck a little past 8. Without lingering, he set off directly for the vocational guild in Tianshui City. Meanwhile, in Lin Chongfeng's office, Lin Chongfeng stood in his office, listening to the report from the professionals who had just returned from Yinzhou City. His expression froze instantly. What did you just say? You went to support Yingzhou City but ended up being completely useless? His voice carried disbelief. Were you so scared of the magic tide that you ran away? What does the country even pay you for? The professionals were startled by his sudden reprimand and hurriedly waved their hands in defense. President Lin, it's not like that. When we arrived in Yingzhou City, the magic tide army hadn't even entered the city. We didn't even get a chance to help. What's going on? Lin Chongfeng frowned. Why didn't the magic tide army attack the human city? The leading professional immediately explained. It's because a young man in white suddenly appeared. He could summon skeletons and commanded an army of them to block the magic tide outside the city. Those tier 2 magical beasts didn't even get close to the city. A young man in white? Summoning skeletons? Lin Changfeng's mind suddenly flashed to a familiar figure. Could it be that kid, Yi Yang? What's he doing in Yingzhou City? And where is he now? Apparently, after the magic tide subsided, President Wu invited him away. Seeing that everything was under control, we came back to report to you. Wu Ning. Without another word, Lin Chongfeng dialed a number. At the time, Wu Ning was in the middle of angrily reprimanding the Chu family father and son but had to pause to answer the call. The moment the call connected, Lin Changfeng's furious voice roared through the phone. Wu, you old dog. What did you do with my genius? If he so much as lost a single hair, I'm coming over right now to skin you alive. Wu Ning nearly burst out laughing. Old Lin, what's the rush? Your genius is perfectly fine. In fact, he should already be back home by now. Just as he finished speaking, a knock came at the door, and Yi Yang's figure appeared at the entrance. Lin Changfeng's expression shifted instantly. He grinned into the phone and said, Who's rushing? I was just thinking about you, you old bastard. Worried you'd let him die in the magic tide. All right, nothing to worry about now. Goodbye. With that, he hung up immediately. On the other end, Wu Ning couldn't help but laugh at Lin Changfeng's dramatic change in tone. Yi Yang, perfect timing. Lin Changfeng's mood lifted instantly. Are you ready? If everything's set, we can head to Ching Yao City right away to attend the Dongshan Province special training camp. He was already calculating in his mind, hoping that Yi Yang would shine during the selection process and bring glory to the long-overlooked Tianshui City. Yi Yang nodded earnestly. President Lin, I've been ready for a while. Great. Lin Chongfeng glanced at the time. It's about time. Chunyang and Hanishu should be arriving soon as well. Just as Lin Chongfeng finished speaking, the office door was pushed open by the secretary. President, Hanishu from the Han family and Chen Yang from the Chen family are already waiting at the guild entrance, asking when we will head to the special training camp. Right now, Lin Chongfeng replied with a faint smile, pulling Yi Yang along as they walked toward the Adventurers Guild entrance before heading straight to the Tianshui City Hyperrail station. In less than an hour aboard the Hyperrail, they covered nearly 3 million kilometers, traveling from Tianshui City to Ching Yao City. Sitting on the train, Yi Yang felt a fleeting sense of nostalgia, as if he were back in his previous life riding a city bus. Watching the scenery blur past the window, he couldn't help but feel a wave of emotion. The Great Cataclysm 500 years ago not only ushered in an era where everyone could switch to specialized roles but also expanded Blue Star size by a factor of 10,000. Cities that were once separated by a few hundred kilometers, like Tianshui and Ching Yao, were now vast distances apart. Yet the development of Blue Star didn't stop with the rise of professional combatants. Thanks to the combined advancements brought by Yuan energy users and technological life professionals, the world had seen rapid progress in science and innovation. Blue Star had now entered a new era of technology centered around Yuan energy. This hyperrail, though seemingly ordinary, could reach a mind-boggling speed of millions of kilometers per hour with the aid of Yuan energy. Of course, such speed came with a hefty price tag over 500,000 dragon coins per ticket, equivalent to nearly a decade's worth of living expenses for an average person. For most ordinary citizens, leaving their city was nothing short of a dream. One day, my speed will surpass that of the hyperrail, Yi Yang vowed silently. In this era, top-tier professionals could travel tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of meters per second with ease. Though he was far from reaching such a level, even Lin Chongfeng couldn't match the hyperrail's speed. Upon arriving at their destination, they followed Lin Chongfeng to the entrance of the Eastern Mountain Province Special Training Camp. The facility, resembling a military base, loomed before them, its gates surrounded by students from various cities who had come to register for the examination. Just then, a middle-aged man leading a group of over 100 trainees caught sight of Lin Chongfeng. Well, isn't this President Lin from Tianshui City? The man said mockingly. What brings you here? Could it be that your unabandoned failure from the selection trials 5 years ago has finally spurred you to redeem yourself? The middle-aged man's gaze swept around Lin Chongfeng's group before finally landing on Yi Yang. A sneer spread across his face. Oh, so this is the so-called genius from Tianshui City? Why, there are only a handful of you. Although Yi Yang didn't recognize this arrogant man, Lin Chongfeng certainly did. It was none other than Ouyang Long, the president of Ching Yao City. In the Dongshan province, Ouyang Long was reputed to be the strongest among all the city-level presidents, boasting a 6th-tier peak strength and a staggering level 70 as an SS-class professional known as the Emissary of Sacred Flame. Lin Chongfeng had never been one to back down to Ouyang Long. In his mind, Ching Yao City's abundant resources and talented people were the only reasons Ouyang Long had reached his current level. If Lin himself had been in that position with years of accumulated resources, he was confident he would have broken through to the 7th tier by now. Confronted with Ouyang Long's provocation, Lin Chongfeng responded without hesitation. President Ouyang, I'm well aware of Ching Yao City's strength. But let me remind you, Tianshui City is no longer the weakling you remember. The training camp is about testing the younger generation's capabilities. Sure, we were eliminated in the first round 5 years ago, but who's to say Ching Yao City will outperform us this year? Ouyang Long chuckled dismissively. President Lin, do I really need to spell out Tianshui City's situation? And you're still putting on a brave face? It seems you have no idea about the caliber of our talents in Ching Yao City. Lin Chongfeng remained composed, a faint smile playing on his lips. Oh? Then why don't you enlighten me about Ching Yao City's so-called strength? Ouyang Long's lips curled into a smug grin. Let me be frank with you. This year, most of our geniuses in Ching Yao City are already above level 20, with some even reaching level 25. What's more impressive is that just yesterday, a group of our SS-class talents teamed up and nearly cleared a 2nd-tier Asura-level dungeon. This revelation left Chen Yang and Hanishu utterly stunned. To reach level 20 just 3 days after awakening was already astonishing, but a level 25 genius? That was almost unfathomable. After all, for most class professionals, leveling up even once after breaking into the 2nd tier could take years. For someone like Chen Yang, a top-tier genius, leveling up still required 3 to 4 months per level. And the higher the level, the harder it became. For Chen Yang to go from level 20 to level 25 would likely take 3 or 4 years. Even Lin Chongfeng was taken aback by this information. He had thought someone like Yi Yang was already an anomaly, but the talents from Ching Yao City seemed equally formidable. However, on second thought, could these level 25 geniuses really compare to Yi Yang, who had already reached level 30? Moreover, Ouyang Long mentioned that their SS-class geniuses had to team up and still only barely managed to clear a 2nd-tier Asura-level dungeon. Yi Yang, on the other hand, could easily solo such challenges. Lin Chongfeng chose not to reveal his thoughts, deciding to let the selection trials speak for themselves. He was certain Ouyang Long would soon witness what a true genius looked like. Seeing the astonishment on their faces, Ouyang Long grew even more pleased with himself. So, how about it? If you think your Tianshui City geniuses are so impressive, let's see how they fare in the selection trials at the training camp. I just hope they can last at least an hour in the secret realm. Ouyang Long didn't exchange any further words with Lin Chongfeng. He simply led a group of over 100 students, marching grandly toward the entrance of the special training camp. As these so-called prodigies passed by Yi Yang, they cast disdainful glances his way. Well, the genius of Tianshui City. What a rare sight. One student sneered. I heard that 5 years ago, their so-called genius didn't even last 10 minutes before being eliminated. Haha, let's aim to take care of him in under 5 minutes this time. First, you'll have to find him. Once we're teleported into the secret realm, there's no guarantee we'll be in the same place. If luck's on our side, we can all give this lone seedling from Tianshui City a proper lesson. These mocking remarks ignited fury in Chen Yang and Hanishu, but remembering the overwhelming strength Ouyang Long had just showcased, they suppressed their anger with clenched fists. Yi Yang, however, merely smirked in disdain. Just as I thought, a bunch of weaklings who only dare to gang up on others. That comment brought an immediate reaction. A prodigy from Ching Yao City halted in his tracks and glared at Yi Yang. What did you just say? He demanded. Nothing much, Yi Yang replied indifferently. I was just saying that a tiger walks alone while sheep and cattle gather in herds. Are you calling us sheep and cattle? Yi Yang's lips curved into a faint smile. Apologies, I misspoke. You're more like livestock. His words struck a nerve, thoroughly enraging the Ching Yao City students. 7 or 8 of them, standing closest, instinctively unsheathed their weapons, ready to attack. But Ouyang Long's stern voice rang out just in time. Stand down. Have you forgotten? Fighting before the assessment will get you disqualified. Reluctantly, they lowered their weapons, though their anger was far from subsided. Yi Yang, on the other hand, seemed to enjoy the situation even more. His grin widened as he taunted. How amusing. You act all tough, knowing someone's here to stop you. Let's settle this in the secret realm. Oh, and feel free to come at me together. After all, cattle and sheep are only brave in herds. With that, Yi Yang strode confidently after Lin Chongfeng, heading into the training camp. Behind him, a chorus of curses erupted. Just wait until we're in the secret realm. Let's see how long you can keep up that arrogance. Once Ouyang Long's group had moved on, Yi Yang turned to Lin Chongfeng. President Lin, do you have some kind of grudge against the president of Ching Yao City? Lin Chongfeng paused, caught off guard. How did you know he's the president of Ching Yao City? You just called him President Ouyang and mentioned Ching Yao City. Yi Yang replied, exasperated. What else would he be if not the president? Fair enough, Lin Chongfeng said with a resigned shrug. This version retains the full plot while enhancing the dialogue and action for a more vivid and engaging narrative. The pacing is tightened, and character interactions feel more dynamic and natural. Lin Chongfeng squinted his eyes, recalling the past. Back then, he had been outmaneuvered by that young man in the secret realm beyond the region, leading to his exile to Tinshui City, a grudge he had never let go of. However, now was not the time to dwell on such matters. He turned to Yi Yang, a hint of anticipation in his voice. When the selection assessment begins, just crush all the so-called geniuses from Ching Yao City. I believe you have what it takes. Yi Yang responded with a faint, composed smile, a flicker of confidence flashing in his eyes. He thought to himself, those so-called geniuses from Ching Yao City had better hope they didn't cross paths with his skeletal army. If the invisible skeleton archmage or the skeleton tyrant found them, let alone the overwhelming tide of skeletons, they wouldn't even have the chance to beg for mercy. At exactly noon, the special training camp was bustling with activity. Once all the trainees had gathered, the routine strength assessment began. The criteria for this evaluation were straightforward. Candidates had to reach level 15 and possess a personal attribute growth template rated at 3 stars or higher. Those who met the requirements would qualify for entry into the special training camp. A few hours later, nearly 1,000 prodigies from various cities successfully passed the strength assessment. Zhang Cheng, a special training camp instructor dressed in camouflage, assembled these spirited young individuals at the entrance of a secret realm. Everyone, I am Zhang Cheng, the instructor in charge of this selection assessment, he announced, his voice firm and resonant as his gaze swept across the crowd. Now, I will explain the assessment rules. At 6 p.m., you will enter this Tier 2 secret realm. The assessment will last for 24 hours. Inside, you'll earn trial points by defeating monsters. The top 100 participants with the highest points will secure a spot in the Dongshan Province Special Training Camp. He paused briefly before adding, additionally, you may earn points by eliminating other participants and taking their points. But keep in mind, if you're killed by another participant, even if you hold the highest score, you'll lose your eligibility for selection. That's it for the rules. You're free to move around for now. Remember, you must gather back here before 6 p.m. Instructor Zhang Cheng finished speaking and turned to leave, leaving Yi Yang standing in place, deep in thought. Killing was allowed in the secret realm? This rule was indeed unexpected. However, if one could seize points from the slain, why couldn't killing the top-ranked student guarantee a spot in the selection? As Yi Yang pondered over this, Lin Chongfeng, noticing his lack of understanding about the training camp, walked over to clarify. In the secret realm, death simply means being teleported out, just like in the beginner instance you've experienced. That's why we call it the beginner secret realm, though most people stick to its original name. Lin Chongfeng continued explaining. While students who are killed do lose some points, their point cap still remains visible on the leaderboard. Also, the points taken from them are negligible compared to their total score. Because of this, some students, afraid of being eliminated, willingly trade a portion of their trial points to secure their spot. If you can't surpass their point cap, you naturally won't earn a place in the selection. I see. Thank you for the explanation, President Lin, Yi Yang said, enlightened. By the way, I heard you were selected for the Dongshan Province Genius Training Camp 30 years ago. Could you share more about the assessment rules? Haha, where did you hear that from? Lin Chongfeng laughed. President Wu Ning mentioned it when I was in Yinzhou City, Yi Yang replied with a shrug. Ah, that guy, Lin Chongfeng said nostalgically. Well, they say a true hero doesn't dwell on past glories. But those days are long gone. Despite his modest words, Yi Yang could see the pride in his expression as he reminisced. Before the Magic Tide outbreak 5 years ago, Tianshui City used to secure 7 or 8 spots annually for the Dongshan Province Genius Training Camp. Although it couldn't compare to top-tier cities like Ching Yao, Nanjing, or Linyin, it was considered decent among mid to lower-tier cities, with 1 or 2 students passing the training camp each year. However, those glory days were long gone. Still, the fact that Lin Chongfeng had made it into the camp with a top 10 score in the Secret Realm exam left Yi Yang impressed. After the compliment, Lin Chongfeng dropped his modesty and began detailing the unwritten rules of the training camp assessments. Once inside the secret realm, your greatest threat won't be the monsters, it'll be the other students. You can avoid monsters, but some students will go to any lengths for points, resorting to hunting, ambushes, and underhanded tactics. So, if I just eliminate all the other students first, I can peacefully focus on farming monsters? Yi Yang joked. Oh well, that's one way to look at it, Lin Chongfeng replied, his lips twitching slightly. He couldn't help but think this prodigy had a rather unconventional mindset. Most people would try to avoid others upon learning this, but Yi Yang was already considering clearing out the competition. Lin Chongfeng went on to share more details. Monsters in the secret realm, while similar in level to those in the wild, were several times stronger. That's why only candidates with a 3-star attribute growth template or higher at level 15 were eligible to participate. Anyone below that standard would simply be courting death. By late afternoon, Yang returned to the assessment team. Zhang Cheng appeared once again and announced, "The assessment is about to begin. I wish you all the best of luck." Now, the Dongshan Province Training Camp Selection Assessment officially begins. Everyone, enter the secret realm. As soon as Zhang Cheng finished speaking, the students stepped into the entrance of the secret realm one after another. Without hesitation, Yang followed suit. Behind him, a group of prodigies from Ching Yao City scoffed, "Ha, Tianshui students better pray they aren't teleported to our area. Otherwise, we'll make sure they relive the humiliation of a one-round elimination like Tianshui's trash 5 years ago." With that, they too entered the secret realm. As Yang stepped into the secret realm, a system notification immediately appeared in his field of vision. Ding! You have entered the Tier 2 Outer Realm, Poisonous Miasma Jungle. As the familiar sensation of dizziness faded, Yang found himself successfully transported into the secret realm. Looking around, the entire space was shrouded in a faint layer of dark purple mist, as if a mysterious veil had been draped over the land. The view was dominated by a desolate jungle and sporadically scattered low mounds, each a few meters high, blending seamlessly with the barren surroundings. Remaining vigilant, Yang scanned the area and quickly realized that within a 100-meter radius, there was no sign of anyone else. This made him aware that each participant's arrival point must have been completely randomized, making it impossible for everyone to land in the same area. It seems the students from Ching Yao City are safe for now, Yang thought to himself. His initial plan had been to ambush and eliminate the geniuses from Ching Yao City as soon as he entered the realm, ensuring he could focus on hunting monsters and leveling up without interference. But now, not only were those geniuses nowhere to be seen, he couldn't even spot a single ordinary participant. Just then, a faint rustling sound in the distance abruptly interrupted his thoughts. Encountering a monster already? Instinctively, Yang tensed up, ready for action. Yang summoned hundreds of skeletons from his summoning space, which quickly surrounded him in dense formation. Just then, several massive centipede-like monsters appeared before him. The system instantly displayed their information. Shadow Centipede LV1. Strength, 75. Spirit, 50. Constitution, 55. Agility, 70. Skill, Shadow Web. Seeing these stats, Yang's eyes widened in shock. A mere level 1 secret realm monster had attributes that completely outclassed the level 10-20 monsters in the Shura difficulty of the Black Spirit Forest. No wonder the special training camp required participants to be at least 15th level and possess a 3-star template. It wasn't that they underestimated weaker individuals, it was to protect those lacking the strength to survive. Hundreds of shadow centipedes dropped from the tree branches and charged at Yang. Without hesitation, he unleashed his full skeleton army. Over 1,000 regular skeletons, a dozen skeleton tyrants, and hundreds of stealth skeleton archmages instantly formed ranks in front of him. Destroy them all! Yang stepped back and swung his arm to issue the command. The stealth skeleton archmages were the first to reveal themselves, launching a barrage of pitch-black death energy missiles. The shadow centipedes were obliterated before they could even take a few steps. System notifications began to ring continuously. Ding! You have killed LV1 Shadow Centipede. You gained 100 EXP. Ding! You have killed a level 1 monster. You gained 1 trial point. The skeleton tyrants hadn't even completed the initial motion for their brutal devour skill before the battle was over. This discovery thrilled Yang's secret realm monsters, offered rewards 100 times greater than monsters of the same level in dungeons. For a first-time explorer of a true extra-dimensional secret realm, this was nothing short of a leveling paradise. Without delay, he downed a third-ear beast blood potion and summoned his entire skeleton army. Over 300 skeleton tyrants, more than 37,000 stealth skeleton archmages, and nearly 100,000 regular skeletons. The gray-white skeleton army stretched as far as the eye could see. Begin sweeping this area. With Yi Yang's command, the massive army of over 100,000 skeletons spread out rapidly throughout the secret realm. The kill notifications flooded in like a waterfall. Ding! You have killed LV2 Flame Armored Beetle. You gained 200 EXP. Ding! You have killed a level 2 monster. You gained 2 trial points. In just 2 minutes, the skeleton army had already slain hundreds of monsters. And this was only the beginning. Once the skeletons fully dispersed to every corner of the secret realm, the harvest would be even more astonishing. Unlike dungeons with fixed monster counts, secret realms were divided into zones, where monsters grew stronger and rewards more lucrative the closer one got to the core. After organizing his army, a fatigued Yang found a quiet spot to rest. After all, he hadn't slept at all last night, while fending off the demon horde in Silverlight City. Meanwhile, in Bluebird City, A group of young elites was quickly regrouping with the help of a locator provided by Ouyang Long. Among them was Wang Ji, an SS-rank professional at level 25. He immediately asked, "On your way here, did any of you find that Yi Yang from Tinshui City?" Hearing this, the prodigies of Ching Yao City shook their heads, a look of disdain flashing through their eyes. "All right then," Wang Ji sighed lightly, a cold smirk appearing on his lips. "This kid got lucky not landing near us. But no rush will let him grow fat first before taking his points. Let him taste the fall from hope to despair." At his words, the other prodigies from Ching Yao City immediately chimed in with flattery. "Brother Ji, your plan is brilliant. Waiting until the secret realm is about to end to strike, letting him savor the sweetness before plunging into despair, that's genius." Just as they were reveling in their arrogance, dozens of shadow centipedes crept closer. As one of Ching Yao City's top talents, Wang Ji's sharp instincts caught the danger. He shouted loudly, "Monsters incoming! Form up!" In an instant, the group of over 10 people shifted into battle mode. Tanks to the front. Melee fighters draw aggro. "Two of you protect me while I deal damage," Wang Ji commanded crisply. As an SS-ranked Thunder Mage, his lightning-based burst damage was devastating. Working in tandem with his SS-ranked teammates, they annihilated the swarm of shadow centipedes in just 3 minutes. "These centipedes were way too weak," one of the prodigies scoffed. "If that Yi Yang from Tinshui City were here, he'd probably be scared out of his wits. We've been grinding monsters in the secret realm since graduation. Handling this kind of trash is a walk in the park. A kid from some backwater place like that probably doesn't even know what a secret realm looks like." As they laughed and mocked, one of the team members suddenly pointed into the distance. "Brother Ji, look, aren't those two other prodigies from Tinshui City?" Narrowing his eyes, Wang Ji looked in the direction pointed out and indeed saw a pair of figures, one male and one female. "If we can't find Yi Yang, we'll start with these two. Let's see what kind of talent Tinshui City has to offer." With that, he led his group toward the pair. At that moment, Chen Yang was trailing closely behind Han Shu, doing his best to win her favor. When Chen Yang and Han Shu crossed paths in the mysterious realm, they were only about 10 meters apart. Seizing the rare moment of solitude, Chen Yang immediately dashed toward Han Shu. "Ishu, listen to me," Chen Yang said urgently. "Meeting here in this secret realm, it's fate. Yi Yang has already skyrocketed to success, but do you really think you can still reach him? Besides, don't underestimate me. I'm an SS-level genius, and I even completed a 3-star attribute template during my first stage awakening. In the future, I won't be any worse than Yi Yang." After hearing this, a cold smirk appeared on Han Yishu's lips. "Chen Yang, who do you think you are? How dare you compare yourself to Yi Yang? You don't even know, do you? Yi Yang has already contacted my best friend from Yinzhou City. He must be too shy to approach me directly, so he's using Shan Mengyu as a go-between to mend our relationship." Ever since Han Shu learned that Yi Yang had returned from Yinzhou City, she immediately reached out to Shen Mengyu to confirm their meeting. This discovery reignited her hope, which had been teetering on despair. Yi Yang's outward indifference, she believed, was only a facade. His decision to use Shen Mengyu as a mediator was a thoughtful move, one that preserved their dignity while paving the way for reconciliation. To her, it was a flawless plan. She was convinced that their years of childhood friendship couldn't be so easily erased. Yi Yang had simply grown more mature and composed. Just as Chen Yang opened his mouth to retort, a group of over 10 strangers suddenly surrounded them. Han Shu immediately stepped forward and demanded sharply, "What do you think you're doing?" The leader, Wang Ji, took a step closer, a faint smile playing on his lips. "Don't tell me you don't recognize us. We're the ones you saw outside the special training camp. You're the geniuses from Ching Yao City?" Han Yishu's composure faltered instantly. Glancing around, she realized that every one of these Ching Yao City prodigies had reached level 20 or higher, and all of them were top-tier SS-class professionals who had completed their second stage awakening. Going up against them would be nothing short of suicidal. In this critical moment, a flash of inspiration struck Han Shu. She turned to Chen Yang and said, "Chen Yang, didn't you say you wanted to prove how much you like me? Well, now's your chance to show just how sincere you are." Upon hearing those words, Chen Yang's face turned pale in an instant. Facing a group of over 20 top-tier SS-level experts, his heart was consumed by despair. "Han Shu, how could you be such a self-serving person? You've completely let me down." Chen Yang roared angrily. Without hesitation, he turned and sprinted in the opposite direction at full speed. Wang Ji watched this scene unfold, a mocking smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. He had originally thought that the so-called genius of Tinshui City would be formidable, but it turned out that he didn't even dare to fight and chose to flee instead. "Run? Did you even bother to ask if my brothers here would let you?" Wang Ji sneered coldly. At his command, over a dozen geniuses from Ching Yao City sprang into action. Cross backstab, night slash, 7-star arrow barrage, a torrent of deadly skills rained down like a storm. Chen Yang had barely taken a few steps before he was engulfed by the relentless attacks, collapsing to the ground instantly, lifeless. Seriously? That was it? Wang Ji was momentarily stunned. He had expected his opponent to last at least a few rounds, but Chen Yang didn't even endure for a single second. Wang Ji hadn't even had the chance to make a move himself. Turning his attention to Hanishu, Wang Ji didn't bother with unnecessary words. He knew that even with an overwhelming advantage, it was best to end things quickly. Hanishu was completely hopeless now, silently praying that Yi Yang would arrive like a hero from legend to save her. However, after waiting so long, not even a single skeleton appeared. You Ching Yao city dogs better not get too smug. Kill me, and Yi Yang's army of skeletons will avenge us. Hanishu screamed hysterically. Yi Yang? Skeletons? So, he's a summoner specializing in skeletons, huh? Wang Ji smirked disdainfully. But you won't live long enough to see him come to your rescue. With your pathetic strength, how strong could this Yi Yang possibly be? If I ever run into him, he'll personally shatter every single one of his skeletons. With that, Wang Ji raised his staff, and the lightning elements in the air surged violently. 5 thunder burst. Boom, boom, boom. 5 bolts of lightning struck, and in an instant, Han Ishu's body was reduced to a charred corpse. The geniuses of Ching Yao City erupted into excited chatter. Ha ha ha, and here I thought Tinshui City's geniuses were something special. Turns out they're just trash. Too weak. That guy didn't even last one strike from Mu Kai. These so-called geniuses from Tinshui City are weaker than level 1 mobs in the secret realm. Yeah, frogs in a well. They've never seen the real world. Hearing his subordinates' comments, Wang Ji snorted coldly. He had already anticipated that the people from Tinshui City would be weak, but he hadn't expected them to be so feeble that they couldn't withstand even a single attack. Among the true top-tier geniuses of Ching Yao City, Wang Ji didn't even rank in the top 10. Barely making it into the top 30 was already a stretch. Just then, a sudden exclamation erupted from one of the geniuses from Ching Yao City. Whoa, Ji, look over there. What's that white, glimmering stuff? This cry instantly grabbed the attention of the other Ching Yao City talents. They all turned their heads in unison, and in the distance, atop a hill several kilometers away, they saw countless figures gleaming eerily under the sunlight, reflecting the sinister glow of bare white bones. Could this be the skeletons that woman mentioned? What? Skeletons? Are you saying all of those are skeletons? Wang Ji felt a chill run down his spine. As far as the eye could see, an overwhelming army of skeletons was pouring down from the hilltop. Their numbers were staggering easily in the tens of thousands. This was beyond belief. At this stage, even a high-level summoner working tirelessly day and night couldn't possibly amass such a massive skeleton army. Where the hell did these come from? Don't tell me they're all summoned by that Yi Yang? No way, that's absolutely impossible. The scene before them threw everyone into panic. Wang Ji forced himself to stay calm and immediately began issuing commands. Don't panic. Those skeletons might not be strong. Stick together. Don't scatter. Though he appeared composed, the pressure in his heart was immense. Even if these skeletons were weak individually, their sheer numbers alone could overwhelm them completely. The other Ching Yao City geniuses were just about to follow Wang Ji's orders and regroup when, suddenly, hundreds of skeletal archmages materialized out of thin air just a few dozen meters away. What the hell? Where did these things come from? Wang Ji's entire body trembled at this unexpected development. The skeletal archmages wasted no time, launching their assault immediately. Death magic bolts were fired in rapid succession, with over 100 dark projectiles each powerful enough to instantly kill a peak tier 2 professional hurtling toward them. Being a fragile mage, Wang Ji shouted in desperation, "Protect me! Protect me!" Before he could finish, 2 or 3 S-ranked warrior geniuses from Ching Yao City had already darted in front of him, raising their shields to intercept the oncoming barrage of deadly magic bolts. With a deafening explosion, the SS-ranked warrior prodigy collided head-on with the first deathly soul blast. The impact sent him hurtling dozens of meters like a broken kite. Before he could even hit the ground, a barrage of a dozen more blasts followed, obliterating him into nothing but dust. Another warrior met a similarly grim fate caught in the relentless torrent of deathly soul blasts. He didn't even have time to scream before disintegrating into ashes. The group of a dozen prodigies from Ching Yao City had no chance to retaliate. In the blink of an eye, they were reduced to mere shadows of their former selves, wiped out entirely. Moments later, tens of thousands of ordinary skeletons trampled over their remains, advancing unopposed to the next area. In his final moments, Wang Ji witnessed his comrades being mercilessly slaughtered, utterly powerless against the skeleton army. Despair consumed him. As a top-tier talent who had nearly cleared a tier 2 sure level dungeon, he couldn't fathom why they stood no chance at all. What he didn't realize was that a single volley from this invisible skeletal archmage army could instantly annihilate even the final boss of a Tier 2 Shura dungeon. Against such a force, what hope did they, who hadn't even reached the second-tier peak, have? Far in the distance, Yang observed the carnage and rolled his eyes. Those so-called prodigies from Ching Yao City, who had boasted endlessly at the training camp gates, couldn't even survive a single round of the skeleton army's assault. Meanwhile, in the monitoring center for the secret realm assessment at the Dongshan Provincial Training Camp, city guild presidents from across the region were gathered, chatting casually. For these presidents, usually swamped with official duties, the annual training camp selection was a rare opportunity to meet and socialize. Most of them had crowded around Ouyang Long, the president of Ching Yao City, marveling at the city's impressive achievement of over 170 candidates this year. Ouyang president, Ching Yao City is simply unstoppable this year. You've more than doubled last year's numbers. Exactly. How are we supposed to compete with only 70-something candidates? 70? You're lucky. In our second-tier cities, we can't even scrape together 30. Ouyang Long's lips curled into a smug smile as he basked in the praise. Last year, Ching Yao City had been neck and neck with Nanjing City, both with around 60 or 70 candidates. But this year's staggering leap in numbers was unprecedented. While he feigned modesty in response, his gaze wandered across the room, quickly landing on Lin Chongfeng, seated in the distance. It wasn't just Ouyang Long who had noticed Lin Chongfeng's presence. As Ouyang Long glanced around, several presidents from second-tier cities followed his gaze, scanning the surroundings. Suddenly, Wu Pingsheng, the president of Wanfang City, lit up with recognition as he spotted a familiar figure. Well, isn't that President Lin from Tianshui City? What a rare guest. What brings you here this year? Wu Pingsheng's voice barely fell when the other city presidents chimed in. President Lin, hasn't it been 5 or 6 years since you last attended? Haha, I remember the last time he brought 3 students. They didn't last even 10 minutes before getting eliminated. Come on, even the talent from second-tier cities can hold out for at least half a day. 10 minutes? That's just embarrassing. Amid the teasing, one of the presidents turned to Lin Chongfeng. So, President Lin, how many people did you bring this year? 10, perhaps? Lin Changfeng's expression remained calm, a faint smile playing on his lips. Tianshui City isn't doing so well this year. I only brought 1 student. The moment he said this, the room erupted into laughter. Only 1? I wouldn't even have the nerve to show up. Exactly. Look at Wu Ning from Yinzhou City and Li Feng from Jiangyan City. Their talent pool was lacking, so they wisely chose not to come at all. TSK, judging by President Lin's confidence, is he hoping this lone seedling will actually take first place in the secret realm assessment? Despite the ridicule, Lin Chongfeng remained unshaken. In his mind, he knew Yinzhou City had just suffered a magic tide outbreak yesterday, losing half of their 5 or 6 promising talents. Even their strongest prospect, Chu Ran, had been completely overshadowed by Yi Yang. As for Jiangyan City, they only had a handful of S-rank talents at level 16. It was worth noting that while the special training camp required a minimum of level 15 to qualify, nearly everyone who made it here was at least level 20 or had even surpassed the threshold for second-tier missions. Those vying for the top 10 spots were at an even higher level, approaching level 25. A mere level 15 or 16 professional. They were nothing more than punching bags in this competition. At this moment, Ouyang Long feigned a conciliatory tone. All right, let's not be too harsh. If President Lin had the courage to come, he must have great faith in his student. Besides, having his talent here to serve as sparring practice for our own city's students isn't such a bad thing, is it? Hearing President Ouyang's words, Lin Chongfeng let out a cold laugh. He could tolerate other city-level presidents, but Ouyang Long, his sworn enemy, was a different story. The fire of resentment burned fiercely in his heart. If it hadn't been for Ouyang Long scheming back then, Lin would now be the president of a first-tier city. Instead, he was saddled with the humiliating title of one of the 3 great laughingstocks of Dongshan province. What's the matter, President Lin? Are you saying that our 177 talented trainees from Ching Yao City are no match for your single representative from Tianshui City? Ouyang Long retorted sharply. Lin Chongfeng smirked. To be honest, I don't think your so-called 177 geniuses are all that impressive. Ha ha ha. Ouyang Long laughed heartily. President Lin, it seems you've been away from the training camp for too long. Let me enlighten you. Ching Yao City doesn't just have these 170-plus talented professionals. We also have 12 potential awakeners. They've all advanced to Tier 3 professionals and are nearing level 30. At these words, the expressions of all the other city-level presidents changed dramatically. Potential awakeners, these were the rare bloodline prodigies that only emerged from the 3 supreme cities. They didn't need to wait until the age of 18 to complete the professional awakening ceremony. Instead, they could evolve directly from ordinary humans into professionals, born with innate SS-grade talents. Even more astonishing, their SS grade talents were at least 10 times stronger than those of regular SS grade professionals. Hearing this news, Lin Chongfeng's body trembled slightly. He finally understood why Ouyang Long could endure Yi Yang's provocation at the training camp gates. Ouyang was clearly waiting to humiliate Tianshui City during the secret realm assessment. Still, Lin Chongfeng couldn't help but laugh inwardly. Even with potential awakeners on their side, Ching Yao City had only barely failed to clear the Asura level dungeon. That wasn't much to brag about. Besides, those potential awakeners were only around level 30, which put them on par with Yi Yang from his own city. And Yi Yang had climbed his way up using an Alphivistar attribute template. This was the perfect opportunity to see who was truly superior, the so-called potential awakeners or the one and only unique hidden class holder. Meanwhile, the other city presidents crowded around Ouyang Long, showering him with flattery and praise. They all knew that currying favor with Ouyang might earn them a share of resources. Ouyang, basking in their admiration, confidently declared, "If Ching Yao City is lucky enough to secure a spot in the top 10 of the training camp assessment, we won't forget to share some benefits with everyone." Years ago, Ouyang Long had been crushed by Lin Chongfeng at the training camp, ranking only 17th. But now, the tables had turned. Ouyang was the one being celebrated, while his former rival was left in the dust. This reversal filled Ouyang with a deep sense of satisfaction. "President Ouyang, you must have some secret method for nurturing talent, don't you?" Someone asked eagerly, continuing to flatter him. Ouyang Long's smile widened with pride. "Oh, there's no secret method. It's just that the heads of our families have done an excellent job raising them, and we happen to have a bit more access to resources in Ching Yao City. Unlike some cities, which insist on putting on a brave front despite having next to nothing." Lin Chongfeng's expression turned grim in an instant, with faint veins appearing on his forehead. Those words were clearly a veiled insult, directly targeting him. Among the three most resource-deprived cities in the entire Dongshan province, aside from Jiangyan City where Li Feng resides, the worst was undoubtedly Tianshui City under his jurisdiction. The third on that list was the similarly nicknamed, one of the three unlucky cities, Yinzhou City. What made him even more furious was the incident not long ago when Yi Yang advanced to the second tier. Due to Tianshui City's inability to provide a decent second-tier dungeon, Yi Yang was forced to take the risk of traveling to Yinzhou City. That decision nearly cost him his life during an unexpected magic surge outbreak. Just as Lin Chongfeng was about to retort, he was abruptly interrupted. In the Secret Realm Assessment Monitoring Center, a massive surveillance screen suddenly lit up with a name, capturing everyone's attention. On the leaderboard of the Dongshan Province Genius Training Camp Secret Realm Trial Points Monitoring, the rankings were strikingly displayed. First place, Yi Yang, 7 points. Second place, none. Third place, none. The city-level presidents present erupted into astonishment. "He killed 7 monsters in less than a minute after entering the secret realm," one president exclaimed in shock. Keep in mind, these low-level monsters in the secret realm might be level 1, but their strength is equivalent to monsters around level 10 in Shura-level dungeons. On the surveillance screen, the points were climbing rapidly. 37 points, 68 points, 126 points. In just 1 minute, this young man named Yi Yang had slain over 100 monsters, averaging 2 kills per second. Even more astonishing was the fact that the leaderboard's second place still showed none, highlighting his absolute dominance over the other participants. Instinctively, everyone turned their gaze toward Ouyang Long, the president of Ching Yao City, assuming this genius must be from the strongest city in the region. However, Ouyang Long looked utterly baffled. "This Yi Yang isn't from Ching Yao City," he said, visibly confused. Zhang Yuntian, the president of Nanjing City, also shook his head, indicating it wasn't someone from their city either. Just as the room was filled with bewilderment, Wu Ning, the president of Yinzhou City, suddenly turned to Lin Chongfeng. "Old Lin, doesn't Tianshui City have a genius named Yi Yang?" The room erupted in an uproar. Lin Chongfeng finally revealed a smug smile and replied nonchalantly, "You flatter us. This little genius from Tianshui City is just slightly impressive in the early stages." This revelation detonated like a bomb in the hall. Tianshui City, once dubbed one of the 3 most unfortunate cities of Dongshan Province, had unexpectedly produced such a dazzling talent? Ouyang Long, unable to accept this reality, turned pale. Impossible. With Tianshui City's scarce resources, how could they possibly produce a genius like this? He suddenly shouted, "I understand now. It must be a malfunction in the surveillance system. Otherwise, why hasn't any other participant's information appeared yet?" Hearing these words, a look of sudden realization flashed across the eyes of the city-level presidents present. They all quickly concluded that there must be an issue with the monitoring equipment. Otherwise, how could it only display the information of that one young man from Tianshui City? The monitoring equipment must be faulty. As soon as Ouyang Long finished speaking, the other presidents chimed in with agreement. Initially intimidated by Yi Yang's astonishing trial score, the crowd now seemed to grasp at this explanation as their saving grace, collectively turning their attention to Lin Chongfeng. Lin Chongfeng's expression darkened instantly. He could tolerate insults directed at himself, but he would never allow anyone to disparage the genius he valued so highly. However, before he could say anything, Instructor Tian Yuan, standing nearby, had already risen to his feet. Tian Yuan, a formidable warrior at the peak of the 6th tier, fixed his sharp gaze on Ouyang Long, exuding an intimidating aura that filled the room. President Ouyang, who do you think you are to question the equipment of our special training camp? Every piece of technology here is personally maintained by me. If you think there's an issue, why don't you check it yourself? These words sent a chill down the spine of everyone present, including Ouyang Long. Although both Tian Yuan and Ouyang Long were peak 6th tier, level 70, SS class professionals, it was clear that in a real fight, Ouyang Long would stand no chance against Tian Yuan. After all, the special training camp was a provincial-level institution on par with the Eastern Mountain Province's professional guild, and every professional here was the equal of any city-level president. Tian Yuan had reached his status through relentless battles using a 4-star template, while Ouyang Long had struggled to progress beyond a 3-star template since the 3rd tier. More importantly, as the deputy leader of the special training camp, Tian Yuan's strength was second only to Jiang Qian, the camp's leader, who had reached the peak of the 7th tier at level 80, an SS-class powerhouse. Terrified, Ouyang Long stammered out his explanation, not daring to take a deep breath. Deputy Leader Tian, I didn't mean to question the equipment. These systems are centuries old, so it's normal for them to malfunction occasionally, don't you think? Otherwise, how could it still only display Yi Yang's name? Just as Tian Yuan was about to respond, the large monitoring screen suddenly flickered and updated. A new ranking list for trial points appeared. Eastern Mountain Province Special Training Camp Secret Realm Trial Points Monitoring. First place, Yi Yang 586 points. Second place, Wang Ji 18 points. Third place, Li Yu 13 points. Fourth place, He Huaning 11 points. In an instant, more than a dozen new names appeared before everyone's eyes. Ouyang Long stood before the large surveillance screen, his face turning pale in an instant. Initially, he thought he could rely on his position as the president of Ching Yao City to argue his way out, but when the names of geniuses like Wang Ji and Li Yu from Ching Yao City appeared on the screen, he was rendered speechless. Tian Yuan's expression grew even colder than before. His fists clenched tightly, and his sharp gaze pierced through Ouyang Long like a blade. President Ouyang, do you still think the surveillance system is malfunctioning? How could this be possible? Ouyang Long swallowed hard, staring at the screen in disbelief. The surveillance equipment was actually working perfectly? That young man from Tinshui City, Yi Yang, had truly crushed all of Qingyao City's geniuses? Speak up. Why are you silent now? Tian Yuan demanded coldly. Ouyang Long trembled uncontrollably, quickly bowing his head in submission. Commander Tian, I was blind to your greatness. I shouldn't have doubted your expertise. I was wrong, truly wrong. Tian Yuan let out a cold snort. If it had been one of the clan leaders from the civilian family factions speaking so arrogantly, he wouldn't have hesitated to take action and demonstrate the power of a peak-level Tier 6 professional. But Ouyang Long, as the leader of a city, was someone he couldn't afford to handle too harshly. The other city presidents watched the scene unfold, their eyes wide in astonishment. I can't believe what I'm seeing. The surveillance system is actually working, and that kid Yi Yang really crushed all the geniuses in the entire Dongshan province. The craziest thing is, this isn't just a minor victory. Wang Ji barely has 20 points, and Yi Yang is already nearing 600, completely obliterating him by 30 times. His score is higher than the combined total of all the geniuses on the leaderboard. Lin Chongfeng must be ridiculously lucky. Isn't he one of the 3 most pitiful figures in Dongshan province? Hearing the chatter from the crowd, Ouyang Long could no longer hold back. He roared angrily, "You useless fools! What nonsense are you spouting? The geniuses from my Qingyao City haven't even started trying yet. Yi Yang just killed a few more small monsters, that's all. Once he encounters our potential awakeners, he'll be crushed in no time. No matter how many points he racks up, they'll all be stolen by our Qingyao City geniuses in the end. Don't forget, the essence of this secret realm assessment is a battle royale." At these words, the city president's presence suddenly snapped to attention. At the assessment site of the special training camp's secret realm, a lively discussion was taking place among the crowd about the points leaderboard. President Ouyang has a point. This assessment isn't just about scoring the most points. The key is making it out alive, one spectator remarked with a hint of amusement. Exactly. I still remember the lesson from that genius in Nanji City. Another chimed in. He racked up tens of thousands of points, only to be ambushed and assassinated. All his points were stolen. By that logic, the more points Yi Yang accumulates now, the worse his losses will be later. Someone joked. That's not entirely fair. At the very least, the experience he's gaining is real and invaluable. I'm more curious about how thrilling it'll be when Yi Yang and Wang Ji finally face off. Too bad here in Dongshan province, We're limited to just seeing the trial's point data. We don't have the resources for live footage of the action. These conversations reached Lin Chongfeng's ears like sharp nails piercing his heart. As the president of Tianshui City, he was infuriated by their dismissive and mocking tone. Though it was true that Tianshui City lacked resources, it didn't mean they couldn't cultivate exceptional talent. If it weren't for the unique setting of the special training camp, Lin Chongfeng would have loved to confront these insolent individuals directly. Aside from the three sixth-tier peak powerhouses Ouyang Long from Ching Yao City, Zhang Yuntian from Nanji City, and Zhao Mingze from Linyan City feared no one. Seeing Lin Changfeng's frustrated expression, Ouyang Long felt a surge of satisfaction. To him, Tianshui City was nothing more than a weak, resource-starved place. First-tier dungeons were scarce, second-tier ones were practically non-existent, and third-tier dungeons were as rare as a phoenix feather. Under such conditions, even a prodigy would struggle to reach their full potential. Sure, some might suggest seeking opportunities in other cities, but that was easier said than done. Unless someone was willing to change their residency or had a special alliance like the one between Tianshui City and Yinzhou City, it was nearly impossible. Otherwise, the best-case scenario would be expulsion, and the worst? Death. After all, the wilderness was a lawless frontier. While Ouyang Long indulged in his smug thoughts, imagining how Wang Ji or some other Ching Yao City talent would crush Yi Yang, on the large surveillance screen, two striking kill notifications suddenly appeared. Ding! Chen Yang from Tianshui City has been killed by Li Yu from Ching Yao City and is now expelled from the assessment secret realm. Ding! Han Yishu from Tianshui City has been killed by He Huaning from Ching Yao City and is now expelled from the assessment secret realm. The city-level presidents erupted into laughter upon seeing these notifications. Ha ha ha, President Lin. It seems your so-called geniuses from Tianshui City aren't that extraordinary after all. Just like 5 years ago eliminated in less than 10 minutes. This year's even worse. They couldn't even last 5 minutes before being knocked out. President Lin, didn't you bring only 3 people this year? Now 2 are already down, leaving just Yi Yang as your last hope. Amid the ridicule, Lin Chongfeng remained calm and composed. In truth, ever since discovering the true talent of Yi Yang, he hadn't intended for Chen Yang and Han Yishu to participate in the training camp. The painful memory of 5 years ago was still fresh in his mind back then. He had painstakingly gathered 5 or 6 so-called geniuses at levels 17 or 18, only to see them all wiped out within 10 minutes. From that moment, he came to a harsh realization. While the selection criteria for the training camp hadn't changed, relying solely on level 17 or 18 was far from enough to secure a legitimate spot. This time, if it weren't for the persistent pleas of Han Jiqiang and Cheng Guangtian, who wanted their children to gain some experience in the training camp, Lin Chongfeng wouldn't have brought these two along at all. Their elimination was entirely within his expectations. The more indifferent Lin Chongfeng appeared, the more the other presidents were convinced he was just putting on a brave face. Their taunts grew sharper and more relentless. Even Ouyang Long, seeing his Ching Yao City's talents repeatedly take down opponents, couldn't hide the smug smile on his face. However, their triumphant expressions didn't last long. In a sudden turn of events, the surveillance screen refreshed with a flurry of new kill notifications. Ding! He Huaning from Ching Yao City has been killed by Yi Yang from Tianshui City and is now expelled from the assessment secret realm. Ding! Li Yu from Ching Yao City has been killed by Yi Yang from Tianshui City and is now expelled from the assessment secret realm. Ding! Wang Ji from Ching Yao City has been killed by Yi Yang from Tianshui City and is now expelled from the assessment secret realm. One after another, the kill notifications kept flooding the screen. The smiles on everyone's faces froze in place. This scene in the training camp caused an instant uproar. All the city-level presidents stood dumbfounded, staring at what had just unfolded. Every single one of the prodigies from Ching Yao City, including the pride of the Wang family, had been completely eliminated in the blink of an eye by a young man named Yi Yang. How is this possible? One president exclaimed in disbelief. One person taking on over a dozen opponents and finishing them off in the blink of an eye? The atmosphere at the scene froze. These city-level presidents were all intimately familiar with the talents of Ching Yao City, especially Wang Ji. As a direct descendant of the prestigious Wang family, Wang Ji had already reached level 25 and was a top-tier powerhouse with a full 4-star template. Such a figure could dominate in any second or third-tier city. Yet he had been so effortlessly defeated by Yi Yang. Ouyang Long's expression shifted between dark and uncertain. As the representative of Ching Yao City, he could not accept that their most outstanding talent had been eliminated so easily. Beside him, Wu Ning was equally stunned into silence. He had known Yi Yang was strong, but he had never imagined he was this strong. The attitudes of the dozens of city-level presidents shifted noticeably as they all turned their eyes to Lin Chongfeng, eager to uncover Yi Yang's background. Old Lin, where did this kid come from? Which family trained him? Faced with their sudden flattery, Lin Chongfeng felt a twinge of irony. He calmly replied, Yi Yang is just an ordinary orphan. He achieved this level of strength entirely through his own hard work. This answer immediately sparked a wave of skepticism. You must be joking. How could an orphan have this kind of power? Even the superfamilies from the three supreme cities might not be able to produce such a talent. Ouyang Long's face grew even darker as he watched these fickle presidents shift their allegiance toward Lin Chongfeng. He tried to comfort himself. There were still 12 other potential candidates. There was no way Yi Yang could defeat all of them. Yet even this self-reassurance couldn't fully quell the unease rising in his heart. The entire atmosphere of the training camp had been upended by this unexpected outcome. Everyone now realized that a dark horse from Tinshui City was quietly rising to prominence. Yi Yang's extraordinary and unparalleled strength left the instructors present utterly astonished. As the person in charge of this secret realm assessment, Instructor Zhang Cheng was the first to lose his composure. He was well aware of the typical talent level in Ching Yao City over the years, yet he had never encountered someone who could so thoroughly outclass Ching Yao City's best students. What was even more surprising was that such a prodigy emerged from Tinshui City, a place not known for producing exceptional talent. Unable to contain himself, Zhang Cheng quickly approached Lin Chongfeng with urgency and asked, "President Lin, could you tell me more about this genius? With such remarkable abilities, it's hard to believe we haven't heard of him before." Hearing this, Lin Chongfeng nearly burst into laughter. He recalled the scene a few days ago when he first registered Yi Yang for the special training camp. The staff member responsible for processing the applications had made sarcastic remarks, questioning how someone from Tinshui City could possibly meet the camp's selection criteria. The dramatic contrast now filled Lin Chongfeng with a sense of quiet satisfaction. However, Lin Chongfeng kept his composure and refrained from showing any displeasure. After all, Zhang Cheng was the head of this year's special training camp for Dongshan Province, and offending him could jeopardize both Yi Yang's future and his own. Meanwhile, other instructors began gathering around, eager to learn more about this extraordinary student. This scene did not sit well with Ouyang Long, who stood to the side, feeling a growing sense of resentment. Even during Ching Yao City's peak years, no instructors had ever been so openly curious about a student's background. What Ouyang Long didn't realize, however, was that instructors who successfully nurtured a top-tier talent in the special training camp would receive substantial rewards from the Longhua Central Guild's Education Association. The Dongshan Province Guild was merely a distribution intermediary for these rewards. The instructors' eagerness to forge a connection with Lin Chongfeng was understandable. They hoped to secure the role of Yi Yang's primary trainer in the future, bringing this prodigy under their wing. After all, without the nation's talent cultivation system, who would willingly dedicate themselves to nurturing the next generation? Faced with the flurry of inquiries, Lin Chongfeng stuck to his earlier explanation. "Instructor Zhang, esteemed instructors, I assure you, everything I've said is true. Yi Yang comes from humble beginnings. He's an orphan. 5 years ago, during the Tier 5 magic tide in Tinshui City, his parents tragically lost their lives. Everything he has achieved today is solely the result of his own hard work." "Really?" Zhang Cheng still found it hard to believe. "Absolutely," Lin Chongfeng replied with a sigh. "I'd stake my reputation on it." "President Lin, no need for such drastic measures. I'm not after your head," Zhang Cheng quickly interjected, waving his hands dismissively. Zhang Cheng revealed a faint smile, his eyes gleaming with confidence. If that's truly the case, this genius is truly extraordinary. Not only remarkably talented but also incredibly hard-working. He straightened his posture and said seriously, "You must understand, even with an awakened supreme profession, without sufficient resources to support them, there's no way to progress in cultivation. Throughout history, countless geniuses have fallen at this hurdle of resources." He turned to Lin Chongfeng, his tone resolute. "President Lin, if you trust me, I, Zhang Cheng, assure you that I will train Yi Yang to become a super genius not just of Dongshan Province, but one who can rival the talents of the 3 supreme cities." As soon as he finished speaking, the classroom erupted into chaos. The other instructors began vying to speak over each other. "President Lin, don't listen to Zhang Cheng's nonsense. His resources are limited. It'd be best to put him under my guidance. I'm the head instructor of Dongshan Province's special training camp." "Hey, old Wu, stop spouting lies. Everyone knows I'm the real head instructor. Your so-called head instructor title is ancient history. How many resources do you even have left now? I'm the most reliable choice for this. No way. It has to be me." The 20-something instructors argued with the fervor of market vendors haggling over prices, their faces flushed with excitement. The scene left Lin Chongfeng both amused and exasperated. After a long silence, he finally spoke slowly. "Esteemed instructors, perhaps it's best to leave this decision to Lord Jiang Chun. If I recall correctly, the allocation of students has always been handled personally by him. As the chief overseer of Dongshan Province's special training camp, Jiang Chen's position was second only to Wang Chong, the president of Dongshan Province. According to custom, once the secret realm assessments concluded and the admission quotas were finalized, Jiang Chun would oversee the assignment of students. However, in practice, he often left it to the instructors to draw lots. Before that, if a student expressed a preference for a particular instructor, Jiang Chan generally wouldn't interfere. In provinces like Oyanglong, Zheng Yuntian, and Zhaomingza, which frequently produced exceptional talents, the instructors were well aware of each other's resource situations. However, in Lin Changfeng's hometown of Tianshui City, it had been 5 years since anyone had even qualified for the special training camp selection assessments. It had been over a decade since a true talent had officially joined the camp. As a result, Lin Changfeng knew next to nothing about the instructor's specific circumstances. Not wanting to offend anyone, Lin Changfeng could only navigate the situation diplomatically. Despite their unassuming titles, these instructors were no less powerful than city-level presidents and wielded significant authority. A single word from them could determine how many resources a genius would receive, or worse. If an instructor decided to target someone, even a student with ample points might struggle to secure resources within the camp. This was why city-level presidents often went out of their way to curry favor with these instructors. Hearing Lin Changfeng's response, the instructors were left at an impasse. After all, based on words alone, who could truly know how much of the training camp's resources the others actually controlled? Zhang Cheng let out a resigned sigh. If it weren't for the endless bickering among these people, Lin Changfeng would have handed Yi Yang over to him long ago. As the chief examiner of this year's assessment, Zhang felt he at least had a slight edge in building rapport with this rising talent. The room fell silent as the crowd finally stopped arguing, their attention drawn to the monitoring screen displaying the secret realm. What they saw left everyone utterly speechless. Yi Yang's score was beyond staggering. The leaderboard for the Dongshan Province Genius Training Camp's Secret Realm Trial read: First place, Yi Yang 18,456 points. Second place, Ouyang Tian 366 points. Third place, Lu Feng 351 points. Fourth place, Qian Huiyang 338 points. The rankings had undergone a dramatic shift since the trial began, with one glaring exception. Yi Yang's performance remained untouchable. While the top 10 contestants barely managed to scrape past 300 points, most others hovered around the 200-point mark. The city-level presidents present were wide-eyed and dumbfounded. In mere minutes, Yi Yang had racked up over 18,000 points of feat, so extraordinary it defied belief. To put it into perspective, some participants wouldn't reach that score even after grinding for a full 24 hours. More astonishingly, the trial had only been underway for about 10 minutes. What on earth is this guy doing in the secret realm? Someone murmured in awe. With this kind of godlike efficiency, even the most talented potentials from Ching Yao City would stand no chance against him. The room fell into an uneasy silence when they noticed the dark expression on Ouyang Long's face. No one dared to speak further. Meanwhile, Lin Changfeng, overhearing the hushed comments, felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Decades ago, Ouyang Long had schemed against him, but now the tables were turning. With Yi Yang's incredible potential, Lin Changfeng envisioned a future where he could secure a high-ranking position in the Dongshan province, far surpassing Ouyang Long's current status as a city president. Back in the secret realm, Ouyang Tian was leading a team of 30 to 40 participants in a coordinated effort to hunt monsters. As the strongest talent in Ching Yao City, this 15-year-old prodigy had awakened as a professional at an early age, earning the coveted title of an SS Dear Child of Eternal Night. His level had already reached 30. Ouyang Tian's ability, Eternal Night's Shroud, was staggeringly powerful. Any attacker who harmed him would suffer permanent blindness, rendering them unable to lock onto a target. Anyone struck by his attacks would be permanently silenced, unable to cast any skills. These effects were immune to conventional purification methods, requiring divine power from god-ear professionals to dispel. Additionally, his holy damage bypassed all forms of defense, damage reduction, and invincibility, even piercing through void states and spatial escapes. In this mysterious realm, there exists an array of awe-inspiring divine abilities, such as holy purification and sacred defense powers so extraordinary they defy common understanding. However, only those who have surpassed the formidable threshold of level 100 can wield these abilities. Even in the resource-rich Longhua Central Guild, such supreme beings are exceedingly rare. It is for this reason that when Ouyang Tian unleashed the effects of his Eternal Night ability, its power was almost comparable to a true permanent effect. What's even more astonishing is that Ouyang Long, his grandfather, not only possessed such a heaven-defying talent, but also acquired a 4-star template during his first and second advancement quests. After completing the second-tier quest, he gained a second extraordinary ability, elevating his strength to an unimaginable level. As the direct grandson of Ouyang Long, Ouyang Tian garnered attention from the moment he awakened as a potential wielder of power. In the city of Qingyao, Ouyang Long opened every possible green channel for his grandson, ensuring all developmental resources were allocated to him first. This solidified Ouyang Tian's reputation as the top genius of this generation in Qingyao City, and enabled him to quickly rally a significant number of Qingyao's brightest talents within the secret realm. The perfect blend of strength and influence rendered him unrivaled among the younger generation of Ching Yao City. However, as Ouyang Tian was searching for monsters, he suddenly sensed something unusual. Checking his communication wristband, he was shocked to discover that Ching Yao's team had inexplicably lost over a dozen members. It was baffling. Ching Yao's geniuses were considered among the best even in other cities. Even if they encountered formidable enemies, escaping should not have been an issue. How could so many be eliminated in just a matter of minutes? After a swift exchange with those around him, the truth quickly surfaced. Brother Ouyang, Wang Ji, Li Yu, and He Huaning have all been eliminated. Wang Ji. Ouyang Tian froze upon hearing the name. That guy, while not a potential wielder, had already reached level 25 or 26. How could he be eliminated so quickly? Could it be that he was even weaker than the so-called trash from Tinshui City 5 or 6 years ago? As soon as Ouyang Long finished speaking, the surrounding prodigies immediately chimed in with agreement. Their expressions carried a hint of disdain, convinced that Wang Ji had most likely encountered a powerful group of monsters within the secret realm. After all, this was a genuine secret realm space, not a standard dungeon world. Given Wang Ji's usual troublemaking personality, it was highly probable that he had run into a formidable group of monsters and, unwilling to back down, tried to show off his strength, which ultimately led to his elimination. Ouyang Long fully agreed with this assessment. Along their journey, they had indeed come across many formidable monsters, but the cost-benefit ratio of defeating them was far too low, and the risks were significant. As a result, they had chosen to avoid direct confrontations. If Wang Ji insisted on recklessly challenging such monsters, it was only natural for him to be eliminated. Suddenly, Ouyang Long seemed to recall something and turned to his companions. By the way, has anyone come across Yi Yang from Tinshui City? The group collectively shook their heads. Someone explained, Brother Ouyang, the secret realm is so vast, and our entry points are completely random. It's not that easy to run into each other. True, Ouyang Long muttered, furrowing his brows briefly before relaxing again. But if he really has the strength, we're bound to cross paths eventually. The other prodigies nodded in agreement. The secret realm's battle royale mechanism meant that the outer areas would continuously collapse and shrink, forcing all participants to move toward the core zone. In the end, all remaining survivors would be compressed into a small area for a final showdown. Under this system, there's only one way to survive without clashing with others, one of them analyzed. And that's to defeat the secret realm's final boss. But that's nearly an impossible task. The strength of the final boss in the secret realm far surpasses that of bosses in Shura-level dungeons. Even for talents like us, it's almost insurmountable. Not to mention, other participants will interfere during the process, making it as difficult as climbing to the heavens. Ouyang Long nodded in satisfaction. If Yi Yang was truly strong, they would inevitably meet in the final circle. If Yi Yang was just a name without substance and couldn't even make it to the final round, then he wasn't worth Ouyang Long's attention. With that thought, Ouyang Long raised his staff, casting a spell that instantly killed a fleeing level 7 Dark Knight venomous wyvern in front of him. The system promptly notified him that he had gained 700 experience points, including a 200 bonus and 7 trial points actual gain, 5.11 points, contributing 73 of the total. Seeing his points increase, Ouyang Long felt quite pleased. He was already accustomed to the generous experience rewards offered by the secret realm monsters. This was thanks to the meticulous planning of his grandfather. Ever since Ouyang Long had been able to solo first-tier nightmare-level dungeons, he had spent most of his time grinding monsters in the secret realm, aside from completing advancement missions. As a result, he was intimately familiar with the rules of the secret realm. As for the 73 contribution rate, it was exactly as he had anticipated. This indicated that during team battles, he had contributed 73 of the total combat power. While the monsters in the secret realm were strong enough to be nearly insurmountable for ordinary individuals, with teammates taking care of crowd control and tanking damage, Ouyang Long could focus on dealing consistent damage, ensuring he claimed the majority of the points. Meanwhile, experience points, just like in dungeons, were not divided. As time passed, Yeyang's army of skeletons had already occupied a tenth of the vast outer region of the secret realm. This area had effectively become the absolute dominion of the Skeleton Legion. Any monster that appeared would be ruthlessly hunted down by hordes of ordinary skeletons, stealth skeleton archmages, and skeleton tyrants, leaving no chance of survival. System notifications chimed one after another. Ding. Killed LV9 Doom Venomous Worm. Gain 900 points, 200 experience. Ding. Killed a level 9 monster. Gain 9 trial points. The kill notifications flooded in at a rate of dozens to hundreds per second, leaving Yeyang dazzled. His experience bar and trial points were skyrocketing at an astonishing pace. Not bad. Yeyang thought to himself with satisfaction as he glanced at the over 20,000 points he had accumulated in just 20 minutes. I doubt anyone can surpass my score now. In fact, at this moment, no one dared to compete with him in terms of points. Even the combined total of the top 100 players on the trial leaderboard likely couldn't match his achievement. Just as Yeong was about to take a break, an unusual commotion suddenly came from the surrounding area. He immediately summoned hundreds of skeletons from his summoning space to investigate. Before long, they made a startling discovery: the outermost space of the secret realm was collapsing, and the entire realm was continuously shrinking. This revelation made Yeong pause in thought. After a moment, he suddenly realized, isn't this just like the battle royale mechanics in those survival games from my previous life? With this realization, he frowned. If that's truly the mechanism of this secret realm, things could get tricky. Originally, Yeong just wanted to find a quiet corner in the secret realm to take a nap, wake up, and finish the assessment without much effort. However, the current situation forced him to change his plan. The secret realm was continuously collapsing, its boundaries shrinking rapidly. The outer area where he was located would soon crumble. If the collapse reached beneath his feet, it was uncertain whether he would be directly eliminated. This reminded him of one point that Chairman Lin had repeatedly emphasized when explaining the assessment rules. In the secret realm, killing monsters to gain points was not the primary objective. The real test for participants was the battle royale mechanism that forced everyone into conflict. As the space of the secret realm kept shrinking, those who intended to hide indefinitely would have nowhere to go, and even his plan for a peaceful rest was no longer feasible. Letting out a sigh, Yang straightened his clothes and began heading toward the core area of the secret realm. However, less than an hour into his journey, he noticed an unusual occurrence in an area under his control. An overwhelming number of skeletons were suddenly dropping dead. Although they were just ordinary skeletons, losing over 1,000 of them in a mere minute or two was a situation that warranted attention. Through the vision of his skeletons, Yang quickly identified the cause. It was that group of geniuses from Ching Yao City. With his terrifying mental power exceeding 10,000 points, he instantly recognized the 3 or 4 dozen individuals. They were under attack from the skeletons, but since Yi Yang had previously ordered the skeletons to only hunt monsters, they would not actively attack humans unless provoked. The group of geniuses had clearly mistaken the skeletons for regular monsters. A few waves of area effect skills wiped out over 1,000 of them. But when they realized they hadn't gained any experience points or trial rewards, they began to suspect these weren't ordinary creatures. In the process, even a few invisible skeleton archmages were accidentally hit. Not bad, Yi Yang said with interest. If that's the case, let's see how capable you really are. His mental power swept across the vicinity and detected more than 9,000 ordinary skeletons, over 1,560 invisible skeleton archmages, and even 7 or 8 skeleton tyrants in peak condition roaming nearby, all within several kilometers of the group. Without hesitation, Yi Yang issued a command. Target those human mages, attack them all. Following his order, the army of over 10,000 skeletons swiftly encircled the geniuses from Ching Yao City. Meanwhile, Ouyang Tian was leading his teammates toward the core area of the secret realm. A few of his teammates were still discussing the skeletons they had encountered earlier. Big brother Ouyang, what do you think was up with those skeletons? As far as I know, there shouldn't be skeleton-type monsters in this poisonous miasma forest, right? Ouyang Tian nodded in agreement. His grandfather, Ouyang Long, had already shared all the information about this secret realm with him a few days ago. The outer region of the secret realm appeared calm on the surface, yet danger lurked in every corner. The ordinary monsters wandering this area were considerably stronger than those found in dungeons, but they still posed no challenge to Ouyang Tian and his team. As they ventured deeper, the monsters became increasingly organized by strength. The core area was home to numerous elite monsters and an unknown number of minor bosses, while the very heart of the realm was a true sea of monsters, an overwhelming horde of elite creatures and small bosses under the command of the final boss of the secret realm. Surviving in this perilous land was already a daunting trial. Beyond the threats posed by the environment, the team also had to stay vigilant against ambushes, fights, and competition from other participants. Officially, passing the selection required securing a spot in the top 100 of the trial rankings, but in reality, simply surviving for 24 hours in the secret realm was usually enough to secure a place. At that moment, an unusual occurrence caught everyone's attention. Ouyang Tian recalled the information his grandfather had shared with him about the secret realm just days ago, but found no mention of skeleton monsters. Do you think these skeletons could have been summoned by someone? Ouyang Tian mused. When we killed them, we didn't gain any experience or trial points. His words struck a chord with his teammates. That's true, one of them agreed. But the sheer number of skeletons is staggering. Summoning thousands of them, even if they're weak, would take a significant amount of time. Exactly. Another teammate chimed in. To summon this many skeletons, you'd either need an exceptionally strong talent or, like Ouyang Tian, be a prodigy with the potential to accumulate such a force over time. Suddenly, one of the team members exclaimed, "Wait, look around us." The group turned to see an enormous army of grayish-white skeletons surging toward them from all directions, forming a massive encirclement. This wave was far larger than the thousands of skeletons they had previously defeated. Everywhere they looked, the scene was filled with an endless tide of skeletons, stretching beyond the horizon. Everyone, form up. A quick-thinking mage commanded. Mages, prepare your spells. Warriors, create a defensive perimeter. Protect Ouyang. Rangers and assassins, find a weak point in their formation and prepare to break through. In an instant, the 46 young prodigies of Ching Yao City swiftly formed a tight formation around Ouyang, ready to face the overwhelming onslaught of the skeleton army. Inside the secret realm monitoring center, Lin Chongfeng watched Ouyang face, which seemed ready to burst into flames, with great interest. The sight filled him with an uncontrollable sense of satisfaction. This satisfaction was not without reason. Ever since Ouyang became the president of Ching Yao City, he had spent decades suppressing and belittling Lin Chongfeng. The roots of this animosity could be traced back to their time as students at the First Academy of Jingdu City. Although Lin Chongfeng, Wu Ning, Ouyang, Li Feng, and others had not made it into the three Supreme Academies or the legendary Dragon Kingdom Military Academy, their credentials from the First Academy were enough to earn them the title of prodigies among their peers. Back then, Lin Chongfeng excelled both academically and on the battlefield. However, one battlefield mission changed everything. Ouyang discovered a dangerous area but kept it a secret from his teammates. Worse, he set a trap along the way, luring Lin Chongfeng and the others to scout the area. This scheme nearly cost them their lives. It took Lin Chongfeng and his comrades a year or two to recover, and the credit for the mission ended up entirely in Ouyang hands. This incident was a wake-up call for Lin Chongfeng and his friends. During their recovery period, Ouyang repeatedly used similar tactics to steal others' accomplishments, eventually becoming the most decorated member of their cohort. Although everyone knew the truth, a lack of evidence forced them to swallow their grievances. After retiring, Ouyang leveraged his accolades to secure the position of Ching Yao City's president. From that moment, Lin Chongfeng's life took a downward spiral. At first, he drowned his sorrows in alcohol, and later, he sank into despair. Over the past decade, Tianshui City had failed to produce a single talent capable of entering the special training camp, pushing him into an unprecedented low point. But now, with the emergence of Yi Yang, Lin Chongfeng saw a glimmer of hope for redemption. How could he pass up the chance to strike back at Ouyang? Well, Ouyang, you don't look so good, Lin Chongfeng said as he approached Ouyang, his tone dripping with mockery. Relax, it's just that a few of your so-called geniuses got taken down by our Yi Yang. Didn't you say you had some other talented potentials? Don't worry, once Yi Yang meets them, he'll make sure they go down even harder. With that, he burst into laughter, as if years of pent-up frustration were finally being released. Ouyang's already dark expression grew even darker. Lin Chongfeng, what are you so smug about? The secret realm has just begun. There are still over 20 hours left. It's too early to say who will win. Still clinging to just begun? Lin Chongfeng laughed even harder. Take a look at Yi Yang's current score, almost 150,000 points in just 2 hours. Now compare that to Ching Yao City's top genius, who hasn't even hit 3,000 points. With such a huge gap, even if Yi Yang takes a nap now, all your geniuses combined probably won't catch up in an entire day. The blatant mockery nearly made Ouyang explode with rage. Back in the day, or rather, for many years Ching Yao City had been unmatched in the entire Dongshan province, except for occasional competition from Nanjing City or Linyan City. Even now, Nanjing and Linyan remained strong contenders. The provocation from Tianshui City left Ouyang seething with rage. Squinting slightly, he countered Lin Chongfeng's taunts in a low, menacing voice. Lin Chongfeng, don't think that being temporarily ahead gives you the right to flaunt your arrogance. Sure, your so-called genius has some skill, but don't forget our Ching Yao City has produced 12 potential masters this year. Each one of them has reached level 30, true prodigies among their peers. And my grandson, Ouyang, stands out as the best of them all. What makes your so-called genius, who came out of nowhere, worthy of being compared to our elite? Lin Chongfeng smirked, his confidence unwavering as he stepped forward. Very well, Ouyang. Since you're so confident, let's make a wager. If our Yi Yang fails to claim first place or is taken down by one of your Ching Yao City prodigies or anyone else from another city, Lin Chongfeng, as the president of the Tianshui City Professional Guild, will hand over every last bit of my salary and resources. But if your so-called prodigies are eliminated by Yi Yang, then you'll have to put up the same stakes. These words set Ouyang's fury ablaze. He could endure the dominance of Nanjing City and tolerate the rise of Linyan City, but he could never allow his old rival, Lin Chongfeng, to mock him so brazenly. Clap, clap, clap. Lin Chongfeng began to applaud, his tone laced with deliberate provocation. Excellent, Ouyang, excellent. As the guild president, he was well aware of the disparity in resources between the two cities, which meant their salaries were worlds apart. He hadn't intended to come across as bullying the weaker side, But since Ouyang Long had voluntarily staked his lifetime earnings, why should he back down? The surrounding city guild presidents watched the escalating tension between the two with bated breath. A few whispered among themselves. President Lin is really going all out this time. I can't believe he's bold enough to bet directly against President Ouyang. Normally, Ouyang Long wouldn't lose his composure like this. But this year, Ching Yao City truly has 12 exceptional prodigies. The outcome is hard to predict. Stop overthinking it. I'd bet on Lin any day. Have you seen Yi Yang's insane skills? The guy just racked up another 10,000 points in no time. As soon as those words were spoken, the conference room erupted with enthusiastic responses from the other presidents. Their eyes sparkled with disbelief, and they couldn't help but marvel at the staggering gap in trial points. This isn't just a simple difference in strength, one seasoned president remarked in a deep voice. This kind of overwhelming lead is truly unprecedented. At that moment, an elderly president with snow-white hair suddenly brought up a name that sent chills through everyone present. Do you all still remember Su Chun, the genius from Dongshan province who captured the entire Long Kingdom's attention 50 years ago? The room instantly fell into a dead silence. The expressions of all the city-level presidents turned grave. Su Chun, his name was like an eternal legend, impossible to forget. He was a true prodigy of his time, rising from Dongshan province and sweeping through his peers with unparalleled dominance. From excelling in beginner-level trials to becoming the top trainee at the Dongshan province special training camp, from securing a spot in the national top 10 exams to winning the championship at the Supreme Academy competitions, and even clinching third place in the Tri-Academy League. His presence eclipsed all other talents of his generation. Even the super geniuses nurtured by the three supreme cities were largely outclassed by him. What was even more astounding was that Su Chun wasn't just a potential wielder but a legendary, heavenly appointee, a top-tier existence who awakened their power at birth. To put it into perspective, the gap between a potential wielder and an SS-level professional was akin to the gap between an SS-level and the weakest-level professional. Yet the disparity between a heavenly appointee and a potential wielder was even more terrifying. Even in this era of massive societal transformation, where nearly everyone underwent a career transition, it had been over 500 years since the Great Upheaval. Despite Long Kingdom's population nearing 10 billion, fewer than 100 heavenly appointees were born each year. And since Su Chun, Dongshan province had not seen another heavenly appointee in the past 50 years. Several city-level presidents took a deep breath and hastily retorted, "There's no way to compare. No matter how strong a potential wielder is, they're merely awakened earlier. How could they possibly compare to someone like Su Chun?" But don't forget, someone interjected, this time, Ching Yao City produced 12 potential wielders all at once. Among them, Ouyang Long's grandson, Ouyang Tian, awakened as the child of eternal night, an existence that could be considered invincible even among potential wielders. This revelation hit the room like a bombshell, causing even some of the presidents who supported Yi Yang to waver. Meanwhile, Lin Chongfeng and Ouyang Long sat quietly together, their eyes fixed on the points monitor screen in front of them. Ouyang Long's expression was unnervingly calm, as if he were already certain of victory. The mysterious realm stretched infinitely, making the 100 or so prodigies sent by Ching Yao City appear as insignificant as grains of sand in a desert. Ouyang Long was pondering the likelihood of these prodigies encountering Yi Yang from Tinshui City, unaware that his grandson, Ouyang Tian, was already surrounded by a massive army of skeletons. Facing the overwhelming surge of skeleton soldiers, Ouyang Tian remained calm and composed. Having previously fought through battles where he annihilated thousands of skeletons, such a scene no longer fazed him. He turned to his dozens of teammates, who were nervously preparing for combat, and said in a steady tone, "There's no need to be overly tense. Though these skeletons are many, they are weak. Save your abilities, didn't use them all at once." His words were like a stabilizing force, immediately easing the tension among his team. The most reassured was the mage serving as the team's commander. Apart from Ouyang Tian, this mage was the only other potential wielder of extraordinary talent in the group, and one of the few willing to follow Ouyang Tian. Coming from a humble background, the mage understood that to secure a better future for himself and his family, he needed to align with someone as influential as Ouyang Tian. As for why other gifted individuals refused to rally under Ouyang Tian's banner, the reason was clear. Ever since Ouyang Long had almost monopolized all of Ching Yao City's resources to prioritize Ouyang Tian, these similarly talented individuals harbored resentment and naturally resisted submitting to him. Just as Ouyang Tian finished giving his orders, the skeleton army closed in. "Charge! Warriors, hold the front. Mage squad, prepare to unleash your spells." At his command, 7 or 8 SS-class warriors charged into the skeleton horde. However, the tide of battle shifted in an instant. Before the mage squad could cast their spells, the elite warriors were engulfed by the skeleton army. To make matters worse, a towering skeleton giant, standing 5 to 6 meters tall, struck first. With a single devastating punch, it instantly killed two SS-class warriors, both of whom had already reached level 25 in strength. The battlefield froze in an instant. Two SS-class warriors, charging fearlessly at the front lines, were reduced to nothing but a mist of blood under the effortless swing of the skeletal giant's fist. The gruesome sight left the surrounding fighters wide-eyed, staring in disbelief at the nightmare unfolding before them. These weren't ordinary warriors, they were seasoned combatants, boasting formidable strength at level 25 and above, armed with 4-star ultra-powerful attribute templates. Yet, in front of this colossal skeleton, they were as fragile as paper. A chilling dread crept into everyone's heart. Could they possibly stand against such an opponent? Before they could recover from their shock, the skeletal behemoth loomed closer, closing the gap in a terrifying instant. Its massive fist swung down with devastating force. Thud, thud, thud. The sickening sound of impact echoed as several more SS-class fighters were crushed into unrecognizable pulp. Not far away, the young prodigies of Ching Yao City, gathered around Ouyang Tian, stood paralyzed in horror. The brutal deaths of Wu Lin, Wang Hai, and others left their hearts pounding in terror. The strength of this skeletal army was far beyond anything they had anticipated. Compared to the ordinary skeletons they had encountered before, these creatures were on an entirely different level. Despair began to settle over the group like a heavy fog, when suddenly, a lazy voice broke through the tension. I thought the geniuses of Ching Yao City would be stronger. The voice drawled with a hint of disappointment. Turns out, this is all you've got? The familiar tone sent a shiver down the spines of the Ching Yao prodigies. Panic-stricken, they frantically scanned their surroundings, trying to locate the source of the voice. A soft chuckle followed. Don't bother looking, the voice continued. The little skeleton in front of you? That's me. The shocking revelation hit them like a thunderclap. Every hair on their bodies stood on end. This entire skeletal army, tens of thousands of them, had been summoned by a single person? The sheer magnitude of such power was beyond anything they could comprehend. Not just the ordinary prodigies, but even... Note, the original text ends here, and so does the rewrite. The revised version maintains the original plot elements while enhancing the narrative with vivid descriptions and a tighter flow to heighten the tension and drama. When Yi Yang's voice echoed, even Ouyang Long couldn't help but widen his eyes in shock. He stared intently at the skeleton that had just spoken, demanding in a sharp tone, Yi Yang, what exactly are you trying to do? Huh, what could I possibly be trying to do? Yi Yang shrugged nonchalantly, his tone laced with mockery. Do you so-called geniuses from Ching Yao City still not understand what you're supposed to do after entering the secret realm? My goal is simple: either you kill me, or I kill every single one of you. Now, let's see how strong you all really are. As soon as his words fell, a massive army of skeletons erupted with an even fiercer assault than before, surging toward the group like a relentless tide. Ouyang Long's pupils constricted as he finally confirmed that these skeletons were indeed summoned by Yi Yang. Though he had no idea what methods Yi Yang had used, there was no time to dwell on it now. The situation was crystal clear. Either they annihilate all the skeletons and eliminate Yi Yang completely, or they meet the same fate as Wu Lin and Wang Hai, overwhelmed by the skeletal army. Everyone, do not panic. Ouyang Tian shouted after firing a dark elemental blast that obliterated the talking skeleton. His voice rang out loud and clear. Wu Lin and Wang Hai have already fallen. There's no one left to tank the damage for us. Panicking now will only lead to our demise. Use your skills with everything you've got and push back these damn skeletons. Hearing Ouyang Tian's rallying cry, the geniuses from Ching Yao City snapped back to their senses. Faced with the encirclement of tens of thousands of skeletons, panic would only hasten their deaths. Fighting with everything they had was their only chance to carve out a path of survival. The genius mage responsible for leading the group quickly spotted a relatively weak point in the skeleton's encirclement. Everyone, break through in this direction. At his command, the SS rank assassins and rangers at level 25 and above charged forward, following his lead. After a barrage of devastating attacks, they managed to blast open a massive gap in the skeletal army's formation. Seeing a glimmer of hope, the geniuses from Ching Yao City immediately surged toward the opening. However, they overlooked a fatal flaw. That gap had been created by expending nearly all of their skills. Before they could fully break through, countless skeletons swarmed in to surround them once again. The ordinary skeletons were now within striking distance, and the towering skeletal tyrant capable of obliterating 7 or 8 SS rank warriors with a single blow was slowly closing in. Despite their desperate efforts to unleash AoE attacks and clear the advancing skeletons, more continued to march forward, trampling over the corpses of their fallen comrades. Witnessing this grim scene, the geniuses from Ching Yao City were plunged into utter despair. The reality was undeniable. The ordinary skeletons were endless, and once the massive skeletal tyrant reached them in mere seconds, their fate would be sealed. Breaking through had become an almost impossible task. The prodigious mage and potential wielder of immense power, Qian Feng, turned to face Ouyang Tian, a flicker of resolve glinting in his eyes. Brother Ouyang, this time, I'm afraid I won't be able to protect you anymore. But you must survive. You are Ching Yao City's last hope. Avenge us. Ouyang Tian froze as a chill ran down his spine. Qian Feng, what the hell are you planning? Nothing much. Qian Feng's lips curled into a faint smile before he raised his voice and addressed the other geniuses of Ching Yao City gathered around them. Brothers, follow me. I'm about to unleash my ultimate move. The group was momentarily stunned. Qian Feng, are you planning to use that gifted ability? Someone asked. That's right. Qian Feng confirmed with unwavering determination. It's the only way to temporarily trap all these skeletons and give Brother Ouyang a chance to escape. Ouyang Tian immediately tried to stop him. No, that ability will eliminate you from the battle. Even if you go in alone, how long can you last? A few seconds? These skeletons will overwhelm you in an instant. And that's exactly why, Qian Feng replied with a calm yet defiant smile. It'll take everyone except you with me into the gifted domain. With all of us 30 or 40 strong, we should be able to hold out for a few minutes. Ouyang Tian was shaken to his core. He knew all too well how powerful Qian Feng's SS-ranked gifted ability, Life and Death Dimension, truly was. It could pull both allies and enemies within a designated range into an alternate dimension for a decisive battle, where only the victors could escape. This ability had saved Ouyang Tian from peril countless times before. Before Ouyang Tian could argue further, Qian Feng turned to the gathered geniuses of Ching Yao City. Brothers, are you ready? To buy time for Brother Ouyang to escape. We're about to enter the alternate dimension. Ready? They responded in unison. Their agreement to follow Qian Feng wasn't entirely out of loyalty to Ouyang Tian. It was a calculated decision. Staying in the secret realm offered no guarantees of winning a spot in the Dongshan province special training camp. Sacrificing themselves for Ouyang Tian, however, could yield tangible benefits. They knew Ouyang Long, Ching Yao City's president and Ouyang Tian's father, would reward them handsomely for their loyalty. Moreover, if Ouyang Tian succeeded in joining the camp, Ching Yao City's resources would flourish, and under Ouyang Long's patronage, their futures might rival those of the camp's recruits. Let's go, brothers. Life and Death Dimension. Activate. Without further hesitation, Qian Feng unleashed his gifted ability. The air around them warped, and the figures of the skeletons began to blur and distort. In the final moment before they were pulled into the alternate dimension, Qian Feng cast one last, meaningful glance at Ouyang Tian. Brother Ouyang, it's all up to you now. Before his words fully settled, Qian Feng, the dozens of Ching Yao City geniuses, and tens of thousands of skeletons vanished into the pitch-black void of the dimension. Inside the dark, oppressive space, Qian Feng immediately took command. Brothers, don't attack recklessly. Form a tight defensive formation. Hold them off for as long as you can to give Brother Ouyang more time. Understood, they shouted in unison, their voices echoing in the void. Entering the alternate dimension wasn't a reprieve. It was a battlefield. To ensure Ouyang Tian's survival, they had to fight to the bitter end. The true battle for survival had only just begun. Yi Yang's gaze sharpened as he stared in disbelief at the scene unfolding before him. His massive skeleton army was being completely drawn into an alternate dimension by the mysterious mage. This was far beyond what he had anticipated from the geniuses of Ching Yao City. An SS-tier professional shouldn't possibly possess such overwhelming abilities, Yi Yang muttered, his brows furrowed. Could it be that there exists a class even stronger than SS-tier? However, he quickly dismissed this thought. Since the system hadn't notified him of his skeletons being destroyed, it meant they were still alive within the hidden dimension. To his vast undead army, this loss was negligible. Just a few thousand ordinary skeletons, several hundred stealth skeleton mages, and a single skeleton tyrant. Nothing that would significantly weaken his forces. Scanning his surroundings, Yi Yang suddenly noticed something unusual. Someone's missing. That guy they called Ouyang Dage didn't enter the alternate dimension. A cold smirk appeared on his face. I see. So this mage is protecting Ouyang Tian, huh? Without hesitation, Yi Yang transmitted Ouyang Tian's appearance to the skeleton forces outside the dimension and issued a kill order. If the target is spotted, all skeletons within a 100-mile radius are to surround and eliminate him immediately. Then, turning his attention to the skeleton army trapped in the alternate dimension, he gave a decisive command. Stop wasting time. Skeleton tyrant, attack now and annihilate them all. As soon as the words left his mouth, the skeleton tyrant, in peak form, began its assault within the otherworldly space. Countless skeletal warriors surged like an unstoppable tide toward Qian Feng and his companions, forming a terrifying wave of death under the command of the skeleton tyrant. Despite the overwhelming force, Qian Feng remained calm. Raising his staff high, he unleashed a beam of elemental energy imbued with faint spatial power. Wherever the beam passed, ordinary skeletons within a 100-meter radius were instantly reduced to dust. Yet, to the skeleton tyrant, this devastating attack merely chipped off a few fragments of its bone. In the blink of an eye, the skeleton tyrant, leading its massive army of the dead, had charged right up to the group. With a single punch, it annihilated 5 or 6 SS-class prodigies on the spot. Even the formidable Qian Feng found himself severely weakened under the onslaught of its overwhelming power, which exceeded 10,000 points in strength attributes. As Qian Feng and the Skeletal Legion vanished into the deadly alternate dimension, Ouyang Tian, still inside the secret realm, was nearly consumed by rage. He gritted his teeth so hard it felt like they might shatter. "Yi Yang," he roared. "I will tear you to pieces, make you suffer a fate worse than death." Ouyang Tian had always held Qian Feng in high regard, as he was the first potential recruit to pledge loyalty to him and had even brought along a large group of followers. Most other potentials either operated alone or formed small cliques, refusing to align with him. But now, Qian Feng, in pursuit of his ambitions, had led dozens of prodigies from Ching Yao City into what was essentially a death trap because of Yi Yang from Tianshui City. Originally, Ouyang Tian had planned to use his grandfather's connections to secure spots for Qian Feng and his followers in a special training camp. But from the moment Qian Feng chose to activate the Life or Death alternate dimension skill, their elimination became inevitable. As his anger subsided, Ouyang Tian realized he couldn't afford to act recklessly anymore. He needed to retreat and quickly rally the remaining potentials from Ching Yao City. Although he was hailed as the top prodigy of Ching Yao City, much of that reputation stemmed from the resources his grandfather had funneled into him over the years, rather than any significant gap in raw power. But as he checked his communication device, a chilling discovery made his scalp tingle. The number of Ching Yao City prodigies, which had initially been around 170 or 180, had now dwindled to less than 100. Even more horrifying was the situation in other cities. Nanjing City's nearly 100 prodigies had been reduced to just 30, Linyan City's 60+ had dropped to fewer than 10, and some smaller cities had seen their prodigies almost entirely wiped out. This devastation was all due to Yi Yang's skeletal army, which now roamed the entire perimeter of the secret realm. Outside the realm, the city-level guild leaders were witnessing the massacre unfold in real time. Ding! Wanfeng City's Zhou Yi has been killed by Tianshui City's Yi Yang and has been expelled from the assessment secret realm. Ding! Yunhai City's Feng Tai has been killed by Tianshui City's Yi Yang and has been expelled from the assessment secret realm. The relentless kill notifications echoed one after another, and the guild leaders, who had initially been focused on the standoff between Lin Changfeng and Ouyang Long, now wore dark, grim expressions. A series of kill notifications flashed continuously on the big screen, leaving the presidents of major first-tier cities utterly stunned. Yi Yang's relentless actions shocked everyone to their core. "This is impossible." The president of Yunhai City turned pale. "All 30 of our city's top talents wiped out in just 3 hours?" The atmosphere at the secret realm assessment site grew increasingly tense. Out of the original 1,200 participants, fewer than 500 remained, all at the hands of Yi Yang alone. His terrifying record sent chills down everyone's spine. The city presidents had initially gathered to witness the conflict between Lin Changfeng's and Ouyang Long's factions, but they never expected the disaster to land squarely on their own shoulders. Even Zhang Yuntian, the president of Nanjing City, and Zhao Mingze, the president of Linyan City, leaders of 2 super cities, showed rare expressions of fear. Ouyang Long's reaction was the most intense. When he first saw the notifications about the deaths of 3 or 4 dozen talents from Ching Yao City, he barely managed to stay composed. But when the system announced Ching Yao City's Qian Feng was killed by Tianshui City's Yi Yang, his composure completely crumbled. "Qian Feng was my grandson's personal bodyguard." Ouyang Long's face turned deathly pale, and cold sweat dripped from his forehead. He had personally witnessed Qian Feng's terrifying, life and death parallel dimensions talent. While there was no news yet of his grandson Ouyang Tian being killed, Qian Feng's fall signaled that the situation had become dire. "This can't be. It absolutely can't be." Ouyang Long muttered to himself, unable to accept the reality. As Lin Changfeng's sworn rival, he had planted spies in Tianshui City for over a decade, yet none of them had uncovered Yi Yang's overwhelming strength. In truth, those spies had grown complacent over the years due to Tianshui City's decline, neglecting their intelligence-gathering duties. Still, their failure was not entirely due to negligence. This adaptation retains all the key elements of the original story while using concise and vivid language to enhance readability and immersion. Each character's reaction and inner turmoil is vividly portrayed, and the pacing is tightened for a more engaging narrative flow. A few days ago, during the awakening ceremony in Tianshui City, Han Yishu awakened as an S-class professional, while Chen Yang reached the unprecedented SS class. These crucial pieces of intelligence were promptly relayed by spies. However, Yi Yang, who at the time was dismissed as a holder of a so-called useless profession, a hidden class, was completely overlooked by these spies. More importantly, Yi Yang's growth rate was astonishing. In just 4 days since the ceremony, the spies barely managed to gather limited information on him before the special training camp began. Moreover, Yi Yang had spent a pivotal day yesterday in Yinzhou City clearing the Shura-level desert ruins, completing a Tier 2 mission, surviving a violent magic tide, and skyrocketing his level to 30 while earning a wealth of rewards. The rapid pace of these developments left no time for the spies to collect accurate intelligence. The information in Ouyang Long's possession was already severely outdated, but he didn't seem too concerned. In his eyes, Qian Feng's death was merely the loss of a bodyguard. With 11 other potential talents in Ching Yao City, as long as his grandson reacted quickly and joined forces with the other potentials, Yi Yang was nothing more than a minor obstacle to be easily crushed. With this thought, Ouyang Long's mind gradually calmed. Meanwhile, inside the secret realm, Ouyang Tian was using his communication wristband to confirm the locations of the other talented potentials from Ching Yao City. He immediately issued a command to everyone. Ouyang Tian, by the authority of being the grandson of the Ching Yao City president, I order all potentials of Ching Yao City to gather at my location immediately. Any delay will have consequences. This sudden order left the dozen or so talented potentials of Ching Yao City, who had been farming points together, momentarily stunned. What's Ouyang Tian's deal? Does he think he can act this arrogant just because he's the president's grandson? Could he be in danger? Why else would he call for a gathering now? I heard Qian Feng seems to have lost contact. Maybe something really happened. He's invoking the name of President Ouyang. If we don't go, we might pay for it later. Looks like amniotic fluid really is life's turning point. In the end, the grumbling voices gradually quieted, and everyone reluctantly began moving toward Ouyang Tian's location. Soon, the remaining 11 potential geniuses from Ching Yao City began gathering around Ouyang Tian. Each brought along their own teammates, representing nearly all of Ching Yao City's combat power. However, when the group of 60 to 70 talents arrived and saw Ouyang Tian standing there alone, they burst into laughter. Ouyang bro, what happened? Where's your old buddy Qian Feng? Did you run into some terrifying ambush? With your strength, plus Qian Feng guarding your team, how could you possibly be in danger? Don't tell me you encountered some overpowered boss? Want to share the coordinates? We can all head back and take it down together. TSK, if it wasn't a boss, who could have left Ouyang bro in this state? Could it be that Yi Yang from Tianshui City? Haha, old Feng, stop joking around. Facing the mocking remarks, Ouyang Tian suppressed the anger burning inside him. But now wasn't the time to argue. Instead, he admitted straightforwardly, you're right, I was beaten into this state by Yi Yang. The moment those words left his mouth, the crowd froze in disbelief. They had only been teasing him, as the chances of someone getting the better of Ouyang Tian in Qing Yao City were slim to none. Even in the elite training camp brimming with talent, his strength was widely acknowledged. Hey, Ouyang Tian, did you hit your head or something? A mere talent from Tianshui City managed to do this to you? Impossible. Where's Qian Feng? What about Wu Lin and the other SS class professionals? Don't tell me they're all dead. You're not playing some sort of trick to mess with us, are you? I don't have the time for games. Ouyang Tian let out a cold snort, his gaze sweeping over the group. Do you think I'm in the mood to joke right now? The crowd fell silent. Ouyang Tian's heavy expression made it clear this wasn't a joke. So, where's Qian Feng? What about Wu Lin and the others? Qin Huaiyan, a straightforward warrior with potential powers, couldn't hold back any longer and asked. They're all dead, Ouyang Tian said after swallowing hard. Just a few minutes ago, all of them were killed by Yi Yang. Qian Feng even activated his life-or-death dimensional ability to save me. That's impossible. Qin Huaiyan exploded. There's no way Qian Feng could be killed. I don't believe it. Then go fight monsters on your own and see what happens. Ouyang Tian shot him a glare. Do you think I called everyone here for no reason? Yi Yang's power is terrifying. Only with the combined strength of us 11 potential geniuses and these 50 to 60 SS class professionals can we ensure our safety. I don't believe it. Qin Huaishan's eyelid twitched. Yi Yang is just someone with a hidden profession, not even a potential user. How could he be this strong? I've fought plenty of so-called unique hidden professions before, and I've crushed them all. Then are you a match for me? Ouyang Tian asked, his patience running thin. If the Ouyang guild leader hadn't given all the resources to you, my strength might not be inferior to yours. So you're admitting you're not my match right now? Ouyang Tian, don't get cocky. One day, I'll crush you under my feet. Idiot. Ouyang Tian decided not to argue further with the stubborn individual. Instead, he turned to the rest of the group, his expression grim, and said, the reason I called you all here is simply to join forces and eliminate Yi Yang. Once he's dead, we can compete fairly based on our own abilities. There are still a full 20 hours left until the secret realm ends, so there's plenty of time. Lu Feng, an assassin with potential and armed with a Tier 2 weapon, the black obsidian twin blades, let out a cold laugh, his fingers unconsciously tracing the sharp edges of his weapon. Enough with the pointless talk, interrupted Wang Yun, a priest. His sharp gaze locked onto Ouyang Tian. Since you've already fought him, you must know something about him. Before we act, we need to fully understand what kind of opponent we're dealing with, don't you think? Ouyang Tian sighed deeply, trying to calm his emotions before laying out everything he knew about Yi Yang. What? Skeletons? Are you serious? Wang Kai, another priest, furrowed his brows, his face filled with disbelief after hearing the explanation. Absolutely true. Ouyang Tian confirmed with a grave expression. If it weren't for the overwhelming onslaught of tens of thousands of skeletons, Qian Feng wouldn't have been forced to use his life and death dimensional rift ability. Now, he's most likely been driven out of the secret realm by those skeletons. Hissed. Wang Kai drew in a sharp breath, his face tense with unease. He instinctively glanced at Lu Feng beside him. No wonder those skeletal creatures we've encountered on the way were unlike anything we've seen before. Killing them didn't even grant us experience points or rewards. So, you're saying all of those skeletons were summoned by Yi Yang? At these words, Lu Feng, Qin Huaiyan, and the other talented potential users in the group suddenly realized the truth. Their confusion finally cleared. The expressions on everyone's faces froze instantly, their shock written plainly for all to see. They had all personally encountered those terrifying skeletons before. As they recalled the information Ouyang Tian had just revealed, everyone finally realized the horrifying extent of Yi Yang's true power. The mere ability to summon such an enormous army of skeletons was enough to send chills down their spines. That's insane. One of the potential fighters couldn't help but whisper in disbelief. There were just so many skeletons along the way I couldn't even count them. Most of them weren't particularly strong and could be dealt with quickly, but the sheer number is outrageous. Old Lu, you said the skeletons weren't strong. Another person interjected, their voice tinged with fear. I ran into a giant skeleton, and if I hadn't escaped quickly, I'd be nothing but a corpse right now. It's true, someone else confirmed gravely. Our team originally had 7 or 8 people, but when we encountered that giant skeleton, 3 of them were killed with a single punch. I ran into that giant skeleton too, along with Qian Feng, Ouyang Tian added. Wu Lin and Wang Hai, both SS rank warriors, were taken out with just 1 punch each. This statement hit like a sledgehammer, plunging the group into silence. While they, as potential fighters, were far stronger than SS rank professionals, they all understood the terrifying capabilities of those top-tier talents. If something could annihilate 2 SS rank warriors in one blow, it would likely spell doom for any of them as well. What should we do? Someone asked anxiously. Can we really take on Yi Yang and his skeleton army with just the few dozen of us here? At that moment, even the SS rank professionals began to look uneasy. Then, breaking the tense silence, the outspoken Qin Huaiyan suddenly spoke up. I have an idea. If the skeletons are too strong to handle, why don't we just bypass them and go straight for a decapitation strike? Take out Yi Yang himself. Without the summoner, wouldn't the skeletons all become masterless and fall apart? His words immediately drew everyone's attention. Wise words from the ancients, Ouyang Tian said with admiration. Sometimes the simplest idea is the most brilliant. Exactly. Lu Feng chimed in enthusiastically. Isn't Wang Kai the son of the celestial god? As long as he activates his celestial eye ability, he can pinpoint Yi Yang's exact location through the skeletons. Once we know where he is, our assassins and mages can attack together. Yi Yang won't stand a chance. The group's spirits lifted. The greatest weakness of summoners was their fragile physical bodies. If they could locate Yi Yang himself, the tide of battle could turn in their favor. In fact, if Yi Yang were to die, the skeletons might even vanish on their own. Before long, they came across a cluster of skeletons nearby. Wang Kai concealed himself in the shadows and activated his celestial eye ability without hesitation. But just as he began to search for Yi Yang's whereabouts, he was struck by a sight that sent shivers down his spine. Holy! The number of skeletons? Wang Kai's voice trembled with disbelief. What is it? Ouyang Tian asked urgently. Wang Kai took a deep breath, his expression grave as he lifted his head. His gaze, piercing through the divine eye, swept across every corner of the secret realm's perimeter. After a brief pause, his voice carried a trace of suppressed shock. Yi Yang's skeleton army has completely taken over the entire perimeter of the secret realm. A conservative estimate puts their numbers at no less than hundreds of thousands. What's worse is that many of them can turn invisible. These unseen killers could sneak up on us at any moment, leaving us utterly defenseless. Hearing this, Ouyang Tian broke out in a cold sweat that soaked his back. He never imagined that the over 10,000 skeletons he'd struggled against earlier were merely a fraction less than one-tenth of Yi Yang's full strength. Now, this massive skeleton army blanketed the entire secret realm like an invisible net, trapping them all within. Just then, Wang Kai's voice suddenly rose with urgency. Found him. Yi Yang's true body isn't far from us. Ha ha ha, the heavens are on our side. Upon hearing this, everyone finally displayed smiles that had long been absent from their faces. Ouyang Tian gritted his teeth and declared, "Give me the coordinates. Lu Feng, Wei Ming, you three assassins, and Bai Yong. All of you come with me. We'll unleash everything we have and take this bastard down in one strike." Understood. The named prodigies responded in unison. Though they were usually proud and unruly, they understood that in this life-and-death moment, unity was their only hope for survival. Yi Yang's power was overwhelming. If they continued to fight individually, they would inevitably meet the same fate as Qian Feng, who had been picked off one by one. After receiving the coordinates from Wang Kai, Ouyang Tian led the four others as they quietly approached Yi Yang's location. The rest of the group, though eager to join, restrained themselves to avoid alerting the enemy. Before long, the five of them were concealed in a thicket just 1 or 2 kilometers away from Yi Yang. As Ouyang Tian stared at the familiar figure in the distance, his fists clenched involuntarily, his urge to charge forward and tear him apart barely held in check. If it weren't for this man, his brother Qian Feng wouldn't have died in such a tragic manner. Suppressing his fury, Ouyang Tian turned to his teammates and whispered his command. "Prepare your skills. Assassins, follow Lu Feng. Mages, get ready. 3, 2, 1, go." At a single command, 3 assassin potentials launched their attack in an instant. Night Flash, Shadow Pierce, and Radiant Dash. 3 devastating skills were unleashed simultaneously. Like phantoms in the dark, the trio appeared before Yi Yang in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, from the rear, the mages Ouyang Tian and Bai Yong were not to be outdone. The brilliance of Eternal Night Aurora and the devastating force of mental destruction began to coalesce in their hands. A pitch-black beam of energy and an invisible mental shockwave tore through the air, perfectly synchronized with the assassin's strike, and struck Yi Yang's body with precision. "Ha ha, this guy is weaker than I thought," Ouyang Tian exclaimed as he leapt out from the bushes, his previous frustration from being overwhelmed by countless skeletons now completely gone. This decapitation mission had gone far smoother than expected, all thanks to Wang Kai, the priest with the divine eye, who had pinpointed Yi Yang's exact location. The 3 assassins, seeing their attack land successfully, were equally filled with elation and disdain. They had assumed Yi Yang to be a formidable opponent, but it turned out he was utterly vulnerable against the combined full-force strike of 5 potentials. Each of their skills had been enhanced with their most powerful innate effects, an assault that even a 4th-tier professional would struggle to withstand. However, just as the young man was expected to collapse, he suddenly let out a cold, mocking laugh. "Tisk, TSK, not bad at all. I must thank you for this. The results of my experiment are quite satisfactory. I thought I might take some damage, but surprisingly, am completely unharmed before the skeleton deathlight even comes into play." Yi Yang had long sensed their ambush, but his agility stats were far from sufficient to evade their assault. He could have used his second talent, Soul Shift, to escape, but instead, he chose to test the effects of his third talent, Faithful Soul. This 5-hit combo was indeed formidable, costing him 3,000 to 4,000 skeletons to barely withstand it. The results of Faithful Soul were beyond his expectations as long as his summoned creatures remained. Yi Yang would take no damage. Every attack was absorbed by his skeletons, leaving him entirely unscathed, without even the slightest sensation of pain. Hearing this eerie laughter, Lu Feng and the others, who had been preparing to retreat, abruptly turned back, their faces filled with shock. Ouyang Tian was utterly dumbfounded. A summoner specializing in primal magic, possessing such overwhelming resilience? What they had believed to be an easy target for the combined efforts of 5 potentials now stood before them, completely unharmed. The reality turned out to be far beyond anyone's expectations. The moment Ouyang Tian's signature hysterical voice rang out, Yi Yang's gaze immediately locked onto the source of the sound. "Your attacks are indeed quite effective, just not on me," Yi Yang said calmly, his words freezing all the potential users present in their tracks. Ouyang Tian quickly shook off his shock, a flicker of disbelief crossing his eyes. "No, that can't be right. My attack must have missed," he growled through gritted teeth. "My Eternal Night Aurora deals true damage. No matter how strong your defense is, it won't make a difference." As he spoke, he raised his staff without hesitation and unleashed a second Eternal Night Aurora toward Yi Yang. Faced with the incoming attack, Yi Yang's lips curled into a faint smile. "Trying again? Too bad. My experiment is already over." Before his words fully landed, he snapped his fingers lightly and vanished from sight. In the next instant, a pitch-black, dazzling beam of energy descended from the sky, obliterating a small skeleton that had suddenly appeared. The sight left Ouyang Tian and the nearby assassins, including Lu Feng, completely stunned. As they were still trying to figure out whether Yi Yang had been reduced to ashes, his voice echoed from all directions. "Ouyang, huh? Last time, you got lucky and escaped. I can't believe you dared to come back for more. Well then, enjoy playing with my skeleton army." It was only then that Ouyang Tian and the other 5 potential users realized the truth: Yi Yang hadn't been hit at all. Instead, he had used some kind of special method to slip away. Ouyang Tian let out a near-frantic roar. Where's that guy hiding? Where? For the first time, he felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness, as if he were completely at the mercy of his opponent. As Yi Yang's voice gradually faded, the 5 potential users were horrified to find that countless skeleton soldiers were emerging from all directions, surrounding them entirely. Within a radius of several kilometers, his skeletal army was sparse, numbering only a few hundred. These bone warriors were scattered across the vast expanse, each radiating a dim aura of dark magic, silently carrying out their master's commands. From a distance, what should have been a dense undead horde now appeared unusually thin, like a torn net incapable of forming an effective defensive formation. Such numbers were far from sufficient to control an area of this magnitude. There were massive gaps between each skeleton, creating glaring vulnerabilities in the defensive system. Even though these skeletal warriors occupied key strategic positions, the distances between them were too great for mutual support, making it impossible to form an effective encirclement. In this land, the scarcity of the skeletal army revealed a critical weakness in the defense. While these limited undead warriors dutifully carried out their guarding tasks, their dispersed arrangement left the entire defensive structure precariously fragile. This time, Yi Yang unleashed the true power of his summoning space. After days of intense battles, he gradually realized that although he possessed many powerful innate and exclusive skills, it was the summoning space that served as his most lethal trump card. This space had 2 astonishing characteristics. First, its capacity seemed limitless. Yi Yang had previously worried that even if he advanced to the god level and could summon countless skeletons, he might still be restricted by the capacity of the summoning space. However, he was proven wrong. The space had shown no signs of reaching its limit and could accommodate his skeletal army without restriction. Second, and most terrifying, was its instantaneous deployment ability. For instance, despite his skeletal army being scattered across the secret realm and no skeletons currently by his side, Yi Yang could instantly recall all of them through the summoning space and redeploy them at will. This meant any attempt at a decapitation strike against him would be futile. On the surface, he might appear alone, but in reality, his skeletal army was omnipresent, ready to strike back at any moment. This ability was far more formidable than any innate skill. When countless skeletons suddenly appeared and surged forward with overwhelming momentum, Ouyang Tian completely broke down. They had already suffered heavy losses from a previous ambush by the skeletons, with Qian Feng sacrificing himself to save Ouyang Tian. Later, the 5 of them, each a potential prodigy, joined forces to launch a decapitation strike against Yi Yang. Yet they still failed to kill him and were instead used as his experiments. Now, they were facing an even more terrifying scenario. Looking around, the massive skeletons, each of which had been a challenge to deal with individually, were now appearing in groups of over a dozen. Even worse, countless ordinary skeletons were charging at them from all directions. This overwhelming force was far beyond anything they could handle. Not only Ouyang Tian, but even Lu Feng was completely stunned. He could hardly believe it. Despite the combined efforts of the 5 prodigies, utilizing all their innate skills and landing every attack, they still couldn't kill a second-tier origin summoner. Under normal circumstances, not even 3rd or 4th-tier summoners could withstand his night flash attack. A skeleton tyrant was the first to reach the front lines, landing a powerful punch that sent Lu Feng flying. The system immediately issued a notification. Lu Feng had been killed by Yi Yang of Tianshui City and was eliminated from the secret realm assessment. The 2 remaining assassin-class combatants had no chance to escape. Hundreds of skeleton archmages suddenly materialized, each wielding bone staves. Amid their terrified screams, hundreds of dark magic missiles rained down, obliterating them into ashes. From a distance, Ouyang Long and Bai Yang, the mage-class prodigy, watched in horror. Their faces turned pale as they witnessed the scene. These were prodigies from Ching Yao City, rare talents in decades, yet they were utterly powerless before the skeletal army and were instantly annihilated. Finally, a skeleton tyrant appeared behind Ouyang Tian and delivered a heavy punch straight to his face. System notifications echoed one after another, announcing the complete annihilation of Ching Yao City's team. In the secret realm's monitoring center, an eerie silence filled the room. The announcement from the system struck like a bolt of lightning, leaving all the city-level presidents in the room utterly stunned. The information displayed on the screen was beyond belief. Yi Yang had taken down 5 potential talents in succession, including none other than Ouyang Long's own grandson, Ouyang Tian, who was hailed as the strongest prodigy of this generation. The atmosphere froze instantly. The presidents exchanged glances, their faces filled with shock. How is this possible? Those were the pride of Ching Yao City, the most promising talents. The most unbelievable part is that even Ouyang Tian was defeated. He's a peerless genius with the eternal Knight's Child innate talent. Just how terrifying is Yi Yang's strength? These murmurs, like countless needles, stabbed deeply into Ouyang Long's heart. He stood there motionless, his gaze fixed on the 5 consecutive kill notifications. The death of his most prized grandson hit him like a crushing blow, leaving him in a state of utter daze. At that moment, Lin Chongfeng seized the opportunity and struck mercilessly. President Ouyang, do you admit defeat now? It seems the offerings from Ching Yao City's president will belong to me, Lin Chongfeng, from now on. This remark shattered the last shred of Ouyang Long's composure. His face turned from pale to ashen, then twisted with rage. He suddenly erupted, directing his fury at Tian Yuan. Instructor Tian, I demand a thorough investigation into Yi Yang. That brat must have cheated. Yes, he definitely cheated. My grandson could never lose to some worthless nobody from Tianshui City. Ouyang Long's outburst completely destroyed the authoritative image he had carefully maintained over the years. His voice trembled with barely suppressed rage, betraying his inability to accept this harsh and bitter reality. Hearing these words, Tian Yuan's face instantly darkened. He glared at Ouyang Long with burning anger and said, President Ouyang, are you deliberately looking for trouble? I've tolerated you once, but this time, I won't hold back no matter what. Guards! The president of Ching Yao City has gone mad, throw him out. Before he even finished speaking, 7 or 8 instructors, all at the peak of the 6th tier, stood up in unison, exuding an intimidating aura. President Ouyang, no offense, they said in unison. In the next moment, the instructors surged forward, unleashing a brutal beating on the defenseless Ouyang Long. The leading instructor, showing no mercy, dragged the once proud president of Ching Yao City out of the conference room like a dead dog. At that moment, Lin Chongfeng, who had been sitting next to Ouyang Long, couldn't resist adding one final insult. President Ouyang, don't forget our agreement. Starting today, all your salary and resources as the president of Ching Yao City belong to me. Ugh. The words hit like a sledgehammer, and the already half-dead Ouyang Long spat out a mouthful of blood before passing out. The instructor dragging him showed no pity and dumped him at the entrance of the secret realm monitoring center before walking away without a backward glance. A long while later, Ouyang Long slowly regained consciousness, finding himself cradled in his grandson's arms. Surrounding him were a few other talented potential seekers who had also been expelled from the secret realm. Grandpa, are you okay? Who did this to you? Ouyang Tian asked anxiously. Ouyang Long weakly replied, my good grandson, I'm fine. He struggled to sit up, his eyes falling on the once proud potential seekers who now looked utterly defeated, like drowned rats. A wave of guilt surged through his heart. Children, this is all my fault as your president. I failed to gather enough information about Tianshui City in advance, allowing such a powerful monster to appear unexpectedly and leading you all into this disaster. No, Grandpa, it's our fault. We were too weak, Ouyang Tian said, his voice trembling with shame as tears welled up in his eyes. Since becoming a potential seeker, he had never suffered such a devastating blow. Their previous worst failures had been during attempts to conquer second-tier Shura-level dungeons, but they had always succeeded through teamwork in the end. This time, however, facing Yi Yang, they truly understood what it meant to encounter someone far beyond their reach. The other talented potential seekers echoed his sentiments. President Ouyang, Tian is right. The 5 of us working together, using all our talents, couldn't defeat him. This is on us, not you. Enough. Ouyang Long interrupted them with a wave of his hand, his gaze growing colder. Gently patting Ouyang Tian's head, he said firmly, my good grandson, Grandpa will never let your future be hindered. If you can't deal with Yi Yang, then I will handle it myself. What? Ouyang Tian broke out in a cold sweat upon hearing this. While it was true that with his grandfather's 6th-tier peak power and level 70 strength, Yi Yang would undoubtedly be defeated, such an action would cross a forbidden line. Grandpa, this is a serious taboo. The Longwa Central Guild has explicitly forbidden public officials from participating in family disputes. You've already been walking a fine line by secretly supporting the Ouyang family. If you personally take action against Yi Yang and it's discovered, how will you keep your position as president? You're absolutely right. Hearing this, a faint smile of relief appeared on Ouyang Long's face. He spoke slowly. If it gets discovered, my position as the president of Ching Yao City will naturally be lost. But what if it doesn't get discovered? Ouyang Tian frowned and looked at his grandfather, a trace of doubt flickering in his eyes. It's simple, Ouyang Long explained with a sly smile to his grandson. As a genius, that boy must have his own pride. After the secret realm assessment ends, find an opportunity to provoke him and get into a fight with Yi Yang. When that happens, I'll secretly lend you a helping hand to eliminate him. Even if someone investigates afterward, it can only be framed as an accident during your conflict. I'll handle the rest and ensure you're safe. Brilliant plan, President Ouyang. Lu Feng, one of the talented potential seekers, eagerly chimed in before Ouyang Tian could respond. Why not have all of us join in? If it's just Tian alone, it might look too obvious. Instead, let's have all the top talents from Ching Yao City provoke him together. Lu Feng, you're as clever as ever, Ouyang Long said, nodding in approval. However, at that very moment, shocking news emerged from within the secret realm. Ouyang Tian was dead, and Lu Feng along with the others had been killed as well. Through the eye of the divine, Wang Kai was the first to receive this information. Everyone present broke into a cold sweat upon hearing the news, especially Qin Huai Tian, who could hardly believe his ears. Wang Kai, are you saying that all 5 of them, even working together, couldn't take down that Yi Yang? Qin Huai Tian asked, stunned. That's correct, Wang Kai confirmed with a nod before falling into silence. How is that even possible? Qin Huai Tian exclaimed, visibly shaken. If those 5 teamed up and landed all their attacks on me, I wouldn't survive even with 10 lives. How could they fail to kill a mere second-tier summoning origin class wielder? It's the truth, and moreover. Wang Kai's words trailed off. Moreover, what? Qin Huai Tian pressed urgently. Before Wang Kai could reply, Qin Huai Tian's eyes widened in horror as he saw an overwhelming army of skeletons suddenly appearing before him. In that instant, he realized the truth. These skeletal legions were following the trail of Ouyang Tian and his group, now heading straight for him. It was over. The skeletal army led by Yi Yang surged forward like an unstoppable tide, their densely packed ranks of bone warriors filling everyone present with despair. At this critical moment, the 5 strongest combat geniuses of Ching Yao City Ouyang Tian, Lu Feng, and others had already departed. Those who remained, like Qin Huaiyan and Wang Kai, were primarily support professionals. While Qin Huaiyan, as a warrior, had some combat capability, the gap between him and the likes of Ouyang Tian and Lu Feng was insurmountable. Brother Yi Yang, we surrender. As the first skeleton approached, Wang Kai dropped to his knees and shouted to the heavens, we were wrong to oppose you, Brother Yi Yang. It's our fault for not recognizing your greatness. Please spare us. The moment his words fell, the charging skeletons suddenly halted. Hope flickered in Wang Kai's eyes. Although he wasn't sure if Yi Yang could hear him, he had no choice but to throw away his pride for a chance to enter the training camp. In this era of great upheaval, strength ruled above all. With power, even bowing one's head could lead to others kneeling at your feet. Suddenly, one of the skeletons before him spoke in a familiar voice. Yi Yang, the genius from Tianshui City whom Wang Kai had encountered at the training camp entrance. You're saying you surrender? Yes, yes. Wang Kai stammered eagerly. Brother Yi Yang, I'm the son of the divine. I have exceptional support abilities. I can help you avoid all the dangers in the secret realm, including powerful bosses, and boost your score to even greater heights. The talking skeleton surveyed the surrounding potential talents and SS-level geniuses, then asked calmly, and what about the rest of you? I surrender too. I'm tanky and can help your skeletons absorb damage. I'm an SS-level healer. I can provide massive healing support. I can grant your skeletons shields and damage reduction effects. In an instant, most of the SS-level geniuses from Ching Yao City knelt down, pleading for mercy. With Ouyang Tian, Lu Feng, and other super geniuses already defeated by Yi Yang, and many SS-level talents dead, surrendering now seemed like their only chance to secure a spot in the training camp. Pathetic. Qin Huaiyan bellowed furiously from the side. You spineless cowards. Have you no shame? You've thrown away all the pride of a genius. A real man knows when to bend to conquer, Wang Kai retorted with a smirk. If you're so eager to stand out, go ahead and challenge this skeletal army. You think I want? Qin Huaiyan roared as he drew his radiant greatsword. Even if it means dying, I won't kneel. If I'm going down, I'll take as many of these skeletons with me as I can. Before his words could fully land, Qin Huaiyan, wielding a massive sword, charged straight at the talking skeleton in front of him. Yi Yang, die for me. Radiant blade, he roared, his entire body erupting with a dazzling brilliance. Raising the enormous sword high, he brought it down fiercely toward the skeleton. With a resounding clang of metal against bone, the giant sword came to an abrupt halt just half a meter from the skeleton. A bone hand, as large as a basin, had firmly gripped the blade. How is this possible? Qin Huaiyan's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the scene. His pride, his innate skill radiant blade, had been stopped bare-handed by this skeletal giant? This shocking moment left not only Qin Huaiyan stunned but also Wang Kai, the other potential users, and the dozens of SS-level geniuses behind him. What kind of power is this? They murmured, exchanging bewildered glances as cold sweat dripped down their backs. The radiant blade, a move that could obliterate all of them in an instant, seemed utterly trivial in the face of the skeletal giant. What made the situation even more terrifying was that this was just one of many skeletal tyrants under Yi Yang's command. At this moment, dozens of similarly formidable skeletal tyrants had encircled them. The SS-level geniuses looked around at these towering monstrosities, their scalps tingling with fear. Even without considering Yi Yang's own strength, a single skeletal tyrant could annihilate them all. Now, those who had initially doubted Wang Kai's claims about Qin killing Ouyang Tian and Lu Feng finally came to their senses. A being capable of completely overpowering Qin Huaiyan in raw strength could indeed eliminate Ouyang Tian and Lu Feng with ease. Qin Huaiyan trembled all over. The bold declarations he had made earlier about slaughtering thousands of Yi Yang's skeletons now seemed utterly ridiculous. Unable to even defeat the weakest of them, he was entirely at the mercy of his opponent. Without hesitation, the skeletal tyrant flung the giant's sword aside, sending it crashing into a nearby tree. Then, with its left fist, it delivered a thunderous punch straight toward Qin Huaiyan's face. No, no, no. Stop. The desperate cry had barely faded when the skeleton tyrant struck out with a devastating punch. Qin Huaiyan's head exploded instantly, a gruesome spray of red and white splattering across the dark, skeletal frame of the tyrant, making the scene even more horrifying. His headless body collapsed heavily to the ground, limbs twitching unnaturally. The bloody spectacle sent a chilling wave through everyone present. The skeleton tyrant's raw power was on full display, brutal and unadorned by any elaborate techniques. With ease, it had snuffed out the life of a prodigy. This was the true strength of Yi Yang. Wang Kai stood frozen, cold sweat dripping down his back. Relief flooded him as he realized how fortunate he was to have surrendered early. Otherwise, it could very well have been his corpse lying there now. The ordinary-looking skeleton spoke again, its voice cold and detached. Well then, does anyone still wish to resist? No. Wang Kai was the first to shout, his voice loud and panicked. The primal instinct to survive had stripped him of all dignity. He wanted to live, to make it into the official ranks of the special training camp, to gain access to more resources for his growth. For that, he was willing to bow to anyone. The other potential candidates and SS-level talents quickly followed suit. Brother Yi Yang, from now on, you're our leader. You're the one and only leader of Ching Yao City. We'll follow you without question. Please spare us, Brother Yi Yang. We were wrong to challenge you. It was our mistake. From a distance, Yi Yang observed the pitiful sight of Ching Yao City's so-called geniuses groveling like beaten dogs. He couldn't help but sigh. Pathetic. I thought Ching Yao City, as the top city of Dongshan Province, would produce talents with some backbone. Turns out, you're all just cowards. In the next moment, his expression hardened as he issued a merciless command to the skeleton. Do it. Kill them all. Why? Wang Kai froze in shock, his voice trembling. We already surrendered. Why are you still coming after us? Yi Yang sneered. From the moment we stepped into this secret realm, it's been nothing but a killer-be-killed game. And now, when I decide to act against you, you dare to ask why? Don't you find that laughable? He paused briefly, his gaze icy and unyielding. The talking skeleton moved slowly to stand beside Wang Kai, its hollow eye sockets flickering with an eerie blue glow. From the skeleton's mouth came Yi Yang's voice. If I recall correctly, you were the first to attack me at the entrance of the special training camp, weren't you? The so-called son of the celestial god. If it weren't for the timely intervention of the president of Ching Yao City, I suspect you would have tried to end my life right then and there. Wang Kai froze in place at those words, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. As the son of the celestial god, he possessed not only the celestial eye for detection, but also a terrifying control ability. Back at the training camp entrance, his plan had been to subdue Yi Yang immediately, stripping him of any ability to resist. Little did he expect that this moment would come full circle as Yi Yang's reason for vengeance. Suddenly, a towering skeletal tyrant, standing 5 to 6 meters tall, emerged in front of Wang Kai. As the massive bone claw was raised high into the air, Wang Kai's entire body trembled. His voice quivered as he pleaded, "Please don't kill me." A deafening crash echoed through the air. System notifications followed in rapid succession. Ding! Ching Yao City's Qin Huaiyan has been killed by Tianshui City's Yi Yang and has been expelled from the assessment realm. Ding! Ching Yao City's Wang Kai has been killed by Tianshui City's Yi Yang and has been expelled from the assessment realm. The alerts continued to ring out one after another. Meanwhile, in the monitoring center outside the secret realm, the presidents of various cities watched the screen, where the kill notifications kept refreshing. Their expressions twitched uncontrollably. He's too powerful. Another batch of Ching Yao City's prodigies has been wiped out by Yi Yang. Didn't Ouyang Long say they only brought just over 170 people? That's right, exactly 177. Now, they've been completely annihilated. What's even scarier is that all of them were top-tier talents, rated SSS or higher, and they were all taken down by Yi Yang alone. The monitoring room buzzed with heated discussions. In just 4 hours, Yi Yang had single-handedly eradicated all 177 elite geniuses from Ching Yao City and crushed the other geniuses from Dongshan Province so thoroughly that they couldn't even lift their heads. Such an overwhelming performance hadn't been seen even from the legendary Su Chun, the unrivaled genius of 50 years ago, who had never demonstrated this level of dominance during the special training camp's secret realm assessment. Faced with this scene, the city presidents who had once looked down on Lin Changfeng quickly changed their attitudes. They began showering him with compliments. President Lin, you're truly blessed. Brother Lin, don't forget us when you rise to the top. We'll be counting on you to guide us in the future. These presidents understood one thing clearly. Directly currying favor with Yi Yang was almost impossible. However, through Lin Changfengyi's former classmate and comrade on the battlefield beyond the domain, they might still have a chance. In this world, there were no permanent friends or enemies, only eternal interests. Compared to Yi Yang, aligning themselves with Lin Changfeng seemed far more achievable. In the crowd not far away, Wu Ning gazed at Lin Changfeng, who was surrounded by people, and felt a tinge of melancholy. We agreed to be losers together, but you've taken off first, he muttered to himself. It seemed that the title of the three biggest losers of Dongshan province was about to become history. Just then, Lin Changfeng suddenly pushed his way out of the crowd and sat down directly in front of Wu Ning. What's the matter, old Wu? Heartbroken? Lin teased. Heartbroken, my foot. Wu Ning snapped back. Laughing, Lin Changfeng threw an arm around Wu Ning's shoulder. Relax, even if I've taken off, I won't forget you. When Ouyang Long shares the perks of being Ching Yao City's president, the three of yous along with Li Feng will split it evenly. Really? Wu Ning's eyes lit up. Of course. Lin Changfeng replied with a smirk. Hearing this, Wu Ning's eyes sparkled with excitement. The resources of Ching Yao City's president were nothing short of abundant. The combined resources of the presidents from their three loser cities couldn't even amount to a tenth of it. After all, cities like Tianxue, Yinzhou, and Jiangyan hadn't produced a single talent qualified for the special training camp in years. If it weren't for the merits they earned on the battlefield back then, even their basic wages would have been hard to secure. It was precisely because of this that Lin Changfeng, Wu Ning, and Li Feng had been stuck at the peak of the 5th tier for years. In contrast, Ouyang Long, benefiting from his superior resources, was already showing signs of breaking through to the 7th tier. The gap was simply incomparable. Old Lin, we're brothers for life, Wu Ning said, his eyes gleaming with cunning. But how about this? I don't need Ouyang Long's perks. Just give me the benefits brought by Yi Yang instead. Get lost. Lin Changfeng nearly raised his fist in mock anger. What was Ouyang Long's treatment compared to that? Once Yi Yang's achievements were reported, the benefits he brought might even surpass those of Dongshan province's president. This old scoundrel, always trying to take advantage. Meanwhile, inside the secret realm, Yi Yang was staring at the dense stream of system notifications in front of him. Defeated LV-13 Dark Knight Scorpion. Gained 1300 points, 500 experience. Gained 13 trial points. Defeated Zhou Yun of Zhaoyang City. Plundered 3,368 trial points. Yi Yang nodded in satisfaction as he read the messages. Finally, he could grind monsters in peace. Although killing others to plunder points yielded far more rewards than defeating monsters, there weren't many viable targets left. But that didn't matter. While monster points were smaller, their numbers were overwhelming. At this moment, Yi Yang's skeleton army had already stormed into the core area of the toxic miasma forest in the secret realm, slaughtering more than a dozen monsters every second. This allowed him to effortlessly farm 200 to 300 points at once. The real treasure, however, was the experience reward. Within just 4 hours, his level 30 experience bar had already reached 856. With nearly 20 hours remaining and no interference from other competitors, Yi Yang was confident he could max out his level 30 experience bar in the secret realm, equivalent to earning 30 levels worth of experience at 300 times the radia total of 30,000. Although he was still far from his ultimate goal, it was worth noting that all of this progress had been made while grinding monsters in the outer regions of the secret realm. The monsters in the core area of the secret realm were noticeably higher in level, jumping from under level 10 in the outer regions to a range of level 10 to 20. Even more exciting was the appearance of a large number of elite monsters. Within just an hour of activity in the core area, Yi Yang's experience points skyrocketed by over 500. And this was only the beginning. Hadn't even encountered many elite monsters yet. He quickly did some calculations. At this rate, by the time the secret realm assessment ended, simply hunting monsters in this area could yield over 100 times more experience. And as he ventured deeper into the core area, the higher level monsters and greater numbers of elite creatures would undoubtedly push his experience gain to an even greater speed. Feeling a bit bored, Yi Yang opened the trial points panel to take a look. 176,543 points. 170,000 points. Not bad, he muttered to himself. Then he recalled Chairman Lin's reminder before entering the secret realm. At the time, Lin Changfeng had emphasized that even if Yi Yang was confident about securing first place in the trial, he should still aim to earn as many points as possible. Lin had mentioned that these points not only determined the results of the secret realm assessment, but would also be essential in many aspects of the special training camp. However, he had never elaborated on their specific uses. Shaking his head, Yi Yang decided not to dwell on it. Whether it's for points or experience, not a single one of these monsters is getting away, he said. With that, he commanded his skeletal army to press deeper into the core area, methodically clearing out every monster in their path. Another hour flew by, and Yi Yang's points had soared to 330,000, meaning he had racked up an additional 170,000 points in just 1 hour. Seeing this exhilarating number, a satisfied smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. Yi Yang's performance in the secret realm was nothing short of astonishing. In just 6 hours, his points skyrocketed to an impressive 530,000, with a staggering 200,000 points earned in the final hour alone. On top of that, his experience points had reached a groundbreaking 1,178. Faced with such abundant resources in the secret realm, Yi Yang couldn't help but feel deeply moved. He recalled how, before entering the special training camp, he had been quite proud of reaching level 30. In a place like Tianxue City, even the most talented individuals from Yinzhou City were usually only around level 17 or 18, with the best barely reaching level 20. However, the moment he stepped into the training camp, he was utterly stunned. The prodigies from top-tier cities like Ching Yao, Nanjing, and Linyan were all at least level 20. The elites from the 3 major cities were even more terrifying, with everyone above level 25. What shocked him the most was discovering that over a dozen prodigies from Ching Yao City, all possessing special abilities, had reached the same level 30 as him. This realization plunged Yi Yang into deep self-doubt. He thought back to the past 3 days, during which he had hardly slept, grinding the hardest Asura-level dungeons with the help of his Godder skill system just to barely reach level 30. But now the truth was clear: those top-tier city prodigies had long been leveling up in secret realms with 100-fold experience boosts. Paired with high-grade beast blood potions, their leveling speed was naturally astounding. If only I had access to the secret realm from the start, I might have already broken through to tier 3 by now, Yi Yang thought bitterly. He recalled the grueling process of attempting to advance to tier 3, even sleeping in the harsh environments of dungeons, only to ultimately fail the progression task. Of course, the difficulty of the task itself played a role. Crafting a perfect quality extraordinary weapon was no small feat. If talents like Ouyang Tian and Wang Kai knew what Yi Yang was thinking, they would probably be furious. While it was true that they had relied on high-grade beast blood potions and secret realm resources, their training time was on a completely different scale. Ouyang Tian had awakened as a potential user at the age of 15, giving him 3 full years to develop before joining the training camp. Wang Kai had awakened at 16, with 2.5 years of preparation. Yet Yi Yang had managed to catch up to their 3 years of progress in just 3 days and still thought it wasn't fast enough. Time to keep grinding, Yi Yang encouraged himself silently. With this secret realm, if I push hard enough today, I might be able to boost my experience to 30,000. Once I complete the tier 3 progression task, my level should jump to around 35 or 38. A few more dungeon runs after that, and I might even start aiming for tier 4. The thought filled him with exhilaration. Meanwhile, in the control room of the secret realm monitoring center, after Ouyang Long left the monitoring center of the secret realm, the oppressive atmosphere in the room instantly dissipated. As everyone was brainstorming ways to curry favor with Lin Changfeng, the leaderboard displayed on the monitoring screen caught their collective attention. At this moment, fewer than 100 prodigies remained in the secret realm. But what left everyone utterly speechless was the jaw-dropping first-place score on the leaderboard. Dongshan Province Genius Training Camp Secret Realm Trial Points Leaderboard. First place, Yi Yang 993,866 points. Second place, Ouyang Tian 5,813 points. Third place, Lu Feng 4,462 points. Fourth place, Qin Huaiyan 4,338 points. Although Ouyang Tian and the other geniuses from Ching Yao City had been eliminated over 3 hours ago, their scores still comfortably held positions in the top 10. If not for the sudden emergence of the dark horse Yi Yang, Ching Yao City would have undoubtedly dominated the top ranks in this year's training camp selection assessment. However, Yi Yang's nearly 1 million points left everyone in utter shock. Not only was he leading by a staggering margin of nearly 200 times over the second-place Ouyang Tian, but even more astonishingly, his score alone might surpass the combined total of all the other geniuses in the entire Dongshan Province training camp. Ouyang Tian, Lu Feng, and Qin Huaiyan were all SS-level prodigies who, in any other city, could be considered unrivaled champions. Yet, compared to Yi Yang, their achievements seemed utterly insignificant. Monster, genius, freak, prodigy. The city-level presidents present all drew sharp breaths in disbelief. Accumulating nearly 1 million points in just 7 hours meant Yi Yang was scoring at an astonishing rate of over 100,000 points per hour. Even prodigies like Ouyang Tian and Lu Feng would struggle to achieve such results in an entire day. Look, it's gone up again, someone exclaimed. In less than 10 minutes, Yi Yang's score had surpassed 1.03 million. increasing by nearly 60,000 points. This terrifying pace left everyone speculating about what he was doing in the secret realm. At this rate, he could potentially generate 3 to 400,000 points per hour. Could this kid possibly surpass the supernova Su Chun from 50 years ago? Someone cautiously asked. That seems unlikely. Others quickly shook their heads. Back then, Su Chun scored an insane 20 million points in a single day, averaging nearly 1,000,000 points per hour. As the city-level presidents were still marveling at Yi Yang's astonishing point tally, the atmosphere at the scene was calm and harmonious. However, the mood shifted dramatically when someone brought up Su Chun, the man known as the supernova from 50 years ago. Immediately, voices of opposition erupted. This reaction was not without reason. 50 years ago, Su Chun emerged as a prodigious natural-born professional, displaying a level of power that left everyone in awe. He not only subdued an entire city and dominated the entire Dongshan province, but also commanded respect from the so-called once-in-a-generation geniuses during the national examinations. On the international stage, any team with Su Chun on the roster was virtually unstoppable, crushing the competition with overwhelming force. In a nation like Longhua, with a population of over 1 billion, even a 9 million genius means hundreds of extraordinary individuals emerge every year. Yet, Su Chun stood above them all, reigning supreme among the elite. Although he only secured 7th place in the national exams, this was largely due to the geniuses from the 3 supreme cities feeling threatened by this dark horse. They banded together to suppress him, much like how Yi Yang was targeted by dozens of potential prodigies and over 100 SS-level talents in the special training camp. Even under such immense pressure, Su Chun broke through their encirclement. If not for their collective suppression, even the coveted title of martial champion might have been his for the taking. What followed was a saga of unparalleled feats. Su Chun made a name for himself on the extranational battlefields, earning countless rare accolades and eventually ascending to the upper ranks of the Longhua Central Guild. Later, he joined the 749th Explorer team tasked with probing the starry domain. Yet, one fateful day over a decade ago, he vanished without a trace. Speculation about his disappearance ran rampant. Some claimed he encountered a being beyond the 10th tier of existence. Others suspected he was ambushed by foreign professionals. There were even whispers that, after witnessing the boundless expanse of the starry domain, he chose to retreat into seclusion. From that day forward, however, the Longhua Central Guild completely sealed off all information regarding the 749th Explorer team. Though Su Chun's story ended in mystery, his legendary accomplishments remain indisputable. A saying that has circulated throughout Dongshan province for decades encapsulates his legacy best. You may be strong, but are you stronger than the supernova, Su Chun? Now, as the crowd witnessed Yi Yang's jaw-dropping performance in the secret realm, racking up points at a speed of 30 to 40,000 per hour, most still believed he fell short of Su Chun's near million points per hour at his peak. Yet, no one could deny that Yi Yang's commanding presence evoked memories of Su Chun in his early days. To these city-level presidents, Yi Yang's rise felt like a mirror of the past. In the faces of individuals like Ouyang Tian, Lu Feng, and Wang Ji, they saw reflections of themselves from 50 years ago when they had been overpowered by Su Chun. After a long silence, someone finally spoke up in defense of Yi Yang. Let me be fair, he writes, not entirely impossible for Yi Yang to surpass Su Chun. As soon as these words were spoken, the conference hall erupted into murmurs of disbelief. All the city-level presidents turned their incredulous gazes toward the speaker. Even Lin Chongfeng, who was usually composed, furrowed his brows and focused on Zhao Mingzi, the president of Linyan City, who had made this bold statement. Surpass Su Chun? Someone couldn't help but question. Back then, Su Chun set an astonishing record of 1,000,000 points per hour. While this kid is currently maxing out at just over 300,000, faced with the skepticism in the room, Zhao Mingzi maintained a faint, confident smile. As the leader of one of the top 3 cities in Dongshan province, his position differed significantly from that of Ouyang Long and Zhang Yuntian. Ouyang Long governed the city with the most abundant resources, while Zhang Yuntian controlled the central hub of the province, benefiting from significant resource allocation. In contrast, Zhao Mingzi's Linyan City thrived primarily on its economic strength. This unique positioning shaped Zhao Mingzi's distinctive development strategy. Despite the limited local resources, he excelled at leveraging Linyan City's economic power to acquire resources from surrounding top-tier cities such as Ching Yao City and Nanjing City. These resources were specifically used to nurture the talents he had an eye for. Over the years, it was this exceptional foresight that allowed Linyan City to maintain its place among the province's top 3 cities. Ladies and gentlemen, Zhao Mingzi began, sweeping his gaze across the room with a firm expression. The reason I believe Yi Yang has the potential to surpass Su Chun is simple. Based on the current timeline, Yi Yang should still be in the core region of the secret realm. The core region? The mention of this immediately sparked a realization among the presidents present. Zhao Mingzi nodded and elaborated. Exactly. The core region mainly contains level 11 to 20 common and elite monsters, with very few boss-level creatures that can yield substantial points. In a few hours, when Yi Yang reaches the central area of the poisonous miasma forest secret realm, that's when his true potential will shine. Pausing for emphasis, he added meaningfully, after all, wasn't that exactly how Su Chun achieved his record back then? As soon as Zhao Mingzi finished speaking, a flicker of realization flashed through the eyes of the city-level guild leaders present. They had finally grasped a crucial point. While the core region might already be the limit for ordinary talents, for extraordinary prodigies like Su Chun and Yi Yang, this place was far from being the ultimate stage for them to showcase their abilities. One guild leader recalled that Su Chun had only entered the central region of the secret realm 12 hours after it was opened, and at that point, his point acquisition rate had skyrocketed several times over. However, some raised doubts, arguing that class attributes played a decisive role in battles against the BOS-level monsters. Su Chun is a heaven-chosen knight of the divine light shadow blade, one guild leader exclaimed excitedly. Just his innate talent alone, which allows him to simultaneously wield the fused elements of light and darkness, is enough to leave those bosses in the dust. Exactly. Not to mention that he had already reached the second tier during his time in the special training camp, and all his templates were 5-star rated. Another guild leader added. At this point, all eyes instinctively turned to Lin Chongfeng, waiting for him to reveal Yi Yang's class information. While Yi Yang's astonishing point accumulation speed had certainly been impressive, comparing him to the rising star Su Chun required much more than just raw combat power and efficiency in earning points. After all, the BOS-level monsters in the central region of the secret realm were formidable foes, with even the weakest among them comparable to the ultimate boss of a Tier 2 Asura-level dungeon. Even prodigious talents like Ouyang Tian and Wang Kai, working together, would need to expend tremendous effort to defeat them. Lin Chongfeng pondered for a moment before finally speaking. His class is a unique tier hidden class. Necromancer, part of the Primordial Summoner series. The announcement sent a wave of astonishment through the room. Necromancer? Primordial Summoner series. Someone murmured with a hint of disappointment. No wonder his point accumulation speed is so impressive. Primordial Summoner classes can engage in multi-line combat, clearing monsters across multiple areas simultaneously. But this type of class struggles against elite monsters, let alone BOS-level ones. In comparison, Su Chen's heaven-chosen knight of the Divine Light Shadowblade, though classified within the Primordial Warrior series, was in a league of its own due to his exceptional talent light and dark hands. The light element granted him unparalleled recovery and resistance, while the dark element provided devastating destructive and finishing power. Most astonishingly, when the two elements fused, the resulting explosive force was utterly breathtaking. With the revelation of Yi Yang's Primordial Summoner class, the high expectations of the guild leaders visibly dimmed. They had hoped to witness a historic moment where Yi Yang surpassed Su Chun. However, reality had dealt them a harsh blow. In this situation, not only did Yi Yang seem unlikely to surpass Su Chun, but even holding his ground in the central region of the secret realm would prove to be an arduous challenge. When Yi Yang's unique class traits were revealed, the atmosphere in the hall instantly turned somber. Zhao Mingzi's face was filled with disappointment, and the other city-level presidents exchanged looks that seemed to say, just as we thought. The characteristics of the Primal Summoner class were all too apparent. While its baseline was high, its ceiling was frustratingly low. This meant that even if Yi Yang managed to establish himself in the core area of the secret realm, his ability to earn points would hit a significant bottleneck. He would be forced to make a tough choice. Either sacrifice his dignity in the core zone for points, or stubbornly confront those boss-level monsters hidden for the sake of pride. Lin Chongfeng felt a deeper sense of disappointment than anyone else. Just moments ago, after listening to Zhao Mingzi's analysis, he thought he was about to witness a historic moment. But now, the revelation of Yi Yang's class traits was like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing his hopes. However, on second thought, even if Yi Yang couldn't surpass Su Chun, who was hailed as an once-in-a-generation genius, the strength he had displayed was still enough to secure a prominent place in the cultivation world. After all, individuals like Ouyang Tian and Wang Kai were at best ordinary talents, whereas Yi Yang had already entered the ranks of super geniuses. What comforted Lin Chongfeng even more was that Yi Yang had already caused Ouyang Long, that old man, to lose face this year, and might even strip him of all the privileges he enjoyed as the president of Ching Yao City in the future. With this thought, Lin Chongfeng's mood lightened slightly. Standing nearby, Wu Ning noticed Lin Chongfeng's thoughts and patted him on the shoulder with a grin. Old Lin, stop pretending to be upset when you're clearly benefiting. Forget surpassing Su Chun. Just having a talent like Yi Yang show up in our Jiao City is enough to make me laugh in my sleep. Lin Chongfeng forced a faint smile and was about to agree. Yeah, with an outcome like this, I'm already more than satisfied. Before he could finish, a city-level president nearby suddenly exclaimed, "What the heck? Look at this. Yi Yang's points just shot up by tens of thousands." "What are you talking about? Tens of thousands in one go? You must be mistaken." The other presidents immediately retorted, A single boss-level monster is only worth a few thousand points at most. Whoa, it went up again. Another 30,000 points. No way, 30,000 points in a minute? What on earth is this guy doing? Wait a second, could it be? Has he already entered the core area of the secret realm? Say what? The city-level guild leaders were stunned upon hearing the news, their eyes filled with disbelief. Yi Yang had actually entered the core area of the secret realm? This completely upended their understanding. The core area of the secret realm was no ordinary place. There were no low-level monsters left, only level 20 elite creatures, and a vast number of terrifying boss-level entities. While no one doubted Yi Yang's ability to handle the elite monsters, boss-level creatures, with his origin summoner class, it was important to note that even prodigies like Ouyang Tian and Wang Kai, working together, might not be able to take down a single boss-level monster. What shocked everyone even more was Yi Yang's speed in defeating them. Each boss typically granted only 3 to 5,000 trial points, yet Yi Yang had earned nearly 10,000 points in his first minute. This meant he was slaying 2 to 3 bosses every minute. Incredible! One city-level guild leader couldn't help but exclaim. Can this kid really hold his ground in the core area? It's beyond belief. President Zhao, known for his sharp judgment and unerring assessments, had recently declared that Yi Yang had no chance of surviving in the core area of the secret realm. But reality had dealt everyone a harsh blow. Yi Yang not only held his ground but was also wreaking havoc there. Zhao Mingze, the president of Linyan City's guild, was equally bewildered. For an ordinary origin summoner, surviving in the core area, let alone dealing with elite monsters, was an enormous challenge. Yet watching Yi Yang's astonishingly rapid point accumulation left him utterly at a loss. This scene reminded Zhao Mingze of Su Chun from 50 years ago. Back then, Su Chun had also faced widespread doubt, but had methodically shattered all skepticism with his strength. Now, Yi Yang seemed to be retracing the path of that unseen generation prodigy. However, after observing closely for over 10 minutes, Zhao Mingze suddenly let out a sigh. This unexpected reaction immediately drew the attention of the other guild leaders. President Zhao, what's wrong? Someone asked curiously. If this kid can hold his ground in the core area, doesn't that mean he has the potential to surpass Su Chun? Zhao Mingze shook his head firmly, his voice resolute. Surpass Su Chun? You're overestimating Yi Yang. His words left everyone in the room speechless. Even Lin Chongfeng, standing nearby, couldn't resist leaning in, eager to hear Zhao Mingze's reasoning. After all, within Dongshan province, when it came to identifying and nurturing talent, even figures like Ouyang Long and Zhang Yuntian wouldn't dare to claim superiority over Zhao Mingze. This was the man who had single-handedly elevated the once financially limited Linyan city to rank among the top 3 cities in the province. His judgment was rarely, if ever, wrong. Zhao Mingze remained calm as he began explaining his observations to the crowd. It's quite simple, he said, his gaze sharp. Although Yi Yang has successfully secured his place in the central area of the secret realm, his points accumulation speed is far from ideal. Based on my observations over the past 10 minutes or so, his hourly rate has only increased from around 300,000,400,000 to 600,000,700,000 at best. As soon as he finished, the city-level presidents in attendance became intrigued. 600,000 to 700,000 per hour? What's wrong with that? One president quickly calculated. Over 24 hours, that's about 1,516 million points. Back then, didn't Su Chun only score around 18.5 million points? Exactly. Another president chimed in. Su Chun's average hourly rate was less than 800,000. If Yi Yang pushes himself a bit harder, surpassing Su Chun isn't impossible. President Zhao, could it be that your age is catching up with you, and you're struggling with such simple math? Someone teased. Facing the group's skepticism, Zhao Mingze remained unruffled, a faint, meaningful smile playing on his lips. You're not wrong, Su Chun did indeed score just over 18 million points. But all of you are overlooking one critical detail. His gaze swept over the group. Back then, Su Chun only entered the central area of the secret realm 12 hours after it had opened. Before he could finish, a president named Jiang Yuan had already caught on. Are you saying that Su Chun's actual points accumulation speed was in the million per hour range? Exactly, Zhao Mingze confirmed. To be more precise, when Su Chun entered the central area, he had only accumulated about 1.7 million points. This means his actual maximum hourly rate must have been at least 1.4 million, possibly even reaching 1.5 million. A sharp intake of breath swept across the room. 1.5 million points per hour. That figure left everyone stunned and speechless. After all, among the so-called geniuses in attendance, even scoring 150,000 points in an entire day was an insurmountable challenge for most. Yet Su Chun's hourly rate alone was enough to crush the combined totals of their top 10 performers. At that moment, even Lin Chongfeng, who had remained silent throughout, could no longer keep his composure. Such an astounding level of efficiency made it clear that surpassing Su Chun was little more than a pipe dream for Yi Yang. While Yi Yang had entered the central area with around 1.3 million points, his current hourly rate of 600,000,700,000 paled in comparison. The gap was simply too immense. Inside the Secret Realm Monitoring Center, Lin Changfeng and the other city-level guild leaders were intently observing Yi Yang's performance. Based on early projections, Yi Yang's speed was estimated to be around 800,000, but to surpass Su Chun, he would need to reach an astonishing 1.2 million. Now, with nearly 9 hours having passed in the Secret Realm, improving by 100,000 or 200,000 might still be feasible, but doubling his current speed seemed utterly impossible. Sigh, it seems it's still out of reach, Lin Changfeng said with a heavy sigh. The other leaders shared the same sentiment, their faces filled with disappointment. They had hoped to witness someone break the historic record set by Su Chun, but the seemingly insurmountable barrier of 1.5 million speed remained far beyond the grasp of Dongshan province. Su Chun was truly terrifying back then. Only now do I fully realize just how extraordinary he was, one leader remarked with a mix of awe and resignation. Still, Yi Yang is the greatest talent Dongshan province has seen in 50 years, another leader offered in consolation. Breaking this kind of record might only be possible for the top-tier geniuses from the 3 supreme cities of Longhua. The group couldn't help but recall the overwhelming dominance Su Chun had once displayed. Someone lamented, at first, when Ouyang Long's genius from Ching Yao City was completely crushed by the talent from Lin President's Tinshui City. I thought this generation was just mediocre. Now I realize it's Yi Yang who's simply too strong. Meanwhile, Yi Yang, unaware of the discussions outside, was focused on hunting monsters deep within the core area of the secret realm. System notifications chimed repeatedly. Elite monster defeated. LV-20 Dark Mantis. Gained 20,000 points, 500 experience bonus. Received 200 trial points. Boss monster defeated. LV-20 Venomous Swamp Murloc. Gained 500,000 points, 500 experience bonus. Received 5,000 trial points. Yi Yang's excitement grew as the notifications flooded in. With the 500 experience boost from the Tier 3 Beast Blood Elixir gifted by Wu Ning, the guild leader of Yinzhou City, even a single elite monster now yielded nearly 100,000 experience points. The sheer efficiency left him exhilarated and deeply satisfied. The generous rewards from defeating boss-level monsters sent a thrill through Yi Yang. Each boss monster granted at least 200,000 experience points, 10 times that of an elite monster. The recently slain Venomous Swamp Murloc was especially remarkable, offering a base experience of 500,000 points. With the Beast Blood Potion's bonus effect, he had reaped a staggering 2.5 million experience points in one strike. On top of that, eliminating this boss had netted him 5,000 trial points, equivalent to the rewards of taking down 200 to 300 regular mobs. The central area of the secret realm truly lived up to its reputation. It was teeming not only with level 20 elite monsters, but also with boss-level creatures offering lucrative rewards. Yi Yang couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. If it weren't for the interference of those people from Ching Yao City, he would have led his skeleton army to this treasure trove far earlier. As he advanced toward the heart of the secret realm, his attention was drawn to a distant skirmish. One of his skeleton troops had encountered a boss. It was a centaur boss, and its stats immediately appeared before Yi Yang. Mutated Centaur level 20 boss. Strength, 5,600. Spirit, 4,800. Constitution, 5,300. Agility, 4,400. Skills, Centaur Charge, Centaur Stomp, Centaur Bloodline. These stats would undoubtedly intimidate Ching Yao City's so-called prodigies, but in the face of Yi Yang's skeleton army, it was utterly insignificant. The newly refreshed skeleton tyrant stepped forward, its iron fist brimming with an overwhelming 30,000 strength points. Without hesitation, it swung directly at the charging centaur boss. With a deafening crash, the centaur boss barely managed to cover a few meters before it was obliterated by a single, devastating punch, collapsing lifelessly on the spot. The system notification promptly echoed. You have slain the boss-level monster. Level 20 Mutated Centaur. Experience gained. 650,000 points, 500 bonus. Trial points gained. 6,500. Staring at the rewards, which were even more abundant than those from the venomous swamp Murloc, Yi Yang found himself momentarily puzzled. If anyone overheard his mild dissatisfaction with such extraordinary gains, they would likely be infuriated to the point of stomping in frustration. A single full-force strike from the skeleton tyrant revealed an astonishing power exceeding 30,000 points. Such devastating strength is not just overwhelming for a level 2 secret realm boss. Even level 30 boss-tier monsters in Tier 3 secret realms would likely struggle to withstand it. If geniuses like Ouyang Tian from Ching Yao City were to learn of the skeleton tyrant's true power, they would undoubtedly be rendered speechless in shock. After all, these so-called prodigies, even when fully equipped with top-tier, exclusive gear for their Tier 2 professions, barely managed to exceed 1,000 points in average attributes. Against the skeleton tyrant, whose strength surpasses 30,000 points, who could possibly stand a chance? What's even more astonishing is that this terrifying stat is clearly displayed on its attribute panel. Skeleton Tyrant. Level 30. Strength 150 101.69. Spirit 3100 101.69. Constitution 300 101.69. Agility 90 101.69. Skills Brutal Devour, Furious Rampage. Just based on its base stats, the Skeleton Tyrant strength already reaches 150 points. With Yi Yang's mind-boggling spirit attribute of over 10,000 points, it gains a 101.69 boost to all attributes, pushing its strength to 300 points. Even more terrifying is the 1,000 all-attribute bonus accumulated from 100 stacks of its rage state, achieved by continuously devouring allied units, skyrocketing its strength to over 3,000 points. When the Furious Rampage skill is triggered and the Tyrant enters attack mode at maximum rage, its attack and defense receive a further 10-fold boost. This catapults its strength past the 30,000 point threshold, while its constitution soars to an unbelievable 60,000 points, a truly monstrous level of power. Faced with such terrifying might, the mutated centaur boss, with only a measly 5,300 constitution, stood no chance. Survival under the skeleton tyrant's onslaught was a matter of sheer luck, relying entirely on its four legs to flee as fast as possible. Charge forward. All skeletons, get to the center of this secret realm as fast as possible. The command was given, leaving no room for hesitation. Upon seeing the terrifying rewards at the center of the secret realm, a flicker of excitement flashed through Yang's eyes. The overwhelming experience points were enough to make his heart race. As for the trial points, their significance was no longer his main concern at the moment. With a single command from Yang, the massive skeleton army abruptly halted its current actions and surged towards the center of the secret realm like a relentless tide. The scale of the army was astonishing. Over 700 skeleton tyrants, more than 40,000 stealth skeleton archmages, and nearly 150,000 ordinary skeletons. Along their march, they only attacked monsters that could be instantly eliminated, completely ignoring any targets that might slow down their advance. In just half an hour, this army of 200,000 skeletons reached the center of the secret realm and began a frenzied massacre. Meanwhile, the remaining 50 or 60 genius trainees in the realm were left utterly stunned by the skeletal army's sudden and unusual movement. The trial had been underway for nearly 10 hours, and out of the original 1,162 talented candidates from Dongshan province, only a handful of survivors remained. Driven by fear, defiance, or the need to hide, they had formed 3 to 4 small teams and were cautiously hunting monsters in the realm. When they saw the skeleton army abruptly change direction, these survivors were completely dumbfounded. They must be terrified of us, boasted Sun Ping, an SS-ranked assassin, grinning smugly at his companions. I've just taken out hundreds of skeletons myself. However, his arrogance didn't last long. Suddenly, a stealth skeleton archmage appeared behind them. A pitch-black death element missile blasted through Sun Ping's skull in an instant. The others scattered in panic, but they too were swiftly taken down by the death magic missiles from the stealth skeleton mages that followed. In the end, only 42 participants remained in the secret realm. Meanwhile, back at the center of the secret realm, Yang's trial points began to skyrocket. 1,564,743 points, 1,635,441 points, 1,717,328 points. In just a matter of minutes, his points surged past 2.1 million, increasing at an astonishing rate of nearly 40,000 points per minute. With 14 hours still remaining in the trial, Yang's excitement grew even more. And this was only the beginning. Once his skeleton army fully unleashed its power, the rate of point accumulation would climb even higher. Inside the secret realm's monitoring center, the city-level guild leaders stared in stunned silence at Yang's rapidly escalating score, utterly speechless. Zhang Yuan stood in front of the secret realm's monitoring screen, his eyes widening in shock as his trembling finger pointed at the display. Look at Yang's score. This guy is going crazy again. His exclamation immediately drew the attention of all the city-level presidents present. Everyone turned in unison, their gazes locking onto the numbers rapidly changing on the screen. Yang's points were climbing at an astonishing rate. What had been a steady increase of around 10,000 per minute had suddenly surged to 30 or 40,000 per minute. My goodness, one of the presidents exclaimed, rubbing his eyes. It was just at 2.33 million a moment ago, and now it's jumped to 2.37 million in the blink of an eye? At this rate, wouldn't he earn over 2 million points in an hour? Another president gasped, struggling to process the sheer magnitude of it. This is insane. An experienced president quickly analyzed the situation. This must be the unique trait of his origin summoner profession kicking in. His points were increasing slowly earlier, probably because his summoned creatures hadn't fully entered the central area of the secret realm. Now he's finally unleashing his full potential. A scoring speed of over 2 million per hour. The group exchanged astonished glances, their expressions a mix of shock and excitement. This kid might actually surpass Su Chun. That statement seemed to strike a chord with everyone present. Su Chun, the once revered prodigy who had overshadowed these so-called geniuses among the city-level presidents, had left a deep impression. Now, with someone finally emerging who could challenge Su Chen's legacy, the thought alone was enough to ignite a fiery sense of exhilaration in their hearts even if they weren't the ones directly toppling their old rival. Witnessing their sworn enemy being ruthlessly tormented, everyone present felt a surge of satisfaction. Yi Yang's performance in the core area of the secret realm was astonishing. His points skyrocketed from an initial hourly increase of 6 to 700,000 to an unbelievable 2 million. Such efficiency left all the city-level guild leaders, including Zhao Mingze, utterly speechless. Lin Chongfeng, in particular, was overwhelmed with excitement, unable to contain himself as he stared intently at the points leaderboard. Within just half an hour, Yi Yang's points soared from a little over 2 million to nearly 4 million. He's surpassed it. This time, he's definitely surpassed it. Lin Chongfeng shouted enthusiastically. Yi Yang, I never thought you, old rascal, would give me such a huge surprise. His gaze fixated on the ever-climbing numbers, as if watching his own fortune multiply. The exhilaration was indescribable. However, the jubilant atmosphere was abruptly interrupted by a city-level guild leader's warning. Wait a minute. Don't celebrate too soon. With Yi Yang earning points at such a rapid pace, could he trigger the final boss of the secret realm? The words hit like a bucket of cold water, instantly sobering everyone. Zhao Mingze felt a chill run down his spine. Damn it, he's right. Once the points accumulation exceeds 1 million per hour, the final boss will appear. Their concerns were not unfounded. Although this was only a second-tier secret realm, its final boss was powerful enough to crush the boss of a third-tier Shura-level dungeon and could even rival the boss of a fourth-tier nightmare-level dungeon. Yi Yang had yet to break through to the third tier. If the final boss were to descend, could he maintain such an impressive rate of point accumulation? Someone recalled the legendary feat of Su Chen 50 years ago. Back then, Su Chen also maintained a speed of over 1 million points per hour. By the 6th or 7th hour, the final boss appeared. Another added. Exactly. Su Chen relied on the terrifying recovery and resistance of his light element abilities to keep the boss at bay while continuing to farm points from ordinary bosses. In the end, it wasn't that Su Chen didn't want to kill the final boss, but that it was simply too difficult to defeat, someone explained. Although the boss couldn't kill him, he also couldn't take it down. The stalemate actually became the optimal strategy. This triggering mechanism filled everyone with unease. In the past 50 years, aside from Su Chen, no one else had achieved such an astonishing rate of point accumulation. Even prodigies like Ouyang Tian and Wang Kai combined couldn't come close to the million per hour threshold. Moreover, it was akin to a birthing process at first. Only the top of the baby's head is visible, but continued effort brings the entire being into the world. The faster the points were earned, the quicker the boss would emerge. Fortunately, Su Chen had managed to single-handedly hold off the boss back then, allowing future generations to learn this crucial information. Otherwise, with the abilities of these city-level guild leaders, they wouldn't last a single round against the boss. A complete wipeout would have been inevitable. The city guild leaders sat in the surveillance room, their eyes glued to the monitors displaying Yi Yang's extraordinary performance. Inevitably, their thoughts drifted back to the legendary feats of Su Chen. Su Chen was truly remarkable, one guild leader remarked with a sigh. If it hadn't been for him holding off the final boss of the secret realm, we wouldn't have stood a chance farming inside. That boss aggro was locked onto him like a vice. Absolutely, another chimed in. Back then, even with all of us prodigies combined, we couldn't come close to his insane farming speed. What was it, 1 million points per hour? The room buzzed with discussion as they revisited the boss' deceptively simple yet lethal aggro mechanic. As long as the top aggro holder remained alive, the boss would never shift its focus. What made Su Chen's achievement even more astonishing was that he had only drawn the boss out 6 or 7 hours after entering the core region of the realm. But now, Yi Yang's farming speed was proving to be even more terrifying. Su Chen maxed out at around 1.5 million points per hour back then, guild leader Zhao noted gravely. But Yi Yang's speed is already nearing 2.5 million. A collective gasp swept through the room. At this rate, wouldn't the boss emerge far earlier than expected? All eyes instinctively turned to Zhao Mingze. Known as a genius second only to Zhang Yuntian, the guild leader of Nanji City, and a renowned expert in data analysis, Zhao Mingze's calculations were rarely wrong. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Mingze delivered his assessment. At Yi Yang's current pace of over 2.5 million points per hour, the boss will appear in as little as 3 hours, or at most 5. That means somewhere between the 13th and 15th hour. The room fell into stunned silence. This meant Yi Yang would have to endure the boss' relentless assault for nearly 10 hours. Even Su Chun, with his godlike Shadow Knight class, had barely managed to hold out for 3 to 4 hours before reaching his limits. What made the situation even more dire was Yi Yang's class Primordial Summoner. While it excelled in mental attributes, it was notoriously frail in every other aspect: weak constitution, sluggish mobility. With such poor physical stats, could he even survive a single hit from the boss? As the guild leaders exchanged worried glances, Wu Ning, the usually quiet guild leader of Yinzhou City, finally broke his silence. Don't rush to conclusions. Yi Yang has already accomplished things Su Chen never could: soloing Shura-level dungeons, holding off a magic tide alone, and now achieving a farming speed far beyond Su Chen's. Maybe, just maybe, he can actually kill that boss. His words sent ripples of skepticism through the room. Even in the 3 supreme cities, where hundreds of prodigies emerged every year, no one had ever managed to defeat the final boss of the secret realm. Old Wu, someone asked bluntly, do you have anything to back up that claim? At this point, even Lin Changfeng couldn't hold back any longer. He quietly approached Wu Ning. In response to Lin Changfeng's inquiry, Wu Ning simply shook his head lightly and said, no evidence, just a hunch. Pure intuition. Intuition? Lin Changfeng coughed violently upon hearing this. You're insane. In his eyes, the fact that Yi Yang had managed to withstand the final boss in the secret realm while continuing to farm monsters was already a stroke of unimaginable luck. As for defeating the final boss of the secret realm, that was beyond the realm of dreams, let alone something Yi Yang had actually accomplished. Lin Changfeng couldn't help but think to himself that Yi Yang's achievements were like someone who had never bought a lottery ticket suddenly winning 5 million. Wu Ning's assertion, however, was akin to claiming that the ticket was actually played 100 times and had won 500 million. Such a thing was so absurd, even a drunkard wouldn't believe it. However, Wu Ning sneered at Lin Changfeng's skepticism. Old Lin, it's one thing for others not to believe, but how can you doubt the talent you discovered yourself? Think about it. Since Yi Yang's appearance, has he done a single thing that an ordinary person could accomplish? Clearing all Shura-level dungeons on the first try, even single-handedly resisting a Tier 2 demonic tide outbreak. These achievements are feats even Su Chun in his prime couldn't dream of matching. Wu Ning fixed his gaze on the surveillance screen, watching Yi Yang's trial points climb higher and higher. He took a deep breath and said, I can't shake the feeling that nothing in this world can stop this kid anymore. It's like witnessing the rise of a supreme power from those legends. A supreme power? Lin Changfeng felt his head spin. You're mad, absolutely mad. Forget the hospital. Why don't you go straight to a Tier 10 divine priest to have your head checked? A supreme power appearing in a place like Tianshui City? Ridiculous. Wu Ning, infuriated by the comment, let out a curse but couldn't be bothered to argue further. Still, deep down, he truly believed Yi Yang possessed the potential of an unstoppable supreme force. Of course, it was just potential for now. Whether Yi Yang could truly grow into such a figure would depend on the future. After all, not only was Blue Star plagued by relentless demonic tides, but even within the Dragon Kingdom lurked countless corrupt and treacherous elements. No matter how gifted a genius might be, they were merely a child in their cradle. Only by truly maturing could one earn the title of supreme. Meanwhile, within the secret realm, Yi Yang was completely unaware of the high praise Wu Ning had bestowed upon him for leading his skeletal army into the central zone. At this moment, his attention was solely fixed on the barrage of kill notifications flooding his interface. Ding! You've killed a boss-level monster. LV20 Doom Spider. Gained 850,000 XP, 500 bonus experience. Ding! You've killed a level 20 boss-level monster and earned 8,500 trial points. Ding! You've killed an elite-level monster. LV20 Corrupted Venom Beetle. Gained 20,000 XP, 500 bonus experience. Ding! You've killed a level 20 elite-level monster and earned 200 trial points. Faced with the relentless stream of system notifications, Yi Yang chose to ignore them entirely. Yi Yang opened his attribute panel, his eyes quickly locking onto the key stats. Name, Yi Yang. Level, LV30. Experience, 2556. The astounding figure immediately caught his attention, had managed to gain nearly 1,000 experience progress in just 1 hour. However, amidst the excitement, a sobering reality surfaced in his mind. With only 12 hours left before the secret realm closed, even at his current efficiency, the best he could achieve would be around 20,000 experience progress. It was clear that reaching the 30,000 required to fill the level 30 experience bar was still a long way off. This efficiency was already remarkable. Earning the equivalent of 10 levels worth of experience in just 1 hour was almost unthinkable under normal circumstances. Yet, compared to the colossal requirement of 30,000, time was still critically tight. Now into the third hour of traversing the core area of the secret realm, Yang's trial points had skyrocketed from just over 1.3 million to more than 7 million. At this pace, by the time the Secret Realm assessment concluded, his total points could very well surpass 30 million. This achievement would undoubtedly place him at the top in Dongshan province, but whether it would stand out across the entirety of the Dragon Nation remained uncertain. Having lived on this land for 18 years, Yang was deeply aware of the hidden talents among the Dragon Nation's billion-strong population. After experiencing the trials of the Secret Realm and witnessing the stark disparities in resources between different regions, he had come to a clearer realization. Even with the advantage of a system, if his cultivation resources couldn't keep up, his growth would inevitably be constrained. The gap between cities, even within the same province like Tianshui and Ching Yao, was already immense. What about the top-tier cities of the Dragon Nation, such as Kyoto, Jinghai, and Jiangnan? The resources available there must be capable of cultivating geniuses far beyond his imagination. Yang dared not speculate about the talent those cities could produce, but he understood one thing clearly: his path forward. The special training camp, the national examination, the Dragon Nation's 3 supreme academies, and even the Dragon Nation Military Academy and institution beyond the reach of figures like Lin Changfengthese were the places where top-tier resources could be obtained. Only by climbing higher could he access the rare and invaluable resources he had yet to even hear of, and only then could he accelerate his growth. As Yang envisioned his future, a sudden shadow loomed over him. Instinctively, he looked up, and his pupils contracted sharply in the next instant. Suspended midair was an enormous entity, the final boss of the poisonous jungle Secret Realm. Yang looked up and saw a massive figure slowly floating in midair. As he scanned the opponent's attribute panel, his expression grew serious. Voodoo Warlock LV-20, final boss of the Secret Realm. Strength, 28,000. Spirit, 65,000. Constitution, 42,000. Agility, 21,000. Skills, Voodoo Curse, Voodoo Destruction, Poisonous Miasma Web. The sheer stats left Yang stunned. No wonder the national training camps, established for over 2 or 3 centuries, had never recorded anyone defeating the final boss of the Secret Realm. The intensity of the Secret Realm trials varied across provinces. As a mid-tier province in the Dragon Nation, Dongshan province utilized a second-tier Secret Realm, while lower-tier provinces only employed first-tier ones. In contrast, the 3 supreme cities of the Dragon Nation, Kyoto, Jinghai, and Jiangnan, third-tier Secret Realms. This disparity reminded Yang of the differences in difficulty among the college entrance exam papers on his previous lives, how varying educational resources across regions naturally shaped differing levels of talent. Since he had finally encountered this ultimate boss, which Lin Changfeng had mentioned before they entered the Secret Realm, Yang decided he couldn't miss this opportunity. He wanted to personally test just how powerful this fearsome entity, dreaded across the entire Dragon Nation, truly was. Without hesitation, Yang recalled the 10,000 ordinary skeletons and 1,000 invisible skeletal archmages scattered throughout the central area of the Secret Realm. He refrained from deploying his strongest unit, the Skeletal Overlord, right away. After all, the boss average stats were nearly 40,000, far exceeding the Skeletal Overlord's peak of over 30,000. Moreover, each Skeletal Overlord required 100 seconds to summon, and he had only accumulated 700 to 800 of them. Let the regular troops probe its abilities first, Yang commanded, sending the mass of skeletons charging forward. You foolish undead dare to challenge the might of the Voodoo clan? Perish! The Voodoo Warlock raised an arm and unleashed Voodoo Destruction. Boom! The leading wave of 1,000 to 2,000 skeletons was instantly engulfed in a ghostly green toxic mist, disintegrating into pale gray dust. This guy's pretty strong. The question is, does that skill have a cooldown? Yang smirked slightly and ordered another wave of attacks. Yang calmly observed the battlefield, indifferent to the loss of 1 or 2 skeletons. He continued issuing commands, driving his skeletal army to launch another assault on the Voodoo Mage. At that moment, the Voodoo Mage unleashed a terrifying counterattack. The sky was suddenly shrouded in an expansive, ominous green poisonous mist, forming a deadly toxic miasma net. A system alert immediately chimed. All summoned units within the poison cloud's range would suffer a drastic reduction in attributes: Constitution decreased by 70, Agility by 50, Strength by 20, and Spirit by 30. This meant the once powerful skeleton tyrant, with its 30,000 strength points, saw its combat power plummet to just over 20,000. Yang frowned, contemplating the devastating nature of this ability, but the worst was yet to come. Boom! Countless ghostly green beams of energy rained down from the poisonous fog, each strike obliterating hundreds of skeletons in an instant. With only a few hundred points in Constitution, the ordinary skeletons stood no chance against the Voodoo Mage's overwhelming 60,000 spirit attribute. The toxic miasma net lingered for a full 100 seconds before dissipating, but within just over 30 seconds, the once mighty skeleton army of 10,000 had been completely annihilated. Yi Yang was relieved he hadn't deployed his invisible skeleton archmage, as it would have been nothing short of a death sentence. Faced with an enemy that was nearly impossible to approach, Yi Yang found himself at an impasse. A primordial mage was truly the nemesis of a summoner of the same caliber. The toxic miasma net's range was simply too vast, and even the skeleton tyrant couldn't break through. No, this won't do. Yi Yang thought to himself. Losing over 10,000 skeletons is bad enough. Sure, I can summon them again in just 2 or 3 hours, but these are loyal subordinates who fight to the death for me. I can't let their sacrifices be in vain. With resolve hardening in his gaze, he made his decision. Another 10,000 skeletons. Let's see if this guy's skills don't have a cooldown. Although Yi Yang appeared calm on the surface, he was already fully prepared internally. If the second wave of 10,000 skeletons were to be wiped out as effortlessly as the first by the voodoo sorcerer, he had already devised a contingency plan. With his talent for soul transfer, escaping from this powerful opponent's pursuit would not be an insurmountable challenge. All he needed to do was continuously dispatch skeletons to stall for time. Even if it meant holding the sorcerer back by just 1 skeleton per second, it would suffice to keep him at bay. A few seconds later, Yi Yang summoned the second wave of 10,000 skeletons through the summoning space and gave the attack command without hesitation. The skeleton army, upon receiving the order, charged fearlessly toward the voodoo sorcerer once again. The sight left the voodoo sorcerer dumbfounded. He had initially assumed that the first wave of relatively small skeletons was the entirety of the force, prompting him to decisively unleash his ultimate skill to clear them out. Little did he expect that the mere 10,000 ordinary skeletons were just a probing force sent by Yi Yang to test his abilities. Faced with the overwhelming surge of the second wave of skeletons, the voodoo sorcerer had no choice but to repeatedly conjure orbs of ghostly green voodoo energy to fight back. While each orb, powered by his impressive 60,000 mental attribute points, could easily destroy a single skeleton, this single-target attack method proved woefully inadequate against the sheer numbers of the skeleton horde. In the blink of an eye, the skeleton army closed in on the voodoo sorcerer, slashing wildly with their bone blades. However, with strength attributes of only a few hundred points, these ordinary skeletons were incapable of inflicting any meaningful damage on the sorcerer. No more skills, just as I thought. Yi Yang mused with a sly smile. It became clear that the poison miasma net and the voodoo annihilation, which had wiped out the first wave of skeletons, were the sorcerer's ultimate abilities. A mage-type boss without any skills was nothing more than a sitting duck. Now, all Yi Yang needed to do was determine the cooldown times for these two abilities, after which he could deploy the skeleton tyrant army to finish the boss in one decisive strike. While the damage dealt by the ordinary skeletons and the stealth skeleton archmages was negligible, the skeleton tyrants, with strength attributes exceeding 30,000, were the real trump card. Moreover, with nearly 800 skeleton tyrants still at his disposal, he was confident in his ability to completely obliterate the dungeon's final boss. 5 minutes later, the voodoo sorcerer finally unleashed his second ultimate skill, voodoo annihilation. In an instant, a sinister green poisonous mist spread within a 100-meter radius around him. Accompanied by a series of explosive sounds, at least 5,000 to 6,000 tightly clustered skeletons were instantly obliterated. Not bad. It seems the cooldown for voodoo annihilation is 5 minutes, Yi Yang calculated silently. Sacrificing 5,000 to 6,000 ordinary skeletons to figure out the mechanics of this skill was well worth it. For the voodoo sorcerer, the outcome of this battle was already sealed. A beam of eerie green light tore through the space, and Yi Yang's small skill instantly wiped out more than half of the skeletal army. However, the battle was far from over. 5 minutes later, the voodoo sorcerer unleashed 2 devastating ultimate moves simultaneously once again. A poisonous green web unfolded in midair, followed by an immensely powerful voodoo shock beam. This lethal combination obliterated the remaining thousands of skeletons into fragments in an instant. So that's it. The cooldown for the poisonous web is 10 minutes, Yi Yang thought to himself. Now that he had figured out his opponent's combat mechanics, there was no need to drag the fight on any longer. With a single thought, he summoned back nearly 800 skeleton tyrants that had been rampaging through the central area of the secret realm. Just as these formidable forces gathered around him, ready to launch an all-out assault on the voodoo sorcerer, an unexpected twist occurred. Hordes of boss-level monsters suddenly surged from all directions. At a quick glance, there were at least 1,000 of them. Yi Yang frowned slightly, not out of fear, but because these bosses were so fragile in the face of the skeleton tyrants that they couldn't even withstand a single punch. They were practically walking bags of experience points. Interesting. So this is the secret realm's defense mechanism? Once the final boss is drawn out, all other boss-level monsters come to its aid. Yi Yang's lips curved into a faint smile as a plan began to form in his mind. He immediately ordered the skeleton tyrant army to form ranks on the spot, while continuously summoning ordinary skeletons onto the battlefield. As the boss-level monsters closed in, Yang decisively commanded an attack. The skeleton tyrants erupted with overwhelming force, each punch simultaneously crushing 2 or 3 bosses. The battle was brutal yet swift. In less than half an hour, the 1,000-plus boss-level monsters were completely annihilated by this elite army. Ding! The system notification sound chimed repeatedly, leaving Yang standing frozen in place, his eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at the endless stream of kill notifications flooding his vision. You have slain a level 20 boss monster, Dark Magic Worm. Gained 430,000 points, 500 experience bonus. You have slain a level 20 boss monster. Gained 4,300 trial points. In just half an hour, hundreds upon hundreds of boss kill notifications rolled in without pause. Yang, still in shock, opened his points panel to check his total had skyrocketed from just over 7 million to a staggering 13 million, a jaw-dropping increase of 6 million points. At this rate, he calculated, he could earn over 10 million points in a single hour. Even more astonishing was the surge in his experience points. Initially, Yang had only hoped to fill his experience bar by grinding within the secret realm. Yet in the span of 30 minutes, his experience points had soared from under 3,000 to well over 7,000, a massive 4,000 increase. At this rate, it would take just 2 or 3 more hours to max out the remaining experience. Where are all these bosses coming from? Yang scanned his surroundings, noticing the relentless tide of boss-level monsters converging on his location. It was as if the secret realm's entire roster of bosses had been drawn here by the ultimate boss. Since they're here, let's make the most of it. Yang commanded decisively, all skeletons, hear my order, skill every single one of these bosses, no matter how many come. The battlefield erupted into chaos. The towering skeleton overlords, standing 5 or 6 meters tall, unleashed their full ferocity. They crushed 2 or 3 bosses with a single punch, and even resorted to stomping the smaller ones into pulp with brutal efficiency. For the flying bosses, Yang quickly deployed 40 to 50,000 stealth skeleton mage units to focus fire on them. The battlefield was a scene of carnage, with blood and shattered limbs scattering everywhere. The skeleton overlord army coordinated seamlessly with the stealth skeleton mage army, while the regular skeletons were tasked with distracting the secret realm's ultimate boss, the voodoo warlock. Another 30 minutes passed, and Yi Yang's experience points skyrocketed from 7,165 to 12,534, surpassing half of the maximum required for level 30. In just 1 hour, nearly 9,000 experience had been gained. Even more thrilling was the fact that the number of incoming bosses showed no signs of slowing down. Instead, it seemed to be increasing. With a shield of over 800 skeleton overlords and the firepower of nearly 50,000 stealth skeleton mages providing long-range support, Yang felt no concern for his safety. A quick glance at his trial points revealed they had surged to 17.66 million, meaning he had gained over 10 million points in just 1 hour. And this is still not the limit, Yang chuckled softly, glancing toward the ongoing battle against the voodoo warlock. Once the skeleton army is fully in position, the next hour will reveal our true maximum speed. The voodoo sorcerer was on the verge of a breakdown, tormented relentlessly by the relentless waves of ordinary skeleton soldiers. After repeated testing and adjustments, Yang finally discovered the optimal strategy. Deploying just 1 to 2,000 skeletons at a time was enough to perfectly keep the sorcerer at bay. This number was just right. Too many would result in unnecessary losses, while too few would fail to force the sorcerer into using his large-scale abilities, allowing him to easily annihilate the small squad with his basic voodoo orbs. Each wave of 1 to 2,000 skeletons managed to hold off the sorcerer for about 5 to 6 minutes. Over the course of an hour, Yang's losses amounted to just over 10,000 skeletons. Reflecting on his earlier rash decision to send in 2 waves totaling over 20,000 skeletons, he couldn't help but shake his head and regret it had been nothing short of a senseless sacrifice. Glancing around at the remaining 180,000 skeletons under his command, Yang let out a soft sigh. If anyone else had heard this sigh, they would likely have been infuriated. After all, these skeletons were nothing more than expendable cannon fodder that Yang could summon at no cost with a mere snap of his fingers. And yet, here he was, lamenting their loss. For most other prodigies, simply figuring out the mechanics of a voodoo sorcerer's abilities in a few hours without suffering complete annihilation would have been considered an extraordinary feat of luck. Finally, Yang could afford a brief respite. He casually picked a small dirt mound and commanded several dozen skeletons to dig out a makeshift couch. Reclining comfortably on it, he allowed himself a moment of rare relaxation. After battling in the secret realm for over 10 hours, this brief pause felt especially precious. Meanwhile, in the genius training camp of Dongshan Province, the leaderboard on the secret realm trial monitoring screen displayed the rankings in stark clarity. First place, Yi Yang, 17,823,361 points. Second place, Lin Xiufeng, 12,236 points. Third place, Chengguang, 12,188 points. The city-level guild presidents stared at the leaderboard in stunned silence. In just 1 hour, Yi Yang's score had skyrocketed from around 2 million points per hour to an astonishing 10 million, bringing his total score close to 18 million. Such a terrifying rate of point accumulation was something even the legendary Su Chun would struggle to match. What made it even more unbelievable was that, despite this incredible surge in points, the Secret Realm's final boss had yet to make an appearance. The city-level guild leaders all turned their attention to Zhao Mingzi, waiting for his explanation. However, faced with their doubts, Zhao himself seemed equally perplexed. Based on past data, a points accumulation speed of around 2 million per hour would typically be enough to summon the final boss of the Secret Realm within 3 to 4 hours. Yet here was Yi Yang, earning over 10 million points per hour, and the final boss had still not appeared. Could it be that this young man, like Su Chun in the past, had already managed to withstand the final boss? A mere origin summoner? Handling the final boss of a Tier 2 Secret Realm? Impossible. This isn't some ordinary dungeon boss. One guild leader exclaimed in disbelief. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Mingzi finally reached a conclusion. It's not a mistake. Yi Yang must have already withstood the final boss. The mechanics of the Secret Realm wouldn't malfunction. The key lies with Yi Yang himself. He continued to analyze. While the body of an origin summoner is indeed fragile, if he's able to use his summoned creatures to hold off the boss while ensuring his own safety, it's not entirely impossible. As the sharpest strategist among the city-level guild leaders in Dongshan province, Zhao's analysis hit the mark. Meanwhile, within the Secret Realm, Yi Yang was doing exactly as Zhao described, leveraging the extraordinary effect of his soul transferability. Even when his skeleton army couldn't endure the onslaught of the final boss, the voodoo warlock, Yi Yang could easily escape unscathed. Moreover, with his overpowered talent, the Soul of Faith, as his trump card, his army of hundreds of thousands of skeletons absorbed the brunt of the damage on his behalf. Even if he stood still and let the voodoo warlock attack him directly, his life wouldn't be in danger for a considerable amount of time. This revelation left the guild leaders in stunned silence. Initially, they had all assumed that even if Yi Yang's point accumulation speed surpassed Su Chin's record from years ago, the appearance of the final boss would inevitably spell his doom. Yet reality had utterly overturned their expectations. As the group was still marveling at the situation, the numbers on the monitoring screen began to climb at a dizzying pace. Yi Yang's points surged from 17.9 million to 18 million in an instant, and before their eyes, it had already breached 18.35 million. When the figure approached Su Chin's record of 18.53 million, the entire hall erupted in excitement. He's done it. He's surpassed it. It's already at 18.66 million, one guild leader shouted, his voice trembling with excitement. What was even more astonishing was the fact that only 17 hours had passed since the Secret Realm had opened, leaving Yi Yang with a full 7 hours to continue earning points. Su Chun had needed the entire 24-hour duration to achieve his record, but Yi Yang had shattered it in just 17 hours. As time continued to pass, Yi Yang's points climbed at an even more ferocious pace. Within an hour, he had broken through 29.66 million, nearing the 30 million milestone. Less than an hour later, his score skyrocketed past 42 million. At his current rate of 12 million points per hour, it seemed entirely plausible that he could reach the unprecedented milestone of 100 million points in the remaining 5 hours. While the guild leaders buzzed with heated discussion over this incredible speed, the guild leader of Zhongting City in Dongshan Province, Zhang Yuntian, finally spoke up. In the monitoring room of the secret trial in the special training camp, a group of city-level guild leaders were intently observing Yi Yang's performance. Yi Yang is definitely going to crush Su Chin's record this time, one guild leader said confidently. However, breaking the billion-point mark is probably still out of the question. While the origin summoning specialization doesn't require direct combat, the continuous mental effort needed to command summoned creatures is far more exhausting than physical exertion. I doubt this kid can hold out for more than a few hours before he burns out. Zhang Yuntian suddenly revealed a subtle, enigmatic smile. Actually, breaking 1 billion points isn't entirely impossible. The final boss of the Secret Realm happens to be worth exactly 1 billion points. What? Defeating the final boss? The city-level guild leaders were all stunned. After all, no one had ever successfully slain the final boss in a secret realm of the same tier. Seeing their reactions, Zhang Yuntian quickly waved his hand. I was just making an example. I'm not saying he can actually do it. Even I think it. Before he could finish, the leaderboard on the monitoring screen underwent a dramatic change. East Mountain Province Special Training Camp Secret Realm Trial Points Monitor. First place. Yi Yang 145,823,361 points. Second place. Lin Xiufeng 14,585 points. Third place. Chongguang 14,223 points. The room fell into dead silence. What just happened? Someone stammered. Am I seeing this right? How did Yi Yang's score suddenly jump to 9 digits? It was just over 45 million a moment ago, and now it's skyrocketed to 145 million. All eyes turned to instructor Tian Yuan, who was responsible for the training camp's technological equipment. Earlier, when Ouyang Long had questioned the systems, Tian Yuan had confidently defended their accuracy. But now, faced with this billion-point leap, even he began to doubt himself. Just as Tian Yuan was about to get up to inspect the monitoring equipment, Zhang Yuntian spoke softly. Could it really be that Yi Yang has taken down the final boss of the secret realm? As Zhang Yuntian's voice fell, the entire monitoring room descended into a stunned silence. The city guild leaders had already noticed something unusual from Yi Yang's sudden surge in points, but none dared to speak up. After all, even Zhang Yuntian himself had previously dismissed the idea of anyone defeating the final boss. For these leaders of first-tier cities, making reckless assumptions was out of the question. But now, with Zhang Yuntian openly voicing the possibility, the tension in the room thickened. Everyone held their breath, as if the thin veil of impossibility had been pierced. Could it truly be that the unimaginable had been achieved? Defeating the final boss of the secret realm? That's never happened in history. Does Yi Yang really have that level of power? The training camp's monitoring system has been running flawlessly for centuries. It's impossible for it to malfunction now. This is a true, once-in-a-lifetime genius. Not even Su Chen back in the day would have dreamed of accomplishing this. As the room buzzed with murmurs of disbelief, a training camp instructor responsible for overseeing the secret realm assessments burst in, appearing visibly flustered. He addressed Zhang Cheng and Tian Yuan, the team leaders. Team Leader Zhang, Team Leader Tian, the final boss of the Tier 2 secret realm poisonous miasma jungle has been slain by a trainee, causing the realm to completely collapse. Please advise on how to proceed. The confirmation hit like a thunderclap. All the city guild leaders felt a chill run down their spines. Yi Yang hadn't just made history for Dongshan Province, had achieved the unprecedented. All eyes instinctively turned to Lin Chongfeng. Lin Chongfeng was utterly stunned. In less than a single day of the secret realm assessment, Yi Yang had delivered shock after shock, sweeping aside all of Dongshan Province's top talents, shattering the record set by Su Chen 50 years ago, and now, defeating the final boss and forcing an early end to the secret realm. What have I done to deserve encountering such a once-in-a-lifetime prodigy born in Tianshui City? Lin Chongfeng's heart surged with excitement. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Cheng, the instructor, announced decisively, since the secret realm has collapsed, the assessment will end early. The selection for the training camp will be based on the current point rankings. The announcement sent the entire monitoring center into an uproar. City guild leaders and the observing family heads erupted in excitement. Yi Yang actually pulled off the impossible. Is this even something a human can achieve? Dongshan Province is going to shine in the national exam this year. President Lin, congratulations. Tianshui City is about to rise to prominence. Lin Changfeng's heart swelled with pride and exhilaration. Initially, he had only hoped for Yi Yang to bring some recognition to Tianshui City within Dongshan Province. But now, Yi Yang's performance had far exceeded all expectations. For a century, the top 100 spots in the national exam had been dominated by heaven-tier professionals. Ordinary SS-class job holders or potential talents considered making it into the top 10,000 a monumental achievement. Yet now, with the strength Yi Yang had displayed, even a top 10 placement seemed well within reach. Lin Chongfeng stood still, his mind swirling with thoughts. Top 3 in the national exam? Maybe even the martial arts champion? He shook his head, feeling those goals were too far-fetched. But the top 10 that seemed within reach. With this thought, he clenched his fist. If he could match Su Chen's level from years ago and break into the top 10, he could rise effortlessly to the provincial guild. Meanwhile, deep within the secret realm, a fierce battle was unfolding. Yi Yang watched the scene before him, a smirk playing on his lips. The voodoo mage was instantly reduced to a cloud of ghostly green poison mist under the concentrated attack of over 900 skeleton tyrants. This proved once again a simple truth. Even a primal mage, when caught up close, couldn't escape instant defeat. As the poison mist dissipated, system notifications flashed continuously. Killed Tier 2. Toxic Jungle Secret Realm Final Boss. Gained 1 billion points 500 experience. Successfully cleared Tier 2 Secret Realm. Toxic Jungle, rewards. 5 billion experience 500, 1 rare exclusive profession equipment chest, 1 rare exclusive profession skill chest. The secret realm will collapse in 1 hour. Please evacuate timely. Received additional rewards. 1 exclusive profession skill chest, 2 exclusive profession equipment chests. Yi Yang initially thought this massive amount of experience would go to waste since his experience bar had already reached the 30,000 limit. However, upon closer inspection, he discovered a temporary experience storage had appeared alongside the permanent one. The system notification indicated that this storage had no limit but must be used within 24 hours, or the experience would vanish. This discovery thrilled Yi Yang. As long as he could complete the Tier 3 advancement task within 24 hours, these billions of experience points wouldn't be wasted. Although he regretted not farming more experience in the secret realm, finishing the assessment early meant he could better prepare for the upcoming Tier 3 secret realm. It was time to tally his gains. Yi Yang first opened the rare exclusive profession skill chest and obtained a skill that delighted him, Necromancer. Summon Bone Wyvern. This was the flying undead summon he'd been hoping for. After integrating the skill into his being, the system notified him that the skill had been upgraded to a divine rare skill, allowing him to automatically summon a bone wyvern every 500 seconds. Although he could only summon about 7 in an hour, this frequency was quite impressive. With anticipation, Yi Yang used 500 points of mental energy to activate the skill. After nearly 10 minutes, the first bone wyvern appeared in his summoning space, and he summoned it without hesitation. Yi Yang looked up at the sky, where a massive skeletal pterosaur was circling just a few dozen meters above him. This newly summoned creature resembled a pterosaur from the age of dinosaurs, with an impressive wingspan of 20 to 30 meters and a body length approaching 20 meters, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. The skeletal pterosaur's attributes appeared before Yi Yang. Level 30. Base attributes. Strength 450 101.69. Spirit 90 101.69. Constitution 150 101.69. Agility 600 101.69. Skills 1. Bone Inferno. Instantly releases bone spikes within a range of strength x 10 meters, dealing all attributes x 10 damage to enemies in the area and applying a 10-second immobilization effect. 2. Wings of Death. Increases agility by 200 upon activation, lasting for spirit x 1 seconds. 3. Special skill Undead Servant. Can be used as a mount, increasing agility by 1000 while riding, but preventing the use of any attack skills, including Bone Inferno. A skeletal pterosaur that can be used as a mount? That's just perfect. Yi Yang was thrilled to discover the value of this special skill. A flying mount truly deserved the title of a rare skill. Skeletal pterosaur, come down. At Yi Yang's command, the colossal creature dove from the sky, landing steadily in front of him and adopting a submissive posture, with its entire body prostrate on the ground. Seeing the skeletal pterosaur's intelligent behavior, Yi Yang nodded in satisfaction. As expected of my summoned creature, it really understands me. Without hesitation, Yi Yang leaped into the air, landing steadily on the back of the skeletal wyvern. Take off. At his command, the skeletal wyvern unfurled its massive bone wings and shot into the sky. The altitude climbed rapidly. 100 meters, 200 meters, 300 meters, until they reached 1,300 meters high, where the wyvern finally stopped ascending. Yi Yang pondered this phenomenon and quickly made an intriguing discovery. The wyvern's maximum flight height seemed closely related to the sum of its overall attributes. After careful calculation, he found that the combined attributes of this level 30 skeletal wyvern totaled about 1,290 points, perfectly matching its maximum flight height. This suggested that as the wyvern's strength increased, its flight height would continue to break new limits. What was even more exciting was that, with the passive mount effects of Deathwing and undead minions, the wyvern's maximum agility could reach an astonishing 36,000 points, 20 times faster than the skeletal tyrant at its peak. Such maneuverability opened up new tactical possibilities for Yi Yang. No longer would he need to trek on foot as he did during this secret realm exploration. He could easily command the wyvern to survey the battlefield from a height that was out of reach for ordinary people and monsters. Even if threats approached, he would have more skeletal wyverns as guards in the future, truly becoming the master of the skies. The combat capabilities of the skeletal wyvern were equally impressive. Its area attack skill, Bone Hell, could inflict a terrifying 13,000 points of damage within a 90-meter radius. Although its single target damage was less than the skeletal tyrant's 30,000 points, its advantage in area attacks was particularly prominent when facing large groups of enemies. If he could replace the existing hundreds of skeletal tyrants with an equal number of skeletal wyverns, it would take just 10 minutes to fill the experience bar by 30,000. A bold idea suddenly flashed in Yi Yang's mind. Since the skeletal wyvern could serve as his mount, could it also carry other skeletal units? To verify this, he immediately commanded the wyvern to land and summoned hundreds of ordinary small skeletons, invisible skeleton archmages, and over 100 skeletal tyrants for an experiment. Minutes later, the results thrilled Yi Yang. The skeletal wyvern could indeed carry other skeleton units, but the carrying capacity was closely related to the skeleton's constitution attribute. With the wyvern's current maximum constitution of 300 points as an example, it could carry 10 ordinary small skeletons with 30 constitution points each, 7 invisible skeleton archmages with 40 constitution points each, and only 1 skeletal tyrant with 300 constitution points. This discovery opened up new possibilities for Yi Yang's tactical deployments. Yi Yang carefully considered the transport characteristics of the skeletal pterosaur. Even with 5 invisible skeletons combined with 5 ordinary skeletons, barely reaching the 300-point constitution limit, this combination seemed less than ideal. Interestingly, when he personally tested it, he found that if he alone rode the skeletal pterosaur, it was not restricted by the constitution attribute limit at all. This made sense, given that his current constitution attribute was as high as 2,400 points, 8 times that of the skeletal pterosaur. After weighing his options, Yeong realized that only the skeleton tyrant currently had the value of quickly reaching the battlefield. The cost-effectiveness of having the invisible skeleton archmage and ordinary skeletons as riders was too low. Even the skeleton tyrant could only carry one in its original state, and without the enhancement from devouring allied units, its combat power was quite limited. Instead of this, it would be better to have the skeletal pterosaur fly me directly to the destination and then use the summoning space to release all the skeleton army at once. Yeong chuckled to himself. While the skeletal pterosaur's ability to carry other skeleton units was an added bonus, its practical application was far less valuable than directly deploying on the battlefield. After all, he had the strategic trump card of a summoning space that could accommodate an unlimited number of skeletons, allowing for on-demand reinforcements. So, the skeletal pterosaur's undead servant skill actually serves the undead creatures rather than me, the necromancer? Yeong mused with a smile. Regardless, the addition of the skeletal pterosaur had fundamentally changed his combat strategy, greatly enhancing both his destructive power and battlefield mobility. Just as he was about to check the next reward, the system notification chimed. Ding! You have successfully used the Tier 2 exclusive class skill box and received the Tier 2 class exclusive skill. Necromancer Summon Death Knight. Rare skill Summon Death Knight. Consumes 200 points of mental power to summon one Death Knight to fight for you. Seeing this long-awaited skill, Yeong felt a surge of excitement. Although the Death Knight was not as surprising as the skeletal pterosaur, it was still quite impressive for a standard Tier 2 skill. He eagerly integrated the Summon Death Knight skill into his skill set. Immediately, the familiar system notification sounded again. Ding! Tier 2 skill Summon Death Knight has evolved into a God-level skill Summon Death Knight. God-level skill Summon Death Knight consumes 200 points of mental power to activate. Automatically summons one Death Knight every 100 seconds to fight for you. Not bad. Yeong nodded in approval. With a 200-point mental power cost, the Death Knight's strength should surpass that of the skeleton tyrant. After waiting for about 3 to 4 minutes, the first Death Knight finally appeared in the summoning space. Yeong immediately summoned it. In an instant, a skeletal warrior over 2 meters tall, exuding the aura of an ancient general, appeared before him, riding a skeletal warhorse over 3 meters high. This imposing figure far surpassed the somewhat comical-looking skeleton tyrant. I wonder if I can ride this skeletal warhorse? Yeong thought with a smile. It may not be as flashy as the skeletal pterosaur, but riding a skeletal warhorse is a pretty cool option too. Yeong eagerly opened the attribute panel of the Death Knight, and a series of stats appeared before him. Death Knight level 30. Strength, 300 101.69. Spirit, 90 101.69. Constitution, 150 101.69. Agility, 240 101.69. The skill set is quite formidable. 1. Death Charge. Instantly charges forward, covering a distance of strength 10 meters. It deals a terrifying 200 damage to all attributes and knocks enemies in its path into the air for 3 seconds. 2. Groupal Passive. Increases all attributes by 10 for every undead creature within a range of all attributes 10 meters, stacking up to 100 times. This Death Knight truly lives up to its name. Yeong nodded to himself. Although it couldn't surpass the Bone Wyvern, it could easily crush the Skeleton Tyrant. Just considering the group will, within a range of over 15,000 meters, gathering 100 undead creatures could double all attributes. The strength value could soar to 6,000 points, and with the Death Charge's 200 damage boost to all attributes, it could easily deal over 30,000 points of group damage. What's even more exciting is that Death Charge is a linear area effect skill, offering much greater mobility than the Skeleton Tyrant. Imagine thousands of Death Knights charging simultaneously. It would be like a meat grinder on the battlefield. Considering the 200 points of spirit cost, the value is simply unmatched. Yeong contemplated. With Death Knights and Skeleton Tyrants on the ground and Bone Wyverns in the air, the battle system was quite complete. Previously, when dealing with groups of bosses, he could use the stealthy Skeleton Archmage to confront flying creatures, but the 300-meter casting range was really too short. Now, with the Bone Wyvern as an aerial trump card, he could directly attack high-flying enemies. Nodding in satisfaction, Yeong proceeded to check his next acquisition, a rare exclusive profession equipment chest. The system prompt immediately sounded, ding. You have successfully used a Tier 2 rare exclusive profession equipment chest and obtained Tier 2 rare profession exclusive equipment. Necromancer's Knight Crown. When Yeong laid eyes on the stats of the rare Knight Crown, he was utterly astonished. This second-tier rare equipment boasted extraordinary attributes: Spirit 5800, Constitution 4000, and Agility 1600. However, the most impressive were its two special effects: doubling the Constitution attribute of all summoned creatures and granting a 1-hour death immunity cooldown for second-tier and lower summons. This meant his skeleton army would receive an unprecedented boost. While ordinary little skeletons might struggle to survive long enough to benefit from the second death immunity, the skeleton tyrants, death knights, bone wyverns, and even the elusive skeleton archmages could potentially enjoy multiple layers of this protection. Although the death immunity was limited to second-tier or lower summons, the Constitution doubling effect had no such restrictions. Without hesitation, Yi Yang donned the Knight Crown. Immediately feeling a surge in his attributes, his spirit jumped from just over 10,000 to nearly 16,000. He then opened the remaining two exclusive profession equipment chests. Eclipse Gauntlets LV30. Spirit 2800, Constitution 1300. Special effect: increases all summons attack power by 30. Nether Boots LV30. Agility 1500, Constitution 2000. Special effect: increases all summons agility by 20. Fully equipped, Yi Yang's stat soared once more. Spirit reached 18,769, Constitution 9,774, and Agility 3,774. These numbers far exceeded those of his peers, even surpassing prodigies like Ouyang Tian and Wang Kai. At that moment, the system delivered two notifications. Having completed the full set of second-tier exclusive profession equipment, he triggered a dual aura bonus second-tier equipment aura granting 2,000 to all attributes, and first-tier equipment aura providing an additional 1,000. This meant Yi Yang's stats surged again. Spirit surpassed 21,000, Constitution exceeded 12,000, Agility reached over 6,700, and even his previously weak strength attribute rose to more than 3,500. As a top-ranked scholar and martial expert for 3 years running, Yi Yang immediately grasped the significance of equipment auras, understanding why families went to great lengths to gather gear for their talents. With this, the major gains from the Secret Realm expedition were catalogued. He acquired the Bone Wyvern, Death Knight, completed the full set of second-tier equipment including the Knight Crown, Eclipse Gauntlets, and Nether Boots, and triggered dual equipment auras, dramatically enhancing his power. Now, all that remained was to sort through the special items dropped by the boss. Yi Yang opened his backpack, and his attention was immediately drawn to the first item dropped by the final boss of the Secret Realm, a set of 7 second-tier magic Beast Essence crystals, each glowing with a mysterious light. Second-tier magic Beast Essence Crystal X7. Increases personal experience gain by 2,000 for 24 hours upon use. Yi Yang carefully read the description, with a gleam of excitement in his eyes. The effect of these essence crystals was similar to the Beast Blood Potion he had obtained before, but far more powerful. The Beast Blood Potion only lasted an hour and offered a 200 experience boost, whereas these essence crystals provided a 10-fold experience increase for an entire day. No wonder those talents in Ching Yao City level up so quickly, Yi Yang mused to himself. If I had this treasure earlier, I could have broken through to the 3rd tier, or even reached the 4th tier by now. With 7 crystals, he had a whole week of accelerated leveling, potentially allowing him to reach the same 5th tier level as Lin Chongfeng, the president of Tianshui City, though there was still a gap from Lin Chongfeng's peak 5th tier status. As he continued to rummage through his backpack, Yang discovered 2 spirit energy essence crystals. This treasure was even more remarkable. It could directly increase a level upon use, although it couldn't be used for tier breakthroughs and would disappear after 24 hours. However, it was already bound to him. If only I could sell these to those big shots at level 80 or 90. Yi Yang squinted, but quickly dismissed the thought, as bound items would dissipate if transferred to another owner. The current problem was that he had already reached the peak of the 2nd tier at level 30, with his experience maxed out. But as long as he completed the 3rd tier advancement task within 24 hours, these spirit energy essence crystals could be extremely useful. In a resource-rich place like the Dongshan Province training camp, completing the advancement task shouldn't be too difficult. Checking the rest of his backpack, Yi Yang found an astonishing number of all-class universal equipment, primary profession equipment, and skills. Based on the market prices in the Tianshui City Trading Hall, these items alone were worth roughly 5 to 600 billion. This made Yi Yang marvel at the value of Secret Realm resources. One second-tier Secret Realm yield was tens of times more lucrative than the billions he had previously earned from dungeon runs. Thinking about the 100 billion private money given to him earlier by President Wu Ning, Yi Yang couldn't help but smile. For those at the peak of the 5th tier, a few hundred billion was indeed insignificant. A city-level president having only 1 or 200 billion in private funds was indeed quite tight. At this point, Yi Yang had finished organizing all his gains from the Secret Realm assessment. His attributes had seen a significant boost, his strength had grown substantially, and his inventory was filled with items worth hundreds of billions. This wealth was more than enough for him to easily forge 2 ghostly, extraordinary weapons, far exceeding his original budget estimate of 1 to 2 billion. Without lingering any longer, Yang waved his hand to recall all his summoned skeletons back into the summoning space and then left the secret realm. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Tier 2 secret realm, known as the Poisonous Miasma Jungle, a large crowd had already gathered. Among them were a dozen instructors, over 30 city-level guild leaders, and hundreds of clan leaders from various city families, all waiting patiently. They were eager to witness the prodigious young talent who had not only outperformed thousands of geniuses in Dongshan province, but also shattered the 50-year record held by Su Chun and successfully conquered the final boss of the secret realm. As the crowd grew weary of waiting, a clan leader suddenly shouted, "Look, someone's coming out of the entrance." All eyes instantly turned to the entrance, only to see Lu Feng from Nanjing City emerging. Their initial excitement quickly turned into a chorus of complaints and disappointment. However, shortly after Lu Feng's departure, Lin Chongfeng, the president of Tianshui City, exclaimed in surprise, "He's out. It's Yang." This exclamation immediately captured the attention of everyone present. Given Lin Chongfeng's position as the president of Tianshui City, there was no way he could mistake someone else for Ye. Indeed, as all eyes focused once more on the entrance to the secret realm, they saw a young man in a white shirt stepping into view, a stranger to most, yet unmistakably the legendary Yang. Is this Yang? The once-in-a-century genius from Dongshan province, and he's so young and handsome. The instructors and presidents couldn't help but marvel at the spirited young man before them. Jiang Chun, the head of the special training camp, had been waiting for some time. He quickly approached Yi Yang and warmly said, "Hello, student. I'm Jiang Chun, the chief supervisor of the training camp. Are you Yi Yang?" "Yes." Yi Yang nodded solemnly. He didn't need Jiang Chun to introduce himself. The respectful attitude of those around him already indicated Jiang Chun's extraordinary status. "Excellent." Jiang Chun beamed. "Young man, you're so composed right now. You probably don't realize the magnitude of your achievement, do you?" "What achievement? Are you talking about the points?" Yi Yang genuinely didn't understand. To him, he had just accumulated a lot of points. He thought that while ordinary students might not reach his over 1 billion points, it wouldn't be too difficult for geniuses from Ching Yao City to score a few million. If Ouyang Tian and the others heard this, they'd be fuming. For geniuses like them, scoring tens of thousands, or even breaking 6 figures was something to brag about for a lifetime. Yet Yi Yang spoke so casually, it was truly disheartening. Jiang Chun shook his head with a wry smile. "It seems you really don't know how strong you are. Let me put it this way. Besides your current score of over 1 billion, only Su Chun in the 300-year history of Dongshan province's training camp reached over 18 million points. Excluding you two, the highest record in Dongshan province was only 580,000 points, which I set back then. You have broken the record set by Su Chun 50 years ago, making you the strongest training camp candidate in Dongshan province's history." "All right." Yi Yang nodded thoughtfully. This reaction left Jiang Chen dumbfounded, setting the strongest record in 300 years. And all he gets is a, "all right"? Is he even human? Jiang Chen cleared his throat to ease the awkwardness. He realized it wasn't that Yi Yang didn't understand the significance. It was that this young man had an extraordinary mindset. "There's something else I need to tell you." Jiang Chen changed the topic. "In the past 5 years, besides you, only the top talents from the 3 supreme cities of the Dragon Nation could possibly conquer the secret realm boss by working together. So, Yi Yang, with your talent, you have a great chance to shine in the national exam next month. Keep it up." These words left Lin Chongfeng, who was standing nearby, completely stunned. Could the super geniuses from the 3 supreme cities really conquer the final boss of the secret realm exam? He had never heard of such a thing. Realizing this, Lin Chongfeng couldn't help but feel a sense of melancholy, acknowledging that he was indeed falling behind. Tianshui City hasn't had a single candidate formally selected for the special training camp in a decade. Lin Chongfeng stood in his office, furrowing his brows. He reflected on the past 5 years, during which not even one prodigy had emerged who could meet the criteria for the selection assessment. This made him marvel at how quickly times have changed. "It seems my understanding of the secret realm assessments is stuck in the past. Over a decade ago." Lin Chongfeng mused wryly, shaking his head. His thoughts drifted back 50 years to when Su Chun, a legendary figure from Dongshan province, emerged a rising star capable of single-handedly facing the final boss of the secret realm. At the time, the talents nurtured by the 3 supreme cities of Longhua were perhaps on par with Su Chun. 50 years have passed, and it seems reasonable for a new prodigy capable of conquering the secret realm's final boss to appear. However, what Captain Jiang mentioned earlier caught Lin Chongfeng's attention. While other job holders needed to team up to defeat the final boss, Yi Yang managed to succeed solo. This remarkable fact made him ponder. Could it be that Yi Yang's abilities have surpassed those of the talents from the 3 supreme cities? This idea sparked hope in Lin Chongfeng. The possibility of Yi Yang securing a top 10 spot, or even breaking into the top 3 in the national exams, seemed within reach. However, aiming for the top position in the National Longwu Scholar exam was something he dared not dream of. He vividly remembered Su Chen's lesson. Even with skills rivaling the super talents of the three supreme cities, Su Chen was ultimately sabotaged, finishing only 7th nationwide. Even more daunting is the innate advantage of the job holders. They not only have nearly 20 more years of development compared to ordinary professionals, but also possess terrifying innate talents. This makes the gap between job holders and potential talents even wider than the one between potential talents and class professionals. Hence, every job holder is regarded as a national strategic talent resource. Lin Chongfeng smiled wryly, thinking that individuals like himself, Ouyang Long, Jiang Chun, and even Wang Chong, the president of Dongshan province, might never reach the threshold of the Longhua Central Guild, no matter how hard they tried throughout their lives. At that moment, Yi Yang, hearing Jiang Chen's words, became particularly serious. The national exams? Huh? Captain Jiang, I'll do my best. Ha ha ha, of course you will. Jiang Chen nodded approvingly. But I must share this great news with that old fellow Wang Chong and let him be delighted. By the way, you've accomplished something incredible, and I must reward you properly. Is there anything you want right now? Something you want? Yi Yang was genuinely taken aback when he heard this. As a trainee in the special training camp, he had never considered that he could actually request his own reward. However, since the head of the camp had made such an offer, declining it would seem ungrateful. Yi Yang's eyes lit up as he realized he did have a pressing need. Commander Jiang, what I really need right now is a perfect grade or higher extraordinary weapon for my third-year transition task. He paused before adding, actually, I would prefer it to be Ghost God grade quality, and ideally, I'd like to have it within 24 hours. I can handle the financial aspect, but the resources are beyond my capability. Could you possibly fulfill this request? Jiang Qian heard him and a slight smile appeared on his face, but he didn't respond immediately. Instead, he turned to face the dozen instructors behind him. Did you hear that? Whoever can craft a third-year Ghost God grade extraordinary weapon for Yi Yang, within 24 hours will have him as their student. Yi Yang was taken aback. He had intended to seek Commander Jiang's help, but instead, Jiang had passed the task on to the instructors. To his surprise, the instructors were not only willing but eager to take on the challenge. President Jiang, I can do it. Zhang Cheng, don't compete with me. 12 hours is enough. I can do it in 10 hours. 8 hours. Yi Yang, you'll have it by midnight. 5 hours will be enough. Watching the instructors argue so fervently, Yi Yang couldn't help but feel overwhelmed. He had assumed that crafting a third-year Ghost God grade weapon would be a daunting task, especially finding a top craftsman. Yet, the instructors made it sound as easy as pie. Jiang Chen finally intervened. All right, let's stick to the old rule, draw lots. His assistant promptly brought over several slips of paper. Same rule applies. Whoever draws the slip with Yi Yang's name gets the task, and those who draw blank slips go back to their duties. A minute later, Instructor Zhang Cheng was jubilantly holding a slip of paper like a child with a new toy. Ha ha ha, I've hit the jackpot. Yi Yang, by 3 a.m. at the latest, you'll have your weapon. Yi Yang thanked him politely, though he didn't quite understand why a slip of paper could cause such excitement. What he didn't know was that this slip not only meant that Zhang Cheng would craft his weapon, but also that Yi Yang would become Zhang Cheng's mentee. Given Yi Yang's astonishing potential displayed during the assessment, Zhang Cheng stood to gain significant resources and a promising career without much effort. Zhang Cheng didn't dwell on the matter further and turned to Yi Yang. Tomorrow is the induction ceremony. Since you've completed the secret realm assessment so quickly, why not take a tour of the training camp and get familiar with your accommodations for the next month? Yi Yang agreed gladly. It was then he realized he had been addressing Jiang incorrectly all along. Jiang Chun was not only the head of the training camp, but also one of the 3 vice presidents of Dongshan province, with a prowess nearly rivaling the provincial president, Wang Chong. As Zhang Cheng hurried off to prepare the weapon, Jiang Chen assigned Tian Yuan, the person most familiar with the training camp, to show Yi Yang around. When they arrived at a magnificent, mysteriously shrouded building, Tian Yuan explained, this is the Instance Hall. It houses the Sky Eye Observer, which can monitor all instances below the 5th tier across the province and can directly open teleportation channels. By spending survival points from the training camp, you can enter any instance suitable for your current level. It's like sitting at home and watching the world. That's incredible. Yi Yang exclaimed in shock as he looked at Tian Yuan. You mean to say that all entry points for dungeons below level 5 across the entire Dongshan province are accessible? Tian Yuan nodded with a smile and began to explain how survival points are earned in the training camp. For most trainees, the main way to earn points is by conquering high-difficulty dungeons. However, your situation is a bit unique. Unique? Yi Yang asked, puzzled. Yes, because you can directly convert the trial points you earned during the secret realm assessment, Tian Yuan explained. After the initiation ceremony tomorrow, you'll be able to exchange them at a 1-to-1 ratio. With over 1 billion points already in your possession, do you really need to earn more from dungeon rewards? Suddenly, it all clicked for Yi Yang. Not only did he understand the importance of survival points in the camp, But he also recalled Lin Chongfeng's previous advice. No matter how confident he was about securing first place in the secret realm assessment, he should keep earning trial points. The deeper meaning behind this was now clear. The more trial points he amassed, the more survival points he could exchange for in the future, directly impacting the resources he could access in the camp. Over the next few hours, Tian Yuan showed Yi Yang around the camp's other key facilities. The secret realm hall was similar to the dungeon hall, equipped with a celestial observation device that monitored secret realm resources below level 5 within Dongshan province and also supported direct access. Additionally, there was the task hall, which issued various reward tasks for trainees to earn survival points, and the offices of the major instructors and President Jiang Chun, where trainees could spend points to seek guidance. Everything in the camp, from daily living to personal development, requires survival points, Tian Yuan emphasized. Without points, you'll be expelled from the camp by the next day. Although Yi Yang was eager to start tackling dungeons, he realized that he had accumulated a significant amount of temporary experience points. If he didn't acquire his extraordinary personal weapon within 24 hours, not only would the experience be wasted, but so would 2 energy crystals. He decided to rest and prepare for the busy days ahead. As night fell, Tian Yuan led Yi Yang to the trainee living area. Before him stood rows of luxurious standalone villas, a sight that felt almost surreal to Yi Yang, who had never lived in such accommodations. Villa number 935 is your place, Tian Yuan said, handing Yi Yang a card. This is your trainee ID card and also the key to your villa. Each villa is protected by a special formation barrier, so no one can enter without your permission, not even President Jiang Chun or President Wang Chong. What exactly is a formation barrier? Yi Yang asked curiously. It's something crafted by a special type of life profession expert known as a formation master, Tian Yuan explained. In the Dragon Nation, aside from the 5 national-level defenders, there are over 100 national treasure-level professionals, all of whom are life professionals. When they unleash their full potential, their impact is no less significant than that of us combat professionals. Tian Yuan's eyes sparkled with admiration as he eloquently described the significance of various professions. He elaborated on how formation masters, alchemists, and craftsmen play pivotal roles in their respective fields, and how technological professionals utilize elemental energy to invent revolutionary creations like the Sky Eye Observatory and flying iron contraptions. Take the Ghost God level extraordinary weapon you desire, for instance, Tian Yuan said earnestly. It requires at least a peak level 5 craftsman to forge it. A few hundred years ago, neglecting life-based professions cost Blue Star dearly, making career advancement a major issue. Hearing this, Yi Yang couldn't help but feel a deep respect for these unsung heroes of life professions. Even in the era of great upheaval, those who wove, farmed, and crafted remained crucial behind the scenes. The two of them discussed details for over an hour, clarifying all the issues. After Tian Yuan left, Yi Yang checked the time. It was nearly midnight. Just as he was about to rest, the doorbell rang. Standing outside was Instructor Zhang Cheng, who had promised to complete the extraordinary weapon by 3 a.m. Interrupting Yi Yang's small talk, he exclaimed excitedly, "No time for chit-chat. The extraordinary weapon is just one step away from completion. Follow me." Yi Yang was thrilled. The Ghost God level extraordinary weapon was a treasure he had long awaited. Even the strength of rare-grade exclusive equipment had amazed him, let alone the highest quality Ghost God level weapon. On their way to the destination, Zhang Cheng explained that the craftsman for this weapon was secured through Jiang Qin's connections Wu Haishan, the most powerful 7th-level peak craftsman in the Eastern Mountain Province. Such craftsmen were among the best in the entire Dragon Nation. Soon, they arrived at a villa. After ringing the bell, a round-faced middle-aged man appeared at the door. Wu Haishan, with a serious demeanor, explained the critical step in crafting the extraordinary weapon. While the initial material fusion is straightforward, the final step is crucial: fusing your perfect essence blood. This entirely depends on whether your fortune is strong enough to suppress the material's properties. Yi Yang nodded solemnly. They then entered a specialized room for extracting perfect essence blood. Wu Haishan explained that the extraction process was painless and harmless, and once the weapon was successfully crafted, it would become one with Yi Yang, returning the extracted essence. As Yi Yang stepped into the extraction room, Wu Haishan took a deep breath and announced, "Now, it's time to begin." After Wu Haishan completely sealed off the blood extraction chamber, a series of notifications immediately flashed on the screen at the chamber's entrance. Ding! Yi Yang's perfect blood extraction failed. Ding! Ding! Zhang Cheng, standing nearby, was dumbfounded when he saw these messages. "Master Wu, what's going on? Why does it keep failing?" However, Wu Haishan seemed pleased by these messages and explained, "Don't worry. This isn't a real failure. It's because this kid's perfect blood has such high potency, making it extremely difficult to extract." Too high potency causing constant failure? Zhang Cheng was puzzled. Wu Haishan nodded and said, "Generally speaking, if it succeeds within 10 attempts, you can't even forge a standard quality extraordinary weapon. Between 10 and 100 attempts can forge the lowest quality standard extraordinary weapon. Between 100 and 1,000 attempts can forge a fine quality one. Within 10,000 attempts is perfect quality, and 100,000 attempts can forge a divine grade weapon. Nearing a million attempts or more, the success rate for crafting a godlike grade extraordinary weapon increases. But so far, the highest number of extraction attempts I've seen is 970,000. Is it that precise? How come I didn't know about this when I was forging my extraordinary weapon? Zhang Cheng was surprised. As a 6th-tier professional, he wielded a fine-quality 6th-tier extraordinary weapon. Wu Haitian rolled his eyes. Kid, extracting perfect blood might seem long to outsiders, but for those inside the chamber, it's over in an instant. Besides, you're not a craftsman. What good would it do you to know this? Zhang Qing nodded sheepishly, finally understanding why his own perfect blood extraction felt instantaneous. This was a relief, considering he had promised Yi Yang that he would deliver the extraordinary weapon by 3 o'clock and had made a guarantee to Jiang Qian as well. Master Wu, who set the record of 970,000 extraction attempts? Zhang Cheng asked curiously. It was Zhu Tian, the president of the Central Guild in the Dragon Kingdom over 80 years ago, Wu Haitian recalled. Back then, when crafting an 8th-tier extraordinary weapon for President Zhu, it was my master who personally handled it. Hearing Zhu Tian's name, Zhang Cheng couldn't help but swallow hard. Zhu Tian was a formidable figure who fought his way up to the presidency of the Central Guild and once suppressed 13 vice presidents and senior officials against his ascension with his peak 9th-tier strength. Unfortunately, after participating in the Cosmic Explorers mission 60 years ago, he disappeared without a trace. As time ticked by, over an hour passed, and the blood extraction attempts neared 800,000. Wu Haitian couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his eye as the number quickly surged to 900,000. Who is your master? Zhang Cheng asked casually. Chen Yuan, one of the Dragon Kingdom's top 10 national treasure level life professionals. Wu Haitian replied frankly. Hearing the name Chen Yuan, Zhang Cheng's breath caught. He was the Dragon Kingdom's strongest craftsman, undisputedly the best. Zhang Cheng dared not ask any more questions, realizing that these seemingly ordinary life professionals had stories more astonishing than one might imagine. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.